Reverend Insanity Chapter 947 to Chapter 998. Since he had obtained the Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival Method, Feng Yuan naturally wanted to do his best. Be it his previous life or this life, cultivation aptitude had always been a regret in Feng Yuan's heart. Now that he could make up for this regret, Feng Yuan was extremely happy. Most importantly, the Life and Death Immortal Aperture of one of the 10 extreme physiques was truly tempting. It had a huge advantage in assisting cultivation. However, it was extremely difficult to obtain a great strength true martial immortal zombie. Firstly, the 10 extreme physiques were extremely rare. Even if they appeared, they were not easy to cultivate. Great strength true martial physiques that cultivated to go immortal level were even rarer. And in this case, after becoming an immortal zombie, there were none who still had a body left in the current era. Feng Yuan searched through records and memories, but did not find any clues. Thus, He Lulan was currently the easiest and most suitable target for him to obtain. It could also be said that she was his only target. However, the troubles in front of Feng Yuan were not few. Firstly, He Lulan was a formidable character. She was skilled in both the pen and the sword. She had left a deep mark in the history of his previous life. Such a person was not easy to deal with. She could risk her life and scheme. She was not so easy to trap. Secondly, He Lulan was not alone. She had Fairy Li Shan, a rank 7 helper. The two had deep feelings for each other. They could not be separated. If Feng Yuan wanted to deal with He Lulan, he had to get rid of Fairy Li Shan. Thirdly, Feng Yuan had signed an alliance agreement with He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. Finally, and also the most vexing thing for Feng Yuan, He Lulan knew the truth about Imperial Court Blessed Land. If it was not handled well, she would spread the truth far and wide. By then, Feng Yuan would be chased by all the Gu immortals in the world. The attraction of giant sun immortals' inheritance. It was enough to make countless greedy Gu immortals come wave after wave, forming a tsunami. It would drown Feng Yuan. In conclusion, He Lulan was like a hedgehog. If one tried to attack her, not only would she not be hurt, but she would also easily bite back. He Lulan, if it weren't for the fact that you have the great strength true martial physique and can help me in my cultivation, I wouldn't want to do anything to you. Feng Yuan sighed in his heart. In the following days, Feng Yuan was prepared for both scenarios. On the one hand, he racked his brains to come up with a way to frame He Lulan. On the other hand, he was refining Star Thought Immortal Gu. He communicated with Fairy Li Shan through letters, discussing how to go against the agreement. But as the days passed, no matter what, progress was slow. Ever since He Lulan understood her flaws, he calmed down and focused on managing his immortal aperture. Although the great snow mountain Blessed Land could no longer hide, she hid outside, her whereabouts unknown. After Feng Yuan returned to Dark Flow Giant City, then, he pretended to go down to the earth trench and collected all the Starry Night mucus. Next, he used the Starry Night mucus as a supplementary material. The refinement of Star Thought Immortal Gu failed again. Fairy Li Shan cultivated Earth Path in her early years. After that, she mainly cultivated Information Path, while cultivating Wood Path on the side. She had Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. Her Information Path attainment was definitely higher than Feng Yuan's. Earlier, she took the initiative to deal with Dongfang tribe. It was a violation of the agreement. But she was still alive and well. It could be seen that she was not only skilled in establishing agreements, she was also skilled in breaking them. Things like agreements were the specialty of Information Paths. For example, it was like a lock, a shackle that restricted both parties. Fairy Li Shan was like a locksmith, since she was skilled in making locks, she was also skilled in unlocking them. Even though Feng Yuan, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulan had an alliance agreement, the time limit was approaching. Thus, this alliance agreement was not a huge problem. Feng Yuan's reason for asking Fairy Li Shan was that he needed to resolve the agreement to join Zombie Alliance. Feng Yuan had joined Zombie Alliance's headquarters in Eastern Sea, thus he was restricted by the Zombie Alliance agreement. If I cannot resolve this with He Lulan, then I can only settle for the next best thing, to gather a large number of Strength Path Immortal zombies and create a high-grade Blessed Land. At that time, I will need to resolve the Zombie Alliance agreement, to make it easier for me to steal corpses from the Zombie Alliance graveyard. The vigilant Feng Yuan naturally would not put all his eggs in one basket, he always had a backup plan. Thus, these last days, Feng Yuan often asked Fairy Li Shan for information path methods. However, the results were minimal. Firstly, Fairy Li Shan was on guard against Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's development was too rapid, this third leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was already wary of him. Even though Feng Yuan offered a high price, she always used the excuse of gathering immortal materials as an excuse, rejecting him many times. Secondly, Feng Yuan did not have much understanding of information path, his attainment was very low, he could not learn anything in a short period of time. Thirdly, how could Zombie Alliance's agreement be easy? Hoping that Feng Yuan could resolve it after learning for a period of time was simply delusional, even though he did not make any progress in the information path. Through his interactions with Fairy Li Shan, Feng Yuan combined with Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's situation, he had a clear understanding of the battle between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Blazing Heaven Demoness' strategy was indeed very wise. These last days, she had led the immortal zombies to attack everywhere, attacking the demonic path Gu immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Many demonic path Gu immortals had bad luck to begin with, it was not easy for them to gather precious immortal materials. Now, with the interference of the immortal zombies, it was one disaster after another, they suffered many setbacks. Old Ancestor Shui was helpless. There was no other reason, even though he was a rank 8 great expert, he was alone. On Blazing Heaven Demoness' side, there were 3 rank 8 immortal zombies. If Blazing Heaven Demoness led everyone to attack Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, with Old Ancestor Shui's battle strength, it was hard to tell who would emerge victorious. But Blazing Heaven Demoness avoided the main point, she focused on Old Ancestor Shui's weakness, this made Old Ancestor Shui's days very difficult. If he attacked easily, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land would be defenseless. The strongest Gu immortal left behind was only rank 7. The second leader, Lady Wan Shou, was skilled in refinement path, while the third leader, Fairy Li Shan, cultivated information path, they did not have high battle strength. If Old Ancestor Shui attacked and was held back by an expert of the same rank, and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was raided by another rank 8 immortal zombie, that would be the laughing stock of Northern Plains Righteous Path Gu immortals, especially Blazing Heaven Demoness. This person's bottom line was very low, back then, she even destroyed a 9 Heavens fragment world, it was a hopeless situation. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was only pieced together, its defense was even lower than the original Blessed Land. Old Ancestor Shui had to defend against it. Thus, even though Old Ancestor Shui had high battle strength, in the process of fighting against Zombie Alliance, he was always at a disadvantage, he had never raised his head. Battle strength did not mean everything. Blazing Heaven Demoness was shrewd and scheming. Old Ancestor Shui had been suffering losses, but he could not retaliate effectively. Feng Yuan had no other choice, he could only be patient and put most of his effort into refining Exert Strength Gu and Disappointment Gu. The Feng Yuan stone nest that he created had already reached a certain scale. Large numbers of hairy man-slaves were refining diligently, the quantity of Exert Strength Gu and Disappointment Gu was increasing rapidly, but it was still far from the required amount. Even though Feng Yuan obtained those rare rank 8 immortal materials, he was not in a hurry to sell them, he kept them for himself. He refined Star Thought Immortal Gu. With Blazing Heaven Demoness' help, Feng Yuan's monthly profits, other than using them to refine Gu worms, were mainly used to feed Immortal Gu and to construct Star Form Blessed Land. He purchased a large amount of cloud soil and ordered Star Form Land Spirit to construct it step by step. He planned to create a 3-dimensional river system in Star Form Blessed Land, using the space to nurture Star Fragment Grass. This was a huge prospect. If he succeeded, the profits would not be lower than the Gutsgu transaction. But the initial investment was huge. Feng Yuan could only take it step by step. If he wanted to deal with He Lulan, the fact that he had committed a crime might be exposed. After all, it was too easy for He Lulan to expose the truth. Even though there was an alliance agreement, if she wanted to break it. But with Fairy Li Shan's help, she had a greater advantage than Feng Yuan. All along, Feng Yuan had been worried in his heart. The Central Continent Gu Immortals were investigating. It was impossible for there to be no progress. Maybe tomorrow, Central Continent Gu Immortals would attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. who immortal blessed land could not be defended. Once it was lost, star-form blessed land would be Fang Yuan's path of retreat. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Not to mention old demon Fang Yuan. On this day, Fang Yuan was activating the refinement path goo formation, processing a certain immortal material. In the immortal zombie's dead aperture, moving perspective cup goo activated, bringing Fairy Li Shan's letter. Fang Yuan felt strange. Fairy Li Shan was contacting him on her own initiative. When he opened it, it was a letter asking for help. It turned out that Fairy Li Shan had discovered He Cheng's whereabouts. He Cheng was He Lulan's father. He was also the target that He Lulan had to kill in order to take revenge for her mother. Fairy Li Shan's letter invited Fang Yuan to kill He Cheng together. He Cheng's situation was not good. As the leader of a super force, He tribe, he had mysteriously disappeared for a long time, participating in the 100 Days battle. When he reappeared, he was in a pathetic state, and was even being secretly pursued by He tribe. It turned out that in order to preserve his life, He Cheng did not hesitate to give up the rank 6 immortal goo house dark prison. This was the symbol of He tribe's strength. It was also their trump card, but he actually lost it. Even though He Cheng had a high status and authority, in this situation, he was still punished by the tribe. The immortal goo house dark prison was not his. The core immortal goo that formed it came from He tribe's 4 supreme elders. After the central continent goo immortals divided dark prison, they brought the immortal goo back to the sect. One of them had already been forcefully refined. Thus, He tribe's supreme elders knew that He Cheng had made a huge mistake. He needed to be punished. He Cheng naturally did not want to be punished. When he joined the Shadow Sect's operation, he had made an alliance agreement with the Shadow Sect. He could not leak any information about the Shadow Sect. This alliance had a very strong binding force. He Cheng could not explain it to the tribe, he could only escape. He tribe was not willing to give up. The immortal goo house was extremely important. It had the ability to threaten others. They had to get it back. And the clue was on He Cheng. Thus, He tribe sent goo immortals to chase after He Cheng. Both sides fought several times. He Cheng barely escaped. As the commotion grew, Fairy Li Shan found out about it. She and He Lulan discussed it. They felt that He Cheng was deserted. It was the best time to take revenge. To kill a goo immortal, they needed numbers. It was safer. Thus, Fairy Li Shan immediately contacted Fang Yuan. She wanted to make use of the alliance agreement that was nearing its end. Ignoring the fact that Fairy Li Shan's compensation was very generous, Fang Yuan thought of his unspeakable motive. This might be a good opportunity. He Lulan usually stayed in seclusion. Only during chaotic battles would Fang Yuan have the chance to make a move. P.S. I wish everyone a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Unknowingly, the book had already surpassed 3 million words. Looking back, the words were filled with the memories of youth that had passed away, the glory of time, the feelings and emotions towards life, passion and calmness. Just like that, let's go down together. To be continued. Escape. 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 A dark shadow, like a flying snake, rapidly passed through the wormwood. A moment later, the dark shadow dissipated with a loud sound. He Cheng fell from the sky, landing in the weeds. A clear stream gurgled past, right in front of him. He Cheng breathed heavily, lying on the ground. He did not even have the strength to turn around. His current condition was extremely bad. There were countless injuries all over his body, some were deep to the bone, some were still bleeding. Pain assaulted his entire body, but He Cheng was already numb to it. These injuries were from the intense battle with He tribe's pursuers. If not for He tribe wanting to capture He Cheng alive, with He Cheng's ability, he would not have been able to escape so many times. I am almost at my limit. He Cheng felt gloomy. He gritted his teeth and got up. Looking at his reflection in the stream, he smiled bitterly. Originally, he was suave and handsome, but now, his face was pale, his lips were blue, his body was covered in blood. He was a fugitive. Suddenly, He Cheng's pupils shrunk to pin size. Like a startled venomous snake, he curled up his body at lightning speed. Who is it? He Cheng's eyes shined with a sharp light. He shouted towards a certain direction in the weeds. At the next moment, with a loud sound, air currents surged, countless weeds were uprooted, a path appeared. He Lulan wore a mask. She walked out with large strides. Her eerie black eyes shone with bone-deep hatred. It's you. He Cheng was shocked. He quickly stood up, but his head was dizzy, his body shook intensely. He couldn't help but fall down again. Thankfully, he did not fall to the ground. He stabilized his body and squatted down, his muscles tensed. He had a fierce expression, but he could not conceal the anxiety in his heart. If he was captured alive by He tribe's Gu immortals, Heiqing might have a chance to live. Although the chances were slim. But if he fell into He Lulan's hands, Heiqing would die for sure. His outcome would be unimaginably tragic. Heiqing, to think you would have such a day. He Lulan stood in front of Heiqing, her body was straight like a spear, separated by a stream. She looked down at him from above. Fate was truly unpredictable. Who could have thought that Heiqing would actually fall to such a state today? Of course, He Lulan did not expect this, therefore, when the peerless opportunity for revenge was placed in front of her, besides hatred and rage, there was also a trace of pity in her heart. The father and daughter looked at each other. Gratitude and grudges, love and hatred, all at this moment. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. Don't look at me like that. Heiqing roared, struggling to stand up. He could accept the hatred and anger in He Lulan's eyes. However, he could not accept that trace of compassion. I, the dignified Heiqing, don't need anyone's pity. Who? A gust of wind blew, and the dark clouds in the sky flew swiftly. The surrounding wormwood swayed. The stream rippled. Fairy Xianxia's voice came from the wind, wind, good scenery. This nameless place is the perfect place for you, Heiqing, to die. Heiqing sneered. He could naturally hear the hatred and killing intent in Fairy Xianxia's words. He reluctantly turned his head and scanned the surroundings. A tiger that has fallen to the plains will be bullied by dogs. What about the last one? Why is he not coming out? Fan Yuan was quietly hiding not far away, not moving. He was silent, as if he could not hear Heiqing's words. You are a tiger? You are just a defeated dog that is struggling on the line of life and death. Scoundrel, die. He Lulan could no longer suppress her anger. She took a huge step forward and punched. At that instant, there was a thunderous explosion in the air, an intense fist wind blew. Fan Yuan's heart jumped. He felt a sense of desire. This is only a mortal killer move, but after being amplified by the large number of strength path Dao marks in the great strength true martial physique, its power has risen to such a level. Before this punch even hit Heiqing, the latter already felt an intense sense of suffocation. An incomparable sense of danger filled his body and mind. If this punch landed, Heiqing would definitely die on the spot. Escape. Heiqing gritted his teeth, activating countless goo worms. With a swoosh, he turned into a shadow snake again, escaping towards the left. He Lulan's punch missed. She quickly chased after him. But Heiqing was extremely fast. In just a few breaths of time, he was already more than 100 feet away from He Lulan. As it turned out, even though Heiqing lost the immortal Gu House Dark Prison, he had immortal Gu Dark Arrow. During the 100 Days battle, Shadow Sect had specially designed an immortal killer move for Heiqing to increase his strength. This immortal killer move used Dark Arrow Immortal Gu as the core. Right now, Heiqing turned into a shadow snake and escaped. It was one of the immortal killer moves he used. Heiqing, stay here. Fairy Xian jumped out. The surrounding grass grew rapidly, countless flowers bloomed in the air. Battlefield killer move, Pear Orchard. Heiqing's body paused for a moment, but he quickly escaped out of the pear orchard, changing directions and escaping towards the west. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, countless strength path phantoms shot out from the grass, blocking Heiqing. Fan Yuan had never exposed Xianxia's identity in front of Fairy Xian and He Lulan. He was currently using strength path battle strength. Fan Yuan secretly used wisdom path methods to deduce 3 locations. He secretly arranged strength path phantoms to guard them. As Heiqing escaped, he bumped into them, but was obstructed by Fan Yuan's strength path phantoms. But even so, He Lulan was still far from Heiqing. Seeing that Heiqing was about to escape, Fairy Xian was anxious. She transmitted to Fan Yuan, quickly stop him. Fan Yuan immediately revealed himself. The true solid bat wings on his back flapped as he charged towards Heiqing. Fairy Xian frowned. She could see clearly that with Fan Yuan's speed, he would not be able to stop Heiqing. The truth was, Fan Yuan did not want to stop Heiqing. He had fought with Heiqing before, but times had changed. The situation was different now. He Qing was undoubtedly He Lulan's weakness. As long as he was alive, he could make use of He Qing. He could plot against He Lulan instead. Fang Yuan had wanted to use this chance to see if there was a possibility of capturing He Lulan. But when he saw He Qing's severe injuries, Fang Yuan knew that the possibility was close to zero. If there was a possibility, Fang Yuan wanted to let He Qing go and let him escape. But due to the alliance agreement, he could not go overboard. He Qing got rid of the surrounding obstacles. He looked back at Fang Yuan, snorting coldly, "You finally came out? It is a pity you can't catch me." Saying so, he was about to use his immortal killer move again to escape. But at this time, an eagle cry resounded, almost bursting his eardrums. It was the illusion of a huge iron-crowned eagle. It appeared in the sky behind Fang Yuan. Iron Crown Eagle's strength activated. Fang Yuan's speed rose rapidly. He flew like lightning, instantly closing the distance between him and He Qing. He Qing was shocked. He did not dare to stay any longer. He quickly escaped. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Even though he had the rank 6 Immortal Gu recipe of all-out effort Gu, he only had rank 5 Mortal Gu. Fang Yuan's Iron Crown Eagle strength was created by an Immortal Gu. It could only be activated with a certain chance. In the past, Fang Yuan had never used Iron Crown Eagle strength. Today, he encountered such a good thing, but it went against his will. It seems that using time assistance luck to increase my luck before coming here was not appropriate. If I knew He Qing was in such a state, I would not have had the chance. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. He moved like an eagle. He pounced towards He Qing. He Qing was extremely slippery. He turned into a dark shadow snake that moved in different directions amidst the weeds. Fang Yuan attacked him several times, but he actually managed to escape by a hair's breadth. But Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan were no longer anxious. They had excited expressions. With Fang Yuan harassing him, He Qing could not escape anymore. After a few breaths of time, Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan got close. Finally, the three surrounded He Qing. He Qing's expression was dark. He had a ruthless expression. He shouted with disheveled hair, "You want me to die? Don't think of having an easy time." An intense battle erupted. Rumble, thunder rumbled, shadows shot out, flowers and trees flew, strength rampaged, soil splattered everywhere. Without a doubt, He Qing was suppressed. Fang Yuan and the rest had the upper hand. It is a pity that I can only keep 10 to 20% of it. That is my limit. If I keep any more, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan will see through it. They will lose trust and become suspicious. Seeing that He Qing, this excellent chess piece, was about to die, Fang Yuan felt some regret. Including this time, Fang Yuan had already fought He Qing 3 times. The battle strength that Fang Yuan and the rest displayed was actually not much higher than the previous time. But He Qing's condition was too bad. He had gone through 100 days of battle. His life's immortal essence was completely expended. These days, he had been escaping and fighting with He tribe's Gu immortals. Thus, at this moment, under the combined attacks of Fang Yuan and the rest, He Qing was heavily injured. He spat out blood. His defeat was imminent. Stop! Suddenly, an angry shout resounded in heaven and earth. A grand and piercing green light shone on this battlefield. Space tore open. A huge bronze hand grabbed at He Qing from all directions. Fang Yuan and the rest reacted quickly, but the bronze hand actually affected time. It grabbed He Qing at a seemingly slow speed. Green City Rampage. He Qing looked like he had lost his parents. He could not move. He cried out in shock. He Lulan and the rest retreated. Green City Rampage was a powerful battle formation of the Olden Antiquity era. It was ranked 3rd in the world back then. It was only below Heavenly Sage Jin Fan and Heavenly Giant Solar. He tribe had information about Green City Rampage. Everyone in Northern Plains Gu Immortal World knew about it. At this moment, Green City Rampage appeared. It meant that the 4 strongest supreme elders of He tribe had arrived. Our He tribe's members have to be dealt with by us. How can you kill them as you wish? He Lulan, the tribe nurtured you, but you betrayed the tribe and joined the demonic path. You have committed a heinous crime. Surrender now. At the next moment, a bronze giant tore through space, stepping on the ground. A divine light shot out from the vertical eye between his brows and shone on He Lulan. At that moment, He Lulan could not move. Strength path giant hand. Fang Yuan retreated. using his rank 7 battle strength. Boom! With a loud sound, the Strength Path Giant Hand and the Bronze Giant Hand collided. The Strength Path Giant Hand broke apart. Petty tricks! The Bronze Giant snickered. But at the next moment, a small fire bird flew to the Bronze Giant's chest. Boom! An intense explosion occurred. The Bronze Giant was pushed backwards. He almost fell down. Blazing Heaven Demoness? The 4 supreme elders of He tribe, who were inside the Bronze Giant, shouted in shock and anger. Angry Bird, this was Blazing Heaven Demoness' signature killer move. Everyone in Northern Plains knew about it. Why did Blazing Heaven Demoness appear at this moment? The rank 8 aura was not concealed at all, it spread out wantonly. The Blazing Heaven Demoness was bathed in flames. She crossed her arms and stood proudly in the sky. Blazing Heaven Demoness shouted, "Hey Tribe's 4 elders, your ancient battle formation Green City Rampage is badly damaged, how dare you take it out? 100 years ago, because you were practicing this battle formation, you couldn't stay more than 10 feet away from each other. Now that you are willing to come out, who will guard your blessed land headquarters?" The Bronze Giant raised his head and stared at the Blazing Heaven Demoness. An ancient voice could be heard from the Bronze Giant's body, "Sky-scorching Demoness. Since you know that this is the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage, you should know that its strength can rival rank 8. He Qing and He Lulan are members of our He tribe. Our He tribe is handling our own matters, an outsider like you cannot interfere. Don't forget that the Grand Zombie Alliance also belong to the righteous path. You are the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, you have a heavy responsibility, you need to be careful." Then, another voice said, "Heaven Blazing Demoness, are you not going to deal with old ancestor Shuihu? What are you doing here? Causing trouble? Ha 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 ha." Blazing Heaven Demoness threw her head back and laughed. At this moment, Fairy Li Shan said, "Old ancestor Shuihu's matter is not something you 4 He tribe elders can worry about. Besides, this is your family's matter, isn't it our family's matter?" "What do you mean?" The shocked voices of the 4 He tribe elders came from inside the Bronze Giant. At this moment, Fang Yuan had a strong sense of foreboding. "Big sister!" Fairy Li Shan suddenly shouted. The tacit understanding between siblings. There was no need to use too many words to express it. The Blazing Heaven Demoness' laughter came to a stop as she stared at the Bronze Giant. A ball of flame ignited on the Bronze Giant's body, instantly turning into a raging inferno. It burned all over the Bronze Giant's body. In the blink of an eye, the Bronze Giant that was the size of a hill had become a giant orange torch. Immortal killer move, Fire Prison. Amidst the flames, the Bronze Giant found it difficult to move, as if it had fallen into extremely viscous black oil. The 4 He tribe elders that formed the Bronze Giant were astonished. "When did you get hit? This killer move is actually so powerful. Even our unstoppable Xianxia couldn't break free for a while. The key is this move. There was no warning at all. It's impossible to guard against." However, the 4 old men were extremely experienced in battle. They only took a few breaths of time to understand. They recalled the Angry Bird attack that had struck the Bronze Giant's chest. And the place where the fire prison had just burned was the Bronze Giant's chest. This was an immortal combo move. The so-called consecutive immortal killer moves were formed when 2 or more immortal killer moves were used consecutively, increasing their power or effect resonance. Angry Bird and Fire Prison, these 2 immortal killer moves could form an immortal combo. The Blazing Sky Demoness first used the Angry Bird to bombard the Bronze Giant before using Fire Prison, immediately trapping Xianxia unhindered. If a certain amount of time was exceeded, or if she activated the Fire Prison first, Blazing Heaven Demoness would need to prepare her killer move for a while. During this time, it would be easy for the 4 elders to dodge. Moreover, the power of the Fire Prison wasn't as great as it was now. The principle behind this was simple. They were Dao marks. Immortal killer moves were powerful methods that used immortal goo as the core. The reason why it was so powerful was because it had formed temporary Dao marks. The Angry Bird landed on the Bronze Giant's chest, leaving behind Fire Path Dao marks for a short period of time. Blazing Heaven Demoness used these Fire Path Dao marks as a foundation. She activated Fire Prison, raising its power by a level, trapping the Bronze Giant temporarily. A goo immortal who can think of an immortal combo move has to be a great grandmaster. So Blazing Heaven Demoness Fire Path attainment level has already reached such a high level. Fang Yuan was deeply shocked. Fire Path Great Grandmaster, this attainment level was not something ordinary Gu immortals could reach. Roar, the bronze giant roared angrily towards the sky. Large amounts of green mist gushed out of its body. Wherever the green fog went, the flames were extinguished. Evidently, this mysterious green fog was a powerful immortal killer move. Blazing Heaven Demoness immortal combo move could not last more than 10 breaths of time, it was close to collapsing. However, it was still a waste of time. Taking advantage of this chance, Fairy Li Shan had already finished preparing and used her trump card. Immortal Battlefield Killer Move, Pear Garden and Mountain, the ground started to shake. Rumble, in the blink of an eye, muffled sounds that made one's heart palpitate could be heard from deep underground. The ground started to bulge, the terrain changed rapidly. The originally flat grassland started to bulge, a mound started to rise. Soon, this mound started to rise, becoming taller and taller. On both sides of the mound, mountains started to rise as well. Eventually, the mound stopped rising, as a ring of mountains surrounded the bronze giant from all directions. The trembling of the ground finally stopped. The terrain of the surrounding 1,000 li, because of Fairy Li Shan's immortal battlefield killer move, had completely changed. Such a grand effect, it was not an exaggeration to say that the world was changing. A ring of mountains surrounded the bronze giant, it was like a huge bowl or a cage, blocking the 4 elders of He tribe. In the blink of an eye, the bronze giant was like a turtle trapped in a jar. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, even though he knew that Fairy Li Shan had such a trump card. But looking at this scene, he was inwardly shocked. In his previous life, when Fairy Li Shan used this move, it was not this powerful. How could there be such a huge improvement in this life? Don't tell me, it is because of minuscule mountain? Fang Yuan suddenly had a thought. That should be the case. Fairy Li Shan's Pear Garden and Mountain is similar to Hataru, it has extraordinary power, but the price is also huge. Every time it is used, the Gu Immortal's Dao marks are permanently expended. Thus, in history, Fairy Li Shan has rarely used this immortal battlefield killer move. In other words, this was an unconventional method. It was a forbidden move. If it was used frequently, one's foundation and cultivation level would fall sharply. Minuscule Mountain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, recorded that the mountain was filled with abundant Dao marks. Fairy Li Shan placed it in her immortal aperture, and the Dao marks on Minuscule Mountain became her foundation. They were used and expended by her. Thus, Pear Garden and Mountain's power was so terrifying, it far surpassed Fang Yuan's knowledge in his previous life. The 4 elders of He tribe were rank 7 Gu immortals, their ancient battle formation Green City Rampage was ranked 3rd in the world. But Fairy Li Shan used Minuscule Mountain to use Pear Garden and Mountain. Even the bronze giant that was comparable to rank 8 was imprisoned. She controlled the situation immediately. Fang Yuan and the rest were already floating in the air, looking down. The bronze giant was tall, but it was still shorter than the surrounding mountain peaks. Fairy Li Shan had already stopped controlling it. But the transformation of Pear Garden and Mountain was still continuing. In the valley formed by the mountains, vegetation grew rapidly. Countless pear trees stood tall. The tree roots were like countless green snakes, crawling and spreading rapidly. At the same time, pear blossoms bloomed, drifting with the wind like snow. Behind the bronze giant, a pair of thick and huge bronze wings grew. One of the 4 elders of He tribe cultivated transformation path, thus, the bronze giant had such a transformation. This was the specialty of an ancient battle formation. Once an immortal Gu house was refined, its methods would be fixed. And ancient battle formations had different battle methods according to the abilities of the Gu immortals who used them. The 4 elders of He tribe wanted to fly out of the cage. However, countless thick roots had already bound the bronze giant's legs tightly. Humph. The bronze giant let out a cold snort. Suddenly, the luster on its body changed. It was like a fire was burning in the deepest part of its body. Its originally moss-covered bronze body had now turned into a dark red bronze body. Dark Path and Fire Path dual immortal killer move, Dark Ember, boom, a huge explosion occurred, deafening to the ears. A dark red, translucent shockwave. It burst out from the bronze giant's body, spreading in all directions. Wherever the shockwave went, the thick tree roots that were entangled together were like burning paper, turning into ashes. Boom! 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 The bronze giant shook 3 times, 3 powerful shockwaves swept away all the surrounding restraints. At once, dust clouds rumbled, the mountains shook, countless rocks fell. The powerful and ferocious aura caused Fairy Li Shan to take a small step back. Hei Lulan did not seem to feel it, her fierce gaze was fixed on one of the bronze giant's hands. In this giant hand, her father, Hei Chung, was imprisoned. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, but his heart sank. He had gradually figured it out. It was clear that Fairy Li Shan, Hei Lulan, and Blazing Heaven Demoness were in cahoots. Today's plan was to kill Hei Chung, and it was also targeted at him, Fang Yuan. I wanted to kill Hei Lulan, but I was tricked by them first. Fang Yuan looked at Blazing Heaven Demoness. Before this, he had never thought that the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance would have such a close relationship with Hei Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. Blazing Heaven Demoness sensed Fang Yuan's gaze and looked at him with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Fang Yuan snorted inwardly, turning his gaze away. He was in danger now. If he wanted to escape, Hei Lulan and Fairy Li Shan would bring him trouble, while Blazing Heaven Demoness was an obstacle he could not overcome. Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel. Blazing Heaven Demoness definitely knew about it. Now is not the time to act rashly. Since they did not attack me directly, there is still room for discussion. Moreover, even if I escape, it is useless. I have joined Zombie Alliance now, and Blazing Heaven Demoness is the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Most importantly, there is also the information path Gu Immortal, Fairy Li Shan. It was laughable that Fang Yuan had asked Fairy Li Shan for advice on how to get out of the Zombie Alliance agreement. This means that my identity as Xianxia has been exposed. Since Hei Lulan already knows that I have star path cultivation, with her intelligence, she must have guessed that I have already taken star form blessed land for myself. Hei Lulan called Fairy Li Shan Little Aunt. I thought it was just an affectionate nickname, like Big Brother or Little Brother. To think that it was really Little Aunt, there is still Great Aunt above Little Aunt. And to think that Hei Lulan's Great Aunt has such a huge origin. Blazing Heaven Demoness was actually Hei Lulan's aunt. This was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Fang Yuan's battle strength was at most rank 7. Against Hei Lulan, Fang Yuan had the advantage, but she had the great strength true martial physique. He needed to be on guard against her counterattack. Against Fairy Li Shan, they could only be evenly matched. Once Fairy Li Shan's immortal battlefield killer move was used, Fang Yuan would be at a disadvantage. He could not afford to be hit by this move. Against Blazing Heaven Demoness, he was at a huge disadvantage. Even though Fang Yuan had many immortal Gu, his bottom tier rank 6 cultivation level could not compare to his rank 8 cultivation level. Even a rank 7 Gu immortal could not fight against a rank 8. Feng Jioge was an exception. He was the only one in Central Continent in the past 1,000 years. It was impossible for Fang Yuan to deal with Blazing Heaven Demoness. The enemy was so strong, Fang Yuan was in an absolute disadvantage. The only thing I can rely on now is the alliance agreement I made with Fairy Li Shan and Hei Lulan back then. Allies can't kill each other. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly to himself. Earlier, he had felt that this alliance agreement was a hindrance, but now, he had to rely on it. However, Fairy Li Shan is an information path Gu immortal. This alliance agreement might not be reliable. Blazing Heaven Demoness has the strength to suppress me, but she has not done anything yet. If Fairy Li Shan really wanted to kill me, she would not have set up this situation. Also, Blazing Heaven Demoness knows my identity. Why did she sponsor me to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu? This shows that they do not want to take my life, they have other motives. As for what they were after, Fang Yuan had a vague understanding. Overall, Fang Yuan's current situation was not life-threatening. This was also the reason why he did not move and did not try to escape. Right when Fang Yuan was thinking about his safety, the trapped bronze giant in the pear orchard raised its head and roared. After a few killer moves, Ember. Countless pear trees in the valley were reduced to ashes. Although they continued to grow from the soil, it would take some time for them to reach the feet of the bronze giant. Seizing this opportunity, another 2 pairs of bronze wings sprouted from the bronze giant's back. At the same time, the bronze giant's entire body changed. Its originally wide head turned into the head of an eagle, and its entire body became tall and slender. His hands and feet turned into sharp claws. The 3 pairs of giant wings flapped in unison. At the same time, the bronze giant bent its knees, stomped on the ground, and soared into the sky. The ground trembled, and a huge pit appeared. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, mixed with countless ashes. This time, the bronze giant was no longer entangled by the tree roots, but it had just risen into the air. The 4 elders of He tribe felt a strong suction force pulling the bronze giant, not letting it go far away. This is? He tribe's 4 elders were shocked. Every time the bronze giant ascended, it would exert a powerful suction force. It would skyrocket by 10 times, the bronze giant was gradually losing ground. No matter how hard the 3 pairs of wings flapped, the speed of the giant's ascent became slower and slower, until it slowly climbed up. It was like a snail. At its limit, it could not go more than 30 meters above the ground. Boom, another sound. The bronze giant landed on the ground again. He tribe's 4 elders were silent. Needless to say, anyone could guess it. Their expressions were ashen right now. This was the true power of Pear Orchard in the mountain. Fairy Xian mainly cultivated Information Path, while dual cultivating Earth and Wood Path. Pear Orchard in the mountain was a battlefield killer move that combined Earth Path and Wood Path. Pear blossoms were like snow, entangling tree roots, but that was only one aspect of Wood Path. And the pulling force of gravity was the true manifestation of Earth Path. Of course, this was also because Fairy Xian used minuscule mountain in her body. Otherwise, if she used the original Pear Orchard in the mountain with her own strength, the bronze giant might break through it. After all, this was the ancient battlefield Green City Rampage, even though it was incomplete, but the 4 rank 7 Gu immortals had battle strength that could rival rank 8. The bronze giant could not get out, it landed on the ground. In the valley, countless tree roots coiled around the bronze giant like a group of pythons, restraining it. At this time, a phoenix cry exploded in the sky, almost piercing everyone's eardrums. 3 angry birds fused into one in the sky, turning into a fire phoenix of average size. The phoenix cried loudly, flapping its wings at an extremely fast speed, drawing a beautiful rainbow in the sky as it landed on the bronze giant's arm, before vanishing completely. The bronze giant displayed strong defense, only a deep pit was left on its arm. Next, green fog coiled around it, the deep pit swelled up like it was made of glue, rapidly recovering. However, blazing heaven demoness attacks did not stop. She stood proudly in the sky, slowly raising her arm, aiming at the bronze giant below her as she slashed down from above. Fire Path Killer Move, Phoenix Feather Triple Wing Blade. 3 flames took shape in an instant. The feathers looked like the wings of a phoenix, curved and pointed, but also like sharp scimitars. Whoosh! 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 3 flaming blades tore through the sky, burning fiercely as they created a huge sound of wind. The 3 blades slashed at the same location. Combined with the angry birds from earlier, they created a combo effect again. The bronze giant's arm was actually cut off by these 3 blades. He tribe's 4 old-timers shouted angrily, but it was too late. The bronze giant was formed from an ancient battle formation. After the arm left the main body, it was like the Gu formation was sliced off. Without the 4 old-timers' immortal essence supply, the arm quickly turned into nothingness. Countless Gu worms flew around, flying towards the bronze giant. He Qing, who was in her hands, lost his restraints and fell to the ground. The bronze giant wanted to grab him again, but was stopped by blazing heaven demoness. He Qing wanted to escape, but the situation was different now. He was in the pear garden. Soon, he was entangled by countless vines and tree roots. He was pushed away and landed in Fairy Xian's hands. Let him go. He tribe's 4 old-timers were furious. Several killer moves, Dark Ember, erupted. Dragon markings appeared on the bronze giant's chest and back, like they were floating. Out of the water, they turned into a bronze giant dragon. They flew everywhere. This was He tribe's first Supreme Elder's famous killer move, 9-layer dragon protection. It combined offense and defense. With the amplification of the ancient battle formation, it displayed terrifying might. At once, 9 dragons flew with unstoppable momentum. The mountain collapsed. Pear blossoms fell, grass and trees flew everywhere. Fairy Li Shan's expression changed. Quick, we can't hold on any longer. The bronze giant erupted with his peak battle strength. It was not easy for the pear garden to last until now. Go. Blazing Heaven Demoness was even more decisive. She threw out a long flame chain, binding Fang Yuan, He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, and He Qing. Next, she activated her killer move, turning into a streak of light. Pulling everyone along, she flew away. The moment he was bound by the flame chain, Fang Yuan subconsciously wanted to resist, but he restrained himself. Blazing Heaven Demoness was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, she vanished into the horizon with everyone. 10 breaths of time later, the pear garden was completely destroyed. A terrifying landslide ravaged the entire battlefield. The bronze giant successfully flew into the sky, roaring at the sky, his voice shaking heaven and earth. Blazing Heaven Demoness movement killer move. It was extremely fast. He Tribe's 4 old-timers had to spend a lot of effort to catch up. Even if they caught up and fought, it would be hard to determine the victor. But He Tribe's 4 old-timers could not back down, they had to chase. He Qing was acting as He Tribe's 4 supreme elders. After handling He Tribe's matters for so many years, he knew many secrets. Furthermore, as a super force, their Gu immortal was kidnapped by someone else. He Tribe's 4 supreme elders had lost all their face, if they did not teach Blazing Heaven Demoness a lesson. In the future, they would have to face other super forces, the righteous path, and the demonic path. They could not even raise their heads. He Tribe's immortal Gu House dark prison was already lost. If He Qing was kidnapped, He Tribe's reputation would plummet. As the saying goes, everyone kicks a falling wall. He Tribe was so weak, they would definitely be suppressed by other forces. They would be forced to give up many of Northern Plains' cultivation resources. Green City Rampage was an ancient battle formation. He Tribe's 4 supreme elders did not lack movement killer moves. Right now, if they used them together, their speed would be several times faster than Blazing Heaven Demoness. But just as the bronze giant was about to chase, a request for reinforcements arrived in front of He Tribe's 4 old-timers. What? Someone infiltrated the Blessed Land's headquarters. Most of the resources were stolen. We suffered huge losses. He Tribe's Gu immortals who stayed behind are all heavily injured. The old man is extremely strong. His rank 8 aura is undoubtedly leaking. He Tribe's 4 old-timers were furious. This was definitely a scheme. Right now, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance has 3 rank 8s, including Blazing Heaven Demoness. Damn it. Our headquarters cannot be lost. The Blessed Land's defenses are not enough to begin with. We were all schemed against by Blazing Heaven Demoness. Go. We can only go back and defend. The bronze giant roared. The muscles on his arms bulged as he pulled, creating a huge black hole in the space in front of him. The bronze giant entered the black hole and vanished, only leaving behind a messy battlefield. He Tribe is not chasing us, we are safe. Blazing Heaven Demoness landed on the ground with everyone. She put away the fire chains that were binding them. Next, with a wave of her hand, the surrounding 10 li was covered in a layer of dark red light. The battle had calmed down, but Fang Yuan was even more vigilant. He moved his shoulders and wrists, saying to Fairy Li Shan with a calm expression, "So you are on the same side, you two really hid it from me." "Same here." Fairy Li Shan smiled with deep meaning in her words. Evidently, she already knew that Fang Yuan had occupied Star Form Blessed Land and was disguised as Xianxia. "Spare me. Spare my life. I am willing to serve you, I am willing to do anything for you, keeping me alive is more useful to you." He Qing struggled to get up, he had an anxious expression as he shouted. Blazing Heaven Demoness removed the fire chains from the others, only He Qing was tied up. The change in this situation was not only out of Fang Yuan's imagination, it was out of his imagination as well. Fairy Li Shan stared with wide eyes, pointing at He Qing as she scolded, "Scoundrel, my third sister loved you so much, but you harmed her life. If that's not enough, you even want to kill your own woman." He Qing knelt on the ground, raising his head and begging, "I am willing to do anything for you, I am willing to tell you all of He Tribe's secrets. Among them is rank 8 old ancestor He Fan's time path inheritance. Didn't Su Xian'er get close to me for this inheritance? Didn't all of you want this inheritance? I will tell you everything I know. I will not hide anything. But Fairy Li Shan was unmoved. He Qing turned to Blazing Heaven Demoness, I have no intention of offending you. Back then. If I had found out that you were behind Su Xian'er, I would not have killed her no matter what. This is all a misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding. He tribe was a super force, it had a long history, their ancestors had been rich before. During He Fan's era, He tribe had rank 8 Gu immortals, they were a powerful force in northern plains. However, their lifespan was limited, after He Fan died, He tribe weakened. Some of the other superpowers prospered. This was the norm in the Gu immortal world. Rise and fall, it was like the ebb and flow of the tide. After you sing, I will appear. He Qing begged. He knew that this was his only chance of survival. Against rank 8 Blazing Heaven Demoness, against He Lulan who had deep hatred for him, using He tribe as a threat was useless. Thankfully, he had He Fan's inheritance, He tribe could not inherit it. A rank 8 Gu immortal's inheritance was extremely attractive to any Gu immortal. But Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled coldly, looking at He Lulan, she said in a gentle tone, your life is not mine, whether you can survive or not depends on Little Lan. Little Lan, do whatever you want. Little Lan, do whatever you want, I have already restrained He Qing, he is as weak as a mortal now. Little Lan, listen to me. He Qing knelt on the ground, rubbing his knees against the ground. He hurriedly crawled towards He Lulan. You are my biological daughter, and I am your biological father. You have He tribe's bloodline in you. You have the huge advantage of inheriting He Fan's inheritance. If your mother was still alive, she would not want us to be related. Am I right? If your mother saw that you could inherit He Fan's inheritance, she would be extremely happy. Also, you have one of the 10 extreme physiques, you were able to live until now because I asked Jiangyu to protect you, you cannot deny this. He Lulan looked down at He Qing, seeing his panicked expression, she frowned and showed extreme disgust. Then, she fiercely kicked He Qing. I will only ask you one question. He Lulan's expression was cold as ice. Ask me. I will tell you everything I know. He Qing seemed to see hope in living. He Lulan took a deep breath, her eyes were red as she said with a trembling voice, Mother loved you so much, she trusted you so much, she knew that you wanted to harm her, but she still believed that you would repent and stop because of love. Facing someone who loved you so much, how could you do it in the end? He Qing was stunned. He was originally on the ground, tied up, he was using his elbows to support his body, trying to sit up. But he was stopped by He Lulan's question. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a statue. A gust of wind blew, blowing He Qing's muddy hair. His eyes turned red, the scenes of him and Su Xian'er loving each other appeared in his mind. Regret, pain, sorrow, all sorts of emotions filled his chest. He choked, then wailed. How could I not know that your mother loved me, but, I'm afraid of death. I'm afraid of death. Sob. After answering, He Qing no longer had the strength to support his body, he fell to the ground. He was like an old dog, or a rotten prawn, curled up, sobbing in the dirty soil. His snot and tears mixed together, flowing down his cheeks. His silk robe was already tattered, covered in blood. His handsomeness, his past elegance, was like a dried mud mask. In the face of death, this layer of mask collapsed and dispersed. He Lulan and the rest fell into silence. The scene became silent. Only the sound of wind could be heard from time to time, as well as He Qing's intermittent sobbing. He Qing's performance made everyone here sigh endlessly. Between life and death, there was a great terror. Facing life and death, even a rank 9 venerable was extremely weak. Eternal life. Was it possible? Fan Yuan only knew, since ancient times, no one had reached this level. Let him go. At this time, emotions surged out of He Lulan's body, turning into a translucent female immortal. Su Xian'er, He Lulan's mother. Fan Yuan's gaze flickered. Back then, before Su Xian'er died, she left He Lulan a sum of immortal essence, as well as this familial love. Because of familial love and the help of immortal essence, He Lulan was able to activate immortal Gu even as a mortal. Third sister. Seeing this emotion, Fairy Li Shan could not help but shed tears. Blazing Heaven Demoness' eyes were also red, she showed guilt and regret on her face. He Lulan lowered her head, looking at He Qing indifferently, as if she was in deep thought. Su Xian'er's figure floated behind He Lulan, she stretched out her arms and hugged her daughter, urging warmly, "Let him go, look at how pitiful he is. After killing me, he has already experienced the pain of regret for the rest of his life. Is he really happy? No, even though he is living an ignoble life, he is living in fear and guilt. He is only a slave of death, even though he is alive, he is already dead. Let him go, letting him go is letting yourself go. Xiaolan, don't live in hatred, don't live in the past, you should have a new life. Don't carry the sin of killing your father, it is very heavy. Believe me, revenge never leads to salvation, it leads to destruction. I hope you can live a better life. Mother, I know you are doing this for my own good." He Lulan said as she walked towards He Qing. Next, she raised her foot. She stomped down, like what Blazing Heaven Demoness had said, He Qing was as weak as a mortal. Thus, under He Lulan's foot, his head smashed into the ground like a watermelon, his brain juice and blood, his skull and teeth, they were all smashed into pieces. The high and mighty He Qing, a rank 7 Gu immortal, a hero of his generation, lost his life here. Su Xian'er was stunned. Next, she looked at He Lulan as she turned around, saying, "There is nothing that I cannot bear, mother. Just like how you knew back then, but still allowed him to harm you, I have my own determination. If I do this, I will die? Heh, I am not that weak." Xiaolan. Fairy Li Shan took a step forward, holding He Lulan's hand worriedly. Xiaolan. Blazing Heaven Demoness muttered, she wanted to walk towards He Lulan, but she did not do so in the end. "So that's it, I think I understand." Fang Yuan had been observing their expressions. P.S. This chapter has 5,000 words, I wish everyone a happy National Day holiday in advance. Thank you for everyone's support for the past half a month. The October update will ensure that there will be one chapter per day. There will be double monthly votes during National Day, I will request for monthly votes here. Speaking of which, it has been a long time since I requested for monthly votes. The number of times I requested for monthly votes in the past 3 years can be counted on my fingers. I promise, starting point monthly votes in October, for every 100 votes, I will add one chapter. Yes, that's it. To be continued, Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House. There were many mountain peaks, clouds and mist covered the sky. In the depths of a bamboo forest, a waterfall that resembled white silk hung down from the sky. Feng Kim Hong sat quietly on the branch of a pine tree, looking at the waterfall in front of her as tears fell silently. During this period of time, the Gu immortals that Central Continent sent to Northern Plains to investigate had already returned. But there was no news of Feng Joga. To Feng Kim Hong, there was no news of her father, he was trapped in an outer region, it was likely that he was in trouble. These last days, Feng Kim Hong did not want to eat or drink, she was not in the right state of cultivation, she wiped her face with tears, she was getting thinner and thinner. Life and death. This heavy word, at an unexpected time, fiercely struck Feng Kim Hong's fragile heart. It was not that Feng Kim Hong had never seen death before. It was just that when her loved ones faced such a situation, she lost all her indifference and calmness. But she was still strong. The bad news did not break her down completely, only when there was no one around would she secretly wipe her tears. On the surface, she was cultivating as usual, but she did not know what she had been cultivating recently. A silhouette, like an ink painting, quietly descended behind Feng Jin Huang from faint to thick. "Daughter." A familiar voice called out from behind. Feng Kim Hong turned around and saw that the person was her mother, Fairy Bai Qing. "Mother." Feng Kim Hong could not hold it in anymore, she threw herself into Fairy Bai Qing's embrace and started sobbing loudly. Fairy Bai Qing consoled her for a while. Feng Kim Hong gradually stopped sobbing. "Mother, father is so powerful, he must be fine, right?" Feng Kim Hong raised her head, looking at her mother with hope and expectation. But Fairy Bai Qing did not say anything about this. She directly consoled her, she shook her head, even the strongest rank 9 Gu immortal will die one day. "Not to mention your father?" "Huang don't cry. Let me tell you a story. This was a story from. It was said that Renzu wanted to rely on the Featherman's abilities to save his daughter who was trapped in the ordinary abyss. But the freedom of the Featherman will not be bound. Renzu thought of a plan. If the spell failed, the Feathermen would rather die than go against their freedom. Renzu fell into a daze. He could not find a good way to save his children. His eldest son Verdant Great Son was like this, his daughter Boundless Forest Samsara was also like this. At this time, Self-Gu in Renzu's heart spoke, "Oh human, you want to save your son Verdant Great Sunday. I have a way." Renzu wanted to save as many as he could, so he quickly asked, "Oh? What method?" Self-Gu laughed, "All living beings in the world will die. This is because Fate-Gu entered the door of life and death and visited Fairness-Gu. Humans, when you enter the gate of life and death and walk the path of life and death, as long as you don't walk on the path of fate and tread on a path that belongs to you alone. When you walk into the gate of life and death and walk out again, a brand new road will be formed. That way, you will be halfway to success. Next, you only need to bring your son Verdant Great Son onto your path and leave the gate of life and death, you will be able to return to the human world, to a place where the sun shines. Your son Verdant Great Son will be able to escape death and obtain a new life." Renzu listened to Self-Gu's method. He was hesitant, but there was no better way. Thus, he decided to let Boundless Forest Samsara stay in ordinary abyss for a while, and use Self-Gu's method to save his son Verdant Great Sunday. Renzu moved towards the gate of life and death. As he walked, he met a beastman. This beastman was very strong, his muscles were like rocks, his fangs were sharper than swords. He took huge steps as he ran in the wilderness, screaming, "Don't come over, don't come over. I'm scared." Renzu felt strange, he asked, "Oh beastman, what are you afraid of?" The beastman said, "I am afraid of my own shadow, it is always following me, I cannot get rid of it. I am so scared that I can only run around, I am tired, thirsty, and hungry, I cannot hold on any longer." Renzu felt it was funny, "Oh beastman, you have such a strong body, but you are afraid of a harmless shadow, are you a coward? What is there to be afraid of?" At this time a goo worm came out of the beastman's heart, laughing at Renzu, "Oh human, don't talk big. You are not afraid because you have not met my fear goo, he 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 he." "Fear goo?" Renzu took a step back, his expression changing. Once fear goo appeared, Renzu felt fear in his heart. He felt fear. Fear goo laughed even more arrogantly, before saying to the beastman, "I will let you off for now, little beastman, you pitiful worm." The beastman was freed, he collapsed on the ground, crying tears of joy. Fear goo turned around, facing Renzu, "Oh human, you dare to look down on my fear goo, now I will let you suffer the torture of fear." Saying so, the fear goo directly entered Renzu's heart. Renzu felt boundless fear. He was afraid of this, and afraid of that. Fear goo made him afraid of wind, every time there was wind, Renzu would scream in fear. Fear goo made him afraid of sunlight, Renzu could only travel at night, often getting lost. During the day, he would go into caves, or hide under the shade of trees. Fear goo made Renzu afraid of leaves, thus Renzu left the forest, any tree could make him scream. Fear goo made Renzu afraid of snakes, in the end, Renzu did not even use the grass rope he weaved. Next, fear goo made Renzu afraid of rain. Every time it rained, Renzu could only hide like a turtle and look at the raindrops in the sky timidly. He was extremely frightened. Renzu wanted to go to the door of life and death, but after being poisoned by fear goo, he could not move far. When fear goo understood Renzu's goal, it made Renzu afraid of death. Renzu did not dare to go to the door of life and death. Because entering the door of life and death, it was walking from life to death. Renzu was afraid he would die, so he could only stay where he was. Self-Gu sighed, "Oh human, death is not scary, what is scary is the fear in your heart." "That's right." Fear Gu heard this and said proudly, "Only my fear itself is worth being afraid of." After Fairy Bai Qing finished her story, Feng Kim Hong, who was in her arms, was silent for a long time. Fairy Bai Qing looked at her daughter lovingly, saying, "Huang Er, no matter what the result is, please be strong and face death. Death is not scary. Everyone will die. Even rank 9 Gu immortals are not exempted. Your father might be dead, he might not be dead. One day, I will die, you will also face death. Don't be defeated by the fear in your heart. Feng Kim Huang's body shuddered. She struggled lightly, getting out of her mother's warm embrace. Her eyes were still filled with tears, but at this moment, she showed determination. She looked at Fairy Baiqing. She gritted her teeth, Mother, I understand. I am going to cultivate, I will no longer have fear in my heart, no matter what happens to father, I will not be afraid. I will face it, face anything that might happen. I am Feng Kim Hong, how can I embarrass my parents? He, such a good child. Fairy Baiqing concealed the worry in her eyes, showing a gratified smile on her face. Actually, she was panicking inwardly. Feng Jioga's disappearance. The influence was huge. Spirit Affinity House recruited Feng Jioga and became the leader of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. The other 9 sects were more or less suppressed. This was the characteristic of a society with a cultivation strength system. Expanding one's personal influence to the maximum. Now that Feng Jioga was not around, Spirit Affinity House's power had fallen drastically, the other 9 sects were getting restless. Central Continent was filled with turbulent undercurrents, there would definitely be intense turbulence in the future. It was the same outside the sect. Inside the sect, Fairy Baiqing's days were also not good. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. Where there were sects, there would be internal strife. Feng Jiuji's disappearance caused the group of forces that had been suppressed to the lowest level to suddenly raise their heads. Feng Jioga was truly too domineering, to the point that Fairy Baiqing almost forgot that there were many people in the sect who opposed her. These last days, these people had worked together to ostracize Fairy Baiqing. Fairy Baiqing loved Feng Jioga deeply, she naturally wanted to go to Northern Plains to save him. But she painstakingly endured and suppressed this strong impulse. She had a child, Feng Jioga was so powerful, but there was no news of him, she could not act rashly. If she went, what would happen to Feng Kim Hong? She is still a child. This was Fairy Baiqing's inner thoughts. In the eyes of almost every parent, their child would always be a child. Northern Plains. He Cheng's headless corpse was still lying on the muddy ground. His soul was wailing, unable to escape from He Lulan's grasp. He Lulan killed He Cheng and crushed her own father's head, but that was not enough. Right now, He Cheng's soul was also captured, he would definitely be tortured and interrogated by He Lulan in the future. Meanwhile, Blazing Heaven Demoness squatted on the ground, activating an immortal killer move. A small fiery hand appeared out of nowhere, grabbing at He Cheng's abdomen. The fiery hand easily entered He Cheng's corpse, after fiddling around for a while, it flew out with a bead in its hand. This is He Cheng's immortal aperture, I will take it out temporarily. Little Lon, this is for you. It can only last for 7 days and nights, once the time is up, my immortal killer move will break apart, and the immortal aperture will fuse with heaven and earth, forming a blessed land. It is a pity that the goo worms in the immortal aperture, be they mortal or immortal, have all been destroyed. Blazing Heaven Demoness said as she handed this fire bead to He Lulan. He Lulan received it silently. Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan were inwardly shocked at Blazing Heaven Demoness' method. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled, don't look at me like that. He, this aperture-taking method is not my ability. It is because when I was in Eastern Sea, I accidentally found old Immortal Kong Ju's inheritance, I learned his aperture-taking method and created this Fire Path Immortal Killer move. Blazing Heaven Demoness was an extremely rare Great Grandmaster. At this attainment level, it was very easy to comprehend by analogy, her methods were extremely comprehensive and rich. Alright, let's talk about your matters now, Fang Yuan. Fairy Li Shan looked at Fang Yuan with a cold smile. Alright, let's talk about your matters now, Fang Yuan. Fairy Li Shan looked at Fang Yuan with a cold smile. Fang Yuan's heart shook. But Blazing Heaven Demoness said, no rush, I am waiting for someone. Oh? Who? Fairy Li Shan was surprised. It's me. A voice suddenly resounded. Everyone's pupils shrunk, they turned around at lightning speed, facing the person. This person had extraordinary strength, if he did not speak, they would not have sensed that someone was so close to them. But when they saw the person's appearance, they felt that it was only natural. Old Ancestor Shuihu. He Lulan shouted in a deep voice. First leader. Fairy Li Shan's voice was dry, she had a surprised expression. The person had an old face, but he was in good spirits, his snow-white beard was very thick, it reached his feet. Right now, his aura was concealed, there was no aura left, he was like an ordinary farmer. But no one was worried, they were extremely vigilant. Because he was the #1 demonic path immortal in Northern Plains, the controller of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, after the Battle of Rank 8s, he was even called the strongest Rank 8 Gu immortal, Old Ancestor Shuihu. Facing Old Ancestor Shuihu, only Blazing Heaven Demoness had a calm expression. Shuihu, your gains were good, right? Old Ancestor Shuihu nodded, saying slowly, even though He tribe has been weak these years, it is still a super force with deep foundations. This time, we infiltrated Iron Eagle Blessed Land and gained a lot. So it turned out. He tribe's 4 old-timers used the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage to chase after He Qing, causing their headquarters to be empty. Old Ancestor Shuihu sneaked into Iron Eagle Blessed Land to collect Gu refinement materials, he plundered wantonly. When He tribe's 4 old-timers hurried back, he had already succeeded in his mission and retreated. Snowy Mountain and Zombie Alliance are fighting intensely, they are in constant conflict. But this time, Blazing Heaven Demoness actually allied with Old Ancestor Shuihu to deal with He tribe. Fang Yuan squinted, looking at Blazing Heaven Demoness in a different light. Blazing Heaven Demoness was domineering, but her true strength was her intelligence. If she had not asked Old Ancestor Shuihu to act, the 4 elders of He tribe would have chased them relentlessly. The Blazing Heaven Demoness would not be able to escape so easily. As for Old Ancestor Shuihu, his battle strength could be said to be #1 in Northern Plains, but he was willing to be used by Blazing Heaven Demoness. Ultimately, Blazing Heaven Demoness was targeting Old Ancestor Shuihu's weakness. Old Ancestor Shuihu urgently needed Gu refinement immortal materials, even though he knew he was being used, he was willing to do it. Alright, this is the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie and the other immortal zombie bodies. Although I used a few of them. But most of them were still there. I'll return these to you. Old Ancestor Shuihu waved his hand and tens of immortal zombie corpses appeared on the ground. Among them, there was even a slumbering immortal zombie, it was the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance. Old Ancestor Shuihu looked at the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance physique immortal zombie with some regret. He knew that the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance had some immortal Gu. But these last days, even though he tried his best, he could not extract these immortal Gu. This Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance physique immortal zombie had many methods, it used an unknown immortal killer move to fall into slumber. Old Ancestor Shuihu's actions were slightly bigger. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance immortal zombie showed signs of self-detonation, the immortal Gu in his immortal aperture also showed signs of self-detonation. Blazing Heaven Demoness kept these immortal zombies as she nodded solemnly. Old Ancestor Shuihu is a trustworthy person, then according to the agreement, I promise that Zombie Alliance will stop the all-out war against Snowy Mountain, both sides will stop fighting. Old Ancestor Shuihu's eyes shined as he sized up Blazing Heaven Demoness. He smiled, Demoness, it seems that you have made great gains in Eastern Sea, your strength has increased greatly. But your time path injuries are still there, now that He tribe's 4 elders are guarding Iron Eagle Blessed Land again, after this matter, they will not move out easily. Demoness, if you want to obtain He Fan's time path inheritance in the Blessed Land to resolve your injuries, it will be extremely difficult. In the future, if you want to attack He tribe's headquarters, I can help. Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed loudly, clapping, good. I am also looking forward to working with you again. Old Ancestor Shuihu nodded, his figure gradually dissipated, after a few breaths of time, he vanished on the spot like fog under the sunlight. From start to finish, Old Ancestor Shuihu did not even glance at He Qing's headless corpse on the ground. Earlier, Blazing Heaven Demoness and Old Ancestor Shuihu were still locked in battle, but now, they were actually talking about working together again. Being able to summon clouds and rain with a flip of the hand, this was the method of these rank 8 great experts. Old Ancestor Shuihu was known as the #1 Gu immortal in Northern Plains, his battle strength surpassed Blazing Heaven Demoness, but this time, he actually admitted defeat and returned the immortal zombie captives and corpses. He did not even care about his reputation as the #1 expert. However, Fang Yuan was not surprised. Reputation was a very secondary thing. There was one thing that could move almost everyone in the world. That was benefits. Gu immortals were also humans, they cared about benefits. In fact, Gu immortals making compromises with each other was normal in cultivation. It was not easy to cultivate to this stage. Why would they fight to the death? If there were no special reasons, Gu immortals would not do this. Gu immortals wanted to develop themselves well, because there was a sharp blade hanging above their heads. Every once in a while, the sharp blade would descend and slash at their necks. If they could not endure it, they would die. If they could endure it, their vitality would be greatly injured. This sharp blade was a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. The stronger the Gu immortals' cultivation level, the more terrifying the calamities and tribulations, the difficulty of surviving them would increase, and the chances of survival would be even slimmer. Rank 8s like Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Blazing Heaven Demoness could be said to be treading on thin ice. They were in grave danger. If they were careless, they would die under the calamities and tribulations. Thus, Rank 8 Gu immortals were very vigilant. Earlier, when Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu worked together to fight against Old Ancestor Shui Hu, did they really use their full strength and trump cards? No. Both sides were only probing each other. But the result was that Old Ancestor Shui Hu won. Thus, Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu stopped. Because if they continued, the battle would escalate and they would lose control of the situation, they would be in danger. Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain Blessed Lands battle was in full swing. But there were few casualties. It was all talk and no action. Because be it Old Ancestor Shui Hu or Blazing Heaven Demoness, they knew their limits. This time, both sides cooperated. It seemed sudden, but that was not the case. Be it Blazing Heaven Demoness or Old Ancestor Shui Hu, they achieved their goals. The former saved the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Physique Immortal Zombie Body and the Immortal Zombie Bodies. They completed the mission given by Zombie Alliance's headquarters, and also defended Zombie Alliance's reputation. The latter compromised, but they plundered He Tribe's headquarters. Their gains were even greater than losing these immortal zombies. The only one who suffered losses was the Super Force He Tribe. He Tribe's losses were severe, but who would care about it? One could say, He Tribe was the most wronged party. They paid the price for the battle between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain. But who asked the 4 elders of He Tribe to fall into their trap? In this world, be it Gu immortals or mortals, there was no question of who was wronged, only who had more strength and methods. The strong preyed on the weak, such a cruel and beautiful rule of the game. After confirming that Old Ancestor Shui Hu had left, Blazing Heaven Demoness turned around and faced Fang Yuan. Now, let's talk about you, Fang Yuan. She had a slight smile on her face. She called Fang Yuan by his name, and no longer called him Xianxia. Imperceptibly, the pressure in Fang Yuan's heart surged. Fang Yuan, however, smiled confidently. I am all ears to hear what you 3 have to say. Blazing Heaven Demoness frowned. She, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulan had plotted for a long time. They set up this trap, not only to take revenge for He Lulan and kill He Qing. Moreover, they schemed against He Tribe, resolving the battle between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain, and even forced Fang Yuan to take a step back, so that their plans would succeed. But now, it seemed that Fang Yuan did not care about such strong pressure. He was also like a slippery eel, extremely slippery. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not speak, but Fairy Li Shan said solemnly, Fang Yuan, I respect you as a person, but please look at the situation in front of you. Today, whether you live or die, it is all in my hands. So what? Fang Yuan shrugged, looking at Fairy Li Shan provocatively. At most, I will just die. Do you think that I, the great Fang Yuan, am someone who is afraid of death? The atmosphere froze. The situation froze. Ever since the relationship between Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulan was exposed, Fang Yuan had many questions in his heart. What did they want to do to him? Since Blazing Heaven Demoness knew Xianxia's true identity, why did she fund Fang Yuan to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu? With rank 8 battle strength, it would not be hard for her to kill a bottom-tier rank 6 immortal zombie like him. Why did she set up this trap? Next, Fang Yuan observed calmly, his rich life experience allowed him to see the true relationship between Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulan. On the surface, these three female immortals looked like a family, they had a close relationship. But in reality, the relationship between the three was really subtle, they were not completely united. When Feng Yuan understood this, many of his doubts were resolved. Thus, he had some confidence, he used a relatively tough stance to negotiate with Blazing Heaven Demoness and the others. Of course, he was paying attention to Spring-Autumn Cicada at all times. If the situation turned sour, he could only rely on this unreliable trump card. However, every time he used Spring-Autumn Cicada, there was a chance of failure. Unless he had no other choice, Feng Yuan would not use it. Currently, the situation was not so bad that he had to use Spring-Autumn Cicada. In silence, Blazing Heaven Demoness' brows furrowed even tighter. Feng Yuan's attitude was giving her a headache. She understood that Feng Yuan probably knew her true motive. That was self-strength immortal goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness' bottom line was very low. Back then, she could not obtain the fragment world of the immemorial Nine Heavens, she directly exploded it, no one gained anything. What she was afraid of was that Feng Yuan would destroy self-strength immortal goo like him. Self-strength immortal goo was already refined by Feng Yuan, he only needed a thought to destroy it. Back then, Blazing Heaven Demoness had a time path injury, she heard about He Fan's time path inheritance and placed her hopes on it. Thus, Blazing Heaven Demoness started to plot and control Su tribe, she made her third sister change her name to Su Xianxia and purposely got close to He Qing, before entering He tribe. He Qing and Su Xianxia fell in love and became Gu immortals. Su Xianxia's night elopement also became a legend. Su Xianxia did not forget her mission, she investigated the truth and He Fan's inheritance, she was gradually exposed in the process. He tribe investigated and found out about Fairy Li Shan, they thought it was Snowy Mountain's scheme. Su Xianxia fell in love with He Qing, she did not leave He tribe. Next, He Qing secretly killed Su Xianxia to prolong his lifespan. After learning about their third sister's death, Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fairy Li Shan were extremely sad. Fairy Li Shan blamed Blazing Heaven Demoness, she felt that it was her fault that caused their third sister's death. Next, Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness fell out completely. Blazing Heaven Demoness was filled with guilt and regret, but she was heavily injured and could not take revenge. She was also the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, she had no choice but to go to Eastern Sea. She passed through the regional wall and almost died. In Eastern Sea, she followed the clues she found in Northern Plains and found some fortuitous encounters. For example, a portion of old immortal Kong Ju's inheritance gave Blazing Heaven Demoness a method to seize other people's immortal apertures. These fortuitous encounters were of great help to Blazing Heaven Demoness, they healed her injuries. For a long time, Fairy Li Shan did not contact Blazing Heaven Demoness. But when Fairy Li Shan accepted He Lulan, she taught and supported her cultivation, and watched He Lulan grow. Fairy Li Shan gradually let go of the hatred in her heart. She hoped that He Lulan could receive better care. Recently, Fairy Li Shan calmed down completely. She used information path methods to contact Blazing Heaven Demoness, they started to communicate. Blazing Heaven Demoness thus learned of Xianxia's identity. She started to plot. Feng Yuan was about to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo, Blazing Heaven Demoness made a contract with Feng Yuan. When she borrowed the power of Zombie Alliance to return to Northern Plains, the guilt and remorse that had accumulated in her heart for countless years was finally vented on He Lulan. She wanted to do everything she could to make it up to He Lulan. She wanted to make up for the mistakes she had made all those years ago, she put herself in He Lulan's shoes and supported He Lulan. What was more important to He Lulan? Undoubtedly, it was self-strength immortal Goo. First, He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique and walked the strength path. Self-strength immortal Goo was a strength path immortal Goo, it was most suitable for He Lulan. Secondly, self-strength immortal Goo was something that Su Xianxia left for He Lulan. To He Lulan, it was not just a simple rank 6 immortal Goo, it had an extremely important commemorative meaning, therefore, the Blazing Heaven Demoness had to think of a way. He wanted to take back self-strength immortal Goo for He Lulan. But she encountered a problem. From the communication with Fairy Li Shan, Blazing Heaven Demoness had learned about Feng Yuan. She was shocked by Feng Yuan's craftiness, but at the same time, she saw a shadow of herself in Fang Yuan. On one hand, Fang Yuan was skilled in scheming. On the other hand, Fang Yuan was willing to risk his life. He did not fear death. To put it nicely, he was brave and fierce. To put it bluntly, he was ruthless and unruly. If I can't get any benefits, you can't have an easy time either. Fight when you have to. What was the big deal about dying? This personality was the same as Blazing Heaven Demoness, who destroyed the immemorial Nine Heavens fragment world. Thus, back then, Blazing Heaven Demoness agreed to fund Fang Yuan's immortal goo refinement, and made an agreement with him. The immortal materials that she used to fund Fang Yuan were all owed to Blazing Heaven Demoness by Fang Yuan. Regardless of whether Fang Yuan succeeded or failed in refining the immortal goo, Fang Yuan had to repay the debt. And the longer it dragged on, Blazing Heaven Demoness would collect interest. If Fang Yuan refined the immortal goo but did not repay the debt within 100 years, then Blazing Heaven Demoness would take any immortal goo from Fang Yuan as compensation. That any immortal goo was crucial. Blazing Heaven Demoness was after the self-strength immortal goo in Fang Yuan's possession. At this moment, seeing Fang Yuan's attitude, Blazing Heaven Demoness raised her eyebrows. She said frankly, "That's right, I want the self-strength immortal goo in your possession. Return the immortal goo to Little Lan, it is hers to begin with." If she could snatch it directly, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have done so long ago. It would not be so troublesome. But even as a Fire Path Great Grandmaster, she could not snatch the immortal goo. The goo worm was already refined by Fang Yuan, he only needed to think about it and it would self-destruct. Like old ancestor Shui Hu, his ice path attainment level was not low, but he could not take away the mysterious immortal goo in the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance immortal zombie's body. Unless a wisdom path goo immortal made a move and suppressed Fang Yuan, to the point where Fang Yuan could not even think about it. Or Theft Path had great accomplishment. Theft Path was the path that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created. His signature immortal killer move, Formless Hand, was a headache for countless goo immortals. Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lu Lan did not have wisdom path methods. Theft Path had always been non-mainstream, even though Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was the one who created it. Other than him, the other cultivators had never been able to use it. If Blazing Heaven Demoness and the other two immortals had Theft Path methods, they could directly steal the immortal goo in Fang Yuan's aperture. The possibility of that was very small. Especially when Fang Yuan had wisdom path attainment to begin with, Blazing Heaven Demoness was even more wary of him. Blazing Heaven Demoness directly asked for self-strength immortal goo. Fang Yuan was silent. Blazing Heaven Demoness' reason was not a reason. Fang Yuan's method of obtaining self-strength immortal goo was very appropriate. If not for Fang Yuan saving He Lu Lan, she would have been trapped in the dream realm and lost her life. One could say, Fang Yuan was He Lu Lan's benefactor. But Fang Yuan did not want to talk about these reasons. There was no point in talking about it, there was no need to talk about kindness between heroes. Furthermore, back then, when Fang Yuan saved He Lu Lan, he did not do it out of goodwill. If he talked about this, Blazing Heaven Demoness and He Lu Lan would look down on him. Having a bigger fist is the best reason to be strong. If I get stronger, I would not be afraid of Blazing Heaven Demoness extorting me. Unfortunately, I can't even escape right now. My cultivation level is stagnant, my strength is too low. Fang Yuan knew his own limits. He knew that it was impossible for him to not hand over self-strength immortal goo. In this current situation, the enemy was strong while he was weak, he was like meat on a chopping board. But it was not like he did not have any cards. The first card. It is the alliance agreement from before. The agreement states that both sides cannot harm each other. But Fairy Li Shan is an information path goo immortal. When she snatched Dongfang Blessed Land earlier, she went against the agreement. This card is rather small. The second card is that immortal goo are not easy to snatch. Precisely because of this, Blazing Heaven Demoness and the rest plotted against me. However, this card could only be regarded as an average card, and its use could not be overestimated. Blazing Heaven Demoness has the ability to capture me alive. If we fall out, she can directly capture me alive. Wouldn't I be like that Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance immortal zombie who fell into old ancestor Shui Hu's hands? The third card is Zishan Makoto. Hey Lulan and the rest do not know that this is just a lie. Back then, I used this lie to deceive Tai Baiyunsheng. But to think that at this moment, it has become my greatest trump card. Fang Yuan was not wrong at all. After Blazing Heaven Demoness learned of Zishan Makoto's existence, she placed a lot of importance on it. Zishan Makoto's mysteriousness made Blazing Heaven Demoness feel some wariness. If Zishan Makoto was a rank 8 Gu immortal, capturing his beloved disciple would cause a lot of trouble. Blazing Heaven Demoness had just found trouble with old ancestor Shui Hu. She did not want to become the second old ancestor Shui Hu. Even if Zishan Makoto was only rank 7, he still had a disciple. And a sect. Fang Yuan called himself a junior disciple, he had a senior brother above him. Especially when this Zishan Makoto had great abilities, he could arrange for his beloved disciple to enter Crane Gate. But how could there be a Zishan Makoto? He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were completely kept in the dark. The Blazing Heaven Demoness had obtained information from them, and had also been led into a huge pit. Fang Yuan was silent. This made the Blazing Heaven Demoness a little impatient and she urged, Fang Yuan. If you have any requests, you can tell me. We can talk about it slowly. Fang Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He had already calculated in his heart. But next, he did not answer Blazing Heaven Demoness' question. Instead, he asked, Did you tamper with the Gu refinement immortal materials you gave me to refine Star Thought immortal Gu? Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled, of course. She actually admitted it. Furthermore, there wasn't even a trace of embarrassment on his face. Fang Yuan frowned. To be honest, it's not like I didn't suspect that. But every time I refine Gu, I will carefully inspect the immortal materials. Why do I not find anything wrong with them? Blazing Heaven Demoness answered, That's because your fire path attainment has not reached the great grandmaster level. I added a trace of fire path Dao marks on every fire path immortal material. There were very few Dao marks added. But every immortal material that accumulates will have a qualitative change during the refinement, it will destroy the refinement. Blazing Heaven Demoness naturally had to do this. If Fang Yuan succeeded, how could she threaten Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan did not linger on this topic, he nodded and continued, I can return self-strength immortal Gu, but I have a few conditions. Hearing this, Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan's spirits rose. Blazing Heaven Demoness looked at Fang Yuan with slight surprise, she clapped, Now I understand why my sister always wants to suppress you. Tell me, what are your requests? First, I want to sign a new alliance agreement. Fang Yuan said. This alliance agreement was to ensure his safety. Even though Fairy Li Shan was an information path Gu immortal and had unknown methods to break the agreement, she had to make preparations before breaking the agreement. At least, during this period of time, Fang Yuan would be able to escape safely. That is a must. Blazing Heaven Demoness agreed. Fang Yuan continued, Secondly, we will write off the immortal material debt you gave me earlier. As long as you return self-strength immortal Gu, this is not a problem. Blazing Heaven Demoness was very straightforward. I want to leave Zombie Alliance and dissolve the Zombie Alliance agreement. Sure. Finally, I want the Strength Path immortal zombie corpses. You have to promise me that you will do your best to get me as many Strength Path immortal zombie corpses as possible. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He Lulan was protected by the Blazing Heaven Demoness, so Fang Yuan could no longer have any designs on her. If a special grade blessed land was not enough, a high grade blessed land was also very good. For this, Fang Yuan needed large numbers of ordinary Strength Path immortal zombie corpses. And in Northern Plains, who could be more capable than Blazing Heaven Demoness in obtaining immortal zombie bodies? Of course, Fang Yuan's excuse was also very dignified, if I give you self-strength immortal Gu, I will not have any useful Strength Path immortal Gu anymore. He had to refine a new Strength Path immortal Gu to replace it. And this immortal Gu recipe needs a large number of Strength Path immortal zombie corpses. This excuse perfectly concealed the life and death immortal aperture revival method, it also prevented Blazing Heaven Demoness from refusing. The Blazing Heaven Demoness frowned. If she agreed, the price she would have to pay would be huge. Among the immortal zombies that old ancestor Shui Hu had returned, there were many Strength Path immortal zombie bodies. However, if all of this was handed over to Fang Yuan, then Blazing Heaven Demoness' contribution to Zombie Alliance would be greatly reduced. Immortal zombies cared a lot about the preservation of their bodies after they died. This was the last bit of dignity they had left. Old Ancestor Shui, who made a move against the immortal zombie graveyard, against a rank 8 enemy, Zombie Alliance was going to go all out. They seemed to be going crazy at all costs. It was because the immortal zombie body was the bottom line of Zombie Alliance. No matter who violated it, they would be suppressed by Zombie Alliance. Old Ancestor Shui, who also understood this. After knowing that the matter had been exposed, even though he had obtained many immortal zombie bodies, he purposely kept them and didn't use them. It was for the sake of having a way out. Blazing Heaven Demoness thought to herself, I can give all of my strength path immortal zombie bodies to Fang Yuan. This matter could be pushed to Old Ancestor Shui, who, no one would suspect it. But the difficulty is that Fang Yuan wants to use a strength path immortal zombie to refine immortal goo. Immortal goo were hard to refine, failure was normal. Blazing Heaven Demoness shook her head, saying to Fang Yuan, if your goo refinement keeps failing, you won't be able to refine it. Then wouldn't I have to keep supplying strength path immortal zombies to you? This was impossible. As the leader of a branch of Zombie Alliance, I embezzled what was supposed to be mine. The consequences would be dire. How about this, you name a number. If it's feasible, I'll consider it. Fang Yuan thought for a moment and gave a number. Blazing Heaven Demoness immediately rejected it. This number was too big. Even for her, it was very risky to obtain a strength path immortal zombie body. Then, the two sides haggled and finally reached an agreement with great difficulty. The number of strength path immortal zombies obtained by Fang Yuan. It had already far exceeded the standard of a high-grade blessed land. But on the surface, he was still somewhat dissatisfied. This amount is barely enough for me to refine goo 3 times, Fairy Li Shan snorted coldly. Fang Yuan, I advise you not to push your luck. Fang Yuan chuckled and looked at Fairy Li Shan. Back then, when He Lulan was trapped in the dream realm, why didn't you have this attitude? These words made Fairy Li Shan feel extremely awkward. Her skin was obviously not as thick as that of the Blazing Heaven Demoness. There's no point in talking more. Let's sign a new contract now. Once it is done, I will return self-strength immortal goo to you on the spot. Fang Yuan continued. Wait. Blazing Heaven Demoness waved her hand. Earlier, you were the one who made the requests. Now, it's time to state my conditions. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. He knew that Blazing Heaven Demoness would not be so easily dealt with. But Blazing Heaven Demoness' next words surprised Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan. I am willing to sponsor you again. I will not tamper with the immortal materials this time to refine Star Thought immortal goo. Fang Yuan heard this and felt no joy. He squinted and became extremely vigilant. Seeing Fang Yuan's vigilant expression, Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed heartily and said, Fang Yuan, I know you have been searching for a revival method to get rid of your immortal zombie body. Take a look at this first. The moment she said that, Blazing Heaven Demoness' body started to shake. She started to burn in flames. This orange-yellow flame covered Blazing Heaven Demoness' entire body. But the strange thing was, it was not hot but filled with vitality, giving people a feeling of warmth and hope. Even though it looked harmless, Fang Yuan cautiously took a few steps back. Next, his eyes widened as he saw an inconceivable scene. Under the burning of this flame, Blazing Heaven Demoness' immortal zombie body started to transform bit by bit. First, it was her height. The 18 feet tall Blazing Heaven Demoness shrunk to a normal person's height. Next, it was her skin. The rough and dim immortal zombie skin that resembled old tree bark dissipated in the flame, replaced by white and tender skin that resembled a peeled egg. Next, it was her hair. The original immortal zombie hair was like a bunch of messy straw, dark red and flamboyant. But now, it was soft and slender. The bright red color seemed to be brimming with passion. Finally, Blazing Heaven Demoness' entire body underwent a complete transformation. From a malevolent and terrifying tall immortal zombie, she turned into a beautiful woman in red clothes with fair and tender skin, sharp eyebrows, spirited eyes, and fiery red lips. Her chest was huge, almost bursting out. Her legs were long and slender, tall and voluptuous. The most eye-catching thing was her long hair that hung down to her waist. Her hair was like fire, vigorous and dreamy, overflowing with colorful lights. Within this mystical flame, blazing heaven demoness put on a show of transforming into a living person in front of Feng Yuan. She turned from an immortal zombie to a living person, her aura became even stronger. Like a silently burning flame, the fire became even more intense, emitting loud noises. Other than giving people a lively feeling, she also became even more domineering. Blazing heaven demoness' face was red and radiant, but Fairy Li Shan was worried. Big sister, be careful of your injuries. Blazing heaven demoness naturally understood that the price of this was not small, but when she saw Feng Yuan's expression of desire and his shining eyes, she felt that this was worth it. Thus, she extinguished the flames on her body and used goo worms to grow taller, turning from a beauty into a monster, turning back into blazing heaven immortal zombie body. Blazing heaven demoness said, "The time path injuries on my body cause my time to accelerate by hundreds of times. There is no other way, I can only turn into an immortal zombie. But you saw it earlier, I can easily revive and switch between an immortal zombie and a normal goo immortal. I am relying on the immortal killer move Nirvana Fire that I activated earlier." Nirvana Fire? Feng Yuan felt a sense of desire. Earlier, he did not care about it because he already had a peerless revival method. But now that he heard blazing heaven demoness words, Feng Yuan could not help but feel his heart palpitate. If I use the life and death immortal aperture revival method, I will become a normal goo immortal, my remaining lifespan will decrease again. Wisdom goo will not be able to be used. Because even under the light of wisdom, my lifespan will be consumed rapidly. And in every immortal aperture, the life and death immortal aperture revival method can only be used once, it cannot be used repeatedly. But if I obtain this revival method, I can freely switch between an immortal zombie and a normal goo immortal. That would be great. I can use wisdom goo even better. Blazing heaven demoness observed Feng Yuan's expression, seeing that he was moved, she smiled and added more weight to her offer. She took out immortal goo, saying to Feng Yuan, "This is my third request, you have to accept this gift." If it was an ordinary mortal goo, Feng Yuan did not even look at it. But the mortal goo that blazing heaven demoness took out made Feng Yuan's gaze focus, he could not move it away. There was no other reason, this mortal goo had extraordinary value, even rank 9 venerables pursued it bitterly. This was lifespan goo, blazing heaven demoness continued, "Feng Yuan, I know you do not have much lifespan left. This lifespan goo can increase your lifespan by 60 years, after you return to your human form, you will not become an old man." Feng Yuan heaved a deep sigh. Blazing heaven demoness made 3 requests. The first was to continue funding Feng Yuan to refine star thought immortal goo, and to guarantee that the immortal materials would not be tampered with. The second was to give Feng Yuan a revival method. Most importantly, this method, it could allow Feng Yuan to turn into an immortal zombie and use wisdom goo freely. The third was a 60-year lifespan goo, it was a treasure that Feng Yuan had been searching for. These 3 requests, rather than saying that they were blazing heaven demoness conditions, they were alluring Feng Yuan, facing this huge temptation. While Feng Yuan was moved, his mood was heavy. He understood, blazing heaven demoness had a huge motive for doing this. Thus, he cupped his fists towards blazing heaven demoness, saying solemnly, "I cannot reject Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness' request. Sir, please continue with your request." Feng Yuan could not reject it, because he did not have the strength to do so. Ha ha ha. Blazing heaven demoness raised her head and laughed. Feng Yuan's understanding of the situation made her very happy. She finally made a true request. Blazing heaven demoness had 6 true motives. First, she wanted Feng Yuan to give her all of his eerie fire dragon pythons. The second one, she was interested in the guts goo business and wanted to get involved. At the same time, she wanted to become the biggest buyer of guts goo. Thirdly and most importantly, she hoped that Tai Bai Yunqing could cooperate with her and use the latter's man as before and landscape as before immortal goo to try and heal her time path injuries. Fourthly, he hoped to borrow Feng Yuan's fixed immortal travel to return to the East Sea. Fifth, Feng Yuan had to calculate for her once a year for free. The content of the deduction might be the existence of immortal goo, or the deduction of incomplete immortal goo recipes and so on. Sixth, if possible, she hoped to meet with Feng Yuan's master, Zishan Makoto, for a deep discussion. Fang Yuan pondered for a long time, thinking carefully. He could totally let go of the first request. The eerie fire dragon python belonged to the fire path. It might be of great help to Blazing Heaven Demoness, but to Fang Yuan, it was dispensable. Second, Blazing Heaven Demoness wanted to get involved in the Guts Gu trade and push Crane Gate and Spirit Affinity House down. Fang Yuan could agree to that. With Blazing Heaven Demoness help, the Guts Gu trade might expand. Third, Fang Yuan could ask Tai Baiyunxing for help, the latter would not reject it. But man as before and landscape as before could not fall into Blazing Heaven Demoness' hands. Fourth, regarding fixed immortal travel, it was the same. Fang Yuan would not lend immortal Gu, at most, he would travel with Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan agreed to the fifth request. Central Continent, Celestial Court. The silver heavenly radiance seemed to be eternal. There were many palaces on the ground, but it was silent with no signs of life. Among the palaces, there was an old tower, standing tall. This tower was covered in scars, it had over 3 million years of history. It was famous, it was the immortal Gu house that star constellation Immortal Venerable created, Heaven Overseeing Tower. Surrounding Heaven Overseeing Tower was a huge refinement path Gu formation. In the 4 cores of the Gu formation, there were 4 rank 8 Gu immortals, 3 males and 1 female, 1 old and 3 young. At this moment, seeing that this huge Gu formation was gradually coming to a stop, the 4 heavenly court Gu immortals let out a breath of air, their tense minds gradually relaxed. Once they relaxed, Lian Jiuxing's body shook, he could not stand stably, he directly sat on the ground. The others were not much better. Bai Xiangshui's forehead was full of sweat, Bai Qintian's face was pale. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's old face had even deeper wrinkles. Any one of these 4 was a famous person in Central Continent, or even an expert in the 5 regions. But at this moment, they were so tired that they were on the verge of collapse. It was as if they had fought fiercely against a strong enemy for 300 days while starving. Moreover, they didn't rest or sleep during the entire process. How could it be so easy to repair rank 9 Immortal Gu Fate? Thinking back to the difficulty of activating the Gu formation, Bai Xiangshui and the rest rejoiced internally. In the process of repairing fate, there was a crucial step, that was to receive providence. Providence was vast and boundless, a human's will was minuscule compared to it. The 4 Gu immortals endured bitterly, barely maintaining their consciousness in the aftermath of providence. Under this situation where every second felt like a year, they persisted for hundreds of days. Finally, they succeeded. Alright. This time, the repair of Fate Immortal Gu was a huge success. Thank you for your hard work. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord held his walking stick as he stood up shakily. He looked at the center of the Gu formation, at Fate Immortal Gu floating in the air. This was Fate Immortal Gu. It looked like a black and white spider. There was a red wound on its body, it had already shrunk by 30%. We finally succeeded. Bai Qintian sighed. With this successful restoration, Fate Gu can already display 50% of its strength. Even if it's not in Heaven Overseeing Tower, it's already starting to show its use. Lian Jiuxing said excitedly. Oh? What is its use? Bai Xiangshui didn't understand and asked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was extremely tired, he smiled in relief. Fate Immortal Gu's effect is fate itself. You have to know that everything in the world has its own path of life. It could not be changed. After Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed Fate Immortal Gu, the world became chaotic. Right now, Fate Immortal Gu had 50% of its power, its existence alone was already bringing order to the world. Before this, all the lives that have deviated from the orbit, even if they have taken a long detour, from this moment onwards, they will begin to move closer to their original destiny, and finally walk back again. At this moment, Northern Plains. The Blazing Heaven Demoness stated her true request. He finished thinking. Fang Yuan replied to the Blazing Heaven Demoness. As for the 6th request, he didn't forcefully reject it. Instead, he said that he couldn't make the decision. He would do his best to inform his master, Zishan Makoto. As for whether to discuss it further, it would depend on his master's decision. Blazing Heaven Demoness expressed her understanding. After both sides reached an initial consensus, the heavy atmosphere was greatly alleviated. After patiently discussing, both sides set a new alliance agreement on the spot. This alliance agreement was hard to violate. Fang Yuan used his previous life's experience to avoid any loopholes in the alliance agreement. It greatly increased the difficulty of violating it. Fang Yuan estimated that even if Fairy Li Shan had information path Great Grandmaster attainment level, she would need at least 2 to 3 years of preparation. Only then could she violate it. Furthermore, Fairy Li Shan was not an information path Great Grandmaster yet. After the alliance agreement was signed, Fang Yuan's safety was guaranteed. He followed the agreement. In front of his 2 aunts, he returned self-strength immortal Gu to He Lulan. Even though he lost self-strength immortal Gu, Fang Yuan was still satisfied with the result of the negotiation. Frankly speaking, the negotiation led by Blazing Heaven Demoness was not harsh at all. Fang Yuan's unwillingness to hand over self-strength immortal Gu was another matter. It could not be discussed for now. Fang Yuan's gains this time were already very high. All in all, this was a fair exchange of benefits. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not touch Fang Yuan's Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Starform Blessed Land, Danghun Mountain, or Fixed Immortal Travel. She did not even mention the Time Luck Immortal Gu that she obtained from Fairy Li Shan. This showed that she truly wanted to cooperate with Fang Yuan. Be it Wisdom Path Attainment or Fixed Immortal Travel, Fang Yuan's value was huge. If they could cooperate and achieve a win-win situation, Blazing Heaven Demoness would not act forcefully. After all, in her heart, there was still a Zishan Makoto standing behind Fang Yuan. He Lulan received self-strength immortal Gu. With Fang Yuan's conscious backing down, she quickly refined it. Returning the item to its owner, He Lulan sighed as she activated her immortal Gu. At once, her body shook 3 times, forming 3 strength path phantoms. These 3 strength path phantoms no longer looked like the boorish men from before. Instead, they looked extremely similar to He Lulan, and their figures were almost identical beauties. Fairy Li Shan saw this and was overjoyed. Little Lan, you have finally resolved your biggest problem. You have found your true self. He Lulan nodded happily. After she killed He Chung personally, she felt like her world had changed. Her breathing became much smoother. She felt like she had a new life. These strength path phantoms in front of her were solid proof. He Lulan smiled, turning to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Aunt, don't you want He Fan's time path inheritance? I can help you. Blazing Heaven Demoness heard He Lulan call her aunt. Her body shook in excitement. She knew that He Lulan hated her. After all, back then, if not for her injuries, He Lulan's mother would not have exposed herself in the process of gathering information. In a way, Blazing Heaven Demoness was He Lulan's mother's killer. He Lulan continued, next, I will return to He tribe and infiltrate it. Next, I will activate He Fan's inheritance and inherit it. No. Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fairy Li Shan rejected her in unison. He Lulan's words made them pale with fright. Back then, Su Xian'er died because of this. He Lulan wanted to follow in Su Xian'er's footsteps. How could the 2 aunts allow the tragedy to repeat itself? Aunts, don't worry, I have been planning for this for a long time. He Lulan had already expected their reaction. She placed her hands behind her back as she walked around leisurely, analyzing calmly. Times have changed. The 4 Supreme Elders, after this battle, I'm afraid they will not dare to casually go out again. He Cheng's death has caused He tribe's reputation to plummet. In the following days, there will definitely be super forces joining hands to deal with He tribe. After all, He tribe's strength is not enough to occupy so many resources. This was a golden opportunity that only came once in a blue moon. I will infiltrate He tribe's upper echelon and seize the highest authority. This super force should have a new master. He Lulan's ambition was so great that even Fang Yuan was shocked. Old ancestor Shui who only wanted to steal a batch of resources, he even concealed his face during the entire process to prevent He tribe from taking revenge. He Lulan, however, wanted to take over He tribe. Too dangerous. Fairy Li Shan shook her head. I will not allow it. Blazing Heaven Demoness' tone was calm, but it revealed an undeniable dominance. He Lulan looked at the 2 aunts fearlessly, smiling. I know aunts care for me, but I'm afraid you have misunderstood. This is the decision I have made. I am not here to discuss it with you. You can refuse to cooperate, but you have no right to interfere with my decision. Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness looked at each other, speechless. He Lulan knew that it was hard to achieve such a terrifying ambition by herself. If she could use her aunt's and Fan Yuan's strength, she would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort, the risk would be greatly reduced, and the chances of success would be even higher. Alright, you can rest assured. He Lulan said as she took out a mask. This mask was brimming with the aura of an immortal goo. Attitude goo? At once, Fairy Li Shan stared with wide eyes. Fan Yuan's gaze was also fixed on it. Attitude goo was a legendary immortal goo, it was recorded in, and was one of the immortal goo that Fan Yuan was pursuing. Because attitude goo was the core immortal goo of familiar face. Fan Yuan had the modified immortal killer move vaguely familiar face, if he fused attitude goo into it, his disguise ability would rise to another level. Blazing Heaven Demoness had a puzzled expression, this goo was once in He Fan's hands. He Fan doted on his granddaughter, He Fengyu, and gave attitude goo to her. He Fengyu was spoiled rotten, as a mortal, she traveled the icy plane with an immortal goo. In the end, she was schemed against by a mysterious goo immortal, and disappeared without a trace. Attitude goo also disappeared without a trace, never to be seen again. He Lulan's lips curled up, she played with attitude goo in her hands, that's right, I obtained this attitude goo from the northern icy plain. Fairy Li Shan was curious, Little Lan, when did you go to northern plains? Wait, don't tell me. That's right. I purposely chose to undergo my immortal ascension in the northern icy plain because I obtained clues about attitude goo. Only then could I use the power of heaven and earth during the tribulation to subdue attitude goo. Haha, I will not talk about the details. He Lulan explained. Fairy Li Shan was surprised. She sized up He Lulan again, her heart filled with complex emotions, there was joy and also disappointment. No one knew that He Lulan had subdued attitude goo, and no one knew about it. Even she, Fairy Li Shan, was kept in the dark. This child has grown up after all. Blazing Heaven Demoness sighed in her heart. He Lulan wore her mask and said plainly, from today onwards, I am Fairy Black Moon. Blazing Heaven Demoness clapped her hands and laughed, wonderful. With attitude goo and the genuine He tribe bloodline, there is a lot of room for success. Fan Yuan was shaken. Don't tell me He Lulan is Fairy Black Moon? Fan Yuan looked at He Lulan with rapt attention. He Lulan was wearing a mask, her appearance had already changed greatly. She was wearing a black gold armor, she had short hair and shining eyes, giving off a heroic aura. She had a domineering aura and an oppressive aura. She looked exactly the same as the Fairy Black Moon that Fan Yuan had seen in the 500 years of his previous life. Attitude goo does not affect my eyes, but my heart. What I see now is still He Lulan wearing attitude goo. But what I feel in my heart is the appearance of another person. There is no such coincidence in this world, it seems that He Lulan is Fairy Black Moon without a doubt. After Fan Yuan thought of this, he finally understood the inside story of the 500 years of his previous life. In his previous life, He Lulan became the victor of the Imperial Court contest, she was a tyrant in history and was assassinated. But the truth was, she did not die. She joined Central Continent Spirit Affinity House and became the current generation Fairy of Spirit Affinity House. After that, she returned to Northern Plains and led Central Continent's Goo Immortals to destroy 88-point Xianxia Tower, destroying the spiritual pillar of Northern Plains' Goo Immortal world. Then, how did He Lulan get in contact with Spirit Affinity House? Fan Yuan immediately thought of Mo Yao's will. He Lulan succeeded in the contest and entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, obtaining Mo Yao's will. But under the influence of Mo Yao's will, she joined Spirit Affinity House. As for how much influence Mo Yao's will had, Fan Yuan did not know. But his intuition told him that this should be the truth of history. But in this life, because of Fan Yuan's interference after rebirth, the situation became chaotic. Mo Yao's will influenced Fan Yuan and almost caused Fan Yuan to die. So when I was in Northern Plains, I had already created a huge influence on Central Continent in the future. The butterfly effect was truly unimaginable. But now, He Lulan is still in Northern Plains. Then, who will Central Continent Spirit Affinity House choose to take on the role of fairy? Will it be Feng Kim Hong? Fan Yuan let his thoughts run wild. He felt that in this life, He Lulan was no longer here. Feng Kim Hong was the most likely candidate to inherit the fairy's position. Zhao Lianyun, you will be the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, as long as you can successfully inherit this inheritance. Standing at the entrance of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance, Spirit Affinity House's Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Su Hao said to Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun looked at the door formed by a huge circle of light, and a determined expression appeared on her face. I don't care about the current generation fairy, I just want to save Brother Ma Hongyan as soon as possible. Zhao Lianyun looked at the door formed from a huge ring of light, showing a determined expression. I don't care about the fairy of the current generation, I only want to save Brother Ma Hongyan as soon as possible. Fairy Disillusionment Li Juning was standing beside Su Hao and smiled charmingly. Cute little sister, this is Thieving Heaven's inheritance. As long as you succeed in inheriting it, then you will have the strength. If you save your brother lover, there's a high chance of success. Zhao Lianyun blushed, but her eyes were clear. She was an otherworldly demon, a transmigrator, she was not so easy to fool. Zhao Lianyun asked, I am only a mortal, can this inheritance let me immediately ascend and become a Gu Immortal? The female Gu Immortal Li Juning was stumped. In fact, she did not know the details of the inheritance. She looked at the male Gu Immortal Su Hao and continued to speak to Zhao Lianyun, even if you do not ascend immediately. After inheriting Thieving Heaven's inheritance, you will be the strongest competitor for Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy. Don't look down on this position. As long as you become the current generation fairy, you will be able to borrow the sect's strength. Go save your brother. Our Spirit Affinity House is one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Only a super force like us can deal with old ancestor Shui Hu and save your brother Ma Hongyun. I understand. Zhao Lianyun nodded and did not say anything else. She walked into the light door with firm steps and vanished. Do you think she can succeed? Fairy Disillusionment Li Juning sighed, showing a worried expression. Su Hao was confident. I have already confirmed that Zhao Lianyun is an otherworldly demon. If she cannot succeed, who can? She paused. Su Hao continued, I know you are worried that the inheritance will have a difficult test. But Zhao Lianyun is only a mortal, she might not be able to pass it. But you really do not know much about this. After all these years of research, I have already confirmed, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance tests qualifications the most. As long as one is an otherworldly demon, they can inherit the inheritance without any dangers or other tests. I wonder how much Zhao Lianyun will grow after inheriting this inheritance. Li Juning heard her husband's words and felt more at ease. She smiled. Even if Zhao Lianyun becomes an immortal immediately, I will not be surprised. You know, this is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's doing. Hee, compared to ascending to an immortal directly, I would rather obtain his formless hands. Back then, if I had a slightly stronger immortal killer move, I would not have lost to Feng Joga. Su Hao said this as he clenched his fists, his eyes shining with an obscure light of hatred. Any organization would have internal strife, Spirit Affinity House was naturally not an exception. After Feng Joga disappeared, many Gu Immortals of Spirit Affinity House had tacitly made things difficult for Fairy Bai Qing. And this couple, Su Hao and Li Juning, were the main faction of the anti-Feng faction. Li Juning smiled as she consoled her husband. Some time ago, Heaven's Envy Manor spread bad news. Ao Shui and Ling Mei, the 2 Gu Immortals, are confirmed dead. And there is no news of Feng Joga. He has been missing for so many days, I'm afraid he is already dead. Why bother with a dead person? Su Hao gritted his teeth unwillingly. Back then, Feng Joga was so awe-inspiring, his words were practically absolute in the sect, he suppressed us for so many years. I was sent here to comprehend Thieving Heaven's inheritance because he wanted to push me out of the center of power. But fortunately, I became the person who understood Thieving Heaven's inheritance the most. I was in charge of this matter and had the highest authority. Otherwise, how could we openly control Zhao Lianyun? Li Juning nodded repeatedly. Right now, Feng Kim Hong is the most popular candidate to become the current generation fairy, but Zhao Lianyun has emerged as a new force. She has become the most threatening competitor to Feng Kim Hong. If we can help her ascend, not only can we suppress that bitch Bai Qing, we can also use her power to regain our authority. Zhao Lianyun had just arrived, but she had already fallen into the whirlpool of Spirit Affinity House's power struggle. she had become a powerful weapon for Su Hao and Li Juning to fight for power. As the saying goes, in the world, one had no choice. Su Hao was about to speak when his gaze suddenly focused. He was extremely shocked. Oh? She came out, so fast. In front of the two immortals, Zhao Lianyun's figure gradually appeared out of nowhere. Su Hao's tone was anxious as he said, "Thieving Heaven's inheritance has disappeared, this means she has succeeded." Is it really that simple? Even though he had done a lot of research and was mentally prepared, he could not help but feel jealous at this moment. Li Juning had already hurried over. Zhao Lianyun had completely left the inheritance space, but at this moment, she was still somewhat muddle-headed and confused. How was it, did you succeed or not? What did he inherit? Li Juning was anxious. She grabbed Zhao Lianyun's delicate shoulder and shook it fiercely. Zhao Lianyun frowned in pain. I am not too sure. After I entered, the light was very dazzling. Then, a will appeared. He told me to properly receive this rank 9 immortal killer move, Divine Concealment. Divine Concealment? Hearing this term, Su Hao and Li Juning stared with wide-opened eyes. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Zhao Lianyun was very disappointed and anxious. I have not become an immortal, nor have I undergone any other changes. Can I still save Big Brother Ma Hongyun? Su Hao had already reacted. He laughed loudly, answering resolutely, of course you can. To think that this inheritance's true content was actually this. You can inherit divine concealment. This is truly a huge blessing. Rank 9 immortal killer move, Divine Concealment. Li Juning also sighed, sighing deeply. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created Theft Path and stole all the treasures in the world. Nobody could predict or deduce him. Why? It is said that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had two great defensive killer moves. One was called Divine Concealment, the other was Ghostly Concealment. Zhao Lianyun stared with wide eyes. Divine Concealment, Ghostly Concealment? Li Juning nodded, that's right. Divine Concealment. Any thought, will, or emotion would not be able to guess your state and origin. Do you know what this means? Almost all wisdom path Gu immortals in the world. Almost all probing and deduction methods are inseparable from these three things: thoughts, will, and emotions. And you have divine concealment. You are immune to the deductions of almost all wisdom path Gu immortals. Rank 9 divine concealment. Only a rank 9 wisdom path Gu immortal can deduce you successfully. Su Hao continued, this is actually not the most amazing aspect. The most amazing aspect, even if I say it, you might not believe it. That is divine concealment. It can make a Gu master immune to heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Li Juning had a fascinated expression, but Zhao Lianyun was confused. Su Hao laughed. He understood that Zhao Lianyun was still immortal and not a Gu immortal. He did not understand the meaning behind this. He patiently explained, Providence is also a type of will. You have divine concealment. Since Providence cannot detect you, it will not send calamities and tribulations to you. You have already escaped Providence's detection. In the future, when you ascend to Gu immortal, you will not attract any heavenly tribulations or earthly calamities. Back then, after Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created divine concealment, he no longer faced any calamities and tribulations. But this has its pros and cons. Calamities and tribulations are not completely useless. They are the main way for Gu immortals to increase their Dao marks. In the future, even though you will not face any calamities or tribulations and will be extremely safe, you will not be able to increase your Dao marks through calamities and tribulations. Your accomplishments will be limited. Unless you use Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's other methods to assist your cultivation. In historical records, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could even steal Dao marks. Zhao Lianyun's eyes moved around as he probed. Divine concealment is so amazing, then what about ghostly concealment? Su Hao, who was speaking confidently, was stumped, while Li Juning also shook her head. Divine concealment, ghostly concealment. The former is known by everyone, while the latter is extremely mysterious. There have been many speculations and opinions, but they are all unreliable. There has never been a publicly acknowledged correct answer. Su Hao said. Li Juning said in an eerie tone, but since they are equally famous, they must be extraordinary. Zhao Lianyun blinked, saying shocking words. besides inheriting divine concealment, I also obtained a clue. The other thieving heaven inheritance is hidden in Luopa Valley, and the content of the inheritance there is ghostly concealment. What? The second thieving heaven inheritance. And it is hidden in Luopa Valley? Su Hao and Li Juning were shocked and overjoyed. They looked at each other with bright light shining in their eyes. To be continued, Su Hao and Li Juning were very sharp. The news that Zhao Lianyun brought was too important. The first thing that Su Hao and Li Juning thought of was not thieving heaven's inheritance, but Feng Zhouge. Combined with the information from Central Continent's Gu immortals, they were almost certain. The reason why Feng Zhouge went missing was probably because he was trapped in thieving heaven's inheritance. Thieving heaven's inheritance should have been used by the enemy to trap Feng Zhouge. Su Hao was a wisdom path Gu immortal. After deducing, he said. Then what do we do now? Li Junying's words made the two fall into silence. Zhao Lianyun looked around but did not speak. The reason why she said this was because she wanted to return to Northern Plains and use Spirit Affinity House's strength to save Ma Hongyun. But she did not know about the internal conflict of Spirit Affinity House. Su Hao and Li Juning looked at each other, communicating with their gazes. Their gazes gradually turned cold. Their tacit understanding over the years allowed them to quickly come to an agreement. They decided to suppress this information and not report it for the time being. They could not wait for Feng Zhouge to die. If they reported it in time, Spirit Affinity House would definitely send a rescue team. What if Feng Zhouge was still alive and was rescued? After dragging on like this for 3 days, the two immortals reached their limit and reported this information. As expected, the higher-ups of Spirit Affinity House were alerted and actively organized a rescue team. And the otherworldly demon Zhao Lianyun was undoubtedly the key to this rescue and was brought to Northern Plains. Several days later. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Dark Flow Giant City. Boom, with a loud sound and intense explosion, the entire giant city shook thrice. What happened? What happened? Did someone attack Dark Flow Giant City? Below Dark Flow Giant City, there was a huge commotion. It was noisy and panicked. Dark Flow Giant City was as large as a mountain range. It had 7 floors. The bottom 5 floors were the residences of mortal Gu masters. It was very lively. The next floor had people who had some relationship with immortal zombies. The highest floor. Only Gu immortals could move around here. At this moment, at the highest floor of Dark Flow Giant City, a column of thick smoke rose into the sky. Cough, cough, cough. Covered in dirt, Fang Yuan crawled out of the ruins of the secret chamber, coughing incessantly. The refinement of Star thought immortal Gu failed again. After setting the new alliance agreement, Fang Yuan did not return to his blessed land. He went to Dark Flow Giant City and borrowed the refinement path Gu formation of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's branch. He was not a formation path Gu immortal. He could not construct a refinement path Gu formation of this level. Fang Yuan tried to refine Star thought immortal Gu. Blazing Heaven Demonis followed the agreement and provided him with a large number of Gu refinement immortal materials. This time, the immortal materials were all very normal, not having been tampered with. Fang Yuan thus had a smooth journey until the final few steps, when the Gu refinement failed. A violent explosion suddenly occurred. Not only did the entire refinement path Gu formation shatter, the aftershock of the explosion even destroyed the secret room, alerting all the Gu immortals guarding Dark Flow Giant City. Even the mortal Gu masters of the lower level could sense it. When it comes to the last few steps, it's the subtle changes between the Dao marks that are hard to control. These Dao marks interact with each other and undergo intense changes. There is only one situation where the Dao marks can stabilize, that is rank 6 Star thought immortal Gu. At this step, it is purely up to luck. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Man is the spirit of all living beings, Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. All living beings, including humans, could not directly manipulate Dao marks. Be it Gu masters, desolate beasts, or desolate plants, even if they had Dao marks. They had to use Gu worms to indirectly use the Dao marks. Thus, when Gu immortals refine Gu, they could not directly manipulate the Dao marks. They could not control the changes between the Dao marks either. This was an inappropriate analogy. Refining a rank 6 immortal Gu was like playing bowling. The Goo Immortals' early preparation was to make the bowling ball in their hands move according to the trajectory they had planned. And at the end of the long path, there were 100 holes. Only when the bowling ball entered the correct hole could the Goo refinement succeed. The Goo Immortal could at most guarantee that the bowling ball would roll according to their plan in the early and middle stages of the path. At the latter half of the path, the ground was uneven and full of holes, the bowling ball's rolling trajectory would change at will and the Goo Immortal could not influence it. Therefore, whether or not the bowling ball could get into the only hole depended on luck. Although Blazing Heaven Demoness is no longer tampering with the immortal materials, her assistance is not free, I need to repay her. Refining immortal goo is too difficult and the success rate is too low. Maybe I can ask the land spirit of Xianxia. He should have some powerful refinement path immortal goo or some special refinement path methods that can increase the success rate of the goo refinement. In history, Longhair Ancestor was known as the #1 immortal of all time in refinement path. The number of immortal goo he refined in his life was shocking. Although Longhair Ancestor died, he left behind the land spirit and the intact Xianxia blessed land. Fang Yuan's goo refinement failed again and he was even injured. He decided to seek guidance from the land spirit of Xianxia and seek a breakthrough, even if he had to pay a terrible price. I suggest you try refining a strength path immortal goo first. At this time, Fairy Li Shan walked over and gave Fang Yuan a suggestion. Fairy Li Shan could not stay in Snowy Mountain blessed land any longer. Ever since the Battle of Killing Heiqing, Fairy Li Shan had been staying in Dark Flow Giant City. Her relationship with Blazing Heaven Demoness was also exposed, everyone knew about it. Earlier, Blazing Heaven Demoness had led a group of immortal zombies to obstruct the demonic path goo immortals of Snowy Mountain blessed land. They were very accurate and efficient. Actually, it was Fairy Li Shan who had secretly leaked the information to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fairy Li Shan was an information path quasi-great grandmaster, although she was bound by the Snowy Mountain Alliance agreement. She was very good at it and only suffered light injuries after breaking the agreement to help Blazing Heaven Demoness. How could old ancestor Shui Hu tolerate such a traitor? After meeting with Blazing Heaven Demoness, he publicly announced that he would expel Fairy Li Shan and view her as the enemy of Snowy Mountain blessed land. Fairy Li Shan had offended the largest demonic path force in Northern Plains, but she was also welcomed by Zombie Alliance. With her relationship with Blazing Heaven Demoness, she was naturally one of them. Moreover, she was a great contributor to Zombie Alliance in suppressing old ancestor Shui Hu. In Dark Flow Giant City, Fairy Li Shan was highly respected by the immortal zombies. Fang Yuan felt that Fairy Li Shan's words had a deeper meaning. He frowned. Fairy, please enlighten me. Fairy Li Shan sighed, the situation has changed. I'm afraid Big Sister's assistance in refining Star Thought immortal goo will have to stop for some time. Why? Fang Yuan did not understand. Could it be that the alliance agreement had just been signed? She, Blazing Heaven Demoness, wanted to break the agreement. That was unlikely. Because Blazing Heaven Demoness was the one who suggested funding Fang Yuan to refine Star Thought immortal goo. Fairy Li Shan explained the reason in detail. Fang Yuan understood now. It turned out that Blazing Heaven Demoness and old ancestor Shui Hu reached a compromise. Snowy Mountain and Zombie Alliance stopped fighting. This had a huge impact on Northern Plains. The conflict between the two factions had already attracted a lot of attention. Even the other regions had their eyes on this place. But Blazing Heaven Demoness and old ancestor Shui Hu knew their limits. They reached a compromise. This chaotic conflict quickly calmed down. Northern Plains righteous path forces. They were still watching excitedly, wanting to see a good show of dogs biting each other. At once, they were caught unprepared. After the battle ended, other than rewards, Zombie Alliance's headquarters also gave them a mandatory mission. All the members of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance had to work together and use all the resources they had to refine a giant immortal goo formation. This goo formation's only use was to protect the immortal zombie graveyard. If they encountered a situation similar to old ancestor Shui Hu's theft, the goo formation would activate. It would defend. If they could not defend, the power of the goo formation could transport these immortal zombie corpses out of Northern Plains. This time, Zombie Alliance's spending is too shocking. Not just the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, the other 3 branches, including the headquarters, are also constructing this giant immortal goo formation. Just the immortal goo we have here will be using 13. We will also have countless supplementary mortal goo. Most of the immortal goo will be sent by the headquarters, a small portion will be refined by our branch. So now, Dark Flow Giant City will gather almost all the immortal zombies to refine goo on a large scale. Dark Flow Giant City storage is definitely not enough. The immortal zombies will have to pay for it themselves. Fairy Lishan explained in detail. Of course, the immortal zombies would have to pay for it themselves. They would not be contributing for free. Zombie Alliance's headquarters would give out a large number of contribution points, far more than the usual amount. It was used to compensate the members. This was a rarely seen action by Zombie Alliance in the last 1,000 years. The huge compensation of contribution points stimulated the immortal zombie members' passion for goo refinement. As long as they participated in the mission and consumed the immortal materials, regardless of success or failure, they would be able to exchange for a large number of sect contribution points. This was a rare opportunity in 1,000 years. Moreover, after this goo formation was created, Zombie Alliance's graveyard would no longer be a problem. The immortal zombies of Zombie Alliance were also happy to see the creation of this super large immortal goo formation. The immortal zombies from Eastern Sea could not return to Eastern Sea for the time being. They stayed here to refine immortal goo and a large number of supplementary mortal goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness was even more so, thus she could not continue to subsidize Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's plan to refine Star Thought immortal goo was obstructed. He could not even use the goo refinement secret room anymore. He had already removed the Zombie Alliance agreement. As the leader of the branch, Blazing Heaven Demoness had this authority. In Dark Flow Giant City, Fang Yuan and Fairy Lishan were outsiders. But Fairy Lishan was much more popular than Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not help but frown, thinking, it seems that in the 500 years of my previous life, Zombie Alliance also had this huge plan and succeeded in the end. But the reason was not the matter of old ancestor Shui Hu stealing the graveyard. It seems that history has its own way. In this life, Zombie Alliance is setting up this super large immortal goo formation again. Fang Yuan could not stop this, of course. Zombie Alliance had an enormous force. Blazing Heaven Demoness was only a leader of a Zombie Alliance branch, but she was already suppressing Fang Yuan. If not for the fact that Fang Yuan had great value and moved Blazing Heaven Demoness, making her choose to cooperate with him, Fang Yuan might have died already. But no matter how strong Blazing Heaven Demoness was, Fang Yuan would not let go of the compensation that he deserved. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness' actions seem to be violating our alliance agreement, right? Fang Yuan looked at Fairy Lishan and said. Fairy Lishan smiled bitterly. Blazing Heaven Demoness had indeed violated the agreement. According to the content of the alliance agreement, Blazing Heaven Demoness had to pay Fang Yuan a huge amount of compensation. Unless Fang Yuan gave up on it willingly, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have to pay, otherwise, she would suffer the backlash of the alliance agreement and be heavily injured. Blazing Heaven Demoness was quite regretful about this. If she had known this would happen, why would she subsidize Fang Yuan? Wouldn't it have been better to change the conditions? Even if she had subsidized him, she would not have violated the agreement by changing the method. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not expect Zombie Alliance's generosity. Since Fang Yuan did not relent, she could only compensate him. Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He was very satisfied with Blazing Heaven Demoness' compensation. Firstly, the immortal materials that Blazing Heaven Demoness had provided to Fang Yuan were all written off. Fang Yuan did not need to make any repayment. Secondly, Blazing Heaven Demoness had lent 3 Fire Path Immortal Goo to Fang Yuan, as well as a large number of Mortal Goo. These 3 Fire Path Immortal Goo, along with countless Mortal Goo, could form the Fire Path Immortal Killer move Nirvana Fire. Speaking of which, Blazing Heaven Demoness was quite unlucky. She funded Fang Yuan to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo, paying a large number of precious immortal materials. But in the end, Fang Yuan did it for nothing. He did not need to repay Blazing Heaven Demoness anything. Even though Blazing Heaven Demoness had tampered with those immortal materials, Fang Yuan had gained a lot of practical experience. He was very familiar with the process of refining Star Thought Immortal Goo. Because of the alliance agreement, Fang Yuan already knew the details of the immortal killer move Nirvana Fire. What immortal goo to use as the core, how many supplementary mortal goo were needed, the sequence of activation of the goo worms, he knew all of these details. But to use this killer move, there was a condition: the Gu Immortal's fire path down marks had to be expended. Blazing Heaven Demoness had cleverly concealed this point. It was a small trap in the alliance agreement. She wanted to use this to increase her control over Feng Yuan. After all, Feng Yuan did not have any fire path down marks. If he wanted to use Nirvana Fire to revive, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have to use Nirvana Fire on him personally. Feng Yuan's previous plan was to modify the immortal killer move Nirvana Fire, to use another immortal Gu as the core, but it would have the same or similar effect. And the new core immortal Gu would be the immortal Gu that Feng Yuan currently had. This modification was very difficult. Ordinary wisdom path Gu immortals did not have this confidence, but Feng Yuan was very confident. The reason was his Hu immortal blessed land contained wisdom Gu. The effect of rank 9 wisdom Gu was simply amazing. Feng Yuan had to do this. The life and death immortal aperture revival method could allow him to revive, but he could only use it once per immortal aperture. After rebirth, he could not use wisdom Gu. If Feng Yuan improved the Nirvana flame, he could freely turn into an immortal zombie or a living person. Wisdom Gu would continue to provide Feng Yuan with immeasurable support. Blazing Heaven Demoness is short on funds. She needs to use her own money to refine Immortal Gu and complete Zombie Alliance's mandatory missions. He could only lend these 3 Fire Path Immortal Gu. If it weren't for this situation, even if I took the initiative to ask, she wouldn't have lent it to me so easily. With these 3 Fire Path Immortal Gu, my deductions will be improved. It's extremely convenient. Feng Yuan was very glad about this. Zombie Alliance's Gu formation plan had unexpectedly made him one of the beneficiaries. In the following days, Feng Yuan bathed in the halo of wisdom all day and night, using all his strength to deduce and focus on improving the Nirvana Flame Killer move. Speaking of which, he had already gathered enough Strength Path Immortal Zombies and refined enough Exert Strength Mortal Gu. He even obtained a 60-year lifespan Gu. With all 3, he could activate the Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival method at the next moment. He would become a living Gu Immortal and obtain a high-grade Life and Death Immortal Aperture Blessed Land. But after obtaining the Nirvana Flame, Feng Yuan was not satisfied with this. Even though Blazing Heaven Demoness interfered. As a result, Feng Yuan could not plot against He Lulan and obtain a super-grade Blessed Land. But due to the circumstances, he obtained the Nirvana Flame, and if everything went smoothly, he could use Wisdom Gu in the future. Between this gain and loss, whether it was a profit or a loss, Feng Yuan was unable to determine it immediately. While Feng Yuan was modifying the Immortal Killer move, Zhao Lianyun had already secretly entered Luo Valley. She was the key to saving Feng Zhouge. And the rescue team of Spirit Affinity House that accompanied her only had one person. Prince's Impatience, rank 8 cultivation level. It was enough to deal with any challenge. On the surface, he was a Northern Plains Righteous Path Gu Immortal. He was an external Supreme Elder of a super force, Gong Tribe. But he did not have the Huangjin bloodline, and because of some grudges with Gong Tribe. As a result, he lived outside all year round. In fact, he was a disciple of Spirit Affinity House. He was the most important spy that a Central Continent force had secretly placed in Northern Plains after expending a huge amount of effort and resources. He was mainly in charge of 88-point Xianxia Tower. Originally, Prince's Impatience could not be touched. Once any traces were found, Prince's Impatience's hundreds of years of hiding would be useless. But it was different when it came to Feng Zhouge. Feng Zhouge was the signature of Spirit Affinity House. He was currently suppressing Central Continent. Once he advanced to rank 8, with his talent and ability, he would become an expert among rank 8s in the future. His survival meant more benefits for them. His life or death would change the balance of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, and even the structure of Central Continent's Gu Immortal world. Thus, Spirit Affinity House did not hesitate to activate the hidden pawn, Prince's Impatience. To save him, Prince's Impatience and Zhao Lianyun, one immortal and one mortal, strolled in Luo Valley. Lord, I would like to ask you. If I save Lord Feng Zhouge, will I become Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy? While walking, Zhao Lianyun asked. Prince's Impatience was wearing a mask. His figure was blurry, like he was shrouded in a layer of fog. His true appearance was not revealed. He laughed softly. It is not so easy to become Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy. But if you can save Feng Zhouge, I'm afraid this matter is almost certain. I heard that his daughter, Feng Kim Hong, is the #1 contender for this position. But if you become her father's benefactor, she might withdraw from this competition. Is that so? Zhao Lianyun's eyes shone with hope. Although she had the soul of an adult, after coming to Spirit Affinity House, she was very cooperative and obedient, not hiding anything. Because she had a deep understanding of this world. Without strength, no matter how intelligent one was, they were like rootless duckweed. When the wind blew, they would be blown away, drifting with the currents. She understood that if she wanted to save Ma Hongyun, she needed to rely on Spirit Affinity House. But it was not realistic for Spirit Affinity House to attack Snowy Mountain. Zhao Lianyun had already understood Spirit Affinity House's rules. Every generation's fairy would be nurtured by the sect with all their might. In Spirit Affinity House's history, almost all of these fairies had become Gu immortals. Many of them had great battle strength and held the main authority in the sect. To save Brother Hongyun, I need to rely on myself. Brother Hongyun, hold on. Zhao Lianyun prayed for Ma Hongyun inwardly. Prince's impatience suddenly stopped. Found it, it is here. Using the immortal Gu from Spirit Affinity House, Prince's impatience obtained an immortal killer move that could detect thieving heaven's inheritance. Using this killer move, he had to move slowly. Prince's impatience brought Zhao Lianyun along and walked for over 2 hours. Finally, in the huge Luopa Valley, they found the exact location of thieving heaven's inheritance. Prince's impatience activated his immortal Gu. After several minutes, a door of light opened. Whoosh, the door of light had just opened when an intense gust of wind blew towards them. Prince's impatience was shocked. Why is there the winds of assimilation here? He quickly activated his immortal Gu and used a killer move, grabbing with his hand. The winds of assimilation condensed into a ball. It was firmly held in Prince's impatience's hand. But soon, Prince's impatience's hand shook intensely, even his expression turned pale. Quickly go in, I can only hold on for a while. Zhao Lianyun quickly responded. Although she could not see Prince's impatience's expression, she could hear how anxious he was from his tone. Zhao Lianyun stepped in and saw a familiar scene. Just like the previous inheritance space, this place was also empty. The only thing that was different were the dozen or so winds of assimilation. They were like giant pillars. They moved slowly in the space. Zhao Lianyun's heart was pounding. Although she did not recognize the winds of assimilation, she knew its power from that Gu Immortal's performance earlier. You are finally here. Quickly come to me. A voice suddenly entered Zhao Lianyun's ears. Zhao Lianyun was shocked. She took a step back. Who are you? I am Feng Zhouge. Quickly, come to me. The voice was extremely weak, like an old man at the end of his life. Zhao Lianyun was hesitant. She could tell that the voice came from one of the winds of assimilation. Zhao Lianyun also found that all of the winds of assimilation in the space were revolving around the one at the center. It moved slowly, accumulating its strength. It was like a group of lions eyeing their prey. Don't worry, you are an otherworldly demon. You are recognized by the Thieving Providence Journal. The winds of assimilation here are harmless to you. Feng Zhouge paused for a moment before saying with difficulty, didn't you come here to save me? If I stay here, you will not be able to inherit this thieving heaven inheritance. Zhao Lianyun licked her dry lips. She knew she had to make a decision now. Time waited for no one. Zhao Lianyun carefully approached one of the winds of assimilation. The strength of the tornado was very restrained. Zhao Lianyun only felt a light breeze as she stood beside the wind pillar. She stretched out her trembling hand, gritting her teeth as she put her hand into the tornado. If other Gu immortals saw this, they would gasp in shock. But Zhao Lianyun was fearless because she was ignorant. She did not know about the power of the winds of assimilation. She chose to believe in Feng Zhouge. Just like what Feng Zhouge said, the winds of assimilation that gave Prince's impatience a headache had no effect on Zhao Lianyun. In fact, when Zhao Lianyun put her hand into the winds of assimilation shrunk at an observable speed, vanishing completely in a few breaths of time. Feng Zhouge's voice came again. See, I was right, right? The inheritance space here has power that surpasses the winds of assimilation. It will not be destroyed by them. You are an otherworldly demon, you have obtained the recognition of this space. With this space protecting you, you will not be in any danger. Zhao Lianyun was overjoyed. Lord Feng Zhouge, I will save you now. She charged into the wind pillars, rampaging through them. Wherever she went, the winds of assimilation would vanish. Eventually, she reached the center, easily dispersing the largest wind pillar trapping Feng Zhouge. Next, she saw that Feng Zhouge was sitting in the air, 10 feet above the ground. His face was rosy, his robe was clean, but his eyes were shut tightly. Lord Feng Zhouge. Zhao Lianyun called out softly. Feng Zhouge slowly opened his eyes, his gaze was gentle like jade. He did not speak, instead opening his right palm for Zhao Lianyun to see. On his right palm, 2 words were written in blood. Zhao Lianyun looked at it in confusion, before looking at Feng Zhouge. Feng Zhouge smiled faintly at her, and then his entire body suddenly disintegrated like sand and dust, dissipating on the spot. Zhao Lianyun was stunned. Who immortal blessed land? Because the flow of time was different, more than half a month had passed here. In the underground cave, Fang Yuan bathed in the light of wisdom, deducing silently as usual. Here, he did not need to use vaguely familiar face, he revealed his immortal zombie appearance. He did not move, he sat cross-legged like a black reef. But in his mind, there were countless starlights shining, a vast number of star thoughts colliding intensely. Huff. After a long while, he let out a breath of turbid air, he slowly opened his eyes, revealing an extremely exhausted expression. He stood up with difficulty, the long period of intense thinking had caused his head to swell, he felt dizzy. Even though he was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, his Fire Path attainment level was too low, he could only make deductions for 7 days and 7 nights at most. After 7 days and 7 nights, he would not be able to hold on, he needed to rest. His mind was like a burning boiler, it needed to be cooled down in time. If it was not cooled down, his mind would suffer serious damage. After so many days, I have only made 20% progress in modifying Nirvana fire. And this is with the help of the light of wisdom. If I had to complete it myself, I would need several years of hard work to achieve this result. Immortal killer moves were extremely hard to conceive. The killer move Nirvana fire was even more exquisite. Using Fire Path to describe the profundity of life and death, if not for Blazing Heaven Demoness being a Fire Path Great Grandmaster, she might not have been able to create this move. Fang Yuan left the underground cave, returning to Dang Hun Palace to rest. After sleeping for half a day, he was refreshed. But according to his past experiences, Fang Yuan needed to rest for a whole night before he could fully recover. Who immortal blessed land did not have any astronomical phenomenon yet, it did not differentiate between day and night. But if there was, it was night time now. There were still 4 to 6 hours left. Fang Yuan did not want to waste this time, he activated connecting heaven goo, his thoughts entering jewel yellow skies. During this period of time, he selectively threw out some rank 8 immortal materials, exchanging for a large amount of food to feed his immortal goo. Of course, Fang Yuan kept the more precious quasi-rank 9 immortal materials with him. The rank 8 immortal materials sold were the lowest quality goods in the inventory. Even so, it still caused a commotion in the jewel yellow skies. The attraction of rank 8 immortal materials was huge. This allowed Fang Yuan to pass this round of immortal goo feeding smoothly. If not for these rank 8 immortal materials, I might have to worry about this for a long time. Fang Yuan was already feeling the heavy burden of feeding immortal goo. He had too many immortal goo on him now. Very few goo immortals. He had so many immortal goo. Feeding these immortal goo was a huge burden. Actually, quality of immortal goo was more important than quantity. Like Xianxia, he only had 1 immortal goo, but after Shadow Sect taught him an entire set of immortal killer moves, he had no weaknesses in battle. This situation was making full use of the immortal goo. The most logical and normal situation is to feed a few immortal goo and use them as cores to create different immortal killer moves. To deal with all kinds of situations. Fang Yuan also knew this, but he had no choice. These immortal goo could not be sold easily. Transactions between immortal goo were rare, even if they were carried out, they would be exchanging goo for goo. The final transaction in jewel yellow skies was finalized. Fang Yuan's work of feeding immortal goo had come to an end for now. As for the refinement of star thought immortal goo, Fang Yuan had put it aside. He still had a rank 6 immortal goo recipe for all-out effort goo, he did not intend to refine it. Even though he lost self-strength immortal goo, causing his battle strength to fall greatly. The success rate of refining immortal goo was too low. In order to refine Star Thought immortal goo, Fang Yuan had suffered a lot. Right now, when he heard about refining immortal goo, he felt a little nauseous. Towards the Zombie Alliance immortals who were refining immortal goo, he felt some pity and sympathy. He did not lack immortal Yuan stone now. But most of his funds were invested in the construction of Star Form Blessed Land. During this period of time, Fang Yuan was also slightly distracted. Star Form Land Spirit had been working tirelessly, according to Fang Yuan's plans, constructing and modifying the homeland. Right now, Star Form Blessed Land's construction was progressing. There was already 40% progress. But with the revival method, Fang Yuan's need for Star Form Blessed Land was no longer as urgent as before. Fang Yuan did not intend to move Hu Immortal Blessed Land's resources to Star Form Blessed Land. During this period of time, Fang Yuan's days in Hu Immortal Blessed Land were peaceful and fulfilling. His focus was on improving the Nirvana Flame Killer move. Right now, everything was ready, he only needed the final push. As long as Nirvana Fire's modification was completed, Fang Yuan would revive and create a high-grade life and death immortal aperture. Next, he would move all the important resources in the Blessed Land into his own immortal aperture. This was the safest and most convenient method. Undeniably, once this plan succeeded, Fang Yuan's future would be bright. Fang Yuan waited patiently. He was not impatient at all, even though he had been pursuing this goal for a long time. The 500 years of his previous life had trained him to be extremely patient. But just as he was preparing to rest for the night and modify his killer move, He Lulan asked for help. You definitely cannot imagine what I found in He Cheng's soul. Through the Stargate, He Lulan excitedly came to Fang Yuan. After He Cheng died, his soul was captured by He Lulan. These days, He Lulan had obtained many shocking news from He Cheng's soul. What shocked her the most was the 100 Days battle in Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan, you have the ability to move mountains, I need you to help me obtain Luopa Valley. Don't worry, I will give you sufficient compensation. We need to move quickly, before anything bad happens. He Lulan was swift and decisive. Luopa Valley, Fang Yuan sighed, thinking of the open door goo and closed door goo in his hands. He had clues about Luopa Valley long ago, but he had been occupied by other matters and did not go there. Now, after He Lulan shared the information with him, he was secretly glad that he was prudent and prudent. Luopa Valley was clearly occupied by Shadow Sect long ago, they had made it their headquarters. If Fang Yuan had rashly gone there earlier, without sufficient strength, he would have been easily captured by the enemy. Even if he resisted to the death, the difference between them and the enemy was too great, there was little hope of escaping. But now is a chance. He Lulan's eyes shined brightly. Fang Yuan nodded, agreeing, Shadow Sect failed. Luopa Valley is occupied by Central Continent Goo Immortals. But Central Continent Goo Immortals are outsiders, they cannot stay here for long. We just need to release some information. We can force them to escape. He Lulan and Fang Yuan did not know that the Central Continent Goo Immortals had already left Northern Plains and returned to Central Continent. Fang Yuan's intelligence gathering had always been weak. Northern Plains relied on Fairy Li Shan. As for Zhongzhou State, Crane Gate would never reveal the secret to him. This group of people should be investigating the culprit behind the collapse of 88 Point Xinyang Tower. They're here for us. Unfortunately, I don't know why, but they found out about the Shadow Sect instead. He Lulan chuckled. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment and said, compared to this, I am more concerned about that blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. So this person is a member of the Shadow Sect. Why was he saved by the Zombie Alliance? When the mysterious Goo Immortal exposed his identity as a 10 extreme immortal zombie, He Cheng was on the battlefield, thus he knew this precious information. Sigh, there are actually many secretive Goo Immortals and Goo Master Forces. Zombie Alliance's structure is loose, and many of its members are involved in other organizations. What's so strange about that? He Lulan said indifferently. The Shadow Sect must not be underestimated. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression, the members of the Shadow Sect are not afraid of sacrificing themselves, this mysterious organization's loyalty is too high. Fang Yuan learned of the name Shadow Sect. This was not the first time. Back in southern border, he had heard of it from Choujiu. Fang Yuan also knew that the door of life and death was inside the blessed land of the Shadow Sect. But he had never thought of doing so. The reason was that he did not have high strength. There was no good opportunity. It was very difficult to attack a blessed land without attracting attention. Moreover, the Shadow Sect was mysterious and unfathomable. It spanned across southern border and northern plains. It was not to be trifled with. Alright, let's not talk about this. Luopa Valley is right in front of us. I invite you and my 2 aunts to explore it together. We will divide our gains according to the alliance agreement. He Lulan said anxiously. Fang Yuan understood her anxiousness. This opportunity. It was indeed a rare opportunity. Fang Yuan's heart was moved. He still had the open door goo and closed door goo. He also wanted to know about these 2 goo worms. Could they allow him to have a different encounter in Luopa Valley? But before taking action, some things had to be discussed. You want to monopolize Luopa Valley? I don't agree. Fang Yuan said resolutely. He Lulan stared angrily, her eyes shining with a murderous light. What do you mean? I was the one who discovered the information about Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan smiled, telling her the exact location of Luopa Valley. He Lulan was extremely astonished, looking at Fang Yuan as if she had seen a ghost. She had held back earlier. She clearly did not tell this important information to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took out open door goo and closed door goo. Just like how He Lulan exposed attitude goo, these goo worms had to be used anyway. She could not hide it. She might as well tell it to the public. He Lulan snorted coldly, looking at Fang Yuan with disdain. Without my information, you dare to go there? By the time you are willing to go, the opportunity will have already been lost. Fang Yuan smiled. Don't be so agitated. I just want to say that your information is not as important as you think. But He Lulan was very agitated. Next, an intense argument ensued. Both sides argued until their faces were red. They did not have any demeanor of a goo immortal. They finally reached a compromise. The ownership of Luopa Valley was divided. Blazing Heaven Demonis had 50%, Fairy Li Shan had 20%, He Lulan had 20%, and Fang Yuan had 10%. He Lulan was very crafty and shrewd. She used her 2 aunts' influence to force Fang Yuan to lower his head. However, although 10% of the ownership was small, it achieved Fang Yuan's goal. As long as he had the usage rights, it was enough. Fang Yuan had never thought that he could monopolize this Luopa Valley. After all, Blazing Heaven Demonis was supporting He Lulan from behind. However, Blazing Heaven Demonis was busy refining goo, and as a rank 8, her every action was very attention-grabbing. She conveyed, anyway, Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel. Even if he was in danger, she could save him in time. Thus, only Fang Yuan, He Lulan, and Fairy Li Shan made the trip. Oh no, someone entered Luopa Valley. Hui Fengzi, who was hiding outside and guarding this place, saw Fang Yuan and the rest and quickly reported this information. Ever since Hui Fengzi surrendered, he was controlled by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. After Central Continent's goo immortals retreated, they ordered him to guard this place. He had just joined Central Continent. He was not willing to do so. He was only a temporary fighter. He was not qualified to know Princess Impatience's true identity. He only knew that an immortal and immortal had entered Luopa Valley, while he had to guard the entrance for them. He was controlled by others. He had to work for Central Continent. Seeing He Lulan and the rest, he quickly used information path methods to inform Princess Impatience in Luopa Valley. Princess Impatience quickly learned of the news. His right hand was still trembling. It was not easy to get rid of the winds of assimilation. From this, Princess Impatience could not help but admire Feng Jioge. He could actually resist the winds of assimilation for so long. He could not understand how he did it. Unfortunately, Feng Jioge had already died. The inheritance of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance was very fast. As long as one's identity was verified as an otherworldly demon, the Thieving Heaven inheritance would belong to them. After Feng Jioge died, only Zhao Lianyun was left in the inheritance space. Thus, she successfully inherited this true inheritance, ghostly concealment. Just earlier, she returned to Prince's Impatience and brought news of Feng Zhouge's death to the latter. Sigh, I was too late. Prince's Impatience sighed in his heart. Next, he placed his hand on Zhao Lianyun's shoulder and quickly left with her. Soon, the immortal and mortal were nowhere to be seen. Right now, Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness relationship was widely known. Prince's Impatience did not intend to make a move. The circle of rank 8 Gu immortals was actually very small. In the whole of Northern Plains. On the surface, there were only 5 rank 8 Gu immortals. Old Ancestor Shui Hu, Heavenly Lord Baizu, Yao Huang, Prince's Impatience, 5 Elements Grandmaster. Blazing Heaven Demoness was a rank 8 immortal zombie. She could barely get into this circle. One could say, these 6 were very familiar with each other. They had sparred with each other quite a number of times. To put it in an exaggerated way, one could even recognize the owner of a fart, and even if it turned into ashes, one could recognize it. If the Prince's Impatience wanted to act against Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan, it would definitely draw out Blazing Heaven Demoness. In Prince's Impatience's opinion, perhaps the Blazing Sky Demoness was already hiding in the surroundings. The Prince's Impatience had a special identity, so they could not act rashly. If they were to fight and the Blazing Heaven Demoness recognized him, it would be bad. Why would Prince's Impatience appear in Luopa Valley? Gu immortals were not fools. It was easy to guess that the Prince's Impatience had a secret connection with the Shadow Sect or the forces of Xianxia State. Don't forget that Wisdom Path Gu immortals still existed in this world. Prince's Impatience considered the big picture and cautiously retreated, trying to avoid leaving behind clues and evidence for the Wisdom Path Gu immortals to deduce. He Lulan and the rest still did not know that they had already forced a rank 8 great expert to retreat. They broke through the seal's disguise and entered Luopa Valley, looking around. Luopa Valley was in a mess. This legendary valley had experienced the 100 Days battle and was almost half destroyed. Moreover, the main part of the valley was already beyond recognition. There were Gu formations set up by Gu immortals everywhere. Some of these Gu formations were set up by the Shadow Sect, while some were set up by the Central Continent Gu immortal Hong Chi Ming. There was no doubt. These Gu formations had an extremely bad influence on the environment of Luopa Valley. As a result, the fog and Luopa winds that blew in Luopa Valley all year round were nowhere to be seen. The 3 started to roughly search Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan found some White Lotus giant silkworm Gu remains. He sighed. It was a pity. From He Lulan, he knew that Luopa Valley once had a vast number of White Lotus giant silkworm Gu. But after the 100 Days battle, there were not many left and the Central Continent Gu immortals cleaned up the battlefield. There was simply nothing left for him. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had already obtained enough White Lotus giant silkworm Gu from the jewel yellow skies and fed the immortal Gu cleansed soul to its fullest. The facts proved that the foundation of those older generation Gu immortals could not be underestimated. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had enough bargaining chips to make them take action and carry out the transaction. Under the watchful eyes of He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan used Open Door Gu and Closed Door Gu. There was no reaction. Open Door Gu and Closed Door Gu were left behind by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, but this place had already been occupied by the Shadow Sect. They had set up Gu formations everywhere and turned this place into a stronghold, a fortress. Fang Yuan sighed. He understood that Thieving Heaven's inheritance had already been obtained by someone else. The most likely one was the Shadow Sect. However, he had not guessed correctly on this point. The one who truly obtained Thieving Heaven's true inheritance was Zhao Lianyun. It was a Central Continent force. In fact, he had just obtained the inheritance not long ago. Prince's Impatience came to save Feng Zhouge too late. Fang Yuan came to Luopa Valley too late. Even if Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left behind an inheritance, so many years have passed. It is normal for it to be taken away by others. Luopa Valley is the true treasure. He Lulan patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and said with a smile. Fang Yuan knew that she was implicitly urging him to get to work. Fang Yuan nodded and activated his immortal Gu, pulling up the whole of Luopa Valley. Fairy Li Shan cooperated closely at the side. Countless Gu worms flew around. They actually took away Luopa Valley directly. Outside, Hui Fengzi was secretly watching and was shocked at this scene. Prince's Impatience was also surprised. He did not expect that He Lulan's side even had such an unorthodox method. This truly caught Prince's impatience unprepared. He hesitated for a while, but decided to hold back and watch from the side. After an hour, Fang Yuan finally succeeded and kept Luo Pavali in his immortal aperture. There should still be immortal apertures left here, but to be safe, we should leave first. Ever since He Lulan failed the tribulation, she had become more tactful, her rash aura had completely disappeared. Even though Luo Pavali was in ruins, with Tai Baiyunqing's landscape as before, it could definitely be restored. Compared to other immortal apertures, Luo Pavali's value was even more difficult to replace. During the 100 Days battle, many Gu immortals died here. After they died, the immortal apertures that were left behind should have turned into blessed lands, hidden in the void here. Fang Yuan could take Luo Pavali, but he could not take these blessed lands away. But now was not the time to explore. He kept Luo Pavali. Fang Yuan and the rest quickly left. They left quite quickly, they are quite sensible. Far away, Prince's impatience watched the three leave with a cold gaze. Even though he could not fight, he had Swordmaster Yulan and Lu Yao, two female Gu immortals. Besides that, he had a secret force. Prince's impatience had been in northern plains for hundreds of years, he had accumulated a lot of strength. Originally, he wanted to find trouble with Fang Yuan and the rest, but they left too quickly. He could not catch up. Prince's impatience looked at the battlefield of the 100 Days battle. Luo Pavali had already been taken away, this place had become an empty wasteland. Even though the aura of the immortal Gu was hidden, experts could still see traces of it. So many Gu immortals died here, these immortal apertures themselves were a huge source of resources. Prince's impatience would not give up. The central continent Gu immortals behind him would not give up either, they would definitely take them back. As for their immortal Gu, there was no need to think about them, they were definitely destroyed. And taking back immortal apertures, especially immortal apertures that were in other regions, was a troublesome and difficult matter. I hope this trouble doesn't come to me. Don't put the blame on me, let the 9 great ancient sects worry about it. Feng Jioge died because of the winds of assimilation, nothing was left behind. Only 2 bloody words were left behind. I will first take Zhao Lianyun and this important information. Send them back to the sect. Prince's impatience thought of this and did not stay any longer. He immediately left with Zhao Lianyun. As for Hui Fengzi, he was still here, guarding the blessed land. This is the blessed land. He Lulan brought Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan into the blessed land left behind by He Qing. This blessed land was clearly made up of dark path and soul path down marks, the entire blessed land was dark and gloomy, it gave off a gloomy feeling. At the center of the blessed land, there was a huge forest. Every tree had different forms, they resembled female bodies. This was the special resource that He Qing grew in his immortal aperture. Such trees did not exist in nature, He Qing could be said to be its creator. Therefore, this vast forest of female bodies could be considered a unique resource. He Lulan had already thought of the location of Luo Pavali, she called the land spirit. The blessed land's land spirit had a unique appearance, it was a green vine. The vine was like clothes, it was attached to the familial love that Su Xian'er left for He Lulan. Fairy Li Shan said with a sigh, introducing to Fang Yuan, the land spirit's condition is to stay with Su Xian'er forever. Thus, after little Lan left third sister's familial love here, she easily gained control of this place. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. To think that He Cheng's final obsession before his death was Su Xian'er. It could be seen that he truly loved Su Xian'er, even when he died, he thought of her. Humans were very complicated creatures. In the mortal world, most people in this world did not fully understand themselves even when they died. Little Lan, you are back. Su Xian'er looked at He Lulan with affection, her gaze was filled with love. Mother. Su Xian'er called out softly, before giving an order to the land spirit. The land spirit brought the 3 and disappeared on the spot, at the next moment, they appeared on the other side of the blessed land. The land spirit had the ability to teleport, it meant that this blessed land had many space path down marks. And Fang Yuan's star form blessed land had fewer space path down marks, star form land spirit did not have this ability. With a loud sound, Fang Yuan placed Luo Pavali down. Fairy Li Shan saw that it was a success. She smiled. Feng Yuan, you have Danghun Mountain, I have Minuscule Mountain, and of the secluded domains of heaven and earth, we actually control 3 of them. Looking at Luopa Valley below him, Feng Yuan could not help but reveal some anticipation. Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were the 2 sacred lands of soul cultivation, praised by spectral soul demon Venerable. Feng Yuan had already obtained endless benefits from Danghun Mountain. He wondered what kind of improvements this Luopa Valley would bring him. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House, Discussion Hall. Of the 15 Gu immortals in the sect, more than half of them had come with their true bodies. This was a rare sight. Sect meetings were held every once in a while. The Gu immortals only needed to leave behind a portion of their will or feelings to discuss. But now, 8 Gu immortals were participating in this meeting. Among them were the only 2 rank 8 Gu immortals of Spirit Affinity House. The reason for this was Feng Zhouge's disappearance. Spirit Affinity House's Gu immortals felt unease and uncertainty in the future. This time, I have gathered everyone here to announce an important piece of news. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder sat at the main seat, looking around as she said in a low voice. Spirit Affinity House had an obvious difference from the other 9 sections. They had many female immortals. Spirit Affinity House had 10 female Gu immortals, but only 5 male Gu immortals. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder and second Supreme Elder were both rank 8 female immortals. At this moment, all the immortals in the hall were looking at first Supreme Elder's face. The first Supreme Elder was expressionless. However, the second Supreme Elder beside her had a gloomy expression. The Gu immortals observed their expressions and had a bad feeling. As expected, the next sentence of the first Supreme Elder was like a heavy boulder that smashed into everyone's hearts. It has been confirmed that Feng Zhouge died in Northern Plains. He died in the winds of assimilation. He did not leave behind anything, only a message written in blood. The immortals' hearts sank. Fairy Bai Qing, who had personally participated in this meeting, felt her head become dizzy, and her face suddenly turned pale. Even though they were mentally prepared. But when they heard this news, they were still in disbelief. Someone as strong as Feng Zhouge actually died in Northern Plains. On the contrary, those Gu immortals who were weaker than him were mostly alive. They returned to the sect. To speak the truth, when Feng Zhouge left, no one had expected such an outcome. For a long time, Feng Zhouge's strong image was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. He was the face of Spirit Affinity House. He even became a symbol. Now that he was dead, the immortals felt a sense of loss and emptiness. Even Su Hao and Li Juning from the Anti-Phoenix faction felt the same way. First Supreme Elder continued, the information path Gu worm in front of you has a detailed record of this matter. Let's take a look first. The Gu immortals placed their consciousnesses into the Gu worms. Sigh, Lord Feng Zhouge's death in the winds of assimilation is not a disgrace to his reputation. After a long while, a Gu immortal spoke, breaking the silence in the hall. Fairy Bai Qing closed her eyes tightly, her body trembling slightly. Intense grief and pain engulfed her like a surging tsunami. She loved Feng Zhouge so deeply. Similarly, Feng Zhouge loved her the same way. In her mind, she recalled the scene when she was sending him off. Who would have thought that it would be the last time she saw her husband? Fate made fools of people. Now, I am alive, but you are dead. I am in the Central Continent, but you died in the Northern Plains. Fairy Bai Qing didn't dare to open her eyes, she was afraid of opening them. Her tears would fall uncontrollably. She tried to think of her daughter, Feng Kim Hong, as she reminded herself in her heart, oh Bai Qing. Bai Qing, you have to be strong. At this time. Don't let others see your weak side. She breathed in deeply, slowly opening her eyes. Her eyes were moist, her pupils were bloodshot. At this moment, the immortals in the hall were talking about Feng Zhouge's final words in blood. Before Feng Zhouge died, he wrote the 2 words Bo Qing. What did he mean? In my opinion, this clue is very important. Feng Zhouge must have comprehended something under the immense pressure of death. Unfortunately, when he saw Zhao Lianyun, he was already on the verge of death. He did not have the strength to say anything. He left behind a crucial clue for us. Feng Zhouge is investigating the truth behind 88-point Xinyang Tower's collapse in Northern Plains. What does that have to do with Bo Qing? Feng Zhouge and Bo Qing are very similar. Back then, Bo Qing was much stronger than Feng Zhouge. He was at the peak of Central Continent back then, even Celestial Court Gu Immortals had to yield to him. That was the most glorious era of our Spirit Affinity House. Back then, many people thought highly of him, they thought he could become a Sword Path Immortal Venerable. Unfortunately, he still failed in the end. We also know about Bo Qing's information. I only want to know, why did Feng Zhouge leave behind the two words Bo Qing before his death? What did he want to express? The hall was silent for a while, before a Gu Immortal spoke. Everyone, have you forgotten? In the previous information, Feng Zhouge's opponent, Qin Baixing, used Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword. And this killer move was created by Bo Qing, it was his signature killer move. Feng Zhouge is saying that the collapse of 88-point Xianxia Tower has something to do with Bo Qing? According to my guess, he must have felt that since the other party had Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword, it was more or less related to Bo Qing. And Bo Qing is a Gu Immortal of our Spirit Affinity House, we will have an advantage in investigating him, this is an important clue. Indeed. Bo Qing died under the heavenly tribulation back then, not even his ashes were left behind. How could his killer move be used by a Northern Plains Gu Immortal? The Gu Immortals discussed for a while, they all had different opinions, but none of them were reliable. The first Supreme Elder slowly raised her hand. Her action caused the hall to quickly quiet down. No matter what, Bo Qing's matter needs to be investigated. I will leave this task to you, Bai Qing. Hearing the first Supreme Elder suddenly calling her name, Fairy Bai Qing immediately turned her head, looked at the first Supreme Elder, and hurriedly responded. These were her husband's last words. Fairy Bai Qing would definitely do her best to investigate this clue and find the truth. The news of Feng Zhouge's death is only known to us, try to hide it. Anyone who reveals it will be punished as a traitor to the sect. First Supreme Elder shouted coldly, next, we will discuss the deployment of the sect in Central Continent. Feng Zhouge's death had a very bad influence on Spirit Affinity House. Even though Spirit Affinity House had two rank 8 Gu Immortals, it was not a matter of life and death. These two rank 8s would not make a move so easily. There were many reasons for this. Firstly, rank 8 cultivation level. Gu Immortals were destined to be treading on thin ice, trembling in fear. They had to wholeheartedly deal with calamities and tribulations. If they were careless and lost strength in battle, they would die in the terrifying calamities and tribulations. Secondly, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had the same origin, that was Celestial Court. With Celestial Court, the 10 great ancient sects' conflicts would never escalate, there was no need for rank 8 Gu Immortals to interfere. Thus, in Central Continent's Gu Immortal world, or rather, in the entire 5 regions Gu Immortal world, the truly active ones were those rank 7 and rank 6 Gu Immortals. And among rank 7s, Feng Zhouge was invincible in Central Continent, his importance to the sect was self-evident. Because of his existence, Spirit Affinity House's territory could expand to such a large extent, occupying countless precious resource points. With Feng Zhouge gone, Spirit Affinity House's deterrence towards other forces fell greatly. The resources controlled by the sect were like pieces of delicious meat, attracting countless greedy gazes. Shanwu Mountain Range is rich in resources. The immortal material treasury needs at least a rank 7 Gu Immortal to guard it. The excavation of Golden Sand Cave has reached a crucial moment. We have invested a lot of money and effort, it is time to reap the rewards. We should not give up. Reincarnation battlefield is the most important thing. The Gu Immortals felt a headache, the territory was too big, but there were only so many Gu Immortals. Even if they were split into 2 halves, it was not enough. Only now did they truly realize. Feng Zhouge's prestige was a deterrence to the outside world. It was so powerful. Fairy Bai Qing was silent. The Gu Immortals discussed these immortal materials and resources, they were shouting non-stop, they did not mention Feng Zhouge anymore. It was as if Feng Zhouge's final existence was the discussion of Bo Qing earlier. Fairy Bai Qing could not help but feel sad. Husband, oh husband, you made so many contributions to the sect, but in the end, these people forgot about you in the blink of an eye. During the entire discussion, Fairy Bai Qing was not in the right state. The immortals saw this and understood her, even the strict First Supreme Elder did not criticize her. Only when the immortals mentioned Zhao Lianyun did Fairy Bai Qing's eyes brighten. She paid close attention to this. If Feng Jioge was here, Feng Kim Hong would almost certainly be the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. But now that Feng Jioge was gone, Zhao Lianyun appeared out of nowhere. She became a huge threat to Feng Kim Hong. Fairy Bai Qing naturally loved her children. She was very concerned about Zhao Lianyun. The Gu immortals continued to discuss. Zhao Lianyun inherited 2 thieving heaven true inheritances. Did she change in any way? Otherworldly demons cannot be trusted. Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment, these are 2 top-tier defensive immortal killer moves. We are still researching them, but from the current situation, they are unfathomable. These 2 immortal killer moves have already formed 2 layers of dense Dao Mark silk clothing on Zhao Lianyun's soul. I have never seen such a mystical Dao Mark circulation before. These 2 layers of Dao Mark silk clothing will always protect Zhao Lianyun. We have used many methods to try to deduce her, but they have no effect. We are Grand Gu immortals, but we cannot even deduce a mortal. If I did not experience it personally, I would not believe it. Did you notice? Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment are top-tier defensive killer moves. They do not expend immortal essence. Just like Fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. The attainment level of Venerables is truly hard to understand. Isolating thoughts, wills, and emotions is the defensive effect of Divine Concealment. Then what about Ghostly Concealment? We are not sure yet, we are still experimenting. Oh, Zhao Lianyun was very cooperative throughout the entire process. I feel that even though she is an otherworldly demon, she is very sensible. We can nurture her. This little fellow is bent on saving her lover. Unfortunately, according to the information, old ancestor Shui who has already gathered enough immortal materials, he will start the Gu refinement soon. Finally, First Supreme Elder concluded, continue researching. On the other hand, we need to nurture Zhao Lianyun's sense of belonging to our sect. I am looking forward to her future. At the same time, in a nameless forest, Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child was communicating with someone through a mirror. In the mirror, there was a blurred figure of an old man. He slowly opened his mouth and said, all the arrangements are basically in place. But Celestial Court has already finished repairing Fate Gu, you need to activate it first. Understood. Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child replied solemnly. Be careful, Vice Envoy Blue. The figure in the mirror said again. 7-Star Child did not speak. He stopped using this information path immortal killer move as the mirror vanished. Then, he turned around and left without looking back. His figure quickly disappeared into the forest. To be continued, the earth had fallen into a deep slumber. The moonlight was hazy, the shadows of the tree swayed. A light breeze blew, birds chirped in the forest, or the occasional roar of wild beasts. It was like the sleep-talking of this continuous mountain range. In the small house in the valley, the oil lamp was burning, the light was dim. Feng Kim Hong was lying on the bed, her body was weak and her face was pale without a trace of blood. She looked at Fairy Bai Qing who was sitting beside the bed, apologizing softly, Mother, I was wrong, I won't. Fairy Bai Qing had a solemn expression, Huang Er, Mother knows what you are thinking. You have been cultivating so desperately, you have already injured yourself 5 or 6 times in these tens of days. When you started cultivating, Mother had warned you, cultivation is about nature, about relaxation. If you continue like this, not only will more haste make waste, you will also destroy yourself, your life might even be in danger. Feng Kim Huang's eyelids drooped, her voice weak, Mother, I am sorry. Mother has already placed a Gu in your body, you are not allowed to cultivate for 7 days and nights, you can only move around in this valley. If you are hungry, go pick wild fruits, if you are thirsty, go drink spring water. Think about it. Fairy Bai Qing said solemnly. Mother, don't. Feng Kim Hong was anxious. But Fairy Bai Qing waved her sleeves, the cuff brushed past Feng Kim Huang's face. Immediately, an intense feeling of drowsiness assaulted her mind. Feng Jin Huang's eyelids were unprecedentedly heavy, and an incomparable sense of exhaustion caused her to be unable to speak. In the blink of an eye, she fell into a deep slumber. Although her daughter was sleeping soundly, she was still frowning slightly. Fairy Bai Qing was filled with sorrow and worry. Fairy Bai Qing had not informed Feng Kim Hong of Feng Jioge's death. Firstly, Spirit Affinity House needed to hide the news of his death and stall for time to make arrangements. As a mortal, Feng Kim Hong, he was not qualified to know. After all, spying on mortals was much easier than spying on Gu immortals. Secondly, Fairy Baiqing did not know what to say. Why did Feng Kim Hong cultivate so desperately? She wanted to improve herself and become stronger so that she could find and save her father. But how could Fairy Baiqing tell the truth? What if he told Feng Kim Hong cruelly? She couldn't bear it. Sigh. Looking at his daughter's face, he sighed. Fairy Baiqing let out a long sigh. In the past, her tall and straight figure, her noble white robe, at this moment, under the dim light, she seemed thin and weak, her luster dim. These days, she was really tired. Only now did she remove her disguise. His true feelings were revealed. Fairy Baiqing stretched out her hand, gently caressing Feng Kim Huang's face. The love in her eyes could melt steel. Feng Kim Huang's appearance absorbed the merits of Feng Jiuge and Fairy Baiqing. On her face, Fairy Baiqing could vaguely see Feng Jiuge's shadow. Feng Jiuge was gone, Feng Kim Hong was her only hope in life. She stared at him silently. After a long while, the sky outside the house was already half bright. The light of dawn made Fairy Baiqing realize that time was passing. She had to set off. She slowly stood up. She walked out of the house, carefully closing the door. Next, she took a deep look at the small house in the valley, muttering to herself, Huang Er, wait for mother to return in 7 days. During this period, you need to take care of yourself and calm your heart. Fairy Baiqing was not worried about Feng Kim Huang's safety. After all, this was the core of Spirit Affinity House. Even if there was internal strife in the sect, there was a limit. They would not attack Feng Kim Hong. Fairy Baiqing stepped on a cloud, flying towards the northwest direction. Her target this time was the source of falling heavenly river. Why was she going there? It turned out that she had accepted a sect mission to investigate Bo Qing. Bo Qing was a Gu immortal of Spirit Affinity House. The sect had a large amount of information for Fairy Baiqing to investigate. During the investigation, Fairy Baiqing found that Bo Qing's experience was actually very similar to Feng Jiuge's. What made her even more interested was Bo Qing's immortal companion, Mo Yao. Mo Yao was that generation's fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Different from the previous fairies, she was an Inkman, not a pure human. But because of this, Bo Qing and Mo Yao fell in love at first sight. Although Bo Qing did not enter or leave Northern Plains, Mo Yao did, and even entered Imperial Court Blessed Land. Don't tell me, the collapse of 88-point Xianxia Tower is related to Mo Yao? Fairy Baiqing knew that Mo Yao took the risk to enter Imperial Court Blessed Land to help her husband Bo Qing undergo tribulation. Back then, Bo Qing, who was at the peak of rank 8, was undergoing tribulation to advance to rank 9 realm. This was a huge matter, not only in Central Continent, but also in the other 4 regions. It attracted a lot of attention. Unfortunately, in the end, Bo Qing died in the terrifying tribulation. On the other hand, Mo Yao had perished along with him. Actually, all Central Continent Gu immortals knew about this. Fairy Baiqing had also heard about it many times in her early years. But now, when she recalled it, she had a different feeling. It was like they were in the same boat. She even envied Mo Yao. Even if she died together with her husband. No one let the other down. They had a deep love for each other and died a worthy death. Fairy Baiqing continued to investigate, racking her brains, but there was not much progress. She found some clues in the sect's records. They all pointed to the same place, the source of falling heavenly river. When she could not make breakthroughs in other aspects, Fairy Baiqing resolutely decided to explore falling heavenly river herself. The source of falling heavenly river was the place where Bo Qing died. Spirit Affinity House was very far from the source of falling heavenly river. If Fairy Baiqing relied on her own methods, she would need at least several years to fly there. Of course she would not do that. She had already made ample preparations before leaving. She flew rapidly, using Spirit Affinity House's Gu formation to teleport. A single teleportation could cross hundreds of thousands of li, saving a lot of time. She did not directly go towards the source of falling heavenly river, but first turned towards Myriad Dragon Dock. In Myriad Dragon Dock's territory, she used their teleportation Gu formation to travel. She had already communicated with Myriad Dragon Dock's Gu immortals about this. although the price was not small. But it saved a lot of time. Along Falling Heavenly River, after passing myriad Dragon Doc's territory, Fairy Bai Qing stepped into Combat Immortal Sect's territory. Similarly, she used the teleportation goo formation to travel. A day and a night later, the travel-worn Fairy Bai Qing was finally only 1,000 li away from the source of Falling Heavenly River. Looking into the distance, he saw a huge waterfall falling from the sky. Millions of hectares of river water slammed onto the surface of the river with great force. The rumbling sound of the water was like continuous thunder. The huge amount of water vapor formed a thick fog. It covered an area of several hundred li. What was Falling Heavenly River? This was Falling Heavenly River. A huge river that fell from the sky. Compared to this huge river in the sky, Fairy Bai Qing was like an ant. Fairy Bai Qing had traveled with Feng Jioge in her early years, and had seen Falling Heavenly River. Looking at this huge river now, she could not help but think of Feng Jioge, feeling sour in her heart. She still remembered the conversation she had with Feng Jioge back then. It was about the reason for the formation of Falling Heavenly River. Feng Jioge spoke frankly to Fairy Bai Qing. There were two explanations for this. One was that Falling Heavenly River was the tribulation itself. The other was that Bo Qing blocked the tribulation. His sword light was extremely sharp, he used too much force and pierced through white heaven and black heaven. At that time, Bo Qing's tribulation was during the day. Thus, this sword light pierced a huge hole in white heaven. And after piercing through black heaven, there was only a small hole at the bottom of black heaven. And it just so happened that above these two holes was the vast heavenly river. The Milky Way flowed through the two holes and poured down together. It smashed into central continent's land, forming an inland sea. At the same time, the river water opened up a path, forming the longest river in central continent. Fairy Bai Qing asked, which of these two explanations was more reliable? Feng Jioge smiled and replied, I am not sure. But the second explanation can explain the change in the water flow. During the day, Falling Heavenly River's water flow is strong. Rank 8 goo immortals cannot resist it. But during the night, Falling Heavenly River's water flow slows down, rank 7 goo immortals can barely resist it. The power of nature was unparalleled and vast. Even goo immortals were minuscule compared to it. Collecting her thoughts, Fairy Bai Qing's gaze was fixed. Definitely. She had already borrowed many water path immortal goo for this trip, they were all to help her enter Falling Heavenly River. But it was impossible during the day. Fairy Bai Qing was a rank 7 goo immortal, her only chance was to enter Falling Heavenly River at night to search for clues. It was still daytime now, Falling Heavenly River was very close, Fairy Bai Qing slowed down and got closer. She planned to go to the bottom of the river when night fell. Time passed, the sun gradually set in the west, the sky was covered in layers of burning clouds, the radiance of the sunset shone on Fairy Bai Qing's face. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and stared at the distant Falling Heavenly River in bewilderment. Roar! With a roar, the water flow erupted, a huge beast popped its head out, revealing the tip of an iceberg on the surface of the river. This was a huge bull's head with curved horns. Immemorial desolate beast, myriad eyes, clear bull. Fairy Bai Qing recognized this fierce beast, her face turning pale. Falling Heavenly River was not safe. Other than the majestic water flow, there were also large numbers of ancient desolate beasts and even immemorial desolate beasts living inside. Myriad Eyes Clear Bull was an immemorial desolate beast, one of the overlords that lived at the bottom of Falling Heavenly River. Isn't it usually at the bottom of the river, treading on the sand and patrolling its territory? Why did it suddenly appear on the surface of the water? Fairy Bai Qing was puzzled, she quickly retreated, maintaining a distance from this Myriad Eyes Clear Bull. Immemorial desolate beasts had rank 8 battle strength. Fairy Bai Qing could not defeat this huge bull. Moreover, her main purpose of coming here was not to hunt. Fairy Bai Qing had a vigilant expression as she lamented her bad luck. The appearance of the Myriad Eyes Clear Bull cast a layer of shadow over her heart. Just as she was about to increase the distance between her and the Myriad Eyes Clear Bull, a sword light suddenly flew out from the bottom of Falling Heavenly River. Like a bolt of lightning, it pierced through the Myriad Eyes Clear Bull. This immemorial desolate beast with rough skin and thick flesh was instantly cut into two by the sword light. Countless amounts of blood and internal organs gushed out, dyeing the surface of the river in the vicinity blood red. Whoosh, before Fairy Bai Qing could react, another sword light flew out and slashed at the embankment of the river. At the next moment, the sturdy ground was like fragile tofu, a long hole was cut open by the sword. Large amounts of river water gushed into the hole. The river water overflowed, covering a radius of 1 li, turning it into a pool. Fairy Bai Qing was shocked. What was going on? What was going on? The sword light was so powerful, it was terrifying to the extreme. In front of the sword light, the immemorial desolate beast was as easy as slicing vegetables. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, countless sword lights shot out from the bottom of falling heavenly river. Like fireworks, the sword lights scattered everywhere, leaving falling heavenly river and disappearing from Fairy Bai Qing's vision at an extremely fast speed. Sword traversing Central Continent. Central Continent, Centipede Valley. A hair-raising chase was happening on the narrow mountain path in the valley. Run, run. A mini-man was on Hong Yi's head, shouting anxiously. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Don't pull my hair. Hong Yi shouted in pain. However, the little person turned a deaf ear to him. His small hands subconsciously grasped Hong Yi's hair tightly as he turned his head to look behind him. Oh my God. It is caught up, hurry up, if not, we will all be eaten by it. The mini-man shouted in fear. I want to be faster too. Hong Yi gritted his teeth, he was already using all his strength to activate his movement goo. Unfortunately, his cultivation level was too low, only rank 2 upper stage. Of course, this cultivation level was very rare at Hong Yi's age. Ever since the refinement path convention, Hong Yi had obtained some small fortuitous encounters, his cultivation speed far surpassed ordinary people. But in this life and death crisis, rank 2 upper stage cultivation was not enough to deal with the rank 5 wild golden horned centipede chasing after him. This centipede was huge, it was like a giant python. It had sharp and hard horns on its head. As it moved on the mountain path, 100 pairs of centipede legs stepped on the ground, twisting its body as it moved at an extremely fast speed. Oh no! It is already behind you. The mini-man was pale with fright, his soul almost left his body. Go all out. Hong Yi also sensed that the golden-horned centipede was close to him, his hair stood on end, he had no choice but to use his only killer move. This killer move was a movement killer move. But Hong Yi had not obtained it for long. He had not practiced it many times. When activating it, the chances of success and failure were 50-50. Killer move. At least 2 goo worms were needed to form it. The more goo worms there were, the more complicated the activation steps. The difficulty of activating the killer move was higher, but the power was higher as well. This movement killer move that Hong Yi obtained was made up of close to 10 mortal goo. Do not compare goo masters to goo immortals, this number was already a lot for goo masters. Killer moves were not so easy to train. Sometimes, failure in activating the killer move would harm oneself or goo worms. Thus, normally, Hong Yi would be very careful when practicing this killer move. But at this moment, at the critical juncture of life and death, he could no longer care about anything else. Based on his original speed, there was no way he could shake off the golden-horned centipede behind him. He would definitely die. The only way out was to risk it all. Activate it for me. It must succeed. Hong Yi shouted in his heart. However, the wish was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. Activating killer moves required concentration, some killer moves even required an especially stable environment. They could not be disturbed. It was easy for Fang Yuan to use killer moves because he had 500 years of experience in his previous life. Hong Yi was definitely a newbie. At this time, he was in danger. On one hand, one had to look at the road ahead. The mountain road was full of rocks and potholes. He ran as fast as he could in case he fell. Then everything would be over. On the other hand, behind Hong Yi was the golden-horned centipede. Following closely behind. That huge commotion continued to linger in his ears. The aura of death nearly enveloped his entire body. How could Hong Yi not be concerned? In this situation, those who could not be bothered and maintain absolute calmness were all veterans who had fought on the battlefield and disregarded life and death. Hong Yi could reach this level in the future, but he was still too young now. It is catching up, it is catching up. The mini-man above him shouted, looking at the terrifying golden-horned centipede in fear as it charged forward, gradually closing the distance between them. The centipede was huge and heavy, it had hundreds of legs on the ground, it was like a ferocious tiger. Its mouth was wide open, saliva was flying everywhere as it bit towards Hong Yi's back. The mini-man screamed, closing his eyes in fear. Even though he had wings on his back, they were damaged earlier, he could not fly at all. This time, when he entered the cave, he successfully stole the rank 5 goo material 100 flowers condensed dew. But the price of doing so was the deep hatred of the golden-horned centipede guarding the dew. Thus, the mini-man could not escape, he could only stay with Hong Yi and use his speed to survive. However, the mini-man did not feel the pain that he expected. He opened his eyes, showing an incredulous expression. For some reason, Hong Yi actually escaped the golden-horned centipede's bite. But at the next moment, the golden-horned centipede chased after him again. The mini-man's heart was pounding, but he gradually understood. It turned out that every time the golden-horned centipede wanted to bite Hong Yi, it would subconsciously raise its head. This movement caused its head to be at least 8 feet off the ground, even its body, which was half a foot long, to be lifted off the ground. Then, it would descend again. When the golden-horned centipede raised its head, many of its legs would be lifted off the ground, its speed would fall sharply. But at this time, Hong Yi was still running, his speed did not change. Thus, every time the golden-horned centipede tried to bite, Hong Yi would escape. This idiot. The mini-man laughed loudly, he was filled with the joy of surviving a calamity. Humans were the spirit of all living beings, wild goo worms had limited intelligence, their every action was based on instinct. I helped you escape out of goodwill, but you actually called me an idiot. Hong Yi was dissatisfied. I am not scolding you, I am talking about this golden-horned centipede, you idiot. The mini-man shouted. Hong Yi, however, felt resentment, you are the idiot. I told you, the centipede is sleeping, don't be afraid, we can leave after stealing the 100 flowers dew, but you insisted on shouting. The mini-man's cheeks puffed up, guilt flashed in his eyes as he showed an embarrassed and angry expression. He opened his mouth to retort, but at the next moment, his eyes widened, his face filled with shock. It turned out that the golden-horned centipede behind him saw that it could not bite Hong Yi, so it changed to another method of attack, that was the golden horn on its head. This was not because it had become smarter. Rather, over the long years, the golden-horned centipede would encounter some large prey that it could not swallow in one bite. In such a situation, it would normally use the golden horn on its head to cut the prey into pieces. Opening its mouth to swallow was the golden-horned centipede's instinct. The golden horn on its head was also an instinct. The golden-horned centipede charged over fiercely, lowering its head. The golden horn moved forward, quickly getting close to Hong Yi's, ugh. But there was no helping it, this was the height. Idiot, run. The mini-man saw this dangerous situation, he shivered in fear, his entire body trembled, he could not even hold the hair in his hand firmly. You still dare to call me an idiot? Hong Yi shouted, suddenly raising his voice, like a rooster whose throat was suddenly grabbed. He panicked. He was caught off guard, and of course, there was a heart-wrenching pain. The golden horn had already pierced into Hong Yi's butt. The mini-man felt despair, he was definitely done for this time, but right at this moment, Hong Yi's speed suddenly rose by a large margin. He immediately charged out. It turned out that when he screamed, the intense pain caused him to have an epiphany, allowing him to use his killer move in its entirety. Hong Yi thus escaped from danger. Bleeding, bleeding. The mini-man looked at Hong Yi's back as he shouted anxiously. The golden-horned centipede was originally pierced into Hong Yi's butt. But now, Hong Yi had charged out. Both sides separated. It was like a dagger was pulled out of Hong Yi's butt, the wound was no longer obstructed, blood naturally flowed out. My butt hurts. Ouch, ouch. It hurts so much. At this moment, Hong Yi's mind was filled with such intense thoughts. He subconsciously covered his butt, covering the wound. Then, naturally, because of the pain from the wound, his mind was distracted. The movement killer move that he had just activated collapsed, his speed fell again. But the golden-horned centipede was still chasing behind him. Another golden horn pierced into the other half of Hong Yi's butt. Oh! Hong Yi screamed in shock again. Next, the same scene happened again. The intense attacks and the sudden intense pain caused Hong Yi to focus his attention in that instant, and he used his killing move again. He ran out again. Blood is spurting. The mini-man shouted anxiously. There was no helping it, the two wounds were very deep, and with Hong Yi's intense movement, it would be strange if blood did not spurt out. Hong Yi covered his butt as he ran. The golden-horned centipede chased him relentlessly. This situation made it hard for him to stop. Oh no, I don't have enough primeval essence. Suddenly, Hong Yi's expression turned pale. Goo Masters had little primeval essence to begin with, it was not durable. And killer moves used many goo worms at the same time, the expenditure was huge. After running for so long, Hong Yi was already at his limit. Death was approaching, Hong Yi was forced into a dead end, he had no chance of survival. Are we going to die? Are we going to die? Lord Centipede, don't eat me, my body is so small, I have little meat, eat him, eat this idiot. The mini-man was so scared that he fell limp in Hong Yi's hair, mumbling to himself. At this time, Hong Yi's heart was empty, he did not have the mood to argue with the mini-man. Next, at this time an earth-shattering sword light shot out, in an instant, the world turned white, all living beings lost their voices. The change did not make Hong Yi stop running. After running for a while, he realized something was wrong. Turning around, he was stunned. The rank 5 golden-horned centipede goo was gone, it was completely gone. Along with it, half of the centipede valley was gone. What appeared in front of him was a huge ravine. The edges of the ravine were smooth and flat like a mirror. What is going on? Hong Yi was at a loss, he could not believe it. A sword light. The mini-man was scared silly. Central continent's east coast. Water waves were surging endlessly. Cold air permeated the area, shrouding the surroundings. Children, we are here. This is the profound island, Flying Frost Sect's territory. It is also the place where you will live and change your destinies. The leading goo master pointed at the distant ice island, introducing it proudly. The youngsters raised their heads, looking over with anticipation. Some of them had sparkling eyes, while others looked extremely excited. Flying Frost Sect did not have any goo immortals, it was not a super force. But in this area of several thousand li, it was the king of the land, the only one that could match it was 5 Virtue Sect. Not long ago, Flying Frost Sect was one of the venues for the second round of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. After this report, Flying Frost Sect's reputation spread far and wide. This time, we brought the best seedlings, they might be the batch with the highest aptitude in the last 10 years. They are the future of the sect, if we nurture them well, we will definitely strengthen the sect. The leading goo master looked at these children, his heart surging. The leading goo master spoke loudly, "Children, it is your fortune to be able to become Flying Frost Sect's disciples. Now, let me tell you about it." Swoosh, right at this time, a sword light flashed, causing everyone's vision to blur, they subconsciously closed their eyes. When they opened their eyes, they were all dumbfounded, their mouths were wide open, they were motionless, they were like statues with exaggerated expressions. The vast profound ice island was nowhere to be seen. A long, slender, and enormous ravine appeared in front of them. Even the seawater was split apart, there was an empty area of 5 to 6 li on the sea surface, the remnant sword path down marks were here, isolating the water path down marks, the seawater on both sides could not flow in. At once, it formed a strange and domineering scene, celestial court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was holding a walking stick, standing shakily under Heaven Overseeing Tower. His other hand was holding Fate Goo, his withered old hand was slowly caressing Fate Goo. This time, the restoration of Fate Goo was a huge success, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was filled with excitement and joy. Bai Tsang Shui, Lian Jiuxing, and Bai Chen Tian, who had restored Fate Goo with him, had all left Celestial Court, descending to the mortal world. Almost all the goo immortals in Celestial Court used the hibernation method to extend their lifespan. It was not easy for them to wake up, they had to use every second they had to go to their sects and settle some personal matters, or take care of their sect or bloodline descendants. Celestial Court governed the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, but at the same time, most of the Gu immortals in Celestial Court were drawn from the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. In terms of sect structure, Celestial Court was like a high sect, while the 10 great ancient sects were like low sections. Not all Gu immortals had the chance to enter Celestial Court. Other than having deep attainment in their path, strong battle strength, and at least rank 8 cultivation level, there was another important criterion to enter Celestial Court. That was values, Celestial Court. What was Celestial Court? 3 million years ago, star constellation Immortal Venerable had already explained it clearly, that was to comply with providence and enforce justice on behalf of heaven. After this restoration, Fate Gu will regain 50% of its power. If I use Heaven Overseeing Tower again, I will be able to find even more people who have escaped fate. Getting rid of these people will help Fate Gu recover even more. Everything will enter a virtuous cycle. If this continues, Celestial Court will regain its former glory. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's emotions surged. He was about to enter Heaven Overseeing Tower again. Rumble, a sword light shot out like a bolt of lightning. Next, it slashed across Heaven Overseeing Tower at lightning speed. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's mouth was wide open, his pupils shrunk to pin size. His entire body was stiff as he watched a small section of the upper half of Heaven Overseeing Tower slowly tilt and fall to the ground, smashing onto the white jade bricks. Heaven Overseeing Tower. After being dazed for a moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shouted in shock. P.S. This chapter has 4,000 words. There are 2 chapters today. One of them is to make up for the 800 monthly votes owed yesterday. Looking at the monthly votes just now, it broke through 900, so there will still be 2 chapters tomorrow. Thank you everyone for your support. This chapter has officially reached the end, it is about to arrive. To be continued, it finally stopped. Fairy Bai Qing looked at the calm surface of falling heavenly river, her face was pale and she felt lingering fear in her heart. When the sword lights shot out, she was the closest Gu immortal to the scene, she personally witnessed this shocking scene. At this moment, falling heavenly river was filled with corpses. Large numbers of ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts had incomplete body parts floating in the river. The surging white heavenly river water was dyed blood red. Although falling heavenly river came from the sky, the river water was filled with vitality. Countless ferocious beasts were hiding and reproducing, large numbers of aquatic plants grew in it. There were also countless undercurrents, whirlpools, and other natural traps. Even Gu immortals would be in fatal danger if they fell into these traps. Fairy Bai Qing waited for a while, but no more sword lights shot out. She quickly ran into the river and picked up the corpses of the ferocious beasts or the branches and roots of ancient desolate plants and immemorial desolate plants. This was a huge windfall for her. The wealth was so great that even Fairy Bai Qing was overjoyed. But good times did not last long. Many ancient desolate beasts started to show themselves. Fairy Bai Qing could even vaguely see the vague figures of some immemorial desolate beasts through the river water. These ferocious beasts were stimulated by the thick blood water. The flesh and blood that were torn apart by the sword lights were excellent food for these ferocious beasts. More and more ferocious beasts were lured over by the flesh and blood. They started to fight intensely. They crazily bit each other on the river surface, fighting for food and creating huge waves. It was a terrifying sight. Fairy Bai Qing had no choice but to retreat. She looked at the remaining flesh and blood, her heart was filled with regret. These were excellent Gu refinement immortal materials. The sword lights suddenly shot out. What happened in falling heavenly river? Should I go down and find out the truth? Fairy Bai Qing was worried about Feng Kim Hong. This made her hesitant. But in her heart, there was a feeling telling her Bo Qing's clue should be at the bottom of falling heavenly river. Fairy Bai Qing gritted her teeth, her body turned into a white rainbow. She plunged into falling heavenly river. From the source of the falling heavenly river, the unparalleled sword lights shot out in all directions, covering the entire Xianxia state. Whether it was the Centipede Canyon in the middle of Xianxia State, the Flying Frost Pavilion in the east of Xianxia State, or even the high and mighty Celestial Court, they were all disturbed by the sword light. For a moment, Xianxia State was shocked. Celestial Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's face was ashen, his hands did not stop moving. After reacting, he started to repair Heaven Overseeing Tower. Bai Tian, Bai Xianxia and Lian Jiuxing had been summoned back. At this moment, they were all rushing back. The injuries caused by the sword light were very troublesome, the sword path Dao marks seemed to be corrosive. Although the remaining heaven overseeing tower was still standing, it could not last for long. If the sword Dao marks were allowed to continue invading, it would definitely lead to even more disastrous losses. Although the restoration of Fate Immortal Gu was a huge success, it is time to use it. But heaven overseeing tower was cut in half. Was this a coincidence? Or heaven overseeing tower lord had a bad premonition? After a while, Bai Tian returned first, followed by Bai Xianxia. Last was Lian Jiuxing. Lian Jiuxing was delayed for a while, but because of this, he brought detailed information. I found out, the sword light came from the source of falling heavenly river. The whole of central continent is in chaos now. Falling heavenly river source, isn't that where Bo Qing died? Bai Xianxia cried out in shock. Mentioning Bo Qing, the four immortals of Celestial Court had complex emotions. Back then, they had tried to recruit Bo Qing, but Bo Qing's ideals did not match theirs. He did not even pass the door of Celestial Court. Bo Qing. Heaven overseeing tower lord's gaze was deep. Investigate, we need to investigate clearly. Fairy Xianxia. You specialize in water path, I will trouble you to make this trip. The three of us will stay here. Focus on repairing heaven overseeing tower. I don't know why, but I have a feeling of unease. The other three immortals' expressions shook. Among them, Bai Tian said, Heaven overseeing tower lord, you control heaven overseeing tower and fate Gu. This feeling of unease cannot be underestimated, we need to move quickly. Central Continent, Combat Immortal Sect. The source of falling heavenly river has changed. It seems like Bo Qing's sword path inheritance has appeared. Jin Liang, go and investigate the truth. I will give you 2 slots for rank 6 Gu immortals, you can choose from them. Combat Immortal Sect's first Supreme Elders will floated in the air. Gu immortal Jin Liang was in the fire, he was tall and sturdy, he had golden hair and fiery eyes, his rank 7 aura was extremely strong. Hearing this, he snorted coldly, not giving face to first Supreme Elder. You should look for Shirley for this matter, he is the immortal Monkey King. Feng Jioga is no longer around, he is already the number 1 rank 7 in Central Continent. First Supreme Elders will smiled, Jin Liang, although Shirley is strong, the huge Combat Immortal Sect does not belong to him alone. He has already made enough contributions in exploring Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, do you want him to make more contributions? Jin Liang's mind moved, he suddenly thought of something. He jumped out of the burning fire, cupping his fists, heh. First Supreme Elder's words are right. I wanted to increase my fire path Dao marks by 17 or 18 first. In that case, I will set off immediately. First Supreme Elders will nodded, instructing, go and return quickly. Wind Cloud Manor. First Senior Brother, you came out of closed cultivation? Gu immortal Hong Chi Ming saw the person in front of him and was overjoyed, he quickly bowed. This person wore a white robe with a jade belt around his waist, he was tall and had a refined appearance, he nodded with a smile, I came out because of the change in falling heavenly river. Junior Brother, you participated in the 100 Days battle and personally witnessed Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword. This time, I was ordered to investigate the truth of falling heavenly river, I hope you can help me. Hong Chi Ming breathed in deeply, saying sincerely, First Senior Brother, you are treating me like an outsider. If not for First Senior Brother's help back then, how could I be where I am today? Hong Chi Ming is willing to serve you. Spirit Affinity House, Discussion Hall. There is a change in falling heavenly river source, who should we send to investigate? First Supreme Elder was not present, Second Supreme Elder was in charge. Second Supreme Elder might not know, but Fairy Bai Qing has already gone to explore falling heavenly river source. Li Junying's will said. Oh? Did she find some clues? Some Gu immortals could not help but connect the dots. Second Supreme Elder frowned, Fairy Bai Qing only has rank 6 peak stage cultivation, she is not enough to deal with this situation. Meanwhile, the sect is currently lacking in battle strength, who should we send to reinforce Bai Qing? Su Haoswell laughed heartily, reporting to Second Supreme Elder, Fairy Bai Qing's cultivation has already advanced to rank 7, but she secretly concealed it and did not report it. Oh? There is such a thing? I remember that she is still some time away from her first rank 7 calamity. Su Hao calmly replied, this matter is undeniably true. Before Feng Jiuge went to Northern Plains, he used a time path immortal Gu to secretly raise Fairy Bai Qing's cultivation. So it was like that. Second Supreme Elder pondered for a while before saying, Fairy Bai Qing becoming a rank 7 Gu immortal is the fortune of our spirit affinity house. When she returns, we will bestow immeasurable peak to her. Also, open the treasury and allow her to choose a rank 7 immortal Gu. As for the matter of falling heavenly river, we will not send any reinforcements, we will only inform her of the sect's intentions. Yes, we will follow Second Supreme Elder's orders. Tianti Mountain. Such sword light, Bo Qing, a pseudo-immortal venerable who split the 5 regions with his sword, for the sake of love, maybe this is the birth of his sword path true inheritance. Sword path Gu Master Xianxia raised his head and looked at the sky, his expression was filled with excitement and longing. With this huge change, the source of falling heavenly river is definitely the gathering place of Gu immortals, maybe I can take advantage of the situation. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects might be strong, but if they eat the meat, I can at least drink the soup, right? Thinking of this, Xianxia made up his mind and flew out of Tianti Mountain, towards the northwest horizon. Be it the righteous path led by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, or the demonic path, or even lone immortals like Xianxia, they all had their own plans. Countless gazes were gathered at the source of the falling heavenly river from a distance. Bo Qing, pseudo-immortal venerable, the number 1 person below the venerable realm since ancient times. These titles, these sealed memories, became fresh again. Countless sword lights wreaked havoc in Central Continent, reminding the world of Bo Qing's strength. A rumor started from an unknown source, but it spread further and further, affecting everyone's nerves. The scattering of sword lights this time is a backup plan left behind by Bo Qing before he died. He wants to remind the world that his sword path true inheritance has appeared, although he died, he did not want it to go to the wrong person. He wants to use this chance to choose the most suitable inheritor. Thus, the shock from the sword lights might gradually turn into greed and lust. Central Continent's Gu immortal world was shaken, countless Gu immortals, even old monsters who had concealed their identities for 100 years, started to rush towards falling heavenly river. Central Continent was in turmoil, a huge dispute that involved the whole of Central Continent was about to unfold at the source of falling heavenly river. But in southern border it was calm. Lush green mountains and rustling pines. On a mountain peak, there was a stone pavilion. Old Man Inkstone was sitting in the pavilion, playing chess. There was a huge rock in front of him, star path Dao marks crisscrossed on the flat rock surface, some were horizontal, some were vertical, some were diagonally inserted, forming a dazzling diagram. Old Man Inkstone was playing the famous astrolabe chessboard. A figure descended from the sky, instantly, the stone pavilion was filled with cold air. You are looking for me? Bai Ningbing coldly stared at Old Man Inkstone's back. Old Man Inkstone slowly turned around, facing Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing continued in a cold voice, although you helped me become an immortal, I am not a subordinate that you can order around easily. Old Man Inkstone smiled, saying softly, do you know? Fang Yuan is about to return. Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing's eyes brightened, she squinted, concealing the sharp light in her eyes. Looking at Old Man Inkstone in the stone pavilion, Bai Ningbing was very vigilant. Ever since he became an immortal and got rid of his female identity, he realized that Old Man Inkstone was unfathomable. Bai Ningbing's indifference was his nature. But his toughness towards Old Man Inkstone was only a form of probing. In fact, his desire to deal with Fang Yuan and his desire for revenge was also a form of disguise for himself, as well as a form of probing Old Man Inkstone. Although only a few years had passed, Bai Ningbing was no longer so concerned about Fang Yuan. Gu immortal attainment level broadened his horizons, allowing him to see many more things and see many more exciting things. What he cared about was Old Man Inkstone in front of him. It was not that he had not secretly investigated, but the shadow sect was still hidden in the shadows, hidden in a bottomless darkness. He did not know why Old Man Inkstone was helping him. At the same time, Bai Ningbing was not willing to be controlled like this. It was not that he had not thought of leaving. But firstly, the shadow sect had spent so much effort, they would not let him leave so easily. Secondly, Bai Ningbing valued excitement more than his life. The stronger the enemy, the more dangerous the process and the harder it would be to resist. This made him feel that he was not wasting his time, it was a form of enjoyment towards life. Fighting with heaven, fighting with earth, fighting with people, it was a joy to him. Bai Ningbing had never had one thing in his heart since young, that was to retreat in the face of danger. At this time, facing Bai Ningbing's questioning, Old Man Inkstone took out an immortal goo from his bosom, saying, "As long as you do as I say, I can guarantee that Feng Yuan will return to southern border." Bai Ningbing's eyes shone with cold light. "You seem to know Feng Yuan's whereabouts. You know it like the back of your hand. But back then, when I was advancing to immortal, I asked you. You said you did not know." Old Man Inkstone laughed lightly. He did not face Bai Ningbing's questioning, instead saying directly, "South of Name Peak. East of Liqiu, not far from Rock Dragon Cave, there is a nameless mountain peak. The mountains were high and the rivers were long, verdant and lush. It was a unique tree with no other peaks. Go to that mountain peak and activate this goo. Once you succeed, leave as soon as possible. This mountain would become a forbidden zone for immortals, any goo immortal could enter. All of them will be killed." Bai Ningbing did not take the immortal goo, her gaze was still fixed on Old Man Inkstone, saying coldly, "You have not answered my question." "I don't need to answer your question. All you need to know is that once this matter is done, Feng Yuan will return. Didn't the agreement you signed with the Shadow Sect state that you could only break free from the agreement and regain your freedom by killing Feng Yuan?" Elder Inkstone smiled faintly. Bai Ningbing was silent for a moment before she extended her hand. He obtained the immortal goo. Then, he snorted and soared into the sky, quickly disappearing into the horizon. He traveled at full speed. 2 days later, they found the place that the Old Man Inkstone had told them about. "This mountain is very ordinary, there's nothing special about it. Why did we choose this place?" Bai Ningbing was puzzled. Actually, he had many guesses in his heart, he had even thought of the possibility that the Old Man Inkstone was plotting against him. However, he paid a huge price to become an immortal. Why does he want to kill me now? The possibility is very low. Bai Ningbing shook his head, he had a doubt in his heart. Why did the Old Man Inkstone want to help me become an immortal? There are so many people, why did he choose me? Is it just because I have the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique? Bai Ningbing had thought so before, but now, he felt that the truth was not so simple. Next, Bai Ningbing inspected carefully, but did not find any foundation of a goo formation on this nameless mountain peak. He was puzzled and hesitant. If this was really a trap, then wouldn't he be a laughingstock for coming here foolishly and sending himself to death? Bai Ningbing suddenly had a thought, the Old Man Inkstone would not ask me to come here and activate the immortal goo for no reason. His intention is very mysterious, but he did not set a time limit. I might as well delay it and test him. If it was a huge matter, the Old Man Inkstone would be very anxious and would urge him. At that time, Bai Ningbing would have the initiative with the immortal goo. Bai Ningbing did not make a move, but the Shadow Sect members were anxious. A black-robed goo immortal came to the stone pavilion and said in a rough voice, "Inkstone, that Bai Ningbing has already been gone for half a month with the immortal goo, but there is no movement. Did he escape with the immortal goo, or did he meet with some accident?" The Old Man Inkstone was leisurely looking at the astrolabe chessboard. The astrolabe chessboard in front of him was filled with Dao marks, but compared to the time when Bai Ningbing was here, half of the complicated paths had already disappeared. The Old Man Inkstone calculated the chessboard with his fingers as he said to the black-robed goo immortal, "Bai Ningbing is still there, but he is restraining himself. He has long been suspicious that this trip is disadvantageous to him. It is normal for him to have such a reaction." The black-robed goo immortal saw the leisurely expression of the Old Man Inkstone and could not help but say anxiously, "But Central Continent cannot delay any longer. Right now, not only the goo immortals of Central Continent's 10 sects, but also many lone cultivators and demonic cultivators have entered Falling Heavenly River to explore. Vice Envoy Lan and the rest can only last for 3 days. After 3 days, the Celestial Court will react and realize that this is a trap, it might interfere with our true plan." Old Man Xianxia nodded and said in deep agreement, "What you say makes sense. In fact, the reality is already very different from the original plan. the progress is too slow. Why don't you send a letter to Bai Ningbing and ask him to make a move as soon as possible? If he does not comply, we will strip him of his immortal status and send him back to the mortal world. He became an immortal with our help, but he is only a false immortal. There is no need to let him continue to be so arrogant. We can make a move first and make him lose his Gu immortal strength, turning him back to immortal and regaining his female body. This kind of arrogant junior, if we do not teach him a lesson, we will not be able to use him properly. The black-robed Gu immortal suggested. He, why do you think I want to use him? The old man Inkstone laughed and lightly waved his wide sleeves. A star mark immediately disappeared from the astrolabe chessboard. If Fang Yuan saw this, he would definitely be shocked. Such a simple technique, the old man Inkstone's wisdom path attainment level was definitely great grandmaster. The black-robed Gu immortal was wearing a hood. His expression could not be seen clearly, but his tone was filled with deep suspicion. Inkstone. You chose Bai Ningbing, is it not because of his 10 extreme physique battle strength? No. The old man Inkstone laughed loudly. This is only his uniqueness on the surface. His true uniqueness lies in the fact that he is also a person who escaped fate. What? He is also one? The black-robed Gu immortal was shocked. The old man Inkstone explained in detail, our grand plan has been planned for 100,000 years. The true enemy is not Central Continent's celestial court or the other 4 regions, but this heaven. That's why I handed the last and most crucial step to Bai Ningbing. He is a person who escaped fate. In a way, he has escaped Providence's control. Only such a person can qualify to be our pawn. So that's it. The black-robed Gu immortal realized and no longer had any doubts. The old man Inkstone continued, Bai Ningbing is a person who escaped fate, even Providence cannot completely control him, he will be a sharp sword for us. Let him be the vanguard, we need to conserve our energy and cherish every ounce of strength to deal with Providence's anger. After Bai Ningbing left, I did not plan to contact him again. Let him develop freely. But don't worry, with his personality, he will not wait much longer. In that case, I will continue my hibernation. The black-robed Gu immortal cupped his fists and left. Bai Ningbing waited for 2 days on the nameless mountain peak, during which time he looked at the direction of the old man Inkstone's stone pavilion. So many days have passed. The old man Inkstone did not rush me. From this, I can see that he is not anxious about this matter. That's right. If he was anxious, when he instructed me, he would have emphasized the time limit of the mission. Bai Ningbing could not help but feel dejected. This was a test. It was undoubtedly a failure. He then turned his gaze to the mountain range beneath his feet and thought to himself, these days, I've been very busy. I have investigated many times but did not find any traces of a Gu formation. Sigh. If there is really a problem this time, then I will admit defeat. I cannot find anything, I can only blame myself for not being able to do it. Bai Ningbing sighed, his body flew and floated in the air, looking down at this ordinary mountain. Go. He willed and expended immortal essence to activate the mysterious immortal Gu. The immortal Gu gave off a bright light, but it lay motionless in his hand. Bai Ningbing was slightly surprised, thinking, so this immortal Gu is a big eater. He continued to activate it. As beads of green grape immortal essence were expended, the immortal Gu's light became brighter and brighter, its small body started to tremble slightly. A moment later, Bai Ningbing's forehead was filled with sweat. He was worried, I have already expended hundreds of beads of immortal essence, why is there still no movement? So this is the true difficulty of this mission. Just as he was feeling bewildered, the immortal Gu in his hand buzzed and turned into a bright light, shooting towards the sky. The light became brighter and brighter, but its speed became slower and slower. After reaching its limit, it flew towards the nameless mountain peak below. Bam! Finally, it crashed into the mountain peak, bursting out with a dazzling light comparable to the sun and moon. Bai Ningbing quickly covered his eyes and retreated. At this time, he did not need to expend immortal essence anymore. But whether the immortal Gu had been successfully activated, he had to take a look to confirm. Thus, after flying a li away, he stopped in the air. Next, he saw an unbelievable scene. In the intense light, the nameless mountain peak was undamaged, but there were layers upon layers of illusory images above the mountain forest. This was a section of a long river. The river water was surging with waves, moving up and down continuously. It was filled with an indescribable natural charm, as well as an unspeakable and indescribable truth that made people forget to return. This scene, could it be the river of time? Bai Ningbing's pupils dilated, he was extremely shocked. Next, he saw that the river of time's illusory image was fading away, becoming fainter and fainter. Two figures seemed to have jumped out of the river, their appearances and clothes were becoming clearer. These two people were fighting, both sides were exchanging blows, the intensity of the battle shook Bai Ningbing's mind. One of them had a huge body with bulging muscles, he was like a fierce tiger or dragon, rampaging with a ferocious aura. It was a rank 8 Gu immortal. Both sides fought fiercely to the point that the heavens and the earth were overturned, and mountains and rivers splashed about. Plus or minus, even though it was just an illusory transformation, not interfering with reality, it was still extremely moving. The battle gradually intensified, the rank 8 Gu immortal had the upper hand, he raised his head and laughed maniacally. I am a rank 8 Gu immortal with the great strength true martial physique, you are a mere rank 7, you actually want to challenge my reputation? That mysterious Gu immortal with a red lotus on his forehead chuckled, speaking in a neutral tone, Martial duel Heavenly King, you will definitely lose today. Take this move of mine. The moment he said that, the mysterious rank 7 Gu immortal waved his right hand as a platform flew out. At the next moment, the disdain on the rank 8 Gu immortal martial battle Heavenly King's face vanished as he shouted, this is actually an immortal Gu house. What immortal Gu house is this? The rank 7 Gu immortal smiled proudly, let me teach you, this is the immortal Gu house I created, graceful chaotic duel stage. Graceful chaotic duel ring? Bai Ningbing saw this and frowned, as far as he knew, there was no such immortal Gu house in the current southern border Gu immortal world. The power of the graceful chaotic duel stage was extremely mysterious. No matter what kind of attack the martial duel Heavenly King unleashed, it was all absorbed and sealed by the graceful chaotic duel stage. This was not the end. After the attack was sealed, it could still be used by the rank 7 Gu immortal to return it. Martial Dotian Heavenly King's attacks were extremely sharp, but most of them were taken by him instead. The images kept changing, and the battle became more and more intense. Eventually, with the help of graceful chaotic duel stage, the mysterious rank 7 Gu immortal defeated martial duel Heavenly King, completing the unprecedented feat of a rank 7 defeating a rank 8, but at the same time, the mysterious rank 7 Gu immortal also paid a terrible price. Martial duel Heavenly King retaliated in the end, turning into a rank 8 immortal zombie. It was as if he had an immortal body. The mysterious rank 7 Gu immortal could not take his life, he could only give up on this graceful chaotic duel stage. It suppressed the martial arts Heavenly Monarch deep underground. In order to defeat martial duel Heavenly King, the mysterious rank 7 Gu immortal sacrificed an immortal Gu house. The battle was over. He looked at the immortal Gu house that was buried underground, sighing as he flew into the sky. There were no Gu immortals, but the phantom image was still changing. The battlefield of the Gu immortals became peaceful again. After that, the weather was favorable, and plants grew. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and the flood came. Or a meteor falling, or a great fire burning. The originally flat terrain gradually bulged. It slowly grew taller. First, it became a mound, then a mountain. Occasionally, characters would rush into the picture. Their movements were extremely fast. Whether it was the natural weather or the movements of the characters or beasts, it was like a fast-forward movie. The mountain was also changing rapidly, sometimes collapsing, sometimes slowly forming. In the end, in the illusion, the mountain gradually grew into the appearance of a nameless mountain. When the phantom completely disappeared, the world returned to its original appearance. Bai Ningbing's eyes shined with a strange light, he could tell, the immortal Gu that Old Man Inkstone gave him should be a time path investigative immortal Gu. It tore through the cracks of time and projected the scene of a certain past in the upper reaches of the river of time. Teleport to the present downstream. The battlefield where two Gu immortals had once fought was this ordinary and unremarkable mountain peak. That is to say, there is an immortal Gu house hidden here. Bai Ningbing stared at the foot of the mountain. He was overwhelmed with emotions. He naturally knew the value of an immortal Gu house. Only forces with goo immortals could be considered super forces. However, among these superpowers, only the strongest among them could possess one or more immortal goo houses. If I can control this graceful chaotic dual stage, it will definitely be of great help to me. It will definitely be of great help to me, allowing me to deal with Shadow Sect more easily and leave Shadow Sect. Oh no, this immortal goo's aura is spreading everywhere. The commotion of activating the immortal goo is not small, it will definitely attract the attention of other goo immortals. Time waits for no man, I need to make full use of it. Bai Ningbing was just about to fly down and drill into the ground to obtain the immortal goo house, but he hesitated. He thought of Old Man Inkstone. If he went down, would he fall into Old Man Inkstone's trap? Maybe Old Man Inkstone had already predicted Bai Ningbing's reaction and wanted him to go underground, explore the depths and obtain graceful chaotic dual stage. If that is the case, he definitely has a backup plan. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. If I act blindly, it will only be futile and I will be used by others for no reason. Bai Ningbing's gaze was deep, he decided to investigate the surroundings first before making a move. However, what he did not expect was, just as he got close to the nameless mountain peak, he felt an intense sense of weakness. The goo immortal aura on his body rapidly weakened and he could not even move his thoughts. Bai Ningbing retreated in shock. Old Man Inkstone's instructions before he left flashed in his mind. Go to the peak of that mountain and activate this goo. Once you succeed, quickly leave. This mountain will become a forbidden zone for immortals. Any goo immortal who enters this place will face fatal danger. Bai Ningbing frowned and pondered, was this the forbidden zone for immortals? If this place really became a forbidden zone for immortals, how could he obtain graceful chaotic dual stage? At this time, the phantom image on the mountain peak formed again, showing the scene from before. Bai Ningbing observed patiently and could not help but guess, could it be that the phantom image here contained clues to obtain the immortal goo house? However, after the phantom image finished changing, it vanished again and Bai Ningbing could not see any clues. After that, he discovered that this illusory figure would reappear every 2 hours. Every time the phantom image changed, it would show the same content without any difference. He also discovered, the so-called forbidden zone for immortals was expanding. At first, he could still get 3 li away from the nameless mountain peak. But now, when he was 10 li away from the nameless mountain peak, he felt extremely tired and weak. A strong intuition told him that if he were to force his way in, he would definitely die, and there wouldn't be a second outcome. Seeing this huge fortuitous encounter slip away from him and getting further and further away, Bai Ningbing was naturally anxious. He stayed here for 3 days, during which he tried to conceal this constantly changing phantom image. He had already tried to get rid of the aura of the immortal goo, but this could not conceal these phantom images. Although Old Man Inkstone helped him advance to immortal, he did not give him any immortal goo. This phenomenon was caused by the time path investigative immortal goo. Bai Ningbing could not conceal it by using mortal goo. Of course, if he had an outstanding mortal killer move, there was a possibility of concealing it temporarily. But his foundation was shallow and he did not have such a method. If Feng Yuan was here, what would he do? While Bai Ningbing was vexed, Feng Yuan's figure flashed in his mind. Even though he did not care about Feng Yuan, he could not deny that Feng Yuan's ruthlessness and craftiness had left a deep impression on him, subtly influencing him. Thinking about it, Bai Ningbing was shocked. He suddenly realized, this immortal goo was given to him by Old Man Inkstone. This should be part of Shadow Sect's plan. What was Shadow Sect trying to do? They were not secretly seizing graceful chaotic dual stage and silently making a fortune, but they were spreading this news, as if they were afraid the whole world would not know, involving the ancient battle, involving the immortal goo house graceful chaotic dual stage, the whole of southern border will be shaken. Be it righteous path goo immortals, demonic path or lone immortals, they will all go crazy. In order to seize the immortal goo house, they will not retreat, they will definitely stir up a storm and create a storm of blood. Is Shadow Sect's goal to cause a calamity in southern border? But what benefits does this bring to them? Bai Ningbing suddenly patted his forehead, his expression was vexed, but his gaze became clear again. What is going on with me these days? I was actually blinded by greed. This is not something I can obtain. This nameless mountain will soon become the center of the whirlpool of the whole of southern border, sucking in almost all of southern border's goo immortals. I am only a rank 6 Gu immortal, I lack methods. I cannot stay here for long, I should leave first. Right, I should go back and probe Old Man Inkstone, ask him what he is trying to do. Does he want to use this to lure Feng Yuan over? Bai Ningbing rushed back, but Old Man Inkstone was no longer in the stone pavilion. He went to Shadow Sect's blessed land, but could not open the blessed land's entrance, even using information path Mortal Gu could not contact him. It was as if the whole of Shadow Sect, including Old Man Inkstone, had completely vanished. Bai Ningbing's suspicions became even more intense, a feeling of being abandoned made him feel that something was amiss. Central Continent, Falling Heavenly River. At this moment, at the source of Falling Heavenly River, the bottom of the river was filled with light. Countless Gu immortals from Central Continent looked at the only source of light at the bottom of the river, their hearts burning with passion. In this light, an immortal zombie was floating with his eyes closed. His appearance was still the same as when he was alive, filled with vitality, sharp eyebrows, a tall nose, long jade green hair, and his spine was straight like a sword. It was Bo Qing. To think that Bo Qing had turned into an immortal zombie. Back then, Spirit Affinity House's fairy Mo Yao also underwent tribulation with him. But now, we only see Bo Qing and not Mo Yao. It seems that Mo Yao has already vanished into thin air. According to the sect's records, that heavenly tribulation shook Central Continent, it was terrifying beyond compare. Bo Qing was so strong, but he was still able to preserve his strength. It is truly inconceivable. How strong was he? The immortals discussed. The corpse was preserved so well, who knows how many secrets are hidden within. As long as we obtain it, we can unravel the mysteries of Bo Qing's cultivation. Even if he does not leave behind a sword path true inheritance, just this research alone will be able to make great progress. Who knows, we might even gain another true inheritance for the sect. Most of these thoughts came from the Gu immortals of the 10 great ancient sections. They had a long-term vision and considered the big picture of the sect. And lone demonic immortals like Jian Yixing focused their attention on the immortal Gu that immortal zombie Bo Qing carried. There are many immortal Gu auras on his body. It is hard to imagine that they were all preserved. These are all pseudo-venerable sword path immortal Gu. I will be satisfied with just one. Central Continent's righteous path was prosperous, but demonic cultivators were ruthlessly suppressed. Their situation was the most miserable in the 5 regions. These demonic cultivators and lone cultivators did not dare to have any ideas about immortal zombie Bo Qing, they only wanted to make some gains and quickly leave. Actually, before this, the immortals had more or less obtained some gains while entering Falling Heavenly River. The sword lights killed many corpses and pieces of flesh. As long as they were careful, they could discover them. But now, Bo Qing's inheritance was too tempting. At this moment, there were no less than 30 Gu immortals at the bottom of Falling Heavenly River source. The eyes of the immortals were burning hot. They would occasionally look at the ball of light that was enveloping immortal zombie Bo Qing. At other times, they would secretly look at the surroundings. They were extremely wary of the competitors around them. Among them, the strongest competitors were the Gu immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Jin Liang, Hong Chiming, Qi Yintian, and so on. And among the immortals of the 10 great ancient sects, the one that made people feel the most threatened was Fairy Bai Qing. Seeing that the situation had reached a stalemate, Qi Yintian said slowly, Fairy Bai Qing, the current situation is very clear. Bo Qing Kong had an immortal zombie body, his divine soul should have been destroyed by the tribulation. However, there seems to be some will and emotions left in his mind, and he has the instinct to defend himself. Thus, every time we get close, he will activate his immortal Gu and burst out with extremely sharp sword lights, attacking everywhere. To weaken his hostility, they needed an object that contained Bo Qing's aura, a Gu worm that he refined when he was alive, or Bo Qing's will and emotions. As long as we take out these, we will be able to get close to immortal zombie Bo Qing and gain the initiative. Fairy Bai Qing smiled bitterly, I don't have these things. If I did, I would have done it already, wouldn't I? She really didn't. Because she did not expect Bo Qing's immortal zombie body to appear. Qi Yintian smiled lightly, why is Fairy Bai Qing lying to us? You were the first to arrive. Why did you come here in secret, alone? Could all of this be a coincidence? Fairy Bai Qing's smile became even more bitter, Sir said I came here secretly. This is wrong. I'm borrowing a path from the myriad dragon dock and the war immortal sect. I'm doing it openly and honorably. What secret? She had come to explore the source of the falling heavenly river because of Feng Joga's last words. But she couldn't tell him the truth. Spirit Affinity Houses sighed. They had to delay the news of Feng Joga's death as much as possible to buy time for them to make arrangements. Jin Liang frowned, his voice gradually becoming stern. Fairy Bai Qing, why hide it? In this situation, if this dragged on, more Gu immortals would be attracted. Any delay would lead to changes. We, the 10 great ancient sects, should work together to control the situation in Central Continent. If those lone immortals and demonic cultivators obtained Bo Qing's sword path immortal Gu, it was bound to cause turmoil in Xianxia state. Could it be that your esteemed sect is doing this for your own selfish reasons? Are you going to abandon the overall situation of Xianxia state? Xianxia maintained a gentle attitude and continued to persuade, our 10 great ancient sects come from the same source after all. Let's work together and snatch immortal zombie Bo Qing. I can represent the Wind Cloud Manor and sign an alliance with your esteemed sect. I will definitely guarantee your sect's benefits in this matter. Fairy Bai Qing was silent. She sneered in her heart. Jin Liang and Xianxia were pretending to be the good guy. How could she not see that he was pretending to be the good guy? She was secretly anxious. Everything happened so suddenly that Spirit Affinity House did not send any Gu immortals to reinforce her. Even though she was rank 7 against the immortals, she could not do anything alone. No matter what happened to immortal zombie Bo Qing, retrieving his corpse and all his sword path immortal Gu was extremely important to Spirit Affinity House. The other 9 great ancient sects also noticed this. Now that Feng Joga's whereabouts were unknown, the odds were against him. Spirit Affinity House was weak, they could not let Spirit Affinity House obtain this immortal zombie Bo Qing. If they nurtured another little Bo Qing who was as strong as Feng Joga, who would the 9 great ancient sects complain to? At the bottom of falling heavenly river, the situation was complex. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's sword light was sharp and terrifying, it shot towards the whole of Central Continent. Large numbers of demonic cultivators and lone immortals. They came for this reason. They desired chaos and wanted to make a huge fortune. Meanwhile, the immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects wanted to stabilize the situation and not give these outsiders any chance. But at the same time, the immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were not united. The 9 great sects tacitly resisted Spirit Affinity House. And Fairy Bai Qing was mistakenly thought to have a crucial method, she could not back down now. Just as the immortals were in a deadlock, a surging rank 8 aura surged over. Immortals, please retreat, my celestial court will take over this place. Everyone gasped, looking towards the source of the voice, they saw a female immortal flying down leisurely. It was the rank 8 water path Gu immortal by Tsang Shui. The situation was immediately overturned, Central Continent, Celestial Court. Bright light shone on Heaven Overseeing Tower, it was whole again, standing in front of the 3 immortals. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, by Chen Tian, and Lian Jiaoxing were relieved, they let out sighs of relief inwardly. Ever since this Heaven Overseeing Tower was cut by the sudden sword light, they had not rested for the last few days. To prevent the sword path Dao marks from corroding them and destroying more Gu worms, they worked day and night to repair the Gu worms, they finally succeeded. Thankfully, the 3 immortals had saved them in time, and Celestial Court had sufficient immortal materials and replacement Gu worms. The Gu worms destroyed by the sword light were quickly replaced. Most importantly, Heaven Overseeing Tower was a rank 9 immortal Gu house after all, it had outstanding defense. Even though it was cut in half by the sword light, the true damage was only to the Gu worms near the sword wound. Heaven Overseeing Tower did not suffer any true damage. After gazing at it for a while, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord breathed in deeply, holding Fate Gu and using his walking stick, he slowly walked towards the tower. Lian Jiaoxing urged, Tower Lord, why don't you rest for a day or two? Why are you in a hurry to activate Heaven Overseeing Tower? Thank you for your concern, it's fine. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord smiled, rejecting this suggestion. For some reason, the moment the sword light attacked Heaven Overseeing Tower, he started to feel uneasy. As time passed, this uneasiness grew. Even seeing Heaven Overseeing Tower's reconstruction, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's uneasiness was not dispelled. Go. At his will, Fate Gu in his hand turned into a mystical light and entered the top of the tower, entering the core formation core. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord dragged his old body, slowly walking up the stairs in the tower. Every step he took would cost him a bead of rank 8 immortal essence. The brilliance on the walls of the pagoda was brilliant, presenting a chaotic and disorderly scene. There were no useful hints at all. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was not surprised. Fate Gu could only display 50% of its power. Thus, half of the scene would be blurry or dark. After walking for about 60 steps, the scene suddenly became clear. Southern Border's nameless mountain peak appeared in front of Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. It was vivid and lifelike. On the scene, Martial Duel Heavenly King and the mysterious rank 7 Gu Immortal were fighting. It was also reflected in Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's eyes. This old man could not help but raise his eyebrows. Rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. Immortal Gu House Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage, and this. On the mysterious rank 7 Gu Immortal's forehead, the lotus imprint was bright red. It was very dazzling. An inheritor of Red Lotus True Inheritance. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's eyes flashed with a cold light. The pain that Red Lotus Demon Venerable brought to Celestial Court, the damage he brought to Fate Gu, he had tortured generations of Celestial Court Gu Immortals for over 1,000,000 years. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stopped on this step, thinking. Red Lotus True Inheritance. I must destroy it. I cannot leave behind even a trace. The Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie is secondary, and that graceful chaotic duel stage. It would be best if it could belong to Celestial Court. Even though it is in Southern Border, with the obstruction of the regional walls, Celestial Court has to do its best this time. Just that mystical Immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage was already worthy of Celestial Court's Gu Immortals making a move. Even rank 8 Gu Immortals would have to pay a huge price to travel through the 5 regional walls. It would be very troublesome. If such a scene is not concealed, it will definitely cause a commotion in Southern Border's Gu Immortal world. Countless immortals will fight for it. Celestial Court wants to compete across regions. We need to carefully consider the people we choose, and we need to choose the appropriate number of people. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord thought deeply. Soon, he shook his head, putting these distracting thoughts aside. He continued to walk up the steps. 60 steps, 70 steps, 80 steps. When he reached 83 steps, another scene appeared. This time, it was the scene of Central Continent. In Falling Heavenly River, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing was floating with his eyes closed, while Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Baitsang Shui was leading the group, relying on his own strength. He controlled the whole situation. In the scene, Baitsang Shui had a smile on her face as she said some words to Fairy Bai Qing. But after Fairy Bai Qing replied, Baitsang Shui's expression showed disappointment. Soon, she restrained her expression and regained her composure. She moved her fingers, setting up a Gu formation. She intended to seal this place first. But right at this moment, a starlight shot out, piercing the Gu formation that had not been set up properly, directly towards Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. Under the illumination of the starlight, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, an unparalleled sword light shot out, turning the world white. Even Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord could not help but close his eyes. At the next moment, he quickly opened his eyes. What he saw was a scene of blood red. There were Gu Immortal corpses and limbs everywhere. Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Baitsang Shui's head was drifting with the waves. Her eyes were wide open. She had died with a grievance. How could this be? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was furious at this scene. 3 silhouettes descended from the sky. 7-Star Child was in front, while Song Zixing and Yu Chun were behind. Bo Qing, you finally woke up. 7-Star Child laughed loudly, his body emitting rank 8 aura. He walked forward, getting close to Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. Bo Qing's eyes shined sharply, sword light flew out. 7-Star Child was shocked. He had not expected Bo Qing to attack him. The sword light was extremely sharp. He was cut into 2. Even though he had an immortal zombie body, it was useless. 7-Star Child's death shocked Song Zixing and Yu Chun. What happened? Envoy Qing actually killed Deputy Envoy Lan. No. He is not Envoy Qing. His mind is filled with providence, and there seems to be a remnant soul in his body. At once, Song Zixing and Yumu Chun were shocked and furious. Immortal zombie Bo Qing was expressionless. He turned around and looked at them. Song Zixing and Yumu Chun felt a chill in their hearts. They were filled with despair. They could not see any killing intent from immortal zombie Bo Qing's gaze. There was only the mercilessness of the heavenly Tao. They were both people who had escaped fate. They were targets of the heavenly Tao. An intense aura of death engulfed them, facing a pseudo-venerable whose name would go down in history. Song Zixing and Yumu Chun could not escape or evade, they could only wait for death. Ha ha ha, I finally succeeded. Coming out of the underground cave, Fang Yuan's face was filled with joy. During this period of time, he had put in all his effort to deduce the immortal killer move, and he had finally succeeded today. This brand new killer move used Eat Strength Immortal Goo, Pulling Mountain Immortal Goo, and Pulling Water Immortal Goo as the cores, along with over 330,000 Mortal Goo. It was an extremely complicated and dazzling combination. To activate this killer move, Fang Yuan had to focus wholeheartedly, and he had to maintain it for at least 2 hours before he could activate all the goo worms. Then, after 3 days and 3 nights of continuous work, he could turn a living person into an immortal zombie, or from an immortal zombie to a living person. Although it was not as convenient as Nirvana Fire, Fang Yuan had already reached his limit by doing this. Fang Yuan was already very satisfied with this result. After all, Fang Yuan only had these few Strength Path Immortal Goo. He could use them all thanks to the light of wisdom. Of course, he also used Nirvana Fire as a reference. If not for Nirvana Fire, without Blazing Heaven Demoness set of goo worms for Fang Yuan to experiment with, Fang Yuan would not have been able to obtain the Strength Path version so quickly. There was also Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level. It was precisely because of various reasons that this not too big nor too small of a miracle was created. Next, I need to use those Strength Path Immortal Zombies and exert Strength Goo to create a high-grade life and death-blessed land, to regain my life. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. After searching for so long, this moment had finally arrived. As for Luopa Valley, Tai Bai Yunqing had already repaired it not long ago. Fang Yuan had also tried to enter Luopa Valley to cultivate. As expected of a soul cultivation sacred land on par with Danghun Mountain, together with Danghun Mountain's Guts Goo, Fang Yuan's soul foundation advanced rapidly. But now, Fang Yuan knew that the most important thing was to regain his life. Soul path cultivation could be put aside for now, he could ignore it. Fang Yuan could not wait any longer. However, just as he was about to start, he suddenly received a letter from the Blazing Heaven Demoness. The content in his heart caused his rebirth plan, which was right before his eyes, to come to an abrupt halt. Rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie? When Fang Yuan saw these words, his heart pounded. The information that Blazing Heaven Demoness gave him was about the nameless mountain peak in southern border. This matter was too big. This matter concerned an immortal goo house. Its influence had already spread to the whole of southern border's goo immortal world. In the southern border, there was naturally a Zombie Alliance branch. Thus, as the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Blazing Heaven Demoness quickly obtained the relevant information. The Blazing Heaven Demoness is ambitious. She knows that I have fixed immortal travel, so she pays close attention to the 5 regions. And as one of the higher-ups of Zombie Alliance, her ability to gather information is even stronger than Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan once again felt his weakness when it came to intelligence. In his previous life, he had an organization, he had connections, he had mature blood path goo worms that could replace most of the common information path methods. In this life, Fang Yuan mainly used his previous life's memories and worked with others. He used the information sharing of Fairy Li Shan, Land Spirit of Xianxia, and others. But as more and more accidents happened, Fang Yuan gradually realized that his previous life's memories were not so reliable. The truth of history was often hidden in the depths of the fog, and what Fang Yuan saw in his previous life was mostly an illusion on the surface. Even if he personally experienced it, it might not be as simple as he thought it was. The reasons for the formation of many things were very complex. In my previous life, I had a rough life. I slowly climbed up step by step, my connections and resources were accumulated bit by bit. Thus, I did not have any shortcomings. But after rebirth, because I obtained many fortuitous encounters, my strength grew rapidly and even rose by leaps and bounds. So in many aspects, I could not keep up. It seems that I need to add some information path methods to increase my ability to gather information. In the short term, I can rely on outsiders like Blazing Heaven Demonis, but in the long term, I need to rely on myself. In the short term, I can rely on outsiders like the Blazing Heaven Demonis, but in the long term, I still have to rely on myself. Losing information often meant losing the initiative. Losing intelligence often meant losing the initiative. Just like this time, Fang Yuan was still unaware of it. They were all kept in the dark and almost missed out on this fortuitous opportunity. 3 days later, Fang Yuan returned to the southern border alone, and arrived at the nameless mountain peak. Blazing Heaven Demonis was still in Dark Flow Giant City. She told Fang Yuan in her letter that she was busy refining goo and setting up a goo immortal formation. She could not leave. However, she would definitely make a move when necessary. Meanwhile, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were in Northern Plains, using Luopa Valley to cultivate their souls and increase their soul foundation. They also had a strong interest in immortal goo houses, but the aura of Northern Plains goo immortals made it difficult for them to travel in southern border. Fang Yuan's visit this time was mainly to gather more information. Even though he was a Northern Plains immortal, with the concealment of vaguely familiar face, ordinary goo immortals could not recognize him. On the nameless mountain peak, the phantom would reappear every once in a while. Bai Ningbing was nowhere to be found. Fang Yuan looked at it 3 times. He pondered for a while before trying to get close to the nameless mountain peak. Sure enough, like what Blazing Heaven Demonis said in her letter, this place had become a forbidden zone for immortals. The deeper Fang Yuan went, the weaker his limbs became. His immortal aperture seemed to be pushed away by a formless pressure. Fang Yuan had to stop. He knew that if this continued, his immortal aperture would be completely destroyed in 50 to 60 steps. Of course not. He was still hoping that his strength path immortal aperture could turn into a life and death immortal aperture. Fang Yuan could only retreat. At this time, a tender laughter could be heard from behind him. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He turned around to look. He saw a beautiful woman in pink clothes. Her hair was tied up in a bun, her skin was tender like snow, her eyes were like spring water. She was standing not far away, staring at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. This woman was brimming with goo immortal aura. She was a rank 6 goo immortal. Seeing Fang Yuan look over, this beautiful woman introduced herself with a smile. I am Li Meihua, people call me Granny Meihua. I've never seen you before. I wonder where you're cultivating? Fang Yuan smiled, thinking, so she is Granny Meihua. Even though Fang Yuan had not seen Granny Meihua's appearance, he had seen her granddaughter, the demonic path female goo master Hu Mei'er. It was a woman's nature to love beauty. There was no fixed relationship between a goo immortal's age and appearance. Right now, Fang Yuan was wearing a green robe. His sleeves were wide and large. When the wind blew, his green robe fluttered like a battle flag. Fang Yuan's disguise was that of a rank 6 goo immortal. He was tall and thin. He looked like a middle-aged man. He had a tall nose bridge. His eyes were long and thin. His pupils emitted traces of jade light. His whole body was emitting yin energy. He was not someone to be trifled with. Even though he was not handsome, he had his own style. So it is Granny Meihua, I have long heard of your name. I am Xingying, I am just a villager. Fang Yuan replied. Xingying. Li Meihua engraved this name in her heart. She could not remember such a person in southern border. However, she was not surprised. From Fang Yuan's introduction, she knew he was a lone cultivator. Southern border had many mountains, dragons, and snakes lurked. Many lone immortals did not show themselves, they were not known by others. But because of the appearance of the immortal goo house, goo immortals were attracted. They showed up one after another. Fang Yuan, who was disguised as Xingying, was just one of them. These days, the goo immortals that Li Meihua contacted were mostly similar to Fang Yuan. Li Meihua took the initiative to strike up a conversation with him. She was very enthusiastic. This made Fang Yuan feel suspicious. Fang Yuan was about to speak, but Li Meihua took the initiative to tell him the reason. Fang Yuan realized at once. Li Meihua invited Fang Yuan to travel together. Fang Yuan thought about it for a while before agreeing. He followed Li Meihua and set off, stopping at Headless Mountain that was 1,000 li away. When Feng Yuan arrived, there were already many demonic path and lone immortals on the mountain. Seeing Feng Yuan, most of them looked at him curiously, some had dark or ruthless expressions. Because they did not know Feng Yuan's background, no Gu immortals talked to Feng Yuan yet. But Granny Meihua was quite popular. The moment she landed, someone laughed. Li Meihua, you brought another one? Ha ha ha, this time, our demonic path allied to negotiate with the righteous path. Granny Meihua made a huge contribution. Not at all, not at all. Everyone is praising me too much, I was only doing my best. Li Meihua smiled as she greeted everyone, talking to them. She handled all aspects of the relationship with ease. Let me introduce, this brother is Xingying, he is a lone immortal. After dealing with them, Li Meihua did not forget to introduce Feng Yuan. So it is brother Sheng. Immediately, a demonic path Gu immortal cupped his fists. I am Zhong Hezi. I see that you cultivate transformation path. Oh, my name is Lan Tianhong, I am also a lone cultivator. Feng Yuan showed an unsociable expression, he was barely able to deal with them. After a short period of intimacy, Headless Mountain regained its tranquility before Feng Yuan arrived. Li Meihua did not stay on the mountain for long, she had to go to the Nameless Mountain to guard it. Before leaving, she pointed at a mountain in front of her, saying to Feng Yuan, that Pinetail Mountain is the camp of the righteous path Gu immortals. Actually, even without her guidance, the Gu immortal aura coming from the opposite mountain had already informed Feng Yuan. After parting with Li Meihua, Feng Yuan stayed on Headless Mountain. He did not go out much, he spent most of his time in a cave. After all, Feng Yuan was in disguise, vaguely familiar face was not invincible. He waited patiently for more than 10 days. During this period, Headless Mountain and Pinetail Mountain welcomed Gu immortals of both the righteous and demonic path. Most of them were rank 6, every rank 7 Gu immortals' arrival would cause a commotion. Eventually, even 4 rank 8 Gu immortals came, 1 demonic path, 1 lone cultivator, and 2 righteous path. It was a balanced situation. The rank 8 Gu immortals did not show up, the Gu immortals of both sides chose 1 person each day to carry out a difficult negotiation. After 7 days and 7 nights, the negotiation finally succeeded. Dozens of Gu immortals of both righteous and demonic paths made an agreement. They surrounded the Nameless Mountain and engaged in a huge gamble that was rarely seen in 1,000 years. At the bottom of falling heavenly river, immortal zombie Bo Qing looked at Song Zixing and Yumuchun emotionlessly. At this moment, Song Zixing and Yumuchun's hearts almost stopped beating. The immense pressure caused them to break out in cold sweat. Bo Qing was known as a pseudo-immortal venerable. He was publicly recognized as the strongest person below the rank 9 venerables in the 5 regions. Even though he suffered a tribulation and became an immortal zombie, his immortal aperture was completely destroyed. He still had enough rank 8 immortal essence, especially his sword path Dao marks, they were not destroyed. Hence, his combat strength was terrifying. The most important thing was the Dao marks. The higher the Gu immortal's cultivation level, the more Dao marks they would have. Using the same immortal Gu with different Dao marks amplifying the immortal Gu's power, the effect would be completely different. That Qin Bai Xing was a soul path Gu immortal who also cultivated metal path. He did not have a trace of sword path Dao marks on him, but when using 5-finger fist heart sword, he was able to fight Jiao Gu without losing. Right now, none of Bo Qing's immortal Gu were damaged. Together with his vast number of sword path Dao marks, he displayed unparalleled offensive strength. He was almost as powerful as he was when he was alive. So, Bai Tsang Shui, 7-star child and the others had no way to resist. Not to mention Song Zixing and Yumuchun. The higher the Gu immortal's rank, the greater the difference. Between rank 7 and rank 8, the difference in Dao marks was like heaven and earth. When a rank 7 fought against a rank 6, it could even be a draw under certain circumstances. When a rank 8 fought against a rank 7, the majority of the time, it would be a crushing defeat. A rank 9 beating a rank 8 was as simple as an adult stepping on an ant. Against immortal zombie Bo Qing, Song Zixing and Yumuchun had no way to retaliate. Am I going to lose my life here today? What should we do? What should we do? Yumuchun and Song Zixing's limbs were cold, countless thoughts flashed in their minds. In the current situation, the two of them had no hope at all. Bo Qing raised a finger and pointed at Song Zixing. A tiny sword light flashed and disappeared. Song Zixing didn't even try to escape. He smiled bitterly as he welcomed his death. Because he knew that in front of immortal zombie Bo Qing, the word escape was meaningless. Bo Qing pointed at Yumu Chen. No. I am unresigned, I cannot die. Yumu Chen shouted. At the moment of life and death, he took out an immortal gu. He held it in his hand. Immortal zombie Bo Qing stopped moving. A look of struggle quickly appeared on his face. Yumu Chen's heart was beating like a drum. He nervously watched Bo Qing's expression change. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's expression was emotionless at times. Sometimes he was confused, sometimes he was miserable, sometimes he was sorrowful, and sometimes he was resentful. It was as if he was looking at a lantern on horseback, changing rapidly. Finally, his face became lively, and his eyes became lively. It was as if a person with dementia had suddenly regained consciousness. He looked at his hand, and then at the miserable and bloody bottom of the river. Finally, he looked at Yumu Chen and asked hesitantly, "You are?" Yumu Chen was covered in cold sweat. He looked like he was about to collapse. He answered weakly, "You are finally awake, Mo Yao. Looks like I made the right bet. So close, so close." So the remnant soul in immortal zombie Bo Qing's body was actually Mo Yao's remnant soul. Yumu Chen's immortal gu awakened Mo Yao's remnant soul, causing providence to fill the immortal zombie's mind. He was expelled. Without Providence's control, immortal zombie Bo Qing naturally stopped. Yumu Chen breathed heavily, continuing, "Do you remember our conversation back then? If you want Bo Qing to revive, Bo Qing." Hearing the name of the person she loved deeply, Mo Yao's remnant soul shook. She controlled her immortal zombie body and nodded, interrupting Yumu Chen's words, "Then what should I do now?" Yumu Chen looked at Seven-Star Child and Song Zixing's corpses, sighing. If they were alive, with the combined strength of Yumu Chen and the other two immortals, they would be able to use an immortal killer move to teleport the immortals to Central Continent's northeast region. That place was under Heavenly Lotus Sect's control. But now, Seven-Star Child Song Zixing was dead. Yumu Chen could only settle for the next best thing. He gave up on attacking Heavenly Lotus Sect and turned to combat Immortal Sect. "I hope I can stall them." Yumu Chen looked towards the direction of Celestial Court, feeling very worried. Celestial Court, Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression was ashen. He was filled with anger. He looked at the painting of Yumu Chen working together with immortal zombie Bo Qing to attack Combat Immortal Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. He could no longer watch. Even though he was a gu immortal from Heavenly Lotus Sect, Combat Immortal Sect was also a lower sect of Celestial Court. Right now, immortal zombie Bo Qing had awakened. Combat Immortal Sect was in danger. Only Celestial Court's gu immortals could save them. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower, recalling Lian Jiuxing and Bai Chen Tian. "There is a huge change at the bottom of Falling Heavenly River. Bai Tsang Shui is dead. Immortal zombie Bo Qing has awakened and is attacking Combat Immortal Sect. We need to quickly go and save them." The two immortals were shocked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's words contained a huge amount of information. Go. The two immortals' shock only lasted for a moment. But soon, they reacted. The three immortals walked into Celestial Court's teleportation gu formation, arriving at Combat Immortal Sect's headquarters at the next moment. Looking at the northwest direction, one could only see a majestic sword light flying over in the clear sky. A super battle of rank 8s was right in front of him. Southern border, Light Mountain. Light Mountain was 800 meters tall. Light path gu worms were produced on the mountain. It was famous in the whole of southern border. For 1,000 years, this mountain had been controlled by one force: Shao Clan. It was said that southern borders Shao Clan and western deserts Shao Clan had the same origin. 1,000 years ago, western deserts Shao Clan had internal strife. The losing side wandered to southern border in dire straits. Southern borders Shao Clan was once a super force. But the last gu immortal, Shao Clan's supreme elder, had not appeared for 100 years, causing Shao Clan to fall from a super force to a first-rate force. Shao Clan's current clan leader, Shao Shan, was standing on a slope, looking at Shao Clan's main village at the waist of the mountain. His eyes were filled with disappointment and hatred. A figure swiftly rushed over from the mountain path and landed beside Xiaoshan. Immediately, he knelt on the ground. Xiao Zifeng greets the clan head. Is that Wu Hui still causing trouble? Xiaoshan asked in a low voice. Clan elder Xiao Zifeng lowered his head, reporting to clan leader, Wu Hui is still shouting in the hall, he wants us to hand over the culprit who killed his son. The other clan elders are already controlling the situation, clan leader, don't worry. Xiaoshan snorted coldly, clenching his fists. Wu Hui's son clearly had ill intentions and wanted to harm Xiao Chuier. My daughter was only defending herself. This Wu Hui is actually using Wu clan to cause trouble in our Xiao clan's discussion hall. Clan leader, bear with it for now. Wu Hui alone is not a threat, but Wu clan is too powerful, we cannot resist them. Xiao Zifeng quickly persuaded. Xiao Shan's fists clenched before relaxing, he sighed deeply, his face was filled with fatigue and bitterness. He waved his hand at Xiao Zifeng, alright, I will hide in this back mountain for a while. Xiao Zifeng took his leave, his figure vanishing into the forest. Xiaoshan sighed at the sky again, the depression and anger in his heart could not be alleviated. Right at this time, he suddenly heard a voice calling out to him from the bottom of his heart. Come here, my descendant. Who is it? Xiaoshan was uncertain. This voice came again. Come here, my descendant. This voice made Xiaoshan feel a sense of familiarity. He followed the voice's guidance and slowly entered the back mountain, arriving at Xiao clan's forbidden area. This is Xiao clan's forbidden area, even if I am Xiao clan's leader, I have no right to enter. Xiaoshan stopped, feeling extremely troubled. That voice resounded in his heart again, my descendant, you have my bloodline. What made you so cowardly? I am Xiao clan's ancestor, a Gu immortal of Xiao clan, quickly come here and obtain my inheritance, the important task of revitalizing the clan is on you. Xiao Shan's eyes brightened, his body trembled in excitement. Gu immortal, Xiao clan's ancestor. Don't tell me the rumors are true? My Xiao clan really had a Gu immortal? This voice, let me feel it is so intimate. I am a rank 5 peak stage Gu master, in this world, other than Gu immortals, who can transmit their voices to me. But this is the clan's forbidden area. Any clansman who enters this place will be expelled from the clan, even I, the clan leader, am no exception. Xiaoshan thought of this and clenched his fists. He was struggling internally. No, I must obtain my ancestors' inheritance. If Wu Hui continues to cause trouble, my Xiao clan will lose a lot of face. Once Wu clan supports Wu Hui, can I still protect my daughter? According to rumors, Wu clan is so powerful because they have Wu clan's Gu immortals behind them. If I can obtain the inheritance and become a Gu immortal, I will definitely be able to revive Xiao clan's reputation and change everything. Xiaoshan had a resolute expression on his face. He no longer hesitated, walking towards the back mountain's forbidden area. Following the voice's guidance, he came to a cave. Inside the cave, he saw an immortal Gu. Before he could react, the immortal Gu turned into a mystical light and fused into his body. This Gu worm's aura is suppressing me so much that I cannot move. Is this the legendary immortal Gu? Xiaoshan was surprised and joyful. But when he inspected his body, he could not find any traces of the immortal Gu. He could not find it no matter how he searched. And at this time, the voice in his heart stopped. Xiaoshan walked out of the back mountain's forbidden area with apprehension and suspicion. Brother, now that Wu clan's elders are here to cause trouble, as the clan leader, you actually violated the clan's rules and sneaked into our clan's forbidden area. You are not fit to take on the responsibility of clan leader. Xiao Meng suddenly appeared with a large group of Xiao clan elders behind him. Xiaoshan shouted in alarm. He already knew that this younger brother of his had huge ambitions. He had been scheming for the position of clan leader. It is not what you think. Xiaoshan wanted to explain, but he could not do so. This matter concerned a Gu immortal inheritance, he did not dare to speak casually, he was afraid that other forces experts would snatch it. Your explanation is just a cover-up. According to the clan's rules, you are no longer a member of Xiao clan. The position of clan leader is mine. Xiao Meng shouted, his expression was ruthless and furious, excitement and ambition were hidden deep in his eyes. The sword light streaked across the sky at an incredible speed. However, the Heaven Lake, where the Heavenly Lotus sect was located, was still far away in the sky. The sword light dissipated, revealing Bo Qing and Yumu Chun. Immortal zombie Bo Qing, who was controlled by Mo Yao's remnant soul, frowned, his eyes releasing sword light as he scanned the surroundings. The sword light was extremely sharp. Wherever it went, ripples would appear in the air. The illusion would be broken, and the real scene would be revealed. But after a breath, the real scene was covered by layers of illusions. This is Heavenly Lotus Sect's Immortal Goo House Illusion Garden. It is great achievement in Illusion Path. It was created by illusion demon immortal Xianxia 300 years ago. Yumu Chen immediately explained. Immortal zombie Bo Qing nodded, sighing with emotion. Each generation brings forth new talents. After my body perished, it seems that many geniuses have emerged in Zhongzhou state. Yumu Chen continued, illusory demon immortal died long ago. This immortal goo house can trap us and confuse us. Only now did we realize that the person controlling it has an extremely high cultivation. As he spoke, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Bai Chen Tian, and Lian Jiuxing appeared. Escaping fate is already a grave sin. Now, you still want to attack the Celestial Court's lower sect. Your crimes are unforgivable. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord sternly reprimanded. Noisy. Immortal zombie Bo Qing was furious. He swept his arm and a terrifying sword light slashed down. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Bai Chen Tian, and Lian Jiuxing shouted together as they activated their immortal killer moves. The sword light was unstoppable. It broke all the killer moves of the three immortals of the Celestial Court. Its power was greatly reduced, but it still attacked the three immortals. The three immortals disappeared without a trace. He dodged the attack. Coward. Immortal zombie Bo Qing snorted coldly. He was very unhappy. Yumu Chen's eyes flashed. He sighed in relief. The three immortals of the Celestial Court personally controlled the Immortal Goo House Illusion Garden, combining the strength of 3 rank 8s. Finally, Bo Qing and Yumu Chen were trapped inside. Time passed. Several days later. Southern border, nameless mountain peak. Boom boom boom, there were 3 explosions, and light bloomed. Xiaomeng was sent flying. As his body flew through the air, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang. A muffled sound. He did not fall to the ground. Instead, he was caught by the elders behind him with great difficulty. Defeated, Xiaomeng's face turned pale. He widened his eyes and used a gaze that was filled with hatred and fury to stare intently at Xiaoshan on the mountain peak. Behind Xiaoshan stood 2 demonic path Goo masters. They were both rank 5 experts. One was tall and fat while the other was short and skinny. A few days ago, Xiaoshan stepped into the forbidden area behind the Radiance Mountain. Those who violated the rules of the Xiao clan would be severely punished. Xiaomeng seized the opportunity to seize power and kill Xiaoshan. As Xiaoshan fled, Xiaomeng gathered the elders and chased after him. Chasing to this nameless mountain peak, Xiaoshan had nowhere to go and was in a desperate situation. Just as he was about to be killed by Xiaomeng, 2 demonic path Goo immortals descended from the sky and saved him. Xiaomeng failed. His heart was filled with anger. He struggled to break free from the support of the clan elders, stood up, and shouted loudly, Xiaoshan, you really have ulterior motives. As a righteous path clan leader, he actually colluded with demonic path Goo masters. Xiaoshan raised his head and laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with bitterness and anger. I really misjudged you. For the sake of power, you actually tried to kill me. You are actually so ruthless. It is laughable that I have always treated you as my only relative in this world. You can distort the truth, but I believe everyone's eyes are clear. Lord Xiaomeng, the enemy is too strong, we should retreat first. That's right, there is still time. Although Xiaoshan is heavily injured and on the verge of death, the 2 rank 5 demonic path Goo masters behind him are in good condition. The elders behind him tried to persuade him in a low voice. Humph. Xiaomeng spat out a small mouthful of blood, saying in disdain, these 2 are also stray dogs. Although their cultivation is high, they do not have many goo worms. What is there to be afraid of? But even though he said that, Xiaomeng knew that he could no longer kill his brother Xiaoshan in this situation. His eyes flickered with uncertainty, thinking inwardly, now that I have the upper hand, I am righteous. I should not fight to the death. I can inherit the clan leader position after returning to Radiance Mountain. At that time, I will use my identity as a Righteous Path member to issue a bounty for Xiaoshan's head. Xiaoshan is alone and is wanted by the Righteous Path, he can only flee for his life, his battle strength will definitely fall. And I will wait for him to exhaust himself and kill him in the future, that is the wiser choice. Thinking of this, Xiaoming no longer tried to be brave. Xiaoshan, you traitor of the Righteous Path, you will definitely die a horrible death. I will let you off for now, just wait, I will definitely take care of you in the future. Let's go. After saying these ruthless words, Xiaoming led the elders and carefully retreated. Although he was injured, his battle strength was still outstanding. The two demonic path Gu masters lacked Gu worms, they did not dare to chase blindly and let them leave. Brother Xiao, we meet again. The tall and fat rank 5 demonic path Gu master was called Sun Penghu. Seeing Xiaoming leave, he looked at Xiaoshan with tears in his eyes. That short and skinny rank 5 Gu master was called Zhou Xingxing. He placed his hand on Xiaoshan's shoulder and activated a healing Gu worm. Don't reminisce, quickly heal Brother Zhao's injuries. Xiaoshan's heavy injuries were quickly stabilized under the efforts of the 2 Gu masters. Xiaoshan had a defeated expression as he sighed deeply. This time, it was all thanks to your help, otherwise I would have lost my life here. But this brother of mine is ruthless, he will definitely make a comeback. He will not rest until he kills me, I can heal my injuries myself, leave quickly, I don't want to implicate you too. Brother Xiao, what are you saying? Back then I was saved by Brother Xiao. My life was originally Brother Zhao's to begin with. That's right. Back then, I took revenge and slaughtered my enemy's entire family, but was captured by Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao, after you heard my story, you released me that night. I will always remember this kindness. Sun Penghu and Zhou Xingxing said in a sincere and passionate tone. The two of us won't leave. Xiaoming can come if he wants, I will accompany him to the end. Sun Penghu and Zhou Xingxing had a resolute attitude. Xiaoshan was greatly moved. His eyes were wet with tears. Sigh, I have seen through it all these years. Who says demonic path Gu masters are fickle and heartless? On the contrary, hypocrites are everywhere in the righteous path. Big Brother Xiao is absolutely right. We of the demonic path have many true natures, and the righteous path has tried every possible way to kill us. Big Brother, since the righteous path cannot tolerate you, let us travel together from now on. I want to make a name for myself in the demonic Tao. Sun Penghu said heroically. Xiaoshan fell into silence. Deep in his bones, he still believed in the righteous path and did not want to enter the demonic path. He knew that he had an immortal Gu on him, he still wanted to rebuild Xiao clan. Zhou Xingxing observed his expression. Big Brother, you might not understand. When they heard that you were banished by your family and that you were being hunted down by those treacherous villains, many heroes of the underworld rushed over to help you. Big Brother, all these years. To help the needy. Saving people from fire and water, regardless of the difference in status. Everyone is willing to save you and work for you. Xiaoshan shook his head and did not speak. At this moment, a voice came from the bottom of his heart again, foolish child. Why was there a need to rigidly adhere to the distinction between righteous and evil? Since you inherited my immortal Gu, you have the ability to create Xiao clan and lead the clan to glory. Now, I will give you a test. Listen carefully. Xiaoshan was excited. He listened attentively. The voice in his heart told him that only by passing this test could he truly inherit the immortal Gu and obtain the method to become a Gu immortal. On this mountain, we will gather Gu masters and create a village, we will fight against any invading righteous path enemies. As long as I can last 100 days, I will pass the test and obtain the immortal Gu, becoming a Gu immortal. Xiaoshan's excitement was indescribable. His fists were clenched, his eyes were shining. Good, then let's go all out. Let's show these so-called righteous path people our power. Xiaoshan suddenly spoke with excitement. Sun Penghu and Zhou Xingxing were overjoyed. After chatting for a while, the two sides were in love and chatted merrily. Xiaoshan saw that the time was ripe and suggested becoming sworn brothers. Sun Penghu and Zhou Xingxing slapped their thighs. This was wonderful. Immediately, they chopped off the chicken's head, drank the blood wine, and used the letter Gu to swear. After becoming sworn brothers, Xiaoshan's face regained some color. He stood up and faced the mountain winds, looking into the distance. He sighed. Yesterday's righteous path Xiaoshan is already dead. Today, the one standing here is the demonic path Xiaoshan. This place is fated with me. It is heaven's arrangement that allowed me to meet you two brothers here. I want to create a brand new village on this mountain. I welcome any demonic path Gu masters to join us. Let's discuss our grand plan and unite to resist the righteous path clans. Sun Peng, whose face was flushed with excitement, he gave a thumbs up and praised, "Brother, you are truly worthy of being called the most righteous hero, Xiao, such a grand plan." Zhou Xingxing spat out a mouthful of saliva. Ruthlessness flashed on his face. "Damn it, I have been hunted down by the righteous path all these years. I have been on the run for my life. I have been very unhappy. Brother, I will definitely support you. Let's do this." "Good brother." Xiaoshan stretched out his hands, grabbing Sun Penghu and Zhou Xingxing's arms. After pondering for a while, he said, "The demonic path is suspicious. To accomplish this, we need to put down our prejudices and suspicions. We need to trust others and follow the code of brotherhood. I have already thought of it. The village we will create will be called Etian Village. This mountain will be called Etian Mountain." Far away, Fang Yuan saw this and sighed faintly. Indeed, this nameless mountain that hid the immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage and the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie was Etian Mountain. The first time he saw this mountain, he had already recognized it. But he had not expected the true cause of the Battle of Etian Mountain in his previous life to be like this. "In my previous life, my level was too low, my vision was limited to the mortal world. There were layers and layers of history behind the scenes, who obtained the immortal Gu House in my previous life." Fang Yuan was very curious about this. His gaze swept downwards, piercing through the soil and inspecting the immortal Gu House deep underground. Graceful chaotic duel stage suppressed the great strength true martial immortal zombie. It was unbreakable. The forbidden zone for immortals was its power leaking out. Evidently, it had the essence of food path. The Gu worms that formed the immortal Gu House were all well fed and in good condition. As for that rank 8 immortal zombie, although he had the great strength true martial physique, he mainly cultivated wisdom path. He was naturally unwilling to be suppressed. He used some killer move and attempted to refine the immortal Gu House with his battle will. He did not succeed. His soul had completely perished, leaving behind only an empty shell. But he did not fail completely. He had left behind a large amount of battle will in the immortal Gu House. This battle will had already been purified by the immortal Gu House, becoming unowned pure battle will. When a battle occurs on Etian Mountain, the Gu Master's battle will and the immortal Gu House's battle will resonate. The pure battle will would gradually transform into the Gu Master's personal battle will. If one person could transform the battle will in these immortal Gu Houses into their own battle will, then they would complete the last step that the rank 8 immortal zombie could not complete back then, that was to refine the immortal Gu House and become its true owner. The duel that Southern Borders Gu Immortals agreed upon revolved around this point. Firstly, the forbidden zone for immortals had already expanded to 10,000 Li Gu Immortals could not take action personally, they could only choose mortals as their representatives. Next, they had to form a battlefield. Only through continuous intense battles could the mortal Gu Master's battle will be incessantly stimulated. Next, a simple wisdom path trick was done on the mortal Gu Masters. Finally, after the pure battle will in the immortal Gu House was infected, it would turn into the Gu Immortal's personal battle will. To sum it up, the Gu Immortal would choose a mortal and use the mortal as a tool, while the Gu Immortal would indirectly refine graceful chaotic duel stage. Xiaoshan was the person chosen by Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder. He not only had Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder's immortal Gu, he also had immortal essence and a large amount of Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder's battle will. But Xiaoshan was a mere mortal, he could only see the phantom image of an immortal Gu, he simply could not sense the truth. Of course, other than Xiaoshan, Xiao Mei was also a pawn of Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder. If not for Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder's arrangement, how could Xiao Mei coincidentally find out about Xiaoshan entering the forbidden area? After Xiaoshan repelled Xiao Clan's pursuers and named this peak Etian Mountain, he began to invite demonic cultivators and recruit soldiers. Before he was expelled from his family, he was known as supremely righteous and had a wide network of contacts. He was popular on both the righteous and demonic paths. Xiaoshan's personality was straightforward, he was clear about gratitude and grudges, and he valued relationships. On the other hand, the Xiao clan was weak and was being suppressed by the Wu clan and other factions. They had to strike from both sides. After all, sometimes demonic Gu masters could not be offended, especially those rank 4 or 5 lone wolves. These devil path experts were different from the righteous path experts. The demonic Dao powerhouses were lone wolves and acted without scruples. Righteous experts, on the other hand, had morals, family, reputation, and other restraints. All these years, in order to strengthen the Xiao clan had established the Xiao clan's caravan. Towards these demonic path powerhouses that roamed the world, they were even more careful than other families. These last years, Xiaoshan had let these demonic path Gu masters go when he could, roped them in when he could, and killed them when he could. Sometimes, he even helped some lone cultivators or demonic Gu masters. Thus, although he was a righteous path tribe leader, he was acknowledged by many Gu masters in the demonic path. All of this resulted in Xiaoshan's extremely powerful rallying power. When he decided to build a stronghold and the news spread, it immediately received many responses. Several days later, several demonic Dao experts, travel-worn, took the initiative to come to him. In addition, Southern Borders Gu immortals were secretly adding fuel to the fire, inserting their own chess pieces into this battlefield. Thus, more and more demonic path Gu masters and lone cultivator Gu masters joined Etian village. After only 6 or 7 days, there were already more than 30 members in Etian stronghold. This kind of growth speed caused even Xiaoshan himself to be secretly shocked and greatly surprised. Once there were more people, an organization would be formed. Any kind of organization. There had to be a difference in status. In the world of Gu masters, the strong were revered. Among everyone, Xiaoshan was not only the strongest. Moreover, his prestige was the highest, and he was publicly elected as the chief of Etian stronghold. He sat firmly on the first seat. As for the other two, Sun Penghu and Zhou Xingxing sat second and third respectively. After all, they were rank 5 experts, they were the strongest. As for the latecomers, most of them were rank 2 or 3, with very few being rank 4. They were arranged according to their cultivation and strength. In a cave, Fang Yuan was drinking with a Gu immortal. This rank 6 demonic path Gu immortal. He was short, but his head was huge. He was an old man, and people called him Guo Lao. "Come, brother Xingying, have a taste." "How does my melon wine taste?" Guo Lao enthusiastically urged. Fang Yuan knew the purpose of Guo Lao's visit, so he calmly took a sip, nodded, and commented, "Not bad. Not bad." Although Fang Yuan said yes, his expression was calm. It was obvious that he was being perfunctory. Old Guo observed his expression. He chuckled, pointing outside the cave, "I wonder what brother Xingying thinks about the southern border gamble." Fang Yuan said calmly, "This matter concerns the ownership of the graceful chaotic duel stage. No one will give way. Since everyone has participated in the bet, made a bet, and invested a huge amount of money, there shouldn't be any trouble. In the past, it had always been the righteous path suppressing the demonic path. Be it mortal Gu masters. It was still the Gu immortal world. But this time, it was an exception. An immortal Gu house had appeared. Southern Borders Gu immortal world was in an uproar. In order to compete for the immortal Gu house, demonic immortals and lone immortals rushed out. Because of this, the righteous path had no choice but to compromise and set this huge bet. The content of the bet was to choose mortal chess pieces to participate in the righteous and demonic battle on Etian Mountain, and help the Gu immortals behind the scenes to refine the immortal Gu house. But to participate in this huge bet, there were prerequisites. Any Gu immortal who wanted to participate in this bet had to place a bet. Whoever placed more bets and arranged a chess piece with a higher cultivation level would be able to join the gambling house earlier. Eventually, this huge bet ended, and all the bets had to be divided again. According to the amount of battle will each Gu immortal refined into the immortal Gu house, they would be ranked. Whoever had more battle will in the immortal Gu house would obtain more bets. Of course, the winner who refined more than 50% of the battle will and could activate the immortal Gu house would obtain the most bets. But other Gu immortals could also have some meat soup. They could even win big with a small amount, and obtain a huge fortune. This rule could be said to be the work of a god. Precisely because of this, all the Gu immortals participating in the bet, be they righteous path, demonic path, or lone cultivators, whether they had enmity with each other or not, they subconsciously joined forces to maintain this matchless bet. If anyone tried any tricks or went back on their word, their bets would be confiscated. Later Gu immortals could also join, but they had to participate in this duel. And as the duel progressed, Gu immortals could continue to raise their bets. And demonic immortal Guo Lao, who was in front of Feng Yuan, was someone who wanted to raise his bets. But he did not have any funds on hand. These last days, he had been borrowing money everywhere, everyone knew about it. This time, he specially looked for Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was indifferent. Guo Lao had no choice but to take the initiative to mention this duel. Feng Yuan had only casually evaluated, but Guo Lao squinted his eyes and gave a thumbs up, laughing exaggeratedly at Feng Yuan. Brother Xingying, you are right, you are absolutely right, you have hit the nail on the head. The rules of this duel are greater than the heavens. If anyone breaks the rules, they will become enemies with the whole of southern borders Gu immortal world. So if you want to earn some money, you have to participate in the duel. Look at the current situation. Even though the duel has just started, Xiao Clan's supreme elder is in the lead. Xiao Shan is his chess piece. In the battle between Xiao Shan and Xiao Meng, Xiao Clan's supreme elder has already become the first person to convert his battle will in an immortal Gu house. As long as Xiao Shan does not die, his advantage will continue to grow. Feng Yuan glanced at Guo Lao. Xiao Shan is a rank 5 Gu master and is the first to enter the casino. Xiao Clan's supreme elder naturally has a huge advantage. However, he has also paid a huge price for this. Even though he is only a rank 7 Gu immortal, he has invested the most bets. Even the other rank 8s cannot compare to him. Guo Lao nodded, smiling, showing his yellow teeth. That's right, the earlier the chess piece enters Etian Mountain, the more advantageous it is. Of course, the chess piece's cultivation level has to be guaranteed. It has to be at least rank 4, otherwise, if he dies inside, it would be a huge loss. Brother Xingying. I won't hide it from you, I want to use myself as a gambling stake. But I am in a tight spot right now. Brother Xingying, can you lend me some immortal materials for now? After the matter is over, I will return you double the amount. Feng Yuan smiled, sure. Guo Lao was overjoyed. He was about to thank him when Feng Yuan said, but we need to set a contract. Of course, it is also necessary. Guo Lao quickly nodded. Feng Yuan added, we also need to use immortal Gu as collateral. The joy on Guo Lao's face froze. Brother Xingying, what kind of joke is this? If I had immortal Gu, why would I need to scheme for this immortal Gu house? Feng Yuan's expression also changed immediately. His expression was cold, his eyes shined with a sharp light as he said, Guo Lao, you don't even have an immortal Gu, yet you want to scheme for an immortal Gu house? Don't you think you are being too whimsical, your appetite is too big? Xingying, you. Guo Lao was about to flare up, but he suddenly sensed the immortal Gu aura on Feng Yuan's body that was no longer concealed. He actually has an immortal Gu. Guo Lao's heart sank. Many rank 6 Gu immortals did not have an immortal Gu. But Feng Yuan had one. This was out of Guo Lao's expectations. In his opinion, any Gu immortal with an immortal Gu, they would more or less have some fame. But Xingying clearly did not. He thought of Feng Yuan as a lone immortal in dire straits, only cultivating in a corner. But Feng Yuan had an immortal Gu, this made Guo Lao wary. First, with an immortal Gu, their battle strength would increase by a large margin. Xingying, who had an immortal Gu, was not someone Guo Lao could deal with. So he could not flare up. He laughed dryly and cupped his fists at Feng Yuan. I was rude, please don't blame me, brother Xingying. Feng Yuan snorted coldly, you can leave now. I'm leaving, goodbye. Guo Lao smiled and took a few steps back, before turning around and leaving. He did not dare to linger any longer. When he walked out of the cave, the smile on his face disappeared. He showed an expression of anger and humiliation. His gaze was cold as he roared in his heart, humph. Having an immortal Gu is really amazing. Today's humiliation. I will remember it. When I have an immortal Gu, I will definitely return everything I got today to you. Inside the cave, Feng Yuan pondered. Gua Lao's matter made him realize the gambling mentality of many bottom-level Gu immortals. Most of these people did not have an immortal Gu, so they were extremely eager to obtain an immortal Gu house. Everyone knew that one could not become fat in one go, but when it came to themselves, who did not want to become rich overnight, the current gambling house gave these Gu immortals a very good competitive environment. Under normal circumstances, like finding a wild immortal Gu immortals would fight for it. These bottom-level Gu immortals without immortal Gu would have low battle strength. How could they be the match of other Gu immortals? But this gambling house did not test the Gu immortals' own battle strength, but other aspects. All of this gave the bottom-level Gu immortals hope of winning. There were many examples like Gua Lao. Fang Yuan thought of Shao Clan's supreme elder. According to reports, this rank 7 righteous path Gu immortal was facing huge trouble. He had barely passed the previous tribulation, his strength had not recovered yet. And the next tribulation would be even more powerful, it was just around the corner. He was the only Gu immortal left in Shao clan. Without the support of the clan's Gu immortals, he would not be able to survive alone, he would die for sure. However, this battle had given him hope of survival. If he had an immortal Gu house, he would have a high chance of surviving this tribulation. Therefore, this time, he emptied his bank account and staked it all on a single throw to place the biggest bet. These stakes gave him the qualifications to choose 2 chess pieces. Moreover, these 2 chess pieces had rank 5 cultivation level. Xiao Shan was the first to enter the gambling house. Xiao Meng, on the other hand, had to wait for some time before he could enter. Xiao Shan was of the demonic path, while Xiao Meng was of the righteous path. Regardless of the outcome of the demonic and righteous battle, Shao clan's supreme elder had made ample preparations. The 2 rank 5 chess pieces had little chance of dying. As time passed, Shao clan's supreme elder's advantage would become greater. This time, I purposely leaked the aura of an immortal Gu. It is enough to make other Gu immortals wary, they will not think that I am weak. I need to participate in this gambling house properly. The information leaked in the gambling house is extremely precious. It is the best chance for me to interact with Southern Borders Gu immortal world and understand the structure of Southern Borders Gu immortal forces. As for this gambling house, maybe I can participate personally. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. To be continued, the forbidden zone for immortals was the power of graceful chaotic dual stage. This region covered the surrounding thousands of li of Etion mountain. Any Gu immortal who entered would be greatly suppressed. If they went too deep, their lives would be in danger. Before the bet was made, Southern Borders Gu immortals had probed it. But even rank 8 Gu immortals had to return empty-handed. In addition, due to the external pressure from the competitors, this unprecedented bet was formed. But Fang Yuan acutely sensed that this forbidden zone for immortals had a loophole. This loophole was immortal Gu. Immortal Gu could be used in the forbidden zone for immortals, but their power would be greatly reduced. Shao clan's supreme elder had placed an immortal Gu in Xiao Shan's body, and secretly left behind immortal essence to protect Xiao Shan's life to a certain extent. After all, Xiao Shan was a descendant of Shao clan's supreme elder. Immortal Gu can be used in the forbidden zone for immortals, but Gu immortals cannot enter. Does this mean that this forbidden zone only targets Gu immortals themselves? Fang Yuan had this guess in his mind. Then, what was the main difference between immortal Gu and Gu immortals? Evidently, Dao marks were not the key. Immortal Gu were carriers of Dao marks, Gu immortals also had Dao marks in their bodies. Fang Yuan naturally thought of immortal apertures. Maybe immortal apertures were the most crucial difference. Immortal Gu did not have immortal apertures, but Gu immortals definitely had immortal apertures. If the forbidden zone targeted immortal apertures, maybe Fang Yuan could use this loophole to participate in the Battle of Etion Mountain. I am different from others, I have 2 apertures. Spring-Autumn Cicada is sealed in the first mortal aperture. Spring-Autumn Cicada is sealed in the second immortal aperture. If I can seal the immortal aperture. If I become immortal rank 5 Gu master again, would I be able to enter the forbidden zone for immortals? The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more he felt there was hope. He did not have the method to seal the immortal aperture. But he had Wisdom Gu and Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster attainment level. He could completely deduce it himself. Moreover, I also have the method to relocate immortal apertures and successfully moved star form blessed land. This is a great reference for my deductions. Right, there is also Blazing Heaven Demoness Fire Path Aperture Taking Method, maybe I can gain more inspiration from it. No, I do not need to focus on her aperture taking method. Because of old immortal Kong Ju's inheritance, she created this fire path aperture taking technique. I might be able to obtain some of old immortal Kong Ju's research results from her. Fang Yuan's thoughts became more active. Old immortal Kong Ju. He was publicly recognized as a refinement path supreme grandmaster, on par with long-hair ancestor and old eccentric Tian Nan. He had the deepest understanding of immortal apertures and apertures, until now, no one had surpassed him. If Fang Yuan could obtain some of his inheritances, it would definitely be of great help in deducing the immortal aperture sealing method. Fang Yuan Gu 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 Immortal Sect Gu Gu Sect. According to the standard of the wager, he could only choose a rank 3 upper stage Gu Master, and this Gu Master had to wait 3 months before he could step onto the stage of Yitian Mountain. He had many immortal materials in his possession. He had a lot of capital, so he could definitely increase the stakes. However, he was a newcomer after all, and if he acted rashly, he would definitely die. If he attracted the attention of other Gu Immortals, even if a rank 8 Gu Immortal attacked Fang Yuan, it would be dangerous. Fortunately, they could increase the stakes as they wished during the bet. The rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie was something that Fang Yuan had to obtain. Other than that, the graceful chaotic duel stage also made his heart beat faster. After all, this was an immortal Gu house, and this immortal Gu house contained the secret of food path. After so many years, not a single Gu worm had starved to death. If he could obtain the secrets of food path from it, he might be able to resolve the problem of feeding Fang Yuan's immortal Gu. It was a great help. Fang Yuan quietly left the vicinity of Tian Mountain and used fixed immortal travel. He secretly returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In the following period of time, he paid close attention to the Battle of Yitian Mountain. On the other hand, he was actively deducing the immortal aperture sealing method. The deduction method progressed rapidly. Wisdom Gu was worthy of being a rank 9 immortal Gu. Even if Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom, it would be of great help. Over a month later, the righteous and demonic battle of Yitian Mountain had already swept through southern border's mortal world. Practically all the major powers and experts of the southern border had their attention drawn by this great battle. After Xiaoshan created Yitian village, it attracted the first wave of righteous path attacks. These were the experts sent by Wu clan, the super force closest to Yitian Mountain. Wu Shintong. Wu clan elder, rank 4 peak stage, enslavement path Gu master. Enslavement path Gu masters specialized in fighting one against many. They were most afraid of beheading the leader. Thus, Wu Shintong had 3 rank 4 Gu masters with him to protect his life. 2 of these 3 rank 4 Gu masters were clan leaders of clans that were under Wu clan. The last one was Wu clan elder, his personal guard, Wu Shintong. The beast group attacked Yitian Mountain like a tidal wave. The newly created Yitian village of the demonic path was drowned by the beast group. Many demonic path Gu masters died, but with the attacks of Xiaoshan, Sun Penghu, and Zhou Xingxing, 3 rank 5 Gu masters, Wu Shintong was forced to retreat with heavy injuries, while 2 rank 4 righteous path Gu masters lost their lives. Although Wu Shintong's attack was repelled, to the newly created Yitian village, it was a huge blow. If Wu Shintong did not die, Xiaoshan and the rest would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Just when the 3 of them decided to stake it all on this, risking their heavy injuries to descend the mountain and kill Wu Shintong, a demonic path Gu master came up the mountain. Moreover, he brought Wu Shintong's severed head. This person was called Lu Zuanfeng. He was also a rank 5 Gu master, and was known as the number 1 divine thief in southern border. He had a demonic path Gu immortal backing him. He had once sneaked into Tai clan's demon suppression tower. Lu Zuanfeng relied on his elusive stealth methods to kill Wu Shintong and resolve Yitian Stronghold's crisis. The first wave of righteous path attacks crumbled completely. Wu clan was not resigned to this. They quickly sent a second elder to fight. And this time, they gathered 2 new elders of Shang clan, Yan Tu and Zhu Kaibei. In the second battle between righteous and demonic, both sides won and lost. They were in a deadlock. At this time, Lan Meihe and Fei Yuwang went up the mountain together, joining Yitian village. These 2 Gu masters were not simple, they were Gu masters of southern border. The famous flying master, Etion village thus gained the upper hand, forcing the righteous path to retreat. To resist Lan Meihe and Fei Yuang, the righteous path invited a female Gu master, Hong Fei Yu. She was also a flying master, but belonged to a righteous path force. But Hong Fei Yu was alone. She could not resist the alliance of two demonic flying masters. At the moment of Hong Fei Yu's life and death, Shang clan's reinforcements arrived. It was White Light swordsman Wei Yang. Wei Yang's aptitude rose through Shang Yanfei's guidance. His cultivation reached rank 4 initial stage. In this battle, not only did he save Hong Fei Yu, he also established his reputation. After Hong Fei Yu retreated with heavy injuries, he fought 1 against 2. He fought against Lan Meihe and Fei Yuang, eventually stalling for time until the righteous path's reinforcements arrived. Lan Meihe and Fei Yuang had no choice but to retreat. After this battle, Wei Yang was recognized by the righteous and demonic paths, entering the ranks of flying masters. Southern Border's 3 great flying masters became the 4 great flying masters with Wei Yang at the head. Wei Yang's addition caused the righteous and demonic battle to fall into a deadlock again. However, as second zombie king walked up Etion Mountain, the enslavement path showed its might again. The righteous path lacked Wu Shintong, they had no choice but to retreat. The second battle between righteous and demonic came to an end. It seems it is because of me. The Battle of Etion Mountain has also undergone some changes. Fang Yuan observed as he compared it to his previous life. In the 500 years of his previous life, Etion Mountain should have had the upper hand at this stage. This was because Wang Xiao joined Etion Mountain and killed many righteous path experts. He was extremely fierce and even threatened Xiaoshan, attempting to seize the position of the leader of the demons. But on Sancha Mountain, Wang Xiao was killed by Fang Yuan. In this life, Etion Mountain did not have Wang Xiao, and was almost suppressed by the righteous path. Fortunately, there was second zombie king. He appeared in advance and saved the demonic path's decline. Second zombie king came from the Southern Border Zombie Alliance branch. He was likely a chess piece of a Southern Border immortal zombie. He was a rank 5 peak stage Gu master. He had once left behind an inheritance on Mubei Mountain and became an enslavement path Gu master, Ding Hao. But in this life, Ding Hao was also killed by Fang Yuan. In the battle in my previous life, Ding Hao sacrificed himself to save his master, second zombie king. Now, if second zombie king encounters a calamity, who will block it for him? Fang Yuan was curious about this. The Battle of Etion Mountain continued like wildfire, but Fang Yuan encountered difficulties in deducing the immortal aperture sealing method. He was facing a bottleneck. He needed to use other methods to get past it. Otherwise, he would need 17 to 18 years to deduce it with his own efforts. Fang Yuan asked Blazing Heaven Demoness for help. Blazing Heaven Demoness had a portion of old immortal Kong Ju's inheritance. It was enough for Fang Yuan to get past this hurdle. But Blazing Heaven Demoness took the chance to ask for a higher price. She mentioned borrowing Fang Yuan's immortal killer move, vaguely familiar face. Blazing Heaven Demoness, He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, and others naturally wanted a share. But Southern Border's Gu Immortals were working together to fight. They could not interfere. They were Northern Plains Gu Immortals. Once they appeared, they would be ostracized and killed by Southern Border's Gu Immortals. Among the 5 regions, Southern Border was the most xenophobic region. Eastern Sea was the least xenophobic, followed by Central Continent. Thus, He Lulan and the others wanted to interfere. They wanted to borrow Fang Yuan's vaguely familiar face. Fang Yuan was naturally unwilling. Borrowing an immortal killer move and borrowing an immortal Gu were 2 different concepts. Once an immortal killer move was borrowed, the secrets contained within would be known by other Gu Immortals. They would know the pros and cons of the move. They could easily think of ways to counter the immortal killer move. Fang Yuan had no choice but to compromise. He borrowed vaguely familiar face and obtained a portion of old immortal Kong Ju's inheritance from Blazing Heaven Demoness. However, he paid a huge price, but he also quickly obtained his rewards. After overcoming the bottleneck, the speed at which he deduced the dermic art sped up once again, and everything went smoothly. Central Continent. Boom! Suddenly, an intense explosion broke the tranquility of the mountain valley. The aftermath of the explosion formed a majestic heat wave that spread out in all directions at an incomparably fast speed. In just a breath, Of time, the dense forest within 1,000 li was completely obliterated, turning into a barren land of sand. The 8 rank 8 Gu immortals from Celestial Court gradually showed themselves. They formed a circle, all of them were heavily injured, they stared at the lonely figure standing at the center with solemn gazes. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's body was straight, he was proud like a spear. He slowly moved his pupils, a sword light suddenly flashed in his eyes. The 8 Gu immortals were shocked, 3 of them even subconsciously took a step back. In the intense battle earlier, they had suffered many losses from this sword pupil. But the sword light in Bo Qing's eyes only flashed for a moment. Next, the light in his eyes completely vanished. He did not move, he was like a statue. Success! We finally killed the remnant soul in Bo Qing's body. The Celestial Court Gu immortals let out sighs of relief, they had won this battle. Bo Qing was known as a pseudo-venerable, but he only had a corpse left, the remnant soul in his body was still Mo Yao's. The Celestial Court Gu immortals targeted this weakness, they used tactics to completely destroy Mo Yao's remnant soul in Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. Without the remnant soul, immortal zombie Bo Qing showed no signs of movement. It has been a long time since I had such a shocking battle. Among the Celestial Court Gu immortals, someone sighed. Thankfully, this immortal zombie Bo Qing had such a huge weakness, otherwise, some of us would have died in this battle. It is a pity we did not leave any survivors. Take this immortal zombie body to Celestial Court and store it properly, I am going back to sleep. Previously. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, by Chen Tian, and Lian Jiuxing used the immortal Gu House Illusion Garden to trap immortal zombie Bo Qing and Yumu Chen. Bo Qing fought against 3 immortals. His sword path power was unparalleled. The 3 immortals of Celestial Court could not match him, they could only ask for reinforcements. 5 Celestial Court Gu immortals. He had no choice but to interrupt his slumber and descend to the mortal world to provide support. 8 Gu immortals formed the ancient battle formation. After a month, they finally killed Yumu Chen and destroyed Mo Yao's remnant soul. After the battle ended, the 5 Celestial Court Gu immortals returned to their headquarters and went back to sleep. Their lifespans. There weren't many left, so they had to be used wisely. Bai Chen Tian and Lian Jiuxing also wanted to leave. Their situation was much better than the 5 immortals. They still had time to take care of their descendants and sections. However, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord gave the task of cleaning up the battlefield to Bai Chen Tian, and persuaded Lian Jiuxing to go to the source of Falling Heavenly River to search again. As for himself, he flew to the Celestial Court. We may have won this battle. I feel more and more uneasy, as if the end of the world is coming. Standing in front of Heaven Overseeing Tower. This old rank 8 Gu immortal frowned. He stepped into the tower and continued his calculations. What's going on? Soon, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's forehead was covered in sweat. His gaze was filled with bewilderment. The immense pressure made it difficult for him to move. In the past, he only needed to expend 1 bead of rank 8 immortal essence for each step. But this time, for some reason, the amount of immortal essence expended for each step increased by several times. Ever since I took control of Heaven Overseeing Tower, there has never been such a situation. What in the world is going on? An intense intuition told Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Sword Immortal Bo Qing's matter. It was only the beginning. Behind the scenes, there was an even stronger mastermind. I understand. It seems that someone is secretly obstructing my deductions, in that case, I have to succeed in my deductions even more and reach the top of the tower. I want to see who is it that escaped the judgment of fate. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord continued to climb, his expression was firm and without the bewilderment from before. But after he climbed 100 steps, the wall started to turn pitch black. It was like the darkest ink had covered the entire wall. There were no images. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's heart sank. Who is it? Interfering with my deductions. And they can actually interfere with the rank 9 Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower to such an extent. Time flowed forward at a constant pace. A month later, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord finally stepped onto the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower. He was extremely tired and exhausted, the immortal essence that he had accumulated in his life was almost expended. He cast an expectant gaze at the last wall. Ever since the first black mural, he had not seen any other images. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord knew that Fate Immortal Gu's power was omnipresent and unstoppable. This final painting would definitely expose the culprit behind the scenes. When he reached the top, he opened his eyes wide and looked at it impatiently. At the next moment, his pupils shrunk to pin size. His aged body trembled violently. The final wall was still pitch black. Darkness, incomparably deep darkness. But different from before, there was a pair of bright eyes in the darkness. This was a pair of human eyes, but they were filled with bone-chilling coldness and terrifying killing intent. He stared at Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord like a ferocious beast hiding in the darkness. He was quietly waiting for an opportunity, and when he charged out of the darkness, heaven and earth trembled in fear. You are. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's body was drenched in cold sweat, he was trembling and his teeth were chattering. After a long while, he barely managed to calm down. But there was still a trace of fear and panic on his face. Danger. A huge danger. If we do not stop it, Celestial Court will be destroyed because of this. Immortal Zombie Bo Ching is just a layer of fog trying to block our eyes. We need to awaken all the Celestial Court Gu Immortals, this is a battle of life and death. Thinking of this, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord did not hesitate, he left Heaven Overseeing Tower and charged towards Floating Maple Cliff. On this floating maple cliff, there was a huge Gu formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord activated the Gu formation resolutely, a loud bell sound resounded in the whole of heaven. At the next moment, Celestial Court shook, at the same time, in southern border. I finally succeeded. Feng Yuan had already changed his appearance, he sealed his immortal aperture and stepped onto Etian Mountain. Ever since he obtained a portion of Blazing Heaven Demoness Kongju inheritance, Feng Yuan did not encounter any more obstacles in his deductions. He used the method of sealing his immortal aperture. Feng Yuan sealed his immortal aperture and turned into a rank 3 Gu Master, officially stepping onto this stage. At this time on Etian Mountain, the situation had changed greatly. Large numbers of Gu Masters joined the righteous and demonic sides. The righteous path launched the third and fourth wave of attacks. Be it righteous or demonic, both sides suffered heavy casualties. On the demonic path side, Second Zombie King gathered many disciples, the zombie army was a huge headache for the righteous path. On the righteous path side, Wei Yang and Hong Feiyu worked together to suppress Lan Meihe and Feiyu Wang, they had a slight advantage in the air. But behind the righteous path, there was Dr. Xianxia. This person was one of the 4 great doctors of southern border, he was extremely skilled in healing injuries. With him around, the righteous path Gu Masters suffered few losses, many of the injured recovered quickly, they did not fear fighting head on. Xiaoshan knew that if this went on, the righteous path's advantage would continue to grow, thus he used a diversion tactic and charged down the mountain, starting the 5th battle between righteous and demonic. He, Sun Penghu and Zhou Xingxing fought from the front, while secretly ordering Lu Zuanfeng to sneak attack the righteous path's rear, attempting to kill Dr. Xianxia. In the end, Dr. Xianxia was not killed. On the contrary, the righteous path's Shang Fushi played along, setting up an ambush and killing Second Zombie King. Second Zombie King died. The demonic path's disadvantage rapidly increased. At this time, Killer Ghost Dr. Cho Jiao ascended Etian Mountain, suppressing Dr. Xianxia and salvaging the situation. Cho Jiao saved many demonic path Gu Masters' lives, quickly rising to the 3rd position. Lu Zuanfeng was 2nd, while Xiaoshan was still 1st. As for Sun Penghu and Zhou Xingxing, they had already been pushed to the 4th and 5th positions. Because of Cho Jiao's existence, the demonic path was recuperating and growing stronger. And because of the demonic path's rising star Mo Wu Tian, they challenged him several times. Many righteous path experts were lost. Shang Clan sent Dr. Su Shou and Dr. Xianxia. Finally, they evened the gap caused by Cho Jiao. Phantom Path Inheritor, Yan Clan's young clan leader Yan Jun, the moment he appeared, he sneaked into Etian Mountain and killed Cho Jiao before leaving. The righteous path's morale was greatly boosted, they attacked again, starting the 6th righteous demonic battle. But they fell into the demonic path's trap. It turned out that Cho Jiao had remnant life Gu, as long as his body was mostly intact, he could revive. After Yan Jun killed him, he secretly revived, but pretended to be dead, luring the righteous path into the trap. In the sixth battle, Mo Wu Tian displayed his demonic might, killing 3 rank 4 Gu masters in the chaotic battle. Even Yan Jun lost to him, suffering heavy injuries. The righteous path retreated in defeat, while the demonic path also suffered great losses. Both sides temporarily stopped fighting and recuperated. Under such circumstances, Fang Yuan ascended Yitian Mountain and joined Yitian village. He pretended to be rank 3, and after joining, his position in Yitian village was not even above 100. The higher-ups arranged for him to guard the archery tower. Fang Yuan kept a low profile, he buried himself in his work and did not attract any attention. He waited patiently for 3 days, seeing that no Gu immortals appeared to stop him. He started to secretly convert the battle will in the immortal Gu house. There were already 600 demonic path Gu masters who joined Yitian village. Among these people, some were pawns of the Gu immortals, some were not. Fang Yuan was hidden among them, he was inconspicuous. He made a huge profit in silence, using his wisdom path grandmaster attainment level, he rapidly converted the battle will in the immortal Gu house. Other Gu immortals could only use their pawns to fight, indirectly converting the battle will. But Fang Yuan did not need to fight, he could continue to convert the battle will. After all, it was a Gu immortal's main body, it was extraordinary. Days passed, the righteous and demonic sides were like 2 giant beasts. After a few breaths, they recovered their stamina and fought again. The 7th battle between both sides ended in a draw again. The demonic path used a scheme to cut off the righteous path's supply line. On the righteous path's side, Shang clan leader Shang Yan Fei personally led the troops and used gourmet food box Gu to reward the troops, foiling the demonic path scheme. Next, southern border super forces, Yi clan, Luo clan, Yao clan, Xia clan and others, their clan leaders also appeared and joined the battlefield. The battle between righteous and demonic became increasingly intense, it affected countless Gu masters and countless forces' attention. But in Fang Yuan's eyes, it was a different scene. Righteous and demonic sides fought, it looked very lively, but the true manipulators were the southern border Gu immortals. These last days, the Gu immortals were also fighting. Although there was no official conflict, there were endless schemes and plots in the dark, colluding and deceiving each other, it was a feast for the eyes. Fang Yuan obtained a large amount of information from them, his understanding of southern borders Gu immortal world increased rapidly. He converted a large amount of battle will, but graceful chaotic duel stage was like a bottomless pit. Another month passed. On this day, Old Man Inkstone and more than 10 Gu immortals secretly came to the surroundings of Yitian Mountain. He breathed in deeply and said with a slightly trembling tone, "The Celestial Court has already found out and is making preparations for an expedition to southern border. Time waits for no one, we can start early." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. What's going on? At this moment, the southern border Gu immortals who were 10,000 li away from Yitian Mountain raised their heads and looked at the sky. Even the mortal Gu masters on Yitian Mountain felt an indescribable sense of fear. Rumble rumble rumble, he could only hear a faint roar coming from the extremely high sky. After a few breaths of time, this rumbling became louder, as if hundreds of people were beating drums far away. Ever since Fang Yuan ascended Yitian Mountain, he had been racing against time, he had been training hard and converting his battle will. But right now, the commotion in the sky was getting bigger, he had no choice but to stop his work and look up. 100,000 feet up in the sky, a series of white specks of light appeared. These specks of light were numerous and densely packed, they were descending towards Yitian Mountain in a grandiose manner. "This is Thousand Pearl Light Tribulation." A Gu immortal cried out in shock. "No, Thousand Pearl Light Tribulation only has 1,000 or so light pearls. But this tribulation has at least 100,000 light pearls. Why is there a tribulation?" Many Gu immortals were baffled. "Don't tell me someone is undergoing tribulation?" Most Gu immortals immediately looked towards Yitian Mountain. Fang Yuan's heart jumped as he raised his guard. Soon, he broke out in cold sweat as he felt a solid probing pressure sweeping through his body. Even though he had vaguely familiar face, this immortal killer move's core immortal Gu was only rank 6. It could deceive rank 6 Gu immortals, but against rank 7 and 8 Gu immortals, the risk of being exposed was too high. Fang Yuan was on tenterhooks, but the result made him let out a sigh of relief. He was not discovered by the Gu Immortals. They did not find him? The Gu Immortals were surprised. They searched the surroundings of Etion Mountain but did not find any rank 5 Gu masters undergoing tribulation. Just as they were about to continue searching, when they used stronger investigative methods, the 1,000 Pearl Light tribulation had already landed on the Immortals. Just in case. Don't let the tribulation affect Etion Mountain. That's right, let's attack together. We will block the tribulation. Some Gu Immortals guessed, was this tribulation caused by graceful chaotic dual stage? The southern border Gu Immortals soon came to an agreement. According to the bet, if a threat appears, the participating Gu Immortals would have to resist together and protect their own interests. Although there were many 1,000 Pearl Light tribulations, there were many southern border Gu Immortals here. Among them, there were 4 rank 8s, 9 rank 7s, and over 10 rank 6s. The Immortals all attacked. Very quickly, the 1,000 Pearls Light tribulation was destroyed. Not a single pearl fell to the ground. In fact, some Gu Immortals even used methods to draw in layers of clouds to conceal the sky above Etion Mountain, to prevent mortal Gu masters from sensing the abnormalities. He. Rank 8 lone immortal Puncture Long stroked his beard as he smiled. No matter who it is, to be able to undergo tribulation and ascend at this crucial moment, they will definitely be able to do so. Very thoughtful. Find this person. Everyone here is an elite Gu Immortal of southern border. Are you afraid of not being able to find a mortal undergoing tribulation? Rank 7 Gu Immortal Yi Qing Tang sneered. He was being used as a shield by others. This arrogant Gu Immortal was very unhappy at being used as a tool to undergo tribulation. Whose descendant is the mortal undergoing the tribulation? Just say it. It won't look good if we find him. Gu Immortal Wang Kai chuckled coldly. The Immortals looked at each other for a while, but no one stood up. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Ren Haiyang's expression turned grim. He shouted coldly, "Insolent fool. You still want to hide it now, do you think we are fools? Pay attention. Another tribulation is descending." Suddenly, a Gu Immortal reminded. The sky was dark, it was as if a giant had used a brush to smear a large patch of dense blue. The temperature fell, frost energy spread everywhere. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, countless icicles spiraled rapidly like sharp blades, pouring down like a downpour. Yi Qing Tang's voice was solemn as he shouted, "Profound dark flying frost. Who is undergoing tribulation, it can actually attract one of the 10 great catastrophes. Something is wrong, even if it is one of the 10 great catastrophes, the scale of this tribulation is too huge, it is far beyond the norm. It's coming. Block it." Rumble. Lightning shot out, flames burned, all the frost was neutralized. Profound dark flying frost was not just for show, it was one of the 10 great catastrophes. After this tribulation, many Gu Immortals were injured. One Gu Immortal, Guo Lao, was even heavily injured, he could not help but want to retreat. Strange. Is this because graceful chaotic dual stage is about to appear? Is this why heaven sent this tribulation? No, I don't have any immortal Gu, I cannot stay here and endure the tribulation, I need to get out of this danger first. Thinking of this, Guo Lao turned into a beam of light and shot out. This guy runs really fast. Yi Qing Tang sneered, his hands behind his back as he proudly floated in the air. Profound dark flying frost was strong, but it was not enough to embarrass him. But more rank 6 Gu Immortals began to imitate Guo Lao. Most of these people were low-level Gu Immortals, they did not have immortal Gu and were basically injured. However, at the next moment, Guo Lao's figure suddenly appeared at the center of the Gu Immortals. He was stunned, why was he here? Soon after, more rank 6 Gu Immortals were teleported back, appearing beside Guo Lao. There is an ambush. Someone has set up a giant space path Gu formation outside. Soon, a Gu Immortal reacted and shouted. Rank 8 aura burst out, Puncture Long's eyes shined with a sharp light as he looked around. Who is it? Come out. He. As Old Man Inkstone laughed sinisterly, more than 10 black-robed Gu Immortals appeared and surrounded the southern border Gu Immortals. Old Man Inkstone was at the back, pointing at the sky. Everyone, let me give you a warning, the third wave of tribulation has arrived. Everyone raised their heads and saw a black lion group flying in the sky. Desolate beast Qi Grand Lion. This kind of lion had Qi Path Dao marks and was born with the ability to fly. There were more than 6,000 Qi Grand Lions. The rank 6 Gu Immortals' faces turned pale. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Jiayi shouted, "Petty tricks! Get lost!" He waved his sleeves as intense winds howled in the world. Giant wind sides appeared, numbering in the tens of thousands. They shot out in all directions. The lion group held in pain as they were heavily injured by the wind scythes. Countless Qi Grand Lions died on the spot. The wind scythes tore their corpses into thousands of pieces, causing a rain of blood to fall from the sky. There were countless bones and minced meat mixed in it. Wild Wind Jia, you are truly awe-inspiring. Old Man Inkstone smiled lightly, praising him. Jia, however, frowned. Most of the wind scythes he sent out were aimed at Old Man Inkstone. But the wind scythes were blocked by the Gu formation and dissipated, while the Gu formation only rippled and was not damaged. This showed that its defense was beyond imagination. Who are these people? What are their intentions? Plotting against us, they are simply too daring, they don't want to live. You dare to oppose the whole of Southern Border's Gu Immortal world? The Gu Immortals scolded angrily or were suspicious. Time did not allow them to wait for Shadowsek's response. The heavenly tribulation arrived. Hell, a majestic dragon roar resounded in the world. A burning cloud covered an area of 10,000 li, pressing down from above. For blazing cloud tribulation. Someone recognized it. Someone shouted. Be careful, I have passed this 4 blazing cloud tribulation. It has a total of 4 layers. Each layer is fiercer than the one before it. A fire path Gu Immortal reminded. Block it. There is also the dragon roar. This is the dragon roar tribulation and 4 blazing cloud tribulation. 2 tribulations. Protect the surrounding Gu Immortals, preserve our strength. The Gu Immortals shouted angrily, working together to undergo the tribulation. A normal 4 blazing cloud tribulation. It should only cover an area of 100 li, how can there be such a huge burning cloud? On Etian Mountain. Fang Yuan also looked in shock. Floating clouds could block the vision of mortal Gu masters, but they could not block Fang Yuan's vision. He had a bad feeling. I seem to have stepped into a huge trap. These black-robed Gu Immortals. They seem to be very similar to the Shadow Sect Gu Immortals that He Lulan mentioned. They actually dared to scheme against so many southern border Gu Immortals. What are they trying to do? It seems that this heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity is not a result of someone undergoing tribulation, it is their doing. With Old Man Inkstone at the lead, the Shadow Sect Immortals set up a giant Gu formation, trapping all the southern border Gu Immortals. The southern border Gu Immortals wanted to escape and attack the Gu formation, but to no avail, they could only endure the bombardment of the tribulations. As time passed, the power of the tribulations became more terrifying. Soon, the rank 7 Gu Immortals could not hold on anymore. After another 3 waves, the rank 8 Gu Immortals also found it difficult to deal with them. Their expressions were unsightly. It was not that they did not try, but they all failed in front of the Shadow Sect Gu formation. Block this wave of tribulations, let me do it. Pengshi Long made up his mind, activating his trump card killer move. The aura was grand, light waves spread out, but the Shadow Sect Gu formation only shook 3 times before stabilizing. What Gu formation is this? The southern border Immortals saw this, their hearts sank to rock bottom, they could not conceal their worries. The heavenly tribulations came one after another, the time between each one getting shorter and shorter. Different types of tribulations came one after another, it was like a torrential downpour, vast and endless. The Gu Immortals gradually attacked less and defended more, they lost the initiative. Hold on. Jiayi shouted, we still have a chance. The tribulations are vast and endless, they target us, they also affect the surrounding Gu formation. The Immortals heard this and their hearts shook. Even though rank 6 Gu Immortals had already died, the remaining Immortals did not give up. They were bitterly holding on, they still had hope in their hearts. Once the Gu formation was destroyed by the tribulations, they would be able to escape. The situation in the field was seen by Old Man Xianxia. He could see through all the changes like looking at a fire. Wu Xia. He called softly. Behind him stood a young man. He had wavy black hair that reached his shoulders. His eyes flickered with countless colors, the colors mixed together and formed into a whirlpool that slowly rotated. His nose bridge was tall, the lines of his lips were like they were carved by a knife. If he pursed his lips, he would have a cold and demonic charm. But right now, he was concentrating on looking at the sky. The corners of his mouth were wide open, his smile spread across his face, revealing his white teeth. He looked somewhat silly. Wuxia. Seeing that there was no response, Old Man Inkstone called out again. Ah, you called me, I was looking at the fireworks. The young Gu immortal reacted and replied with a smile. Old Man Inkstone smiled bitterly. These are not simple fireworks, these are tribulations. Although they are beautiful, they contain a fatal threat. These are all the handiwork of Providence. It wants to destroy us, it is our greatest enemy. Old Man Inkstone sighed. Providence is not a specific enemy, it is everywhere, it is vast and endless. As long as the 5 regions and 9 heavens still exist, Providence will never be destroyed. Even if you destroy a portion of Providence, at the same time, 10% of Providence will be born again. The young Gu immortal was stunned. Then what should we do? We are going against heaven this time. Providence is our greatest enemy. After 100,000 years of preparation, we will erupt today. As the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. But this time, we will suddenly erupt and catch Providence unprepared. We will use man to conquer heaven. Old Man Inkstone said, gesturing to Wuxia. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation we set up has already trapped all the southern border Gu immortals nearby. But this formation is only a small portion, it has not even displayed a tenth of its power. The tribulations are constantly affecting the Gu formation, it will not last for long. Next, I and several other Gu immortals will use souls as sacrifices to continue setting up this formation. This way, this formation will reach 90% power, it is just one step away from completion. The southern border Gu immortals will not have a chance to escape. So amazing. The young Gu immortal's eyes stared blankly, he was in a daze. Old Man Xianxia continued in a deep voice, after I die, you will be the #1 battle power. Remember, you were born from the dream realm, you only have 18 hours of lifespan. Every 2 hours, your cultivation level will rise by 1 rank. Right now, you have just become a rank 7 Gu immortal, you only have 4 hours of lifespan left. You will become stronger and stronger, until the moment of death. You will become a rank 9 Gu immortal, no one will be able to block your attacks. Is rank 9 very powerful? The young Gu immortal had a confused expression. Old Man Inkstone chuckled, of course. Rank 9 is the limit of this world, it is the strongest peak, there cannot be rank 10 in this world. So rank 9 is the strongest. I can only live for 4 hours, isn't that too short? Am I going to die after 4 hours? What is death? The young Gu immortal asked. Elder Inkstone explained patiently, everything has been properly planned. 4 hours is more than enough. If the plan fails, no matter how long we live, victory or defeat will be difficult to reverse. As for what is death? Elder Inkstone said until here. Pausing for a moment, he slowly said in a low voice, death is the end of life, but also the beginning of life. The young Gu master scratched his head, not really understanding. Old Man Xianxia took a deep breath. His withered body was as thin as firewood. It was trembling in the wind as if it would be blown away in the next moment. He gazed into the distance. His eyes didn't have the whites of his eyes. They were pitch black, but at this moment, there were countless reflections. In the reflection, there was Fang Yuan, by Ning Bing, the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation, celestial court Gu immortals, southern border Gu immortals, Etion mountain, graceful chaotic dual stage. The time has come, Elder Inkstone said. But before I die, I will use my remaining lifespan to make a deduction for you. Remember my priceless advice, it will be of great help to you. The moment he said this, Elder Inkstone's life force rapidly weakened. At the next moment, he opened his eyes wide, for the first time, he showed a dazed expression. It was as if he was doubtful and fearful of the result of the deduction. He turned his head with difficulty, looking at the naive young Gu immortal with a complex gaze. His lips moved several times before he finally said, be careful of yourself. Failing at the last step, he revealed the heavenly secret with difficulty. While he was speaking, his body started to turn into sand, dissipating in the wind. By the time he said failing at the last step, he had no more time, he completely dissipated, turning into ashes. His soul was sucked in by the formation, fusing into the goo formation at once. Not only Elder Inkstone, among the Shadow Sect goo immortals, there were also several who sacrificed themselves, fusing their souls into the formation. 90% 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation, a grand radiance burst out, soaring to the sky. At this moment, even the boundless heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities paled in comparison. The radiance was so dazzling that the southern border goo immortals could not help but shut their eyes. The radiance disappeared in a flash, the southern border goo immortals quickly opened their eyes. They saw that the surrounding 10,000 li was shrouded by a huge goo formation. 10 goo immortals were standing in the air, separated from each other, standing at the outermost periphery, encircling the southern border goo immortals. Among them, 9 goo immortals were wearing black robes, their faces were covered by hoods, they were mysterious and unfathomable. The last one was the young goo immortal Xianxia. He looked around, feeling very curious. After all, he had just been born 14 hours ago, it was understandable that he was curious about the world. What's going on? What in the world happened? How did this goo formation strengthen so much? Under the destruction of the calamities and tribulations, the goo formation was already shaking, but now it was like a huge reef by the sea, steel in the wind, unmoving like a mountain. Sensing this situation, the southern border goo immortals felt a chill in their hearts. Rank 8 goo immortal Ren Haiyang could no longer protect the other rank 6 goo immortals, he chose a direction and attacked the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. Deceiving fool, die. He shouted as he clapped his hands, a huge wave rose in the air, the blue seawater weighed 10,000 tons, it roared as it charged towards a black-robed goo immortal. Protect him. The other 3 rank 8 goo immortals attacked together, resisting the calamities and tribulations above them, protecting Ren Haiyang. With the help of others, Ren Haiyang's pressure on his defenses decreased, he laughed loudly as he activated his immortal essence. Waves rose one after another, as if they were covering the sky. It was like an ancient desolate beast opening its mouth to engulf the world and devour everything. Xianxia saw this and wanted to help, but was stopped by a black-robed goo immortal beside him. Stay at the formation core, don't move rashly. He can deal with it. Sure enough, at the next moment, the mysterious goo immortal who was facing the impact of the waves. Suddenly, a blazing fire burst into the sky. In an instant, with the black-robed goo immortal at the center, the surrounding 1,000 li turned into a world of blazing lava. The blue seawater that was over 100 feet tall charged into the formation. It evaporated into a large amount of white fog. Whoosh! Next, the fire roared and spread rapidly, the intense heat pushed the fog away. Such power! I almost could not control it. The black-robed goo immortal was overjoyed. He stood proudly at the center of the lava, his black robe was already mostly burnt. He had revealed his true appearance. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He recognized this person. The southern border goo immortals also exclaimed, "You are actually a 10 extreme immortal zombie, blazing glory lightning brilliance." This person was the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie who had participated in the 100 Days battle and successfully escaped. After he was captured alive by old ancestor Shui Hu, he was rescued by Blazing Heaven Demoness and the others sent by Zombie Alliance. To think that he would appear here. Don't tell me Zombie Alliance plotted against the southern border goo immortals? No. If it was Zombie Alliance, Blazing Heaven Demoness would definitely know about it. Maybe. Shadow Sect, these 2 words suddenly appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. These 2 words suddenly appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan shuddered, his situation was getting worse. His situation was the same as the southern border goo immortals, he was also trapped here. Ren Haiyang's attack failed, he could only retreat with hatred. The tribulations in the sky were like a storm, not only did they not stop for a moment, their power was also increasing. Miserable cries and screams could be heard from the sky. The rank 8 goo immortals could not even take care of themselves, many rank 6 goo immortals had already lost their lives. Normally, the high and mighty goo immortals were as weak as chicks in the face of tribulations. Large numbers of rank 7 goo immortals could only drift with the waves, like small boats in a storm. They could not control themselves. If they were not careful, they would be engulfed by the tsunami. The tribulations were hard to resist. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless battle was stable like a mountain. It could not be broken. The southern border goo immortals were in a desperate situation. At the moment of life and death, they let go of their former enmity and cooperated sincerely. They soon thought of the only way to survive. That was the immortal goo house graceful chaotic duel stage. Only an immortal goo house. Only an immortal goo house could have superb defense, to resist the terrifying tribulations and protect the goo immortals. At the same time, the immortal goo house's attack power was the best weapon to break the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. The immortal goo house graceful chaotic duel stage, hidden deep underground, was the hope of the southern border goo immortals. Even though there was a forbidden zone for immortals, southern border goo immortals could not get close. But this forbidden zone did not harm immortal goo. The immortal goo's power would be severely weakened inside, but it was still stronger than most mortal methods. Combine our strength, destroy Etion Mountain and take out graceful chaotic duel stage. Goo immortal Jiayi shouted. However, those who still had the strength to attack. Only 4 rank 8 goo immortals were left. The rank 7 goo immortals could only run for their lives under the bombardment of the tribulations. The 4 rank 8's bombardment did not affect Etion Mountain at all. The thick clouds above Etion Mountain had obtained the power of the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless goo formation, becoming tough and soft. It swallowed all the attacks, and the clouds and mist tumbled violently for a while before returning to calmness. The 4 rank 8 goo immortals returned without any gains. Their eyes shined with a sharp light, they gritted their teeth and attacked without stopping, their expressions gradually becoming crazed. Etion Mountain was quiet and peaceful. The mortals were kept in the dark, they had no idea about the shocking situation in the sky. As long as a tiny bit of the tribulations leaked out, Etion Mountain would be wiped out, and all the mortal goo masters would be annihilated. Fang Yuan looked up at the sky with a solemn expression. Was there such a situation in my previous life? We did not know death was right above our heads. Calm down, calm down. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, forcefully expelling the nervousness and unease in his heart, forcing himself to think calmly. Shadow Sect's shocking move had schemed against the southern border goo immortals, even Fang Yuan had fallen into it, unable to extricate himself. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan might have participated in this bet, but they are both in Xiao Han blessed land now, using Luopa Valley to cultivate their souls. This goo formation isolates the inside and outside, it actually restricts all my communication methods. Even if I still have self-strength immortal goo, rank 7 battle strength is not enough. His top priority was still the graceful chaotic duel stage. The southern border goo immortals outside the forbidden zone had no hope of taking this immortal goo house. But I still have a chance. Only with the help of the graceful chaotic duel stage will I have any hope of escaping. Otherwise, we can only use the spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan thought quickly and understood that the only opportunity before him was to become the new owner of the graceful chaotic duel stage. He had fixed immortal travel. But this immortal goo was stored in the immortal aperture. Immortal goo's aura could be easily detected, only by storing it in the aperture or immortal aperture would it be safe. However, Fang Yuan's immortal aperture was already sealed. If Fang Yuan undid the seal, he would be trapped in the forbidden zone and would be destroyed immediately. He wouldn't be able to hold on for more than 3 seconds. But the spring-autumn cicada was not. Spring-autumn cicada was Fang Yuan's first vital goo, it had always been sealed in Fang Yuan's first aperture. After this period of time, the spring-autumn cicada had more or less recovered. Even though it was heavily sealed, it still brought great pressure to Fang Yuan's first aperture. Before this trip, Fang Yuan had thought of sealing fixed immortal travel or other immortal goo and temporarily storing them in his first aperture as insurance. But it didn't work. The aperture could store some mortal goo, but not a second immortal goo. Even with fixed immortal travel, I'm afraid. Fang Yuan's gaze pierced through the clouds, looking at the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless goo formation. Even breathing was a little difficult. Among the southern border goo immortals, there were also space path goo immortals with space path immortal killer moves. However, all of them were trapped without exception. Evidently, this formation took care of space path. The security was extremely tight, and there were no loopholes to exploit. More and more Gu immortals died under the tribulations. The 4 rank 8 Gu immortals were injured. They knew that the longer this dragged on, the less likely their chances would be. They had no choice but to work together and break out of the encirclement. All of you are like turtles in a jar. Where are you going? A black-robed Gu immortal in front of them sneered. His aura surged, and his hood was blown off. Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique. Peng Shirlong exclaimed. Cold air quickly spread out, and a crystalline ice wall that was dozens of feet tall appeared in front of everyone. The 4 immortals were blocked. A bolt of lightning struck down from above their heads. Snow War Tribulation Lightning. The normal Snow War Tribulation Lightning was already one of the 10 great catastrophes. But this Tribulation Lightning, with more than 10 forks, the might of the attack had increased by tens of times. When it rains, it pours. The 4 immortals did not dare to face it head-on. One of them used a time path killer move to slow down the Tribulation Lightning, allowing the 4 immortals time to move. The Snow War Tribulation Lightning continued to charge forward, hitting the Northern Dark Ice Soul Immortal Zombie's crystal ice wall. A large hole appeared in the ice wall. The Northern Dark Ice Soul Immortal Zombie grunted, suffering light injuries. Providence. Northern Dark Ice Soul Immortal Zombie glared fiercely at the sky. Southern borders for rank 8 Gu immortals. It changed its direction and tore through the sky, crashing into another area of the Gu formation. This path is blocked. The black-robed Gu immortal at the formation core chuckled. Boom, both sides fiercely clashed, and they were evenly matched. The 4 immortals were obstructed, their momentum halted, but the black-robed Gu immortal did not have it easy either. Carefree Wisdom Heart Physique. Another 10 extreme immortal zombie. You are Shang Clan Shangui Kai. Peng Shirlong frowned deeply. He recognized the black-robed Gu immortal's identity. I have a deep relationship with Shang Clan's first Supreme Elder. As a Shang Clan member, you actually joined a demonic organization and caused chaos in the world. A prodigal son is more precious than gold. It is not too late for you to regret. Otherwise, if you cause a huge disaster, your clan will be implicated as well. The black-robed Gu immortal sneered in disdain. What do you know? Shangui Kai is merely my soul's incarnation. What is a mere Shang Clan? How can it compare to my plan? Boom, another bolt of tribulation lightning descended, causing the 4 southern border immortals to waver. Don't waste time with him, let's change directions. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance, Northern Dark Ice Soul, Carefree Wisdom Heart. The 10 extreme physiques that only appear once in 100 years actually appeared one after another. This is not a coincidence. This Gu formation should be using one of the 10 extreme physiques to have such great power. In that case, he is the only loophole. After being obstructed by the Carefree Wisdom Heart Immortal Zombie, the 4 immortals conversed at lightning speed, instantly turning their gazes towards the young Gu immortal Xianxia. Among all the Gu immortals present, he was the most special. Because he was a living person, his aura also showed that he did not have one of the 10 extreme physiques. The 4 immortals were heavily injured. They charged towards Xianxia. Xia's heart pounded. He shouted, "What do we do? What do we do? They are coming. Don't be nervous, use your best method." The black-robed Gu immortal beside him reminded. I am not nervous, I am not nervous. Xianxia breathed in deeply, but his breathing was still rapid. Seeing that the 4 immortals were getting closer, Xianxia recalled the scene of his birth. He was born from a dream realm. When he opened his eyes, the first person he saw was Old Man Inkstone. Old Man Inkstone smiled lightly. He sized him up with his black eyes. His tone was filled with admiration. Good, good, good. Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique, you are my greatest achievement in researching Dream Path. Since Bo Qing is dead, you will replace him and become our strongest battle strength to suppress the situation. Who are you, and who am I? Xianxia asked curiously. You are me, and I am you. I am Old Man Inkstone, and as for you, you shall be called Xianxia. Old Man Inkstone chuckled. Next, he waved his sleeves. Countless thoughts poured into Xianxia's mind. Xianxia felt a wave of information flowing into his mind. The time was limited. I will only teach you one immortal killer move. Although it did not have any offensive power, it was at the peak of Dream Path in the current 5 regions. it was at the forefront of this era. Even those celestial court goo immortals were left far behind. One move was fresh. Eat all over the world. You need to comprehend it well. When you become a goo immortal, I will give you a complete set of goo worms. You need to practice it then. The memory stopped, the four immortals were already in front of him. Among them, Fierce Wind Jiayi was at the forefront. Xianxia's eyes suddenly shined with a bright light. He slowly opened his mouth, as if he was reciting, Immortal Killer Move, Lead, Soul, Enter, Dream. The four immortals' speed fell, they were extremely vigilant as if they were facing a great enemy. But after a few breaths of time, there was no movement. Lad, you dare to trick us. Puncture Long was furious, about to attack. At this time. But the rank 8 goo immortal Jiayi started to fall. What is going on? Just as Puncture Long and the rest were bewildered. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless goo formation activated. The attack was extremely fierce as it attacked Jiayi. Jiayi did not move, the layers of defense around his body started to dissipate. The remaining 3 immortals quickly tried to save him, blocking the goo formation's attack. Jiayi was still falling. Gulp gulp, gulp gulp, he actually fell asleep at this moment. It's that kid's doing. Ren Haiyang's face was filled with malevolence. Fear and alarm mixed together. Against a rank 7 goo immortal, using an immortal killer move, Jiayi was hit without any resistance. Furthermore, the layers of defense that he had wrapped around his body had no effect at all. What kind of killing move was this? Be careful. Puncture Long exclaimed. The tribulation descended, countless bolts of falling star lightning moved at the speed of light. The moment they appeared, they had already reached the southern border goo immortals. After this wave of heavenly calamity, most of the southern border goo immortals were killed. They all lost their lives. Even the rank 8 goo immortal, Jiayi, who had the name Quang Feng and had been around for hundreds of years, was smashed into countless pieces by the falling star lightning. Puncture Long and the others couldn't even take care of themselves and couldn't save him in time. It's over. At this moment, the 3 rank 8 goo immortals felt despair. Xianxia was indeed a loophole in the formation. But his own fighting ability was beyond the 3 immortals' imagination. An unprecedented dream path killer move directly caused Jiayi to fall into a deep sleep, unable to wake up. With Jiayi's death, the remaining 3 immortals' momentum fell by a large margin. Their hopes of escaping the encirclement became slim. We need to persevere. On Etian Mountain, Fang Yuan, who had been observing the battlefield all along, could not help but feel anxious. Even if he became the owner of graceful chaotic dual stage, with just Fang Yuan's strength, he could not activate the enormous immortal goo house. It was like a person trying to control a huge ship. His strength was not as good as his will, and it was extremely difficult. Thus, it was necessary to cooperate with the southern border goo immortals. The more goo immortals that entered the immortal goo house, the more immortal essence it would expend, and the stronger the immortal goo house would be. With just Fang Yuan alone, it was very difficult to make the immortal goo house strong enough to break the goo formation. Time passed mercilessly, the 3 rank 8 goo immortals were exhausted from running for their lives, while the remaining rank 7 goo immortals were fleeing like rats in the midst of the tribulation. When Ren Haiyang died because of the tribulation, the remaining 2 rank 8s were in complete despair. The situation is hopeless. Fang Yuan could not help but cry out in his heart, sigh, now, I can only continue to disguise my identity and hope that no one finds out. But when the rank 7 and rank 6 goo immortals were all dead, and only 2 rank 8 goo immortals were left, Etian Mountain suddenly started shaking. Soon, the shaking increased in intensity. The earth shook and the mountain shook. What is going on? The shaking attracted the gazes of the 2 rank 8 goo immortals. Did you take graceful chaotic dual stage? The 2 rank 8 goo immortals shouted at each other. But they were both stunned, realizing that it was not the other's fault. Fang Yuan's body also shook, he had not refined the immortal goo house yet. Then who was it? Boom, mountain rocks cracked, a huge hole appeared on the ground, and a figure jumped out of the hole. Great strength, true martial immortal zombie, he had actually escaped the suppression of the immortal goo house, flying into the sky and seeing the light of day again. However, before Fang Yuan could react, a cold snort resounded. You want to escape your fate in front of us? Die. A beam of light shot down vertically from above the sky. Rank 9 Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower, the immortals of the Celestial Court had already arrived. The pure white pillar of light had terrifying might, it easily broke the 10 extreme formation, the 2 southern border rank 8s were instantly annihilated. Damn it! The rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie could not dodge in time, he could only roar in indignation before he was smashed into smithereens by the pillar of light. The pillar of light did not slow down, it shot towards Etion Mountain. Am I going to die? Fang Yuan raised his head and gritted his teeth, his muscles tensed up. He could not block the full strength attack of a rank 9 Immortal Gu House. He only had one trump card left, Spring Autumn Cicada. At the next moment, Fang Yuan self-detonated. He failed, Spring Autumn Cicada carried Fang Yuan's will, it had just entered the river of time when it shattered into countless fragments. According to legends, there was such a river in this world. It flowed through the beginning and the end, it contained cause and effect, flowing through every corner of the world, it was everywhere. With its watering, the world could operate normally, and everything could change. This river was called the River of Time. This was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, a hotbed of time path. Countless time path Gu worms lived and multiplied here. Billions of hectares of river water flowed without restraint, never stopping. The river water was vast and mighty, the tides rose and fell, waves rolled. Every drop of the water of time was pale and colorless. But the trillions and trillions of water droplets of time collided and fused with each other, they could burst out with the most dazzling light in the world. The beauty of this light could not be described with words. Fang Yuan had always felt that this was one of the most beautiful scenes in the world. When the rank 9 Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower unleashed an attack that had been prepared for a long time, Fang Yuan was implicated, he could not escape or dodge. His only remaining choice was to activate Spring Autumn Cicada. However, the rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada had a huge flaw. There was a chance of failure every time it was activated. On Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan had successfully activated it once. On Sancha Mountain, Fang Yuan had successfully activated it again. Counting the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan had successfully activated Spring Autumn Cicada 3 times already. Now, he finally encountered failure. Activating Spring Autumn Cicada failed. Although his will had entered the river of time, the moment he set off, he felt a chill run down his spine. Spring Autumn Cicada self-detonated, turning into countless fragments. Fang Yuan's will was like a baby that had lost its boat and fell into the water. The raging river of time could instantly devour Fang Yuan's will. Devour, destroy, and completely melt, not even a fragment was left. In the end, I still failed. At the moment of death, Fang Yuan's remaining will was strangely calm. There was no impatience, no unwillingness. There was no regret. He had chosen this path back then. He had already expected the possible outcome. Right now, this situation was already in Fang Yuan's imagination. There was no other way. He had used all his strength. If I was given another chance, I would still live like this. So be it, my Gu Immortal adventure story will end here. Although he didn't leave behind any biographies or legacies, it doesn't matter. Fang Yuan's willpower quickly sank. He was very calm. He even felt a kind of happiness. If he still had any face left, the corners of his mouth would have curled up into a subconscious smile. What was there to regret about dying on the path of one's pursuit? The laughter in Fang Yuan's heart stopped abruptly. Something strange happened at this moment. Within the vast and desolate river of time, a ghostly face suddenly appeared. The ghost face winked at Fang Yuan's remaining will, as if it was mocking him silently. Then, the pitch-black ghost face's cheeks puffed up, its expression extremely pained. He seemed to be vomiting. A huge flower bud came out of the ghost face's mouth, dripping wet. The ghost face's mouth was almost about to burst, the corners of its mouth stretched to its ears in an exaggerated manner. After spitting out the flower bud, the ghost face relaxed and winked at Fang Yuan again, showing a comical and strange expression. But it was a sinister and terrifying smile. And that flower bud broke through the river surface and slowly bloomed. Time seemed to stop at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the flower bud bloomed and turned into a beautiful red lotus. A faint red light shot out from the heart of the lotus, shining on the location of spring-autumn cicada's accident. Thus, the time in the red light began to reverse. At the same time, the ghost face that carried the red lotus slowly sank into the river. Like a movie being played in reverse, everything that had happened was moving backwards. It was also like water that was poured out, automatically returning to the basin. Fang Yuan's will had almost completely dissipated, only a tiny bit was left and could be directly ignored. But under the illumination of the red light, his will quickly recovered, and countless goo worm fragments also appeared. Next, these goo worm fragments pieced together and turned into the complete spring-autumn cicada. Spring-autumn cicada carried Fang Yuan's intact will and started its journey again. The red light dissipated and the red lotus instantly dissipated, while that ghost face was cleanly washed away by the surging river water of the river of time. It was as if everything was an illusion. But spring-autumn cicada had already been forcefully restored. It carried Fang Yuan's will, Fang Yuan's remaining hope as it charged into the river. Going against the current, with difficulty. Returning to the past, star-form blessed land. Demonic fog shrouded the area, poisonous blood was boiling, the 3 layers of the goo formation had already been corroded and destroyed, the surrounding ground had turned into a shallow poisonous swamp. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. Next is the most difficult immortal material, the earthly limit astral chi. He took out an immortal material and held it in his hand. This goo refinement material was very special, it was made of mud and chi. The mud chi gathered into a lump on its own. Above it was light green astral chi, below was black mud. Stellar energy was the weather above the 9 heavens. Outside the immemorial 9 heavens, there was a thick wall of astral energy. If goo immortals wanted to explore the 9 heavens, they would need to break through the astral chi wall. As for the black mud, it was the essence condensed from the thick earth energy beneath the 10 lands. The chi of heaven and earth were difficult to coexist in the first place. However, at this moment, the 2 of them were harmoniously united in the earthly limit's astral energy. Not only did they coexist peacefully, but they were also constantly transforming each other. There was a constant stream of black mud turning into stellar energy, and a constant stream of stellar energy turning into black mud. Fang Yuan shook his palm, and the ball of earthly limit's astral chi rapidly turned turbid. The black mud astral chi blended together, forming a ball of gray fog. But if he didn't shake it, after a dozen breaths of time, the black mud would settle down and his stellar energy would be on top. Once again, black and white were distinct and the strange phenomenon of circulating slightly with each other appeared. Deal with this immortal material. It was the most troublesome. Ordinary refinement path killer moves could not deal with it perfectly. He could only use the 4 publicly recognized strongest immortal killer moves to deal with immortal materials: slumbering lightning python, reflecting snow, and muffled thunderstone drum. Only wind grinding could be accomplished in one go. Unfortunately, I do not have these 4 killer moves. To deal with earthly limit's astral chi, I can only put in a lot of effort. A thought flashed in Fang Yuan's mind, he stepped on the ground and his body flew into the air, lightly leaping. He jumped into the tortoise shell. Inside the poisonous blood. Whoosh, Fang Yuan's sharp nails flashed as he cut wounds on his 6 monstrous arms. He then made wounds on his chest, back, and other areas. Blood refinement killer move, blood thread travel. Traces of blood flowed out of these wounds. The blood traces quickly fused into the dark purple poisonous blood. Soon, the poisonous blood in the tortoise shell walk seemed to be drawn in. It started to enter Fang Yuan's wounds. Intense pain spread, Fang Yuan grunted. Immortal zombies did not feel pain, Fang Yuan could feel pain because he was using goo worm methods. He needed to feel pain to understand to what extent the immortal material was being processed. Fang Yuan's blood and the poisonous blood in the tortoise shell walk continued to mix, forming a cycle that flowed in and out of Fang Yuan's body. After this process stabilized, Fang Yuan swallowed the earthly limit's astral chi that he had taken out earlier. Gulp. He swallowed the earthly limit's astral chi. This was a unique blood path goo refinement method that he had created in his previous life. He named this the flesh-body blood refinement method. The earthly limit's astral chi entered his body and was cleansed by the blood, fusing into the blood. This blood flowed out of Fang Yuan's body through his wounds, entering the tortoise-shell wok. It sank to the bottom of the wok. At the same time, the poisonous blood in the wok flowed into Fang Yuan's body through his wounds, cleansing the earthly limit's astral qi. Time passed, 3 days and 2 nights passed. Fang Yuan was covered in injuries, his face was distorted from the pain, his 8 monstrous arms were inserted into the poisonous blood, his fangs were exposed, his eyes were bloodshot, he was breathing like a bull. There is still 1 night left, I can completely process the earthly limit's astral qi in my body. As long as I get through this, the most difficult step in the process of refining change form immortal goo will be over. Ugh. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's painful expression froze. His eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and his bright green eyes suddenly became confused, losing almost all of their divine light. During the process of refining immortal goo, one had to maintain high concentration at all times. How could he be distracted like this? Puff, he raised his head and spat out a mouthful of poisonous blood. Next, he fell down, landing in the poisonous blood in the tortoise shell, creating a huge wave of blood. The blood wave rushed out of the tortoise shell, splashing on the grass. Soon, a large patch of lush green grass was corroded into dark red smoke. Master! Starform Land Spirit shouted with a worried expression as he jumped into the tortoise shell. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's head popped out of the pool of blood. He flopped around for a while before standing up again. The dazed expression on his face faded, his eyes regained their vigor as he muttered, This is? Hearing Fang Yuan muttering to himself, Starform Land Spirit became even more worried. Did Master become stupid because of the immortal goo refinement failure? Fang Yuan first looked at his hands, then at the tortoise shell and the pool of blood, finally his gaze stopped on Starform Land Spirit. What time is it now? Fang Yuan asked. Starform Land Spirit's heart jumped, but he still answered, Many days have passed since Master started refining the immortal goo. Ha 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 ha. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed loudly. Starform Land Spirit's heart turned cold. It's over, Master is really stupid. He failed the immortal goo refinement and suffered heavy injuries. He doesn't even remember the specific time, but he is still laughing so happily. The joy in Fang Yuan's heart did not need to be told to others. I have been reborn again. Even though activating Spring-Autumn Cicada failed, because of a change, I was revived from the dead. From defeat to victory, my will has returned to the past. I am still refining change form immortal goo. Was it over a year ago? The time was so short. According to my foundation, with so many immortal goo, it should have been at least several hundred years. I only returned to a year ago. Is it because I failed to activate Spring-Autumn Cicada? Even though the anomaly in the river of time had only happened for a short period of time, it was deeply engraved in Fang Yuan's mind, leaving a deep impression. This was a matter of life and death. It was impossible not to have a deep impression. Now that he thought about it, Fang Yuan was filled with doubts. Ghost Face Red Lotus, what does it represent? Why did I not encounter such a situation when I used Spring-Autumn Cicada several times? Or is it only triggered when Spring-Autumn Cicada fails? Or... Slowly shaking his head, Fang Yuan stopped thinking about this mysterious problem for now. He jumped out of the poisonous blood and flew out of the tortoise shell. The injuries on my body are not light. The only success Dao mark was destroyed because of the goo refinement failure. It is a pity. Fang Yuan inspected his body and soon found the consequences of this goo refinement failure. His body was full of cracks and was on the verge of collapse. He would need to recuperate for several months to recover from these injuries. Goo refinement itself was a risky matter that was no less than an intense battle. Not to mention refining immortal goo. Because of rebirth, Fang Yuan failed in the goo refinement. It was normal for him to suffer heavy injuries. What made Fang Yuan even more regretful was that the success Dao mark that he had obtained after participating in the refinement path convention was destroyed because of this. Fang Yuan vaguely understood this point. The reason why I failed in refining Star Thought immortal goo was not because of my technique, but because the Dao marks of the immortal materials fused together. This is a subtle aspect that cannot be manipulated. This is also the main reason why the success rate of all immortal goo is so low. The greatest use of success Dao marks is in this aspect. It allows the Dao marks of the immortal materials to fuse together and reach the standard of goo refinement. Thus, when I started refining change form immortal goo, success Dao mark started to deplete. As a special type of immortal material, it has always been supporting it. In the previous life, I did not encounter any accidents and succeeded in refining change form immortal goo. The success Tao mark played a huge role. But in this life, because of rebirth, I messed up this matter that I was confident in. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. It did not mean that with success Tao marks, the goo refinement would succeed no matter what. If a goo master wanted to die and purposely used the wrong refinement method, they would definitely fail. Success Tao marks were not omnipotent. In his previous life, why did Fang Yuan choose star form blessed land to refine the immortal goo? He was afraid of being disturbed by external forces and causing the refinement to fail. Once the goo refinement failed, the loss of immortal materials and injuries were small matters. The crucial point was that the success Tao marks would also be destroyed. Fang Yuan's rebirth happened to be when he was refining change form immortal goo. This was akin to courting death. There was no helping it. He had succeeded in refining change form immortal goo in his previous life, but failed in this life. Reincarnate. Although he has the advantage of foresight, when it comes to concrete matters, it's not always successful. However, my rebirth this time gives me a great advantage. Losing a success Tao mark. It's not important at all. Fang Yuan quickly collected his emotions and stabilized his state of mind. Fixed immortal travel, Fang Yuan activated his immortal goo and returned to Hu immortal blessed land. He used to be anxious. But now he knew that there was still some time before Xianxia State solved the case of 88-point Xinyang Tower. There was no harm in him being a little calmer. Although he had the previous life's experience, Fang Yuan had always planned before taking action. He was an impatient person. He would not have reached his current level. There were countless clues and messy clues. How could he use the resources he had to maximize the benefits? This was the main problem that Fang Yuan needed to consider. The immortal zombie's thoughts were stiff. Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom to help him think. Compared to the previous life, his wisdom path attainment level had already reached Grandmaster. In fact, he even thought of a small goo formation that could use the light of wisdom more efficiently and save a lot of time. Just half a day later, Fang Yuan finished his thoughts. Immortal zombies did not need to eat or drink. Even though he was injured, Fang Yuan had to use every second he had. Fixed immortal travel, he immediately activated this immortal goo and secretly returned to southern border. Using his methods, he removed most of the immortal goo's aura as Fang Yuan quietly approached Yitian Mountain. Fang Yuan was familiar with the surrounding 10,000 li of Yitian Mountain. It could not be helped. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had participated in the unprecedented bet on Yitian Mountain. As time passed, the forbidden zone for immortals expanded, and Fang Yuan moved out along with the southern border goo immortals. Thus, he was very familiar with the scenery around Yitian Mountain. Yitian Mountain, at this moment, it was still a nameless mountain. Before Fang Yuan came here, it had just rained. This future Yitian Mountain was filled with beautiful mountains and deep forests. Rainbow scattered, the sun and moon shone. Fang Yuan looked from afar, moving forward carefully, full of anticipation. If one were to ask what moved Fang Yuan the most after rebirth, it was undoubtedly the immortal goo house graceful chaotic dual stage deep under Yitian Mountain, and the suppressed rank 8 great strength true martial physique immortal zombie. The latter's importance did not need to be explained to Fang Yuan. In my previous life, this rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie jumped out and escaped the suppression of graceful chaotic dual stage. But as long as I successfully refine graceful chaotic dual stage and become its new owner, I can continue to suppress him. If I can obtain graceful chaotic dual stage. Fang Yuan thought of this and licked his lips. Immortal goo houses were no small matter. Immortal goo houses and ancient battle formations were the highest achievements of formation path. Among them, ancient battle formations had been gradually eliminated by the tides of time, and immortal goo houses had become the mainstream. Whether it was southern border, northern plains, eastern sea, western desert, or central continent, any powerful super force would have at least one immortal goo house as their foundation. Just like He tribe, Dark Prison was the symbol of He tribe's strength, and also an extremely powerful trump card. In Fang Yuan's previous life, after Dark Prison was lost, in order to reclaim it, even He tribe's 4 supreme elders took the risk to chase after He Qing. Dark Prison was only a rank 6 immortal goo house, yet He tribe had to chase after it. The importance of immortal goo houses could be seen clearly. Graceful chaotic dual stage deep under Etion Mountain. Not only was it one rank higher than Dark Prison, it was rank 7. Moreover, in history, there was a mysterious rank 7 goo immortal who borrowed its battle strength. He forcibly fought above his rank and successfully suppressed a rank 8 expert, and it was even with a great strength true martial physique. Graceful chaotic dual stage's value was many times higher than Dark Prison. In my previous life, Shark Demon and Subaiman used Profound Ice House, which was still a damaged immortal goo house, but it could break through the obstruction of battlefield killer moves and escape. If I can obtain this graceful chaotic dual stage, even if I cannot reach the level of being able to roam the world, in the future, when the truth is exposed and I am chased by Central Continent, Northern Plains, and others, I can protect myself and intimidate the immortals. An immortal goo house was a true battle fortress. It had no shortcomings, it could take care of offense, defense, movement, healing, and even cultivation. Its structure was stable and easy to control. A rank 7 immortal goo house. Even rank 6 goo immortals could control it. It had two major flaws, one was feeding, and the other was immortal essence. Immortal goo houses were formed from many immortal goo and a vast number of mortal goo. Feeding these goo worms would be extremely troublesome and a huge burden. But Fang Yuan knew about graceful chaotic dual stage. It seemed to take care of the essence of the food path, and the problem of feeding it could be ignored. What was left? It was only the problem of immortal essence. To activate an immortal goo house, the consumption of immortal essence would be an enormous figure. Just with Fang Yuan's personal ability, he could not afford it. In his previous life, Shark Demon had no choice but to activate the damaged Profound Ice House. The immortal zombies had participated and shared the immortal essence consumption. They had all felt great heartache afterwards. The price of activating an immortal goo house was huge, because the consumption of immortal essence was too high. Fang Yuan was currently penniless, he had staked it all and used up all his assets to barely gather the immortal materials needed to refine change form immortal goo. But now, his goo refinement had failed and he had lost most of his immortal materials, he was short on funds. Even if he had many profitable projects, like the Guts Goo trade and the monthly income of over 1,000 immortal yuan stones. But even if he accumulated them for half a year, it would not be enough for the immortal goo house to use for half a minute. But all this did not matter. Fang Yuan had very little green grape immortal essence, but he had a large amount of Giant Sun's immortal essence. This harvest could be traced back to Imperial Court Blessed Land. Giant Sun immortal was rank 9, the immortal essence he left behind was the yellow apricot immortal essence that only rank 9 venerables had. The quality of this immortal essence far surpassed the green grape immortal essence. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Fang Yuan could not use this amount of Giant Sun's immortal essence, but the immortal goo house could absorb it. Immortal goo houses could absorb all kinds of immortal essence, otherwise, how could Shark Demon and the other immortal zombies work together to activate the damaged Profound Ice House? This was the basic characteristic of an immortal goo house, to gather the strength of all the immortals into one. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had also thought of this. To him, Giant Sun's immortal essence was like water without a source, it would be lost no matter how much was used, it could not be replenished. Thus, a more economical method was to gather more goo immortals to act as labor for the immortal goo house. Unfortunately, those southern border goo immortals died too quickly. Or rather, Fang Yuan did not have the time. Graceful chaotic dual stage had not been refined by anyone, but the great strength true martial immortal zombie broke out of it in advance. This was a huge pity. If I had graceful chaotic dual stage, I would be able to block even that light pillar that wanted to take my life. Fang Yuan was filled with confidence. Graceful chaotic dual stage was naturally not Heaven Overseeing Tower's match, but Heaven Overseeing Tower's condition was not good. That beam of light had been weakened by the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation, it was not as powerful as before. With graceful chaotic dual stage, although it could not be said that with a house in hand, I own the world. But it was enough to say that with a house in hand, I can advance and retreat freely, I can move unhindered. With a house in hand, I own the world. The rank 888-point Xianxia Tower could be said to have this point. It was proficient in plundering goo worms and even immortal goo. Rank 8 Refinement Cauldron could also be said to be useful. Compared to the Immortal Goo House Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, Self-Strength Immortal Goo, All-Out Effort Immortal Goo, and Star Thought Immortal Goo were not so important. As long as he controlled the Immortal Goo House and had Giant Sun's Immortal Essence, Fang Yuan could fight rank 8s with his rank 6 bottom-tier Immortal Zombie status, directly reaching the peak of his life. What's going on? Where did Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage go? Fang Yuan was filled with doubt and disappointment. After rebirth, he had immediately rushed to Etion Mountain, wanting to take this Immortal Goo House in advance. But when he explored deep underground, he found that there was no Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, and even that rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie was nowhere to be seen. Don't tell me there is another reason for Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage's appearance? Now that I have come to take it in advance, the opportunity is not here. Fang Yuan frowned as he muttered in his heart. His guess was right. Back then, Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage's appearance was because of Bai Ningbing. The latter had activated a mysterious Immortal Goo, and this mysterious Immortal Goo was given to him by Old Man Inkstone. Fang Yuan naturally did not know about this. He did not have this Immortal Goo, so he could not find any traces of Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. If Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage had been buried deep underground, it would have been discovered by others long ago. How could it wait until now? Helpless, Fang Yuan could only leave quietly. Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage could not be taken away. Fang Yuan could only adjust his arrangements and put it aside for the time being to carry out other plans. After leaving Etion Mountain for a long distance, Fang Yuan cautiously activated Immortal Goo Fixed Immortal Travel. The Immortal Goo's aura was overflowing, a jade green light flashed. At the next moment, Fang Yuan disappeared from southern border, appearing in that giant goo formation in Northern Plains Trench. This giant goo formation was a space path goo formation. The space inside was extremely wide. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had used fixed immortal travel to enter this place. This time, after rebirth, he used fixed immortal travel to enter this place again without any problems. Moreover, this time, he directly appeared at the center of the goo formation. This was a huge purple sand desolate land. In this desolate land, there were some rare immortal materials with extremely high value. The memories in his mind were still clear. Fang Yuan did not even need to search. He directly went to the crucial areas and picked up the immortal materials. These immortal materials were of extremely high rank, they were all rank 8, and there were even some high-quality ones. The density of the Dao marks was so dense that it could be seen with the naked eye. It was suspected to be the wings of a tiger-striped bee, the fragments of the immemorial desolate beast cloud flower. A total of 18 immortal materials had once again entered Fang Yuan's hands in this lifetime. At the center of the purple sand wasteland, Fang Yuan once again found those compound goo formations in his memories. He carefully checked again. What he found was the same as in his previous life. Fang Yuan left the goo formation behind, but destroyed all the crucial thoughts. Fang Yuan did not intend to leave the life and death immortal aperture revival method to others. Before leaving this place, Fang Yuan took one last look and sighed in his heart. He knew that outside the purple sand wasteland, there were massive amounts of desolate plants and desolate beast corpses. However, these immortal materials were all superficial. Once they were in his hands, they would all turn into purple sand. Therefore, Fang Yuan did not even bother to look at him. In his previous life, he racked his brains, first joining Zombie Alliance's headquarters, then falling into Blazing Heaven Demona scheme and arriving at Northern Plains Dark Flow Giant City. After deceiving many immortal zombies, he entered Earth Trench. After a series of schemes and plots, not hesitating to be devoured by the mouth earthworm, he went to the Xianxia octopus's nest and searched painstakingly, taking a risk to tear a corner of the goo formation before entering this hidden space. But in this life, because of his rebirth, he went straight to the main point. His gains were huge, but he spent very little time and effort. The entire process was easy. It was like a dream. Using fixed immortal travel again, Fang Yuan left this place and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. His refinement of change form immortal goo failed. Not only did he lose the success Dao marks, most of the goo refinement immortal materials were also destroyed. Earlier, in order to prepare for this refinement of change form immortal goo, it could be said that he had emptied his entire fortune to prepare one set of immortal materials. After rebirth, he could be said to be penniless. Now that he had this rare immortal material, it could be said to be timely assistance. This immortal material was extremely valuable. If used properly, it would no doubt be reserved for when Fang Yuan needed to refine a rank 8 immortal goo. But that would take too long. Fang Yuan's current cultivation level was still at the bottom of rank 6, it would be a long time before he could advance to rank 8. Fang Yuan had thought about it thoroughly. He had already thought of how to use these immortal materials. Like in his previous life, when Fang Yuan threw several immortal materials into jewel yellow skies, it immediately caused a commotion among the goo immortals. Even in jewel yellow skies, these immortal materials were rare, they were very popular. Fang Yuan easily exchanged for many of the things he wanted. He fed all of his immortal goo, except for self-strength immortal goo and wisdom goo. Looking at the immortal goo in Fang Yuan's hands. Strength path, self-strength immortal goo, pulling mountain immortal goo, pulling water immortal goo, iron crown eagle strength immortal goo, eat strength immortal goo. Star path, star shoot immortal goo, star mark immortal goo, star light immortal goo. Luck path, connect luck immortal goo, time luck immortal goo, calamity beckoning immortal goo. Other than that, there was his first vital immortal goo, spring autumn cicada, the extremely useful space path immortal goo, fixed immortal travel, the not very useful poison path immortal goo, woman's heart, soul path immortal goo, cleanse soul, wisdom path immortal goo, unravel mystery. In his previous life, at this time, Fang Yuan already had change form immortal goo. But after rebirth, change form immortal goo's refinement failed, it no longer existed. As for the rank 9 wisdom goo, Fang Yuan could not refine it, it could only stay in Hu immortal blessed land for the time being. Thus, whether it was considered Fang Yuan's immortal goo was a matter of debate. Normally, most rank 6 goo immortals only had mortal goo, they did not have any immortal goo. Fang Yuan already had 16 immortal goo, and this was not counting wisdom goo. Thus, the burden of feeding immortal goo was extremely heavy, it had always been on Fang Yuan's mind. This time, after solving the problem of feeding immortal goo, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Land spirit, where is the land spirit? In the secret room, Fang Yuan spoke softly. Master, I am here. Land spirit little Hu immortal smiled happily, she suddenly appeared and hugged Fang Yuan's leg. Master, when you were busy, I did not dare to disturb you, but I actually missed you a lot. As little fox immortal spoke, she shook her fluffy snow-white fox tail and added a childish sentence at the end. Although master has become ugly. Fang Yuan smiled, rubbing little Hu immortal's head, instructing her, go instruct the hairy men in the stone nest, from today onwards, they will all refine air sac goo. Yes, master. Little Hu immortal immediately agreed. Go now. Alright, master. Little Hu immortal looked at Fang Yuan reluctantly, before disappearing. Fang Yuan willed, activating fixed immortal travel and leaving Hu immortal blessed land. When he appeared again, he was already in Xianxia blessed land. Right now, the land spirit of Xianxia had not changed its nature, it was still that sage-like land spirit with white hair and a long robe. Why are you here? Did you get the immortal material I wanted? If not, then there is no need to talk about it. The land spirit of Xianxia saw Fang Yuan and waved its sleeves, its expression cold. At this time, because of Fang Yuan's excessive demands, his relationship with the land spirit of Xianxia had already fallen to a freezing point. Fang Yuan wanted to seek help from the land spirit of Xianxia, but the land spirit of Xianxia's conditions were very harsh, it required Fang Yuan to get it an immortal material. And this immortal material was produced in the ancient 9 heavens, it was extremely rare in the market of jewel yellow skies. If not for this, the land spirit of Xianxia would not have asked Fang Yuan to do it. Of course I got it, what do you think this is? Fang Yuan laughed heartily, he did not mind the land spirit of Xianxia's cold attitude. You actually got it? The land spirit of Xianxia saw the immortal material in Fang Yuan's hands and its expression immediately relaxed, its tone was filled with disbelief. Evidently, it did not think highly of Fang Yuan. Indeed. This immortal material collection mission had already surpassed the limits of Fang Yuan's abilities. At least, it was like that in his previous life. But in this life, after Fang Yuan was reborn, using the rank 8 immortal materials in his hands, would he be afraid of not being able to purchase something of this level? Fan Yuan handed the poisonous flower petals to the land spirit of Xianxia, saying, I need to refine a certain amount of exert effort goo, disappointment goo, and a vast number of star thought goo. Fan Yuan already knew, Xianxia blessed land was very special, its internal space was so vast that it surpassed many grotto heavens. This was because the land spirit of Xianxia was going to fuse the rank 8 immortal goo house refinement cauldron into the entire blessed land. Here, countless hairy men lived, their numbers were unimaginable. The cloud soil continent in front of them was only a layer of clouds in Xianxia blessed land. Below this floating continent, there were 3 real continents, large numbers of hairy men lived on them, they mainly refined goo and selected talents, they lived in peace and contentment, it was peaceful and peaceful. With the help of these hairy men, it was extremely easy for the land spirit of Xianxia to refine exert effort goo, disappointment goo, and star thought goo. For the sake of the immortal materials, I will help you. The land spirit of Xianxia agreed, before saying, but next time, I hope to see the scales of the half-moon Qilin, at least 30 of them. Otherwise, I will not agree to any of your requests. His tone was still stiff, but his expression was no longer as cold as before. Fan Yuan nodded, he did not continue the conversation, he activated fixed immortal travel and left. He had the life and death immortal aperture revival method, as well as the strength path version of Nirvana fire, he could get rid of his immortal zombie status and become a living person. But for the time being, Fan Yuan did not have such plans. After becoming a living person, he would only have the potential to improve, but his cultivation level would still be at the bottom of rank 6. After losing his immortal zombie body, his battle strength would fall instead. The worst thing was, Fan Yuan did not have enough lifespan, he could not use the light of wisdom. Fan Yuan asked the land spirit of Xianxia to help him refine exert effort goo and disappointment goo, it was only to prepare for the future. But he was paying immortal materials, the land spirit of Xianxia was only refining mortal goo, although the quantity was high, Fan Yuan was still at a loss. But Fan Yuan did not care about this. He had his own plans for the land spirit of Xianxia, it was just that it was not time yet. Fan Yuan left a small village in Xianxia blessed land's central continent. There was a tree here that was extraordinary. It was called the Spring Dream Fruit Tree. As expected, it is still here. Fan Yuan concealed his figure, after inspecting it, he was slightly happy. In the previous life, he had obtained information from Mo Yao's fake will, but he did not have time to collect the spring dream fruit on the tree. This tree was cut down by someone. The spring dream fruit tree was a very special plant. It could be any fruit tree, but only an extremely small number of fruit trees could become a spring dream fruit tree. This spring dream fruit tree was located in a farmer's house. The person in charge was an old man, called Old Man Chen. Son, you will get married in half a year. I will build a new house for you, the main beam of the house will be this fire date tree. Old Man Chen stood under the tree, patting the tree's hard bark as he said to his son. The son looked at this date tree and gave a thumbs up, saying in satisfaction, Father, this is a good idea. This date tree's age is even older than the history of our village. As long as I can remember, it has already stopped bearing dates, no matter how tall it grows, it is useless. Cutting it down to be the main beam of my new house is perfect. Fan Yuan snorted coldly. He was standing not far away, but his figure was concealed. Old Man Chen, who was not even a Gu master, and his son could not detect him. Unexpectedly finding out the reason why the spring dream fruit tree was cut down, Fan Yuan frowned inwardly. This spring dream fruit tree existed by relying on the date tree. A true spring dream fruit tree was a tree that existed in dreams, it did not have a physical body. However, it needed a tree in the real world as a cornerstone in order for it to exist. This fire date tree was thousands of years old, only such an old tree could be relied on by the spring dream fruit tree. Of course, the exact reason was not just the tree's age. There had to be people living nearby, the dreams of generations of people, becoming nourishment. Nourishing the spring dream fruit tree. In history, this was the foot of a volcano. Because the volcano erupted once every few hundred years, large amounts of volcanic ash created fertile soil. Attracted by the natural farmland, there would be people migrating over every once in a while. Gradually, they formed villages. Then they were destroyed by the volcano's eruption. The fire date tree was extremely resistant to heat, it could even endure lava, thus it could survive for a long time. If the date tree was cut down, the spring dream fruit tree would be destroyed. But if he wanted to transplant the date tree, without the corresponding dream path method to transplant the spring dream fruit tree, Fang Yuan would only get an ordinary date tree. And he would not get the spring dream fruit tree. The method to transplant the spring dream fruit tree. Fang Yuan didn't. It was even impossible for Fang Yuan to harvest the spring dream fruits from the tree. He still needed to refine some dream path mortal goo to collect the fruit. Back then, Mo Yao seemed to have recognized that this tree was extraordinary, but because of his limited knowledge, or because he felt that it was inappropriate to randomly pick it, he kept it. For now, it seems. We also need to protect the living environment of the spring dream fruit tree. With a flick of his hand, Fang Yuan sent 2 streams of wool into the minds of old Chen and his son. His son suddenly burst into tears. Dad, let's not cut down this tree. Even if it can't bear dates, I still want to see it. It grew up with me. When I was young, I peed under the roots of the tree. When I was older, I built a swing here. Forget it. Sigh. All right. Old man Chen's eyes reddened as he nodded emotionally. Then let it continue to grow here. Let's choose another tree. Although it is not as tall, it is enough to be the main beam of a new house. After dispelling the mortal's thoughts, Fang Yuan set up a goo formation here to protect the spring dream fruit tree. But to collect the fruits on the tree, Fang Yuan still needed to refine some corresponding dream path mortal goo. This would take a lot of time. The goo materials of dream path mortal goo were almost all extracted from dream realms. According to my previous life's trajectory, after refining change form immortal goo, I helped Tai Bai Yunxing pass his tribulation, and then the Battle of Langya Blessed Land. After the battle, I used Xianxia's identity to enter Eastern Sea Blessed Land and participate in the invasion of Yulu Blessed Land. During this process, because of the unexpected collapse of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, I was invited by Crane Gate to attack a fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. After that, Blazing Heaven Demoness came and killed the immemorial desolate beast One Finger Flow Shark. I was schemed against by Blazing Heaven Demoness and returned to Northern Plains to collect the Earth Trench inheritance. After that, I killed He Qing and was forced to sign a new alliance agreement with Blazing Heaven Demoness and the others to obtain Luopa Valley. Finally, I participated in the Battle of Etian Mountain. This time, I succeeded in my rebirth, but my main goal is still the Immortal Goo House Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. As long as I become the owner of this Immortal Goo House and suppress the rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie, my gains will be huge. Although Fang Yuan failed to take the Immortal Goo House in advance, how could one failure shake his determination? Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage had not appeared yet, so he could only wait until it appeared. Originally, Fang Yuan's plan was to take the Immortal Goo House and suppress the rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. After the alliance agreement's time limit passed, he would use the Immortal Goo House's strength to deal with He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, and Blazing Heaven Demoness. He might be able to borrow the rank 8 Immortal Goo House Refinement Cauldron in Langya Blessed Land to seize their Immortal Goo and obtain the greatest benefits. But it was not possible now. Without the Immortal Goo House, Fang Yuan's strength was clearly weaker than He Lulan's side. No matter how many schemes he had, he lacked strength and could not succeed. After all, He Lulan was a formidable person, she was not someone to be trifled with. This point could be seen from how she killed her own father, then disguised her identity and prepared to enter He tribe. Fang Yuan's original plan was very beautiful, but the reality was very harsh. Fang Yuan deduced the worst-case scenario: if Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage appeared at the same time as in the previous life, then he would not be able to secretly take this Immortal Goo House. The possibility of this was very high. When Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage appears, it will be a grand scene, recreating the battle from that day. If that is the case, then I can only continue to participate in the Southern Border Goo Immortals duels like in the previous life and enter Etian Mountain personally. This way, Fang Yuan would face huge risks in taking the Immortal Goo House. He would have to face the Southern Border Goo Immortals, Shadow Sect, and Celestial Court. This was simply taking chestnuts out of the fire. But how could one gain tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? Fang Yuan was a vigilant person, but he did not lack an adventurous spirit. The huge benefits had already made him decide to take a risk. He had already been reborn once and had ample experience. If he still did not dare to scheme in this life, then Fang Yuan felt he was simply a coward. Since the spring dream fruit tree is already protected, I can put it aside for now. I will change my plan. I will first cooperate with He Lulan again. Fang Yuan had self-strength immortal goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness would definitely deal with him. If Fang Yuan had the immortal goo house in advance, he would not be afraid of Blazing Heaven Demoness. But the situation now was the opposite. If Fang Yuan wanted to take the immortal goo house, he would probably have to face the southern border goo immortals, Shadow Sect, and Celestial Court. At this time, he needed the strength of others. Tai Bai Yunxing, He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, Blazing Heaven Demoness, and others. Especially Blazing Heaven Demoness, with her rank 8 cultivation level, she could greatly increase the mobility of the immortal goo house. In the previous life, Fang Yuan was also at the disadvantage of being alone and without any help. When Shadow Sect attacked, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were in Shaohan Blessed Land, using Luopa Valley to cultivate their soul path. And Tai Bai Yunxing was still in Eastern Sea. Of course, this was also because Fang Yuan purposely hid it from He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, and others, and secretly went to Yitian Mountain. Even if Fang Yuan turned back into a living person, he would only have bottom-tier rank 6 cultivation level. To become rank 7, he would need to go through 18 earthly calamities and 3 heavenly tribulations. In total, the Blessed Land would need at least 300 years. This was clearly too late. Of course, he could annex Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land, but he had a Strength Path Immortal Aperture. Cultivation level was not related to it. Evidently, turning enemies into friends and forming alliances was the most important matter now. Fang Yuan naturally wanted to get rid of He Lulan and the rest, but a lack of forbearance in small matters would spoil great plans. He needed to compromise most of the time. In this boundless mortal world, everyone needed to compromise. They needed to learn to compromise. No matter how high one's status was, it was the same. Forsaking small gains for the sake of great benefits, this was the expression of maturity. Using fixed immortal travel again, Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In the previous life, when Fang Yuan wanted to deal with He Lulan had already left Hu Immortal Blessed Land and was working outside. Her whereabouts were unknown. Fang Yuan could not make a move. But in this life, at this moment, He Lulan was still in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. She was using her Strength Chi Immortal Goo to help the hairy men in the stone nests to refine air sac goo. When Fang Yuan found He Lulan, she was in a stone nest. She was holding an information path mortal goo in her hands. Her brows were tightly furrowed as she read the information from the investigative goo. After seeing Fang Yuan, He Lulan waved the information path mortal goo in her hands, asking, "Have you heard about the matter of Central Continent's 10 great sects secretly capturing and killing Song Zixing?" Fang Yuan smiled lightly, "Of course I have. This matter can be concealed from mortals, but it cannot be concealed from goo immortals. Even if Central Continent's 10 great sects try to conceal it, the other goo immortals in Central Continent do not want this matter to remain unknown. Right now, they are all watching the commotion caused by the 10 great ancient sections." Sigh. He Lulan sighed deeply, "We missed such a good opportunity. If we could have killed Song Zixing, we might have gotten Star Form Blessed Land." Fang Yuan looked at He Lulan, sighing internally, "This person is truly ambitious." She already had attitude goo in her hands, but she did not use it. Not only did she hide it from him, she did not even tell her aunt, Fairy Li Shan. If she wanted to deceive her enemies, she had to start by deceiving her own people. But Fang Yuan was also the same kind of person as her. He clearly had Star Form Blessed Land, but he concealed it and kept He Lulan in the dark. In his previous life, if he had not met Blazing Heaven Demoness, this secret would not have been exposed. Precisely because Fang Yuan and He Lulan were the same kind of person, Fang Yuan admired He Lulan, but he was also wary of her. If possible, he would want to get rid of her as soon as possible. But fate was so mysterious. In order to obtain the Immortal Goo House graceful chaotic dual stage, Fang Yuan decided to deepen his cooperation with He Lulan. Thus, at the next moment, Fang Yuan took out Self-Strength Immortal Goo and placed it on his palm, handing it to He Lulan. Self-Strength Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan's action made He Lulan's heart jump. Plus, this Immortal Goo originally belonged to her, but because she failed her tribulation, she fell into a dream realm and was saved by Fang Yuan. In the end, this gu became Fang Yuan's reward for saving He Lulan, and was given to Fang Yuan. This self-strength immortal gu was very important to He Lulan. Not only because He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique and walked on the strength path, self-strength immortal gu was most suitable for He Lulan. Moreover, this self-strength immortal gu was refined by He Lulan's mother, Su Xianxia. It was something she left for He Lulan. Thus, self-strength immortal gu was extremely important to He Lulan. After He Lulan lost it, she was extremely unwilling, but there was nothing she could do. She yearned for this immortal gu day and night. She wanted to snatch it back from Fang Yuan. But she resisted this urge. On one hand, gu worms were hard to snatch, they could self-destruct with just a thought. On the other hand, He Lulan was a ruthless person. She deeply understood that in this world, there was an art called compromise when interacting with others. He Lulan and Fang Yuan were natural allies. He Lulan still needed to rely on the guts gu trade to assist her cultivation. Cooperation was beneficial for both sides, separation was detrimental, thus, He Lulan endured this matter. Besides the first meeting after waking up, He Lulan did not object to Fang Yuan's possession of self-strength immortal gu. It was as if she had already forgotten about this matter. She was a shrewd person. But now that Fang Yuan handed over self-strength immortal gu and acted like he was returning it to its owner, He Lulan was caught off guard. She could not conceal her desire. However, He Lulan's expression immediately turned cold. His frown deepened and his eyes shone brightly. He stared at Fang Yuan. She had already reacted, and her heart was filled with vigilance. She knew Fang Yuan's character. Just as Fang Yuan admired and feared her, she felt the same way about Fang Yuan. How could Fang Yuan give self-strength immortal gu to me for no reason? This was impossible. So what is he planning? As if he could read He Lulan's mind, Fang Yuan smiled faintly. Don't be nervous. Even though self-strength immortal gu is quite suitable for me, I feel that this immortal gu is more important to you. As the saying goes, a gentleman doesn't take what others like, right? He Lulan's eyes flickered with a dark light. She glanced at the self-strength immortal gu in Fang Yuan's hands. Before focusing her gaze on Fang Yuan's face, she sneered, "Are you a gentleman? If you have anything to say, just say it." Fang Yuan rubbed his nose. "If I say it directly, I might scare you." He Lulan snorted coldly, "Just say it." Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a bright light. He lowered his voice and said, "Then I will not mince my words. I am willing to use this self-strength immortal gu to exchange for your attitude gu." What? He Lulan's body shook, a fierce light shined in her eyes. She almost took a step back. The matter of me obtaining attitude gu is a secret, how could he know? I even managed to hide it from my aunts. Other than heaven and earth, only I know. He Lulan was shocked. She could not describe it with words. This was her greatest secret, but Fang Yuan exposed it all of a sudden. She could not help but be shocked. Killing intent surged in her chest. She subconsciously wanted to attack Fang Yuan. Silence him, this was the nature of an ambitious person. But at this time, Fang Yuan took a step back. This action was simple. But it had a subtle effect on He Lulan. He Lulan was like a startled beast. Fang Yuan took the initiative to pull away. His face was covered with a harmless smile, emitting kindness, making He Lulan feel safe. He Lulan's eyes squinted into a slit, staring fixedly at Fang Yuan. Her expression was cold as ice. Her killing intent did not dissipate, but was instead restrained in her chest. "It seems you really have the legendary attitude gu." Fang Yuan pretended to observe her expression, suddenly realizing and showing a surprised expression. He Lulan was stunned, her tone containing anger. "You tricked me?" "Of course not." Fang Yuan smiled bitterly, shrugging his shoulders. "Do you still remember my master, Zishan Makoto?" He Lulan breathed in deeply, hearing Zishan Makoto's name again, her heart was filled with wariness. She knew this Zishan Makoto. Fang Yuan was his disciple, Tai Baiyunxing was also his disciple. Thus, Fang Yuan called Tai Baiyunxing senior brother. Of course, this was all fake information. Even in the previous life, Blazing Heaven Demoness was deceived. "Your master told you?" He Lulan asked. Her killing intent fell to rock bottom. As far as she was concerned, Fang Yuan had a backer behind him. Killing Fang Yuan was hard enough, she could not deal with Zishan Makoto. At this time, Fairy Li Shan had not completely reconciled with Blazing Heaven Demoness yet. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, what do you think? Hei Lulan snorted coldly, thinking rapidly, Zishan Makoto actually knows my secret, he is truly remarkable and unfathomable. Thankfully, we have an alliance agreement with Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan has a good plan, no matter how important self-strength Immortal Gu is, it is only rank 6, how can it be exchanged for my attitude Immortal Gu? Humph. Hei Lulan immediately rejected Fang Yuan's suggestion, I have attitude Immortal Gu, it is rank 8. As long as someone wants it, they can wear it and use it. It is a legendary Gu worm recorded in. You actually want to use a mere rank 6 self-strength Immortal Gu to exchange for my attitude Gu. Hehe, aren't you being a little too whimsical? Fang Yuan pondered for a while before saying, then what do you want for me to exchange? No. Hei Lulan immediately replied, her attitude firm and resolute. Fang Yuan's expression sank, his whole body emitted a dangerous aura. Hei Lulan, think carefully. I need to remind you, this is my territory, my Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Hei Lulan raised her head and laughed, ha ha ha, so what? Don't forget that we have an alliance agreement, before the agreement ends, allies cannot attack each other. Of course. Hei Lulan continued, you have your master as your backer, maybe you have already broken the alliance agreement. But do you think I, Hei Lulan, am a coward who fears death? You are underestimating me. Even if I die here, I will destroy all my Gu worms. At the same time, I will destroy all the resources in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. At the same time, the resources you stored in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. I know them all. After we fight, how many resources will be left? After all, Tai Bai Yunqing's landscape as before. It will not restore your resources. Fang Yuan laughed involuntarily. In the previous life, he used his death to threaten Blazing Heaven Demoness, showing an attitude of not fearing death. In this life, Hei Lulan used the same method to deal with him, he had no choice but to accept it. Fang Yuan's expression changed, he laughed loudly and clapped, Hei Lulan, I do not dare to underestimate you, I was only joking earlier. Using a rank 6 Immortal Gu to exchange for a rank 8? Your joke only shows your greed and stupidity. Hei Lulan did not give Fang Yuan any face, rebuking him coldly. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with uncertainty, then I will add some more weight. For example, if I give up on the contest for Star Form Blessed Land? Hei Lulan shook her head, not to mention giving up on the contest, even if you give me Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land, I will not exchange them. Attitude Immortal Gu is not a simple rank 8 Immortal Gu, its usage condition is very low, it does not consume immortal essence, only mental energy. That is to say, I am only a rank 6 Gu Immortal. I can use a rank 8 Immortal Gu. Such an Immortal Gu is a peerless treasure, I will not give up on it. Forget about exchanging it for my Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan, you are a smart person. You will not waste your efforts, right? Fang Yuan nodded, sighing. I understand. Then I will take a step back and use the self-strength Immortal Gu. In exchange for your slavery Immortal Gu. Hei Lulan's brows rose. She had an enslavement Immortal Gu from Imperial Court Blessed Land. At the final moment, she deceived Giant Sun's will. Hei Lulan became silent. She was very moved by Fang Yuan's suggestion. To her, self-strength Immortal Gu's value was much higher than slavery Immortal Gu. Hei Lulan looked at Fang Yuan's eyes, my slavery Immortal Gu is only rank 6. You can use rank 6 to exchange for rank 6. But slavery Immortal Gu cannot be used infinitely, there is only one chance. Using my strength to exchange for slavery, don't you feel it is a loss? It is a bit of a loss. Fang Yuan smiled, raising a finger, so I have another condition, I want to borrow attitude Gu for some time. Hei Lulan did not speak, she fell into deep thought. Fang Yuan wanted to borrow attitude Gu by all means, this made her acutely aware of the importance of attitude Gu to Fang Yuan. But Hei Lulan was not sure how important it was, she needed to probe it. Thus, she refused, I won't lend my attitude Gu. Fang Yuan's expression sank, then forget it. Saying so, he turned around and left. He Lulan stood on the spot, looking at him coldly without moving. Fan Yuan walked a few steps before turning around with a bitter smile, facing He Lulan again. I only want to borrow attitude goo for 3 years. 3 years? Not even 3 days. He Lulan's expression was cold, but she was secretly excited. She had already seen a chance to slaughter Fan Yuan. He Lulan concealed it well, but she was still young, while Fan Yuan was an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years. Fan Yuan snorted in displeasure. How could he not know He Lulan's current thoughts? Thus, he threw out his trump card. It seems you don't want to take revenge. Right now, there was such a good opportunity to kill He Qing. But I think you don't need it. What? He Qing? He Lulan's eyes shone with a fierce light, her expression changing. Although He Qing was her biological father, the hatred between her and He Qing was irreconcilable. Killing He Qing and taking revenge was the greatest obsession in He Lulan's heart. This obsession was so deep that it even affected her cultivation, turning into a shadow in her heart. In Fan Yuan's previous life, He Lulan killed He Qing and regained self-strength immortal goo, dispelling her psychological barrier and finding her true self, using the strength path phantom to turn into her original appearance. She was no longer a burly man. The negotiation with He Lulan lasted for 6 hours from start to finish. After it ended, even with Fan Yuan's immortal zombie body, he felt extremely tired. It was a pity that his immortal zombie body did not have a bright mind to begin with. He had expended a lot of thoughts. He Lulan was not much better, she felt. This negotiation was more tiring than a life and death battle. She felt a sense of weakness in her bones, her mouth was dry and her head was dizzy. After the negotiation, Fan Yuan pulled Tai Baiyunxing in, and signed a new alliance agreement with He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. Fan Yuan returned self-strength immortal goo in exchange for He Lulan's slavery immortal goo, and also borrowed attitude goo for a year. Fan Yuan would also assist He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan to provide a chance to kill He Qing. Everyone would continue to compete fairly for star form blessed land. Other than that, Fan Yuan also obtained He Lulan's permission to connect their luck. The new alliance agreement was logical and comprehensive. Even though Fairy Li Shan was an information path quasi-great grandmaster, she would need several years to unravel it. And most importantly, it took care of Blazing Heaven Demonis. There was a clause in it, they could add more allies, but the new allies had to abide by the alliance agreement. Furthermore, both sides could not borrow the strength of outsiders to deal with each other. Both sides had one chance to request for help. Once it was used, the other side had to save them. The compensation afterwards would be calculated according to the situation. The alliance agreement was very strict. There were detailed rules regarding the distribution of benefits. Fan Yuan used He Lulan's wariness towards Zishan Makoto, as well as his previous life's memories, to achieve his goal. People who only knew how to fight. They were just boorish people. Fighting could not solve all problems. Man was the spirit of all living beings, they had deep wisdom. If they used this wisdom only to fight, they would be letting down heaven's gift. After the alliance, Fan Yuan's situation changed greatly. Firstly, He Lulan was Fairy Black Moon. Her luck was strong and could last for a long time. Fan Yuan successfully connected his luck with her. He got rid of Spring-Autumn Cicada's weakness. Secondly, he borrowed the rank 8 attitude goo. This immortal goo was used by thieving heaven demon Venerable back then. It was the core goo worm of the legendary immortal killer move Familiar Face. Back then, when thieving heaven demon Venerable was still a rank 6 goo immortal, he used this killer move. He deceived 2 rank 8 goo immortals. He obtained a large number of treasures and caused 2 rank 8s to misunderstand each other, indirectly causing their deaths. Fan Yuan lost change form immortal goo, but he obtained attitude goo, which was many times better than change form immortal goo. His modified vaguely familiar face killer move's effect would rise to an astonishing level. Right now, Fan Yuan was very confident in deceiving rank 8 goo immortals. Lastly was the Blazing Heaven Demonis. In his previous life, Blazing Heaven Demonis, this rank 8 goo immortal, schemed against Fan Yuan. In this life, Fan Yuan, Fairy Li Shan and the others had set up a new alliance agreement, which could be considered as blocking Blazing Heaven Demonis' scheme. The Blazing Witch's guilt and love for He Lulan were her greatest weaknesses. With this, Fan Yuan would be able to make use of Blazing Heaven Demonis even if she was unaware. Even if Blazing Heaven Demoness did not join the new alliance agreement, when He Lulan saved Fang Yuan and was in danger, could Blazing Heaven Demoness not take action? It could be said. He Lulan was the best chess piece to control Blazing Heaven Demoness. He Lulan's side is no longer my obstacle. Enemies have become friends. After entering and exiting, my next plan will be even smoother. But He Lulan's group is very astute, they are not easy to fool. They are very satisfied with this new alliance agreement now, but gradually they will find that I have gained a huge advantage. By then, they will be dissatisfied and might even act against me. Fang Yuan had gained an advantage because of his previous life's memories. He did not lower his vigilance towards He Lulan's side. However, when I obtain graceful chaotic dual stage in the future, the situation will be set, the difference in strength between the two sides will be overturned. Even if He Lulan's side is dissatisfied, they will not be able to do anything. Fang Yuan did not hesitate to give up self-strength Immortal Gu. It was still for the Immortal Gu House graceful chaotic dual stage and the great strength true martial immortal zombie. Self-strength Immortal Gu was only a variation of the killer move Myriad Self, it only had rank 7 battle strength. But if he had the Immortal Gu House, Fang Yuan would not even need to fear rank 8s, he would be able to advance and retreat with ease. After getting Attitude Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan placed it in his immortal aperture and went to Xianxia Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Xianxia was very surprised. He said to Fang Yuan, "You are back so soon? Did you get the immortal materials I wanted?" "No." Fang Yuan shook his head. Land Spirit of Xianxia's expression immediately turned gloomy. He shouted coldly, "Fang Yuan, you brat, are you ignoring my words? Before you left last time, I warned you that Xianxia Blessed Land is not a place you can come and go as you please. If you don't have the immortal materials I want, don't bother me. I will not agree to any of your requests." "Is that so?" Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He had a calm attitude. "What if I want to use that final chance to ask you to help me refine Go?" Land Spirit of Xianxia was stunned. Fang Yuan snatched Ma Hongyan's fortuitous encounter and came to Xianxia Blessed Land with the identity of the inheritor of Thieving Heaven's inheritance. Because of the agreement between Long Hair Ancestor and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, Land Spirit of Xianxia had to refine Gu for Fang Yuan 3 times for free. If it was refining mortal Gu, Land Spirit of Xianxia had to ensure that the Gu refinement succeeded. If it was refining immortal Gu, Land Spirit of Xianxia could fail, but he had to pay for the Gu refinement materials himself. Fang Yuan used 2 chances. The first time was to refine Stargate Gu. Although this Gu was only immortal Gu, it was a huge help to Fang Yuan at that time. The second time was to refine Second Aperture Gu. During the Gu refinement, Fang Yuan drank 4 types of wine and obtained Divine Travel Gu. Finally, he used Divine Travel Gu and Land Spirit of Xianxia to exchange for Gruel Mud Immortal Gu. Thus, Fang Yuan still had one last chance to refine Gu. Land Spirit of Xianxia said sternly, "Kid, what Gu do you want to refine this time?" Fang Yuan laughed heartily, patting Land Spirit of Xianxia's shoulder. "I was only saying if earlier, I don't really want to use the third chance to let you refine Gu." Land Spirit of Xianxia snorted coldly, slapping Fang Yuan's hand away and patting his shoulder. His expression was filled with disdain. But in the end, he did not say anything. As long as Fang Yuan did not use the last chance, he could enter and leave Xianxia Blessed Land at will. Land Spirit of Xianxia knew this was Fang Yuan's warning to him, or even a warning. But he could not deny this point, so he was very unhappy. "If you don't want to use the last chance, then quickly leave this place." Land Spirit of Xianxia shouted in dissatisfaction. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders unconcernedly. "Although I did not get the immortal material you mentioned last time, I brought this with me. But I brought this. Take a look." Land Spirit of Xianxia's lips curled up. "Kid, you still want to fool me? Humph, you think immortal materials are easy to replace? It is impossible for me." Before he finished speaking, he paused. His eyes widened, his gaze intensified as he stared fixedly at the immortal material in Fang Yuan's hands. This immortal material was not simple, it was a rank 8 immortal material that Fang Yuan had picked up from the Earth Trench Gu formation. Land Spirit of Xianxia's eyes were wide open. This seems to be a fragment of the immemorial desolate beast Cloud Phoenix. Land Spirit of Xianxia stammered, saying in disbelief. Fang Yuan gave him a thumbs up, as expected of Land Spirit of Xianxia, that is indeed the case. After I obtained this immortal material, I spent a lot of effort to figure out its origin. Saying so, Fang Yuan handed this immortal material to Land Spirit of Xianxia. Land Spirit of Xianxia did not stand on ceremony. He moved like lightning, grabbing the immortal material and placing his eyes on it, inspecting it carefully. Good quality, good quality. It is indeed a fragment of a cloud phoenix. This is a rare item. What kind of dog shit luck do you have? You actually got such a treasure. Land Spirit of Xianxia muttered as he sighed. After looking at it for a long time, his gaze was somewhat dazed. No matter which Land Spirit of Xianxia it was, they all originated from Long-Hair Ancestor. Long-Hair Ancestor was most skilled in goo refinement. He was also obsessed with goo refinement. Land Spirit of Xianxia also inherited this personality. Right now, Land Spirit of Xianxia looked at the rank 8 immortal material. His mind was filled with emotions. He had been searching for this immortal material for a long time. If he had this, he would be able to fill in the gaps of many immortal goo recipes. There might even be 1 or 2 immortal goo refinement materials. With everything gathered, he could start the goo refinement. Land Spirit of Xianxia could not care about Fang Yuan. His gaze was fixated on the cloud phoenix fragment in his hands, inspecting this immortal material over and over again. His mouth was almost dripping with saliva. Even in Xianxia Blessed Land, there were very few rank 8 immortal materials. Why? The reason was simple. It was not easy to collect. Like this cloud phoenix fragment, its main body was an immemorial desolate beast cloud phoenix. This cloud phoenix had extremely strong battle strength. It could match rank 8 goo immortals. To collect this immortal material, normally speaking, one had to kill a cloud phoenix. Goo immortals were rare to begin with. Rank 8 goo immortals were even rarer. There were only a handful of them. They also had to consider tribulations and their own safety. They would not fight easily. Unless they needed it, there were very few rank 8 immortal materials in the market. This was also the reason why Fang Yuan only took 1 or 2 immortal materials and placed them in jewel yellow skies. He could easily exchange them for all kinds of immortal goo ingredients. Even Land Spirit of Xianxia's main body, Long-Hair Ancestor, did not have the ability to personally collect rank 8 immortal materials. The reason why he agreed to refine goo for thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal was because he wanted to borrow the strength of a rank 9 Venerable to help him collect rank 8 immortal materials. Fang Yuan looked at Land Spirit of Xianxia's expression and smiled lightly. He took out another rank 8 immortal material and purposely asked, Land Spirit of Xianxia, help me take a look. What is the origin of this immortal material? Ah! Land Spirit of Xianxia raised his head and immediately let out a loud scream. His eyes were filled with wild joy. Oh my heavens, isn't this the wing of a tiger-striped bee? Look, such a beautiful halo of Dao marks. The metal path Dao marks on this wing are so dense that we can see the light of Dao marks with our naked eyes. You brat, how can you obtain such a treasure? This is infuriating. I have waited for so many years, but I only have 20 or so pieces with me. I can't even bear to use them. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. If I say that I picked them up, would you believe me? Saying so, he took action and pulled back the cloud phoenix fragment from Land Spirit of Xianxia's hand. Land Spirit of Xianxia was caught off guard. After reacting, he immediately howled in pain, feeling like his heart was being dug out. He stomped his feet and shouted, What are you doing? What am I doing? Fang Yuan had a strange expression. This is mine. Do you want to snatch it by force? Land Spirit of Xianxia's body stiffened. He did not speak and glared at Fang Yuan. Land Spirit of Xianxia stared at Fang Yuan, not knowing what to say for a while. These immortal materials belonged to Fang Yuan. He was so anxious that he almost scratched his face. Fang Yuan looked at Land Spirit of Xianxia with a smile. No matter how bad Land Spirit of Xianxia's attitude towards him was, as long as he had these immortal materials, he would be in control of Land Spirit of Xianxia. Suddenly, Land Spirit of Xianxia's eyes turned as he reacted. He was no longer anxious. He sneered, Humph, you brat, do you think I don't know you? You are a crafty fellow who does not do anything without benefits. Tell me, what kind of advantage do you want from me this time? Fang Yuan heard this and pretended to be unhappy. Old sir, you are wrong. I am not here to take advantage of you. I am here to make a fair transaction with you. Humph. Land spirit of Langia was already mentally prepared for Fang Yuan's shamelessness. He raised his eyebrows. Just say it. Don't beat around the bush with me. Fang Yuan lowered his eyes, staring at the immortal materials in his hands. Since old sir is so straightforward, I will ask directly. May I ask if you have the immortal killer move Familiar Face? Land spirit of Langia was stunned before asking, how do you know that I have Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's signature killer move? Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Land spirit of Langia indeed had it. He was only guessing about this. Back then, Land spirit of Langia lacked desolate beasts and wanted Fang Yuan to capture one for him. He used the mortal killer move Unfamiliar Face as a reward to tempt Fang Yuan. Back then, Fang Yuan asked about Familiar Face. As a result, Land spirit of Langia's original words were like this: Familiar Face? You really dare to dream. That is an immortal killer move. The core is the legendary attitude goo. Even if I give it to you, you cannot use it. But this killer move of mine is indeed closely related to Familiar Face. It can be said to be the predecessor of Familiar Face. It is only a mortal killer move, but it is enough for you to use. Land spirits were all very pure. I can't lie. Back then, the land spirit of Langia did not directly say that he did not have Familiar Face. He only said that even if he gave it to Fang Yuan would not be able to use it. At that time, Fang Yuan was still a mortal goo master. But now, Fang Yuan was a goo immortal. More importantly, Fang Yuan already had attitude goo in his hands. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable deceived 2 rank 8 goo immortals with rank 6 cultivation level. Fang Yuan seemed to be able to do it too. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable found my main body. Request to refine space escape goo. My main body is also very interested. I have worked with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable for a full 21 years. This world is the time of the 5 regions. In Langia Grotto Heaven, time is even longer. The land spirit of Langia had a look of nostalgia. He paused for a moment before continuing. In these 21 years, my main body and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had tried many times, but they all failed. After expending Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's life savings, I even had to use my main body's treasury. My main body would not make a losing transaction. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable bought my main body's immortal material treasury. Unfamiliar Face, vaguely familiar face, this was a set of killer moves. This is one of them. So that's how it is. Fang Yuan nodded and kept this information in mind. Langia Blessed Land had deep foundations indeed. It actually had Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's things. No wonder the Shadow Sect wanted to deal with him, and the Celestial Court also attacked this place in his previous life. It wasn't that Fang Yuan hadn't thought about taking advantage of this treasured land, but he wasn't strong enough. If he attacked rashly, he would only be asking for trouble. Brat, what do you want Familiar Face for? He, have you experienced the benefits of Unfamiliar Face? My things. They are all top quality. But Unfamiliar Face is only a mortal killer move. It is indeed not suitable for your current cultivation level. The land spirit of Langia smiled. Fang Yuan said straightforwardly, I am willing to use a rank 8 immortal material to exchange for Familiar Face. The land spirit of Langia was still smiling a moment ago. But now, he was furious. Brat, do you really think I am a fool? You want to use a rank 8 immortal material to buy Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's signature killer move? Dream on. Fang Yuan did not mind. He asked warmly, then how much do you want? 10 rank 8 immortal materials. This time, it was Fang Yuan's turn to have a change of expression. Impossible. How can I have so many? Do you really think I picked them up from the streets? He cried, with an air of importance, and a blatant falsehood. The land spirit of Langia was hoodwinked. He smiled embarrassedly, then 8? Fang Yuan's eyes were wide open. He shouted, 8? You are robbing me. Back then, you told me that the core immortal goo of Familiar Face is attitude goo. Without attitude goo, I cannot use Familiar Face. I am only using it as a reference to deduce and modify an immortal killer move that suits me. Do you think I will use 8 immortal materials to exchange for a mere Familiar Face? Fang Yuan shouted loudly, his saliva splattered all over the face of the land spirit of Langia. The land spirit of Langia had an embarrassed expression. He took a few steps back. He had been cheated by Fang Yuan many times, he had learned how to bargain. But he clearly lacked experience, he was stopped by Fang Yuan's words. In the end, the existence of the land spirit was only a bit of obsession, formed from the heavenly power of heaven and earth, it was extremely pure. The fact that the land spirit of Xianxia could reach this step was already extraordinary. Fang Yuan's eyes were red with anger, he continued to bargain loudly. From his words, familiar face was already devalued, the rarity and value of rank 8 immortal materials were emphasized and raised countless times. The land spirit of Xianxia was unable to resist, he retreated step by step. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, he had been a professional merchant. He had run caravans and built shops, he was extremely wealthy, but in the end, he was beaten back to his original state. From then on, he broke the conventional thinking on Earth, he understood that this world was different from Earth, the fist was still the strongest, eventually, Fang Yuan lowered the price to 5 immortal materials. This was the limit. If it was any lower, the land spirit of Xianxia would not sell familiar face. The land spirit was simple and stubborn. But the reputation of thieving heaven demon venerable was indeed worth this much, the land spirit of Xianxia would not make a loss, he knew that he would sell it at the factory price at most. Fang Yuan knew he could not do it, he paid 5 immortal materials and obtained familiar face. Mission accomplished, the joy in Fang Yuan's heart was indescribable. Although he had the halo of wisdom to use, it was extremely difficult to deduce familiar face. His wisdom path attainment level was Grandmaster, but transformation path was only at Master level. And the familiar face series of killer moves were all transformation path killer moves. Even if I deduced it, it would not be the same. But what I've got now is the original version of familiar face. It contains the essence of this move, and there are no flaws. Fang Yuan had no more thoughts of staying, he turned around and left after obtaining it. He left Xianxia Blessed Land and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, using his immortal killer move to study it. Familiar face only had one core, that was the rank 8 attitude Gu. This move fully used the power of attitude Gu, it could be said that attitude Gu was the soul of this move. Without attitude Gu, no matter what other immortal Gu were added, it would be difficult to display the profundity of familiar face. Other than the attitude Gu, there were over 20 supplementary Gu of familiar face. Among them were 2 immortal level supplementary Gu, including change form immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's refinement of change form failed, the second immortal Gu did not even have an immortal Gu recipe. This was the only flaw. It seems that back then, when thieving heaven demon venerable was rank 6, he already had these 2 immortal Gu. Immediately, Fang Yuan entered the underground cave and used the light of wisdom to expend large amounts of star thoughts to modify the immortal killer move familiar face. A few days later, he successfully completed his task. The 2 immortal level supplementary Gu were removed, over 1,000 mortal Gu were added in, barely replacing the effects of the 2 immortal level supplementary Gu. This way, the activation of familiar face after Fang Yuan's modification was more than 10 times more complicated. The original version of familiar face only had over 20 Gu worms. Including the attitude Gu, there were less than 30. With a small number of Gu worms, the sequence of activation was simple and not complicated, and the activation speed was also fast. Now that Fang Yuan modified it, there were over 1,000 Gu worms, the activation speed was naturally not as fast and convenient as the original version. This was something that could not be helped. Fang Yuan tried to activate the modified familiar face. The result of the test made him very satisfied. The modified familiar face could reach 60% of the original's power. Losing 2 immortal level supplementary Gu and exchanging for over 1,000 mortal Gu, it was already very ideal to reach this level. But the activation was slow, it needed an hour to activate. This was not a big deal, after all, familiar face was not used for battle. In my previous life, I refined change form immortal Gu and used it as the core to create the modified familiar face killer move. Now that I have the modified familiar face, its effect is 100 times better than in my previous life. Rank 7 Gu immortals can be deceived, but rank 8 Gu immortals will have to depend on the situation. Fang Yuan estimated. The killer move familiar face could be said to be extremely exquisite, especially with attitude Gu as the core. It not only changed Fang Yuan's appearance on the surface, but also directly affected other people's hearts. Even if Fan Yuan became a stranger, if the other party was hit by this move, they would feel that Fan Yuan was a good friend that they had not seen for many years, or that he looked familiar, giving them a sense of intimacy. After obtaining familiar face, Fan Yuan took time to practice it every day. Although Attitude Gu was rank 8, its activation requirement was very low. It only needed the Gu Immortal's mental energy, it did not need to expend any immortal essence. Thus, the cost of Fan Yuan's practice was not high. Because of his familiarity, he could reduce the time he needed to activate familiar face from the original hour to half. The preparation work has come to an end. Next, I will have to wait for Tai Baiyunqing to undergo tribulation. Fan Yuan settled down and stayed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, occasionally going to the small village where the spring dream fruit tree was. He continued to refine Dream Path Mortal Gu. He then used these Dream Path Mortal Gu to pick large numbers of spring dream fruits. Western Desert, Green Heaven Fragment World. The sky was green, cool winds were blowing here, the 4 seasons did not stop. A pure white and magnificent city floated steadily in the sky, reflecting a faint golden radiance. Today, humans were the rulers of the world. The once dominant variant human races were now hiding in different corners of the world, struggling to survive. And this Green Heaven Fragment World was the paradise of one of the variant human races, the Feathermen. Immortal Gu House Sacred Feather City was the strongest base of the Featherman race. At this moment, colorful flags were fluttering in Sacred Feather City, cheers were resounding in the battle stage. All the Feathermen were cheering the name of one of their own. Yu Fei. Yu Fei. Yu Fei. The original Featherman. King had died. According to the Featherman customs, the new Featherman king would be elected in battle. But just a moment ago, the battle had already ended. Dan Yu, the prince of the Feathermen, who was originally the most popular candidate, was actually defeated. The commoner black-haired young man Yu Fei obtained the final victory. I, Yu Fei, have finally realized my life dream, I am the Featherman King. Yu Fei was heavily injured, but he did not care, he raised his head and laughed loudly. He stretched his arms and win-win on his back, enjoying everyone's cheers. He was grinning from ear to ear, his smile was very cheerful, his mouth was wide open, his teeth were exposed. This generation's Featherman King is quite unique, he is different from the previous ones. He is an interesting lad. I heard that he is very ambitious, he wants to develop the Featherman Empire. But after he becomes the Featherman King for some time, he should stabilize. Behind the scenes, the 3 Featherman Gu Immortals conversed casually, they had smiles on their faces. But right at this moment, an intense attack descended on this peaceful city, boom. The Sacred Feather City shook violently amidst the earth-shattering explosion. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Yu Fei was caught off guard, he lost his footing and fell to the ground. He even rolled thrice. Quickly look, this? The Featherman who saw this was the first to notice something amiss, he pointed at the sky. But he stuttered in fear, unable to speak. Next, most of the Feathermen raised their heads, they were shocked to find that above their heads. A huge crack appeared in the greenish sky, several figures descended from the crack like demonic gods. The 3 Featherman Gu Immortals in Sacred Feather City had already reacted, they flew into the sky. They appeared and faced the invading enemies while shouting orders to the Feathermen in the city. Be careful, a powerful enemy is attacking. Quick, sound the alarm and protect our homes. Gu Masters, get into position and occupy the formation cores. Activate Sacred Feather City's defenses. The city was in a state of panic and chaos. The Sacred Feather City had been peaceful for a long time. It was like a paradise without any conflicts. The military preparations were very lax. Coupled with the fact that the new king had just been elected, both the military and the people were unable to make a proper response. The other party was so aggressive, the 3 Featherman Gu Immortals had grim expressions, they held a trace of hope and tried to negotiate peacefully. But the leader of the attackers, White Si Shatua, gave an order that shattered the 3 Featherman Gu Immortals' hopes. This old Gu Immortal had a cold gaze. In an extremely cold voice, he said, begin the attack. The 3 Featherman Immortals were not their match, they could only retreat to the Immortal Gu House, Sacred Feather City. Sacred Feather City was attacked by the Western Desert Immortals, battlefield killer moves were unleashed one after another, covering the entire battlefield. Countless mortal killer moves and immortal killer moves were used. When they landed on the immortal goo house, they created a huge firework effect. White Sea Xianxia had clearly come prepared. He used his methods to stall Sacred Feather City. Sacred Feather City was like a swamp, it could not escape for now. The Feathermen had been in peace for a long time, now they were in an intense battle of life and death. Their response was not accurate or timely. The three immortals were the same, they lost the chance to escape. 2 days later. Boom, a bolt of lightning shot out, crashing into a section of Sacred Feather City's wall. The city wall was immediately blasted apart, turning into countless goo worm fragments. The Featherman goo masters defending the wall did not manage to escape, their corpses were scattered all over the ground. Smoke and dust rose, and a green light flashed in the midst of it. Oh no! The Featherman goo immortal Zhou, who had been fighting for 2 days and 2 nights, had bloodshot eyes. He saw that the wall had collapsed, there was a hole in the defense, he quickly flew over to defend it. The essence of an immortal goo house was formed from countless goo worms. This part of the wall had collapsed, the goo worms were destroyed, it was like a hole had been created in the immortal goo house. It was like a leaking ship, its defense was greatly reduced. If enemies entered and expanded this hole, they could destroy the entire immortal goo house, even though the hole was small now, they could not ignore it and let it develop. Zhou quickly rushed over to block the hole, he wanted to gain some time for the immortal goo house to heal itself. However, when Zhou landed, he heard a sinister laugh, he, you fell for it. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared on his left and right, sandwiching him. It turned out that a corner of Sacred Feather City had collapsed, there was a hole, 2 goo immortals entered. Scoundrel! Zhou was furious, he quickly retaliated. But he lost the initiative, after a few rounds, he was heavily injured, he was in a precarious situation. Freeze! Outside the city, a Western Desert goo immortal approached and used an immortal killer move. In an instant, Zhou was like he was tied up, he could not move. The 2 goo immortals beside him laughed sinisterly, they attacked together and hit Zhou's chest. Zhou coughed out blood, he was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into countless buildings along the way, his speed gradually fell, he finally collapsed in a pile of rubble. His body shook slightly, he struggled with all his might. But the effect of the killer move earlier was still there, he had no strength left. Those 2 goo immortals attacked again, Zhou could not help but show a look of despair. Zhou, persevere, I am coming. At the crucial moment, a majestic figure blocked in front of Zhou. The strongest expert of Featherman City, First Supreme Elder, even if the 2 Western Desert goo immortals worked together, they could not block the Featherman First Supreme Elder's strength. This First Supreme Elder's cultivation level was almost at the peak of rank 7. Right now, he attacked furiously, he had immense power. He was unstoppable. The 2 Western Desert goo immortals could not retaliate, they quickly suffered heavy injuries, they quickly escaped towards the hole. However, the final Featherman goo immortal, Xianxia. He had been manipulating the immortal goo house to repair the hole as quickly as possible. The hole was already 80% repaired, it was getting smaller. The 2 Western Desert goo immortals rushed to the immortal goo house's hole, but they could not escape, they had to stop. They had to destroy the hole even more. But at this crucial moment, every second was crucial, the Western Desert goo immortals simply did not have time to destroy the hole again. Xianxia, good job. The Featherman First Supreme Elder was overjoyed. Right now, the immortal goo house was being repaired, it was already a situation of closing the door and beating the dogs. Once these 2 Western Desert goo immortals were killed, the Featherman side's morale would definitely rise. The invading enemies would be intimidated, no one would dare to charge into the immortal goo house blindly. But right when the Featherman First Supreme Elder arrived in front of the 2 Western Desert goo immortals, a shocking change occurred. On the 2 Western Desert goo immortals' faces, his originally panicked expression disappeared, and instead, he revealed a smile as if his scheme had succeeded. At the same time, 4 Western Desert goo immortals appeared beside the Featherman First Supreme Elder. Our true target is still you. Die. The leader of the goo immortals was White Sea Xianxia. At this moment, his aura burst out, filling the sky and earth, his might was unstoppable. He had rank 8 cultivation level. The Featherman First Supreme Elder turned pale with fright. He was caught off guard and fell into a dangerous situation. Oh no! The rank 7 Featherman Gu Immortal Xingling, who was controlling the Immortal Gu House, was extremely anxious. He quickly activated the Immortal Gu House to deal with it. Both sides' attention was on the periphery of the Immortal Gu House, the most crucial battlefield. Old Ancestor, are you alright? Yufei shouted, pouncing towards the heavily injured Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong. The Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong was paralyzed on the ground. Zhou Zhong had been hit by an immortal killer move. The effect had not faded yet. He was lying on the rubble, unable to move. It's the new Featherman King. Zhou Zhong saw Yufei and sighed. He transmitted, leave, this is not a battle you can participate in. But Yufei did not care. He pounced towards Zhou Zhong and activated Immortal Healing Gu. Old Ancestor, I will save you. Zhou Zhong admired Yufei's courage. He felt moved but also helpless. He had countless injuries on his body. They were all caused by immortal killer moves. The injuries were filled with down marks. Could he only be healed by an ordinary mortal Gu? But at the next moment, Zhou Zhong's eyes protruded as he stared at Yufei in front of him. You are not Yufei, you. Zhou Zhong shouted angrily. He wanted to resist but his body could not move. He did not shout. Fang Yuan had sealed his voice. That's right, the moment the Immortal Gu House was destroyed, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel to come here from northern plains. Near the loophole, the Immortal Gu House's control fell to rock bottom. Fang Yuan did not let anyone discover him. Next, he found an opportunity, and while the two sides were fighting intensely, with their attention focused on the crucial battle, he immediately moved out, disguising as Yufei and successfully approaching Zhou Zhong. Right now, he was silently activating Slavery Immortal Gu. Zhou Zhong resisted intensely, the intensity increasing. But a moment later, his resistance vanished. He was successfully enslaved by Fang Yuan. At once, he became Fang Yuan's subordinate. I finally succeeded. Fang Yuan was exhausted. He was extremely tired. He ordered Zhou Zhong, quickly replace Xingling and take over the control of Sacred Feather City. Yes, Master. Zhou Zhong dragged his heavily injured body and flew towards the center of Sacred Feather City. Elder Xingling, hurry up and support the First Supreme Elder. I will control the Immortal Gu House. Zhou Zhong shouted. Xingling was overjoyed. The Featherman First Supreme Elder's situation was very bad. Even though he was controlling the Immortal Gu House, the whole of Sacred Feather City was being held back by the enemy's methods. He could not display his true strength. Rather than using Sacred Feather City's strength, Xingling might as well reinforce him personally. Are your injuries all right? Xingling was about to move, but he showed some hesitation. Quick! Look at the situation now. Even if I die, I will defend the Immortal Gu House. Zhou Zhong was covered in blood as he shouted. Bam bam bam, a series of explosions resounded like thunder in one's eardrums. Each explosion caused the whole of Sacred Feather City to shake intensely. Fang Yuan stood in the ruins, feeling the tremors of Sacred Feather City. His body was hidden in the rumbling dust. Enslaving Gu Immortals is thousands of times more difficult than enslaving beasts. Fang Yuan sensed the pressure on his soul. Enslaving other life forms would place a burden on the Gu Master's soul. Back in Northern Plains, during the Imperial Court contest, Fang Yuan commanded countless beasts, but not all of them were enslaved. He enslaved myriad beast kings, 1,000 beast kings, 100 beast kings, and others to control the entire beast army. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Wild beasts did not have much intelligence, so Fang Yuan enslaved many. But earlier, when Fang Yuan enslaved Zhou Zhong, it was completely different. Zhou Zhong had intelligence and spirituality. Even though he did not fail in enslaving him, it placed a heavy burden on Fang Yuan's soul. After all, Zhou Zhong was a Gu Immortal. A rank 6 slavery immortal Gu could only enslave rank 6 Gu Immortals. This is all thanks to Zhou Zhong being a Featherman. He is not a pure human, his spirituality is slightly lower. If I enslaved a pure human Gu Immortal, I might have failed already. Even though I cultivated Soul Path, my soul had a foundation. But that was the limit of mortals. For Gu Immortals, it was quite shallow. After enslaving Zhou Zhong, my soul has completely lost its spirituality. The young man who moved like he was flying has now become an old man with a heavy burden. My battle strength has fallen sharply. It would be good if I could use even 20% of my original strength. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Any goo path that was formed could be said to be broad and profound. Enslavement path was the same. At goo immortal level, it had extraordinary abilities that outsiders could not grasp. To put it bluntly, Fang Yuan was an outsider. He did not know any enslavement path immortal killer moves. If he did, with slavery immortal goo, this situation might not be so bad. He had only used slavery immortal goo in a superficial manner. But with his previous life's experience, and the deduction of the light of wisdom, he obtained great success. Master. I took over Sacred Feather City. Right now, Jingling was already rushing towards the immortal goo house wall. We need to reinforce First Supreme Elder. Zhou Zhong's voice suddenly entered Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan licked his lips excitedly and subconsciously clenched his fists. He ordered in a low voice, "Kill the real Yufei first." He was now in Yufei's appearance, and the real Yufei was his biggest flaw. Very soon, Zhou Zhong's voice was heard again, "Yufei is dead. He's turned into ashes." Now, only Zhou Zhong controlled Sacred Feather City. It was easier than flipping one's palm. Very good, try your best to control the immortal goo house and escape the battle. Fang Yuan continued to give orders. This time, after a long while, Zhou Zhong's incomparably weak voice sounded, "I'm sorry, Master, I can't do it. The entire immortal goo house has already been locked down by the enemy's method." Fang Yuan snorted coldly, his eyes flashing fiercely. As expected, it's still the same. In his heart, he wasn't too disappointed. In the previous life, he schemed and made the Featherman commit suicide, obtaining the Featherman goo immortal Jingling's soul. Jingling had personally participated in the Battle of Sacred Feather City, and it had not been long, even though his memories were very clear. His soul was not tampered with by a soul path great expert like Shuesongzi. Fang Yuan easily soul searched him. He obtained all of his memories. It was this memory that made Fang Yuan feel like he had personally experienced the Battle of Sacred Feather City. Thus, he could grasp the timing so precisely, sneaking into the immortal goo house and enslaving goo immortal Zhou Zhong while the two sides were fighting. There were many opportunities like this, but this was the best opportunity. Zhou Zhong was controlled by an immortal killer move and could not move. This gave Fang Yuan a huge advantage. From Jingling's soul, Fang Yuan learned that this immortal goo house Sacred Feather City was locked by the enemy and could not move. But for a person like Fang Yuan, if he did not try it himself, he would not be satisfied. After trying, he could not snatch the Sacred Feather City. Fang Yuan could only settle for the next best thing, watching the situation develop. Like in his previous life, Zhou Zhong dragged his injured body and barely managed to control the immortal goo house, freeing Jingling's battle strength. Jingling went to reinforce First Supreme Elder, fighting White Xianxia and the rest. This intense battle was the most crucial one in the entire Battle of Sacred Feather City. The result was the same as in Fang Yuan's previous life. White Xianxia and the rest were forced to retreat through a loophole. First Supreme Elder was heavily injured, he was targeted by the Western Desert Goo Immortals. As for Jingling, he was in a better state. After this battle, the immortal goo house was repaired, there were no more loopholes, its defense was perfect again. But the Featherman First Supreme Elder died in the city from his heavy injuries. After losing their strongest battle strength, the two Featherman goo immortals held on for a night. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, they decided to give up the immortal goo house and retreat. They gathered all the Feathermen and activated the immortal killer move Heaven's Wish. I wish for my Feathermen to survive. I wish for my Feathermen to be free. I wish for my Feathermen to have a world. The Western Desert Goo Immortals watched as the Feathermen left. Once the Feathermen left, they would obtain the complete immortal goo house, Sacred Feather City. This was the first time Fang Yuan was experiencing Heaven's Wish. He sensed a majestic white light sweeping him and the Feathermen into a tunnel filled with white light. His body was like a piece of wood in a whirlpool, spinning continuously. After several minutes, the surrounding white light vanished. Fang Yuan landed on solid ground again. He felt dizzy, he almost fell to the ground. The surrounding mortal Feathermen. He was already lying on the ground in a disorderly manner. Only the two Featherman Gu immortals, Jingling and Zhou Zhong, were standing vigilantly. Fang Yuan shook his head. It seems that after enslaving Zhou Zhong, my main body's battle strength is no longer worth looking forward to. Where is this place? The Featherman Gu immortal Zhou Zhong looked around. The Featherman Gu immortal Jingling's expression changed. He said, "Oh no. This is a human Gu immortal's immortal aperture blessed land. We are being treated as an earthly calamity. It has descended here." Tai Baiyunqing was in the lead, while He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were on his left and right. They flew towards the Feathermen. In the previous life, when Fang Yuan helped Tai Baiyunqing undergo tribulation, he did not invite them. But in this life, Fang Yuan wanted to use this earthly calamity to teach them a lesson. Thus, he invited them to help him. Tai Baiyunqing was expressionless. But he was shocked and joyful inwardly. He thought, back then, when Fang Yuan told me that he could predict this calamity and told me what to do, I did not dare to believe him. But now, it seems that everything is going as he expected. I will definitely survive this calamity. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were inwardly shocked. A Featherman calamity was a rare thing to begin with. But Fang Yuan could actually predict it so accurately. What did that mean? One of the main reasons why heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities were hard to pass was that they were hard to predict. Fang Yuan had this ability now. He was a divine weapon for passing tribulations. As long as one made preparations before the tribulation, the success rate would be raised to a terrifying level. The Featherman Gu immortal Jingling's heart had already sunk to rock bottom. In the previous life, when he saw Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunqing, he felt disdain towards them. But in this life, Rank 7 Fairy Li Shan, great strength true martial physique He Lulan, and Tai Baiyunqing arrived together, especially when the three of them did not conceal their immortal Gu auras. They gave Jingling a huge mental pressure. There was nothing much to say next. After Tai Baiyunqing displayed landscape as before, the Featherman Gu immortal's threat towards Tai Baiyunqing's immortal aperture was extremely weak. In the previous life, with just Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunqing's strength, they played the Feathermen around in circles. This time, not only did they gain powerful reinforcements like He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, even Zhou Zhong and Yufei were traitors. After a duel, Jingling was killed again, but Tai Baiyunqing and the rest did not force the Feathermen. This was a mistake that Fang Yuan had made in the previous life. He would not make it again in this life. These Feathermen were different from the Feathermen in the market. They lived in the immemorial green heaven fragment world. They were isolated from the rest of the world. They had the nature of the ancient Feathermen. They would rather commit suicide than lose their freedom. Thus, Tai Baiyunqing did not restrict them. He pretended to discuss with them. Under the leadership of Zhou Zhong and Yufei, the Feathermen were all moved to star-form blessed land. With these Feathermen, Fang Yuan's western desert development would reach a new level. His future would be bright. This was not his only gain. Afterwards, He Lulan asked him about the matter of deducing the calamities and tribulations. Fang Yuan purposely smiled bitterly, asking, "Do you think I have this ability? Don't forget, Zishan Makoto is my master." Similarly, Tai Baiyunqing is also his disciple. He Lulan thought, as expected, this ability is too strong. It is not something that Fang Yuan can have. So it was Zishan Makoto who did it. Unknowingly, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan became even more wary of Zishan Makoto. Fang Yuan had given them a warning. It would be very beneficial for him to control blazing heaven demoness in the future. But after enslaving Zhou Zhong, the burden on his soul was very heavy. Even refining Dream Path Mortal Gu was a huge burden. This made Fang Yuan's desire towards Luopa Valley even stronger. If Luopa Valley and Danghun Mountain could belong to him, then even if he was an outsider of Soul Path, his soul foundation would grow rapidly. But now was not the time to go to Luopa Valley. In the previous life, He Chang's soul fell into He Lulan's hands. Through soul searching, she obtained a lot of information and shared it with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan knew that Luopa Valley had been transformed into a secret stronghold by Shadow Sect. There were countless Gu formations set up. The defense was extremely tight. Even in the previous life, when the Central Continent Gu immortals led by Feng Joga attacked, Luopa Valley was empty. With just these Gu formations, they could last until Qin Baixing and the rest returned. Right now, almost all of Shadow Sect's Gu immortals were in Luopa Valley. It was more terrifying than a tiger's den. Fang Yuan had to wait for the right time. Fang Yuan had a lot of patience. After helping Tai Baiyunxing pass the tribulation, Fang Yuan refined Dream Path Mortal Goo and picked the Spring Dream fruits, while also increasing his business of Guts Goo and Eerie Fire Dragon Python. Very quickly, his monthly profit greatly exceeded that of the same period in his previous life. It actually broke through the 2000 mark. There were many reasons for this. Firstly, in his previous life, Fang Yuan had to spend a lot of time to investigate thoroughly before he could choose a suitable trading partner, especially in the Western Desert. But in this life, because he had retained his experience, Fang Yuan easily contacted the buyer, which saved him a lot of time and steps, greatly bringing forward the time to profit. Secondly, the hairy men in Fang Yuan's stone nest were freed and used to refine Guts Goo. It was not like his previous life, where he had to refine Star Thought Goo and other non-profitable goo worms. Thirdly, Fang Yuan had no plans to relocate Stellar Form Blessed Land. He had already formed a new alliance with He Lulan and the others. They might need to migrate in the future, but it was not urgent now. Fourth, with the Feathermen forming caravans to conduct trade, Fang Yuan was able to quickly see great results in the Western Desert. The usefulness of the Feathermen was starting to show. But Fang Yuan was only testing the waters, he did not send out these tens of thousands of Feathermen. In this area, he had a long-term plan. He wanted to make use of this population to increase the number of Feathermen, and in the future, he might even be able to trade Feathermen slaves. In terms of slave trade, Feathermen might not be as good as hairy men, but they were much better than rock men. Especially the Western Desert forces. The number of Feathermen sacrificed every year was not small, the demand for Featherman slaves was always high. Fang Yuan developed patiently, while accumulating immortal Yuan stone, he did not forget to accumulate goo refinement immortal materials. As time passed, Xianxia Blessed Land was once again invaded by powerful enemies. The land spirit of Xianxia knew that the enemy was coming at them fiercely. He had no choice but to ask for help, sending letters to both Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing. In this life, because of Fang Yuan's meticulous planning, Tai Baiyunxing's immortal aperture did not suffer much damage. After receiving the letter, the two went to Xianxia Blessed Land. Xianxia Blessed Land was filled with boundless clouds and mist. It was so dark that one could not even see his own fingers. Up in the sky, not seeing the sky. The ground could not be seen. This is the 12 cloud confounding formation, the land spirit of Xianxia introduced in a low voice, and these people are the invading enemies. With a wave of the land spirit's sleeve, a few images appeared in front of Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing. Qin Baixing, Jiang Yu, He Qing, Shuesong Zi, He Lang Zi, Huifeng Zi and the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie were all there. It's them. Fang Yuan pretended to be surprised. You know these people? The land spirit of Xianxia immediately asked. Fang Yuan nodded. His expression was solemn. These people are very strong, even though their leader, Qin Baixing, only has rank 7 cultivation level, he can fight rank 8 goo immortals. The land spirit of Xianxia was shocked, so strong? Fang Yuan pointed at the others, this is Fairy Jiang Yu, she has dark limit immortal goo. This is the goo immortal elder He Qing of the current Northern Plains Superforce He tribe, he has an immortal goo house in his possession. And Shuesong Zi, don't think that he only has rank 6 cultivation level, he is a member of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, his backer is rank 8 old ancestor Shui Hu. And this is He Lang Zi, he is a transformation path goo immortal with great battle strength. Back then, when old ancestor Shui Hu wanted to recruit him, he did not accept it. This is Huifeng Zi, he is a wind path grade expert, his wind path attainment level is unfathomable, he is publicly recognized as the fastest person in Northern Plains goo immortal world, he had once escaped from many rank 8 goo immortals. Fang Yuan's every word. The land spirit of Xianxia's mood became heavier. After Fang Yuan finished speaking, the land spirit of Xianxia's expression was extremely solemn. He pointed at the mysterious black-robed goo immortal, I did not expect the enemy to be so strong. Then who is this goo immortal? Fang Yuan naturally knew about his background, but he showed a puzzled expression. He pondered, this person is concealing his face and has an immortal killer move, he seems to be very mysterious. Let me make a deduction. Saying so, he pinched his fingers, starlight shone from his body, he let out the aura of an immortal Gu, looking very serious. At this moment, the land spirit of Langya was deceived. He could not help but think, in the past, I have looked for Fan Yuan many times to deduce immortal Gu recipes for me. But this is the first time I am seeing him make a deduction. I am not sure what immortal Gu he is using, but from the looks of it, his wisdom path attainment level is not low. The starlight on Fan Yuan's body gradually faded, his expression was grim as his eyes shined with bright light. Amazing, this mysterious Gu immortal has a huge origin, he is actually an immortal zombie, moreover, he has the blazing glory lightning brilliance physique, one of the 10 extreme physiques. You deduced it so quickly? The land spirit of Langya was quite surprised. At the side, Tai Baiyunxing chuckled, of course. Fan Yuan's attainment level is a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. Wisdom Path Grandmaster? The land spirit of Langya's heart shook, he sized up Fan Yuan with a new gaze. Fan Yuan's expression was calm, he said to the land spirit of Langya in a low voice, the enemy is so strong, I am afraid we will be in danger. The land spirit of Langya chuckled, no matter. As long as we persevere for some time, I can capture any Gu immortal alive. Oh? Fan Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly, he pretended to be curious as he probed the land spirit of Langya. It seems you have strong reinforcements on your side? The land spirit of Langya had a smug smile on his face, he did not want to say anything, but he suddenly changed his mind, he probed Fan Yuan instead, you are actually a Wisdom Path Grandmaster at such a young age. To speak the truth, this is really out of my expectations. Why don't you deduce how confident I am in dealing with the enemy this time? Fan Yuan naturally knew that the land spirit of Langya's confidence was in the rank 8 immortal Gu house, refinement cauldron. But next, he pretended to deduce, pretending to be in a difficult situation. Eventually, he admitted defeat, I cannot deduce anything. To speak the truth, I have tried to deduce Langya blessed land in the past, but I gained nothing. This time is no exception. Ha ha ha. The land spirit of Langya laughed loudly, he patted Fan Yuan's shoulder proudly, but did not say anything else. Immortal Gu houses had both offense and defense, rank 8 refinement cauldron was naturally the same. Such a defensive method. Not only could it defend against attacks, it also had the ability to resist deductions of others. Fan Yuan pretended to fail, this was within the expectations of the land spirit of Langya. In his opinion, this was expected. Because no matter how outstanding Fan Yuan was, he only had rank 6 cultivation level. No matter how mystical an immortal Gu was, it could not compare to the rank 8 immortal Gu house, refinement cauldron. I cannot deduce anything, that is for sure. But if I deduce anything, I am afraid the land spirit of Langya will be wary. Fan Yuan sneered in his mind. Land spirits might be stubborn or naive, but they were not without intelligence. Especially when the land spirit of Langya's main body, long-hair ancestor, had a good friend, immortal Yin, when this legendary person was alive. This person was a Wisdom Path Gu immortal. The doctrine of 3 venerables was also very famous in history. Thus, the land spirit of Langya was very clear about the abilities of a Wisdom Path Gu immortal. If Fan Yuan deduced anything, it would have clearly surpassed the abilities of a rank 6 Wisdom Path Gu immortal. This would definitely arouse the vigilance and suspicions of the land spirit of Langya. He would think like this, how can just Fan Yuan deduce anything? Clearly, there is someone capable behind him. And this great expert is very powerful. He can actually break through my refinement cauldron's defense and deduce the arrangements in the blessed land. Thinking of this, the land spirit of Langya was naturally very vigilant and guarded against Fan Yuan. After all, the land spirit of Langya was formed from long-hair ancestor's obsession. And long-hair ancestor was a hairy man, towards humans and even other variant humans, he was always on guard. This could be seen from his previous life, when the land spirit of Langya changed his temperament and speech. The reason why Fan Yuan could get close to the land spirit of Langya. The main reason was because he had inherited a certain inheritance of thieving heaven demon venerable. Due to the agreement between his main body and thieving heaven demon venerable, the land spirit of Langya had to help Fan Yuan 3 times to refine Gu worms for him. If not for this, how could Fan Yuan, as a human, get close to the land spirit of Langya? Although Fan Yuan had star-thought immortal Gu and all-out effort immortal Gu to refine, all along. He did not want to waste the last Gu refinement opportunity, it was to get close to the land spirit of Xianxia at all times. The land spirit of Xianxia had lived in this blessed land for countless years. His interactions with the outside world, other than jewel yellow skies buying and selling immortal materials, was only through Mo Tan saying. He knew the principle of treasuring a treasure would cause trouble, thus he had always been low-key. At the same time, he had a natural distrustful attitude towards other people. Fang Yuan was not strong in the past, the land spirit of Xianxia was not too wary or suspicious of him. But when he gradually displayed his extraordinary side, the land spirit of Xianxia would naturally be vigilant and uneasy. How could he allow someone to sleep on his bed? In the past, Fang Yuan was just a little rabbit, but now that he displayed his wisdom path grandmaster cultivation level, Fang Yuan could be said to be a venomous snake. Next, the development was the same as in the previous life. Fang Yuan was arranged by the land spirit of Xianxia to guard a cloud building. But before this, Fang Yuan suggested to gather He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan to participate in the battle. Tai Baiyunxing also vouched for him. But the land spirit of Xianxia rejected it. Fang Yuan fought Xianxia, but this time, he did not use the previous life strategy, he did not sneak attack Xianxia, he fought openly. Even though he was much more famous than in the previous life, the results were not great. Fang Yuan was only in a deadlock with Xianxia. Not long after the Shadow Sect arrived, Fang Yuan retreated. There was no benefit in killing Xianxia. He had immortal goo and lifespan goo, but they were hard to snatch. It was better to let him go and let him deal with the Central Continent goo immortals in the future. Fang Yuan had also thought of reminding the land spirit of Xianxia to make arrangements and use Refinement Cauldron to take down the Shadow Sect group. But after thinking about it, he rejected this idea. Firstly, he had to get rid of the Shadow Sect group, the risk was huge. Qin Baixing was extremely strong, Fang Yuan had no confidence in him. The Shadow Sect seemed to have a secret connection with Zombie Alliance, the situation here was very complicated. Secondly, even if he got rid of the Shadow Sect group, Fang Yuan's gains would not be ideal. Refinement Cauldron had the greatest effect, if they won, the land spirit of Xianxia would get the most loot. The Shadow Sect base, Luopa Valley, would be visited by the Central Continent goo immortals, Fang Yuan would not be able to get it. Thirdly, Fang Yuan still needed the Shadow Sect group of Northern Plains to resist the Central Continent goo immortals. Although he did not know how the Central Continent goo immortals found the Shadow Sect group after investigating Fang Yuan, this was the situation that Fang Yuan wanted to see the most. If he killed the Shadow Sect group, it would be clearing the obstacles for the Central Continent goo immortals. If the Central Continent goo immortals found Fang Yuan, what would Fang Yuan do? Finally, Fang Yuan guessed from the blazing glory lightning brilliance body that the mastermind behind the Battle of Etian Mountain was likely the Shadow Sect. If he killed them, there would be a huge impact, an unprecedented accident would occur during the Battle of Etian Mountain. If there were too many accidents, it might affect Fang Yuan's arrangements and make his preparations useless. Thus, in the Battle of Xianxia Blessed Land, Fang Yuan planned to let nature take its course. Damn it, it had to happen at this time. Qin Baixing clenched his fists, looking at the situation, he was filled with unwillingness and helplessness. Retreat. After a while, he sighed and ordered. Why are we retreating? Fairy Jiangyu was shocked. Luopa Valley was attacked. It was those Central Continent goo immortals who were investigating the truth behind the collapse of 88-point Xinyang Tower. Qin Baixing transmitted. How did they find out about us? Don't tell me, it is Providence? Fairy Jiangyu's body shook. Providence is vast, it is likely so, but earlier, we made a huge move to prepare for our final plan, but Providence obstructed us. When we reach Etian Mountain in the future, who knows how terrifying this Providence's obstruction will be. Qin Baixing sighed. The conversation between the two happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. They were secretly transmitting their voices, so no one else knew what they were talking about. Soon, under Qin Baixing's orders, Shadow Sect's group left Xianxia Blessed Land. They retreated. Tai Baiyunxing let out a breath of air. Damn it. He escaped again. He Lulan clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. Fairy Li Shan was silent, her brows were tightly furrowed, she had a worried expression. The hairy man goo immortals first cheered, but soon, they felt sorrow. In this battle, not only were there bloody sacrifices, there were even traitors. The world was unpredictable, the tragedy of life and death was happening right in front of them. These hairy man-gu immortals who only cared about gu refinement were greatly agitated. Xianxia land spirit released the ancient battle formation, heavenly giant solar, his eyes were scarlet red. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the direction that Qin Baixing and the rest left in. These guys, they really think we hairy men are easy to bully. One day, our great hairy man race will use your blood to wash away today's humiliation. This battle was because of Fang Yuan's inaction. It was the same as in the previous life. First, Fang Yuan and the rest guarded the mortal gu house cloud building, but the shadow sect easily broke the 12-wave cloud confusion formation. One of the Inkman gu immortals was instantly killed by Qin Baixing, losing his life. The land spirit of Xianxia's original plan to stall for time had been seriously destroyed. He had no way out. He was so anxious that he kept walking around in circles. In his previous life, it was at this critical juncture that the land spirit of Xianxia transformed. But in this life, taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Yuan immediately suggested for the land spirit of Xianxia to use ancient battle formations. The land spirit of Xianxia was at a loss when he heard the news. He quickly accepted it. Ancient battle formations were different from the current mainstream battlefield killer moves. The Tao marks of the ancient battle formations were much less harmful to the blessed land than the mainstream battlefield killer moves. The land spirit of Xianxia had no other choice but to use heavenly giant solar. At this time, Fang Yuan suggested, how can we block them with just a few of us? We need more manpower. But the land spirit of Xianxia was hesitant. He had more than 10 hairy man-gu immortals secretly, but they were all behind the scenes, controlling the rank 8 immortal gu house refinement cauldron. Especially, he even sensed that there were traitors among them. Fang Yuan had already expected the land spirit of Xianxia's reaction. He suggested that he had trustworthy helpers around him. The land spirit of Xianxia frowned. He was against others. He would rather fewer people know about Xianxia blessed land. Fang Yuan smiled. Land spirit, don't worry. What is our relationship? I need to keep it a secret for you. I will not leak the blessed land's information. I only need to summon them. Arrange them in heavenly giant solar and let them fight. After that, you can just give them some compensation. The land spirit of Xianxia did not want to agree, but Qin Baixing and the rest attacked fiercely. Even with heavenly giant solar, they were forced to retreat. The land spirit of Xianxia was helpless. He could only listen to Fang Yuan's suggestion. This way, Fang Yuan sent He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan into heavenly giant solar, causing this ancient battle formation's power to rise sharply. However, He Qing had the immortal gu house dark prison. It could resist heavenly giant solar. Qin Baixing's 5-finger fist heart sword was extremely sharp. Heavenly giant solar suffered heavy injuries repeatedly. The situation was only delayed for a while before it deteriorated again. The land spirit of Xianxia had no choice but to rob Peter to repair Paul. He sent the hairy man-gu immortals and refinement cauldron into heavenly giant solar. In the intense battle, the other side of the land spirit of Xianxia was stimulated. After sending 3 batches, Qin Baixing finally found a chance. He activated the traitor and removed refinement cauldron. Eventually, he snatched many core immortal gu from refinement cauldron and retreated. He brought Xianxia and the 2 exposed hairy man-gu immortal traitors. After the battle, Fang Yuan lent fixed immortal travel to Tai Baiyunxing. He asked him to bring He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan away. He did not stay for long. This way, he completed one of the contents of the new alliance agreement that he had signed not long ago. He had already provided a chance for He Lulan to kill He Qing. But the latter did not capture him. That did not mean that Fang Yuan did not follow the rules of the alliance agreement. Even though He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan had a lot of questions and curiosity towards Xianxia blessed land after the incident. But Fang Yuan did not answer any of them. The alliance agreement did not state that all information had to be shared selflessly. Since Fang Yuan already knew about it, how could he shoot himself in the foot? He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were helpless. They felt that Fang Yuan was very mysterious. His background could not be underestimated. He was actually connected to such a mystical existence. They could not help but think of Fang Yuan's master, Zishan Makoto. They had many wild and fanciful thoughts. First, he borrowed attitude gu, and now, he used Langya blessed land to deal a blow to He Lolan's side twice. This made Fang Yuan even more confident in dealing with blazing heaven demoness. At the same time, it was a small preparation for him to ally with He Lulan and the rest to take down Langya blessed land. If possible, Fang Yuan wanted to take Langya blessed land for himself. But many times, ideas were beautiful, but reality was cruel. This could be considered as Fang Yuan's insignificant preparation for any future mishaps. Land Spirit of Langya turned into his second personality, like in his previous life. After the battle, he prepared to relocate Langya blessed land. At the same time, he reformed Langya sect, and invited Fang Yuan to be an external supreme elder. Fang Yuan agreed. Speaking of the rewards for this battle, Fang Yuan did not ask for the rank 6 Immortal Gu recipe of all-out effort Gu, he asked Land Spirit of Langya for a large amount of support. At some point in the future, if Fang Yuan was in danger, Langya sect would need to send Gu immortals to save Fang Yuan immediately. This way, Fang Yuan brought Langya blessed land's hairy man Gu immortals along with him. Land Spirit of Langya gave Fang Yuan a sect mission. He was to go deep into the icy plain and contact the alliance of the Rockmen and Snowmen. As long as you complete this mission, I will give you a portion of the Immortal Gu recipes. As long as you have enough sect contribution points, you can use these contribution points to exchange for the Immortal Gu recipes you want. Land Spirit of Langya did not forget to entice Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's thoughts changed. Can I look at these Immortal Gu recipes first? Of course. After looking at them, even with Fang Yuan's vast knowledge, he was moved. Langya blessed land only had dozens of Immortal Gu, but the number of Immortal Gu recipes was hard for Fang Yuan to estimate. At least, Land Spirit of Langya showed Fang Yuan 200 of them. Fang Yuan soon saw many Immortal Gu recipes that suited him. He asked, "Can I choose other missions?" But he was rejected by Land Spirit of Langya. "My Langya sect has just been established, there are many things to do, of course there are people to deal with. But this mission is the most dangerous, so I will give it to you. Anyway, if you die, I won't feel any heartache. Hairy Man Gu immortals cannot die easily, they are truly on the same side." Land Spirit of Langya could only speak the truth. Fang Yuan did not know whether to laugh or cry, but also felt somewhat relieved. "But don't worry, I want to create the Hairy Man world, you variant humans will need help. I also have a transformation path method to let you abandon your human body and turn into a hairy man. When you truly become a hairy man, I will open up the Immortal Gu inventory, you can use your contribution points to borrow or exchange Immortal Gu." Ha ha ha. Land Spirit of Langya patted Fang Yuan's shoulder, encouraging him. But this kind of encouragement was a bit too direct. Fang Yuan did not mind. His first question was whether familiar face and becoming a hairy man, could he fool Land Spirit of Langya, but soon, he discarded this thought. Not to mention the fact that familiar face he had now was only an incomplete version. And the original familiar face was obtained from Land Spirit of Langya. Even though he was direct, it did not mean he was stupid. "I will definitely not consider becoming a true hairy man. Humans are the true masters of this world, it has been like this since the remote antiquity era. This is the general trend, how can it be changed?" Back then, even Long-Hair Ancestor, who was the land spirit's main body, had to hide his true identity. Now, he is only a land spirit, what tricks can he come up with? Wishful thinking. Fang Yuan was not optimistic about Langya sect's future. In the 500 years of his previous life, Langya sect was taken over by the Celestial Court. This was the final outcome of Langya blessed land. Even if there were changes in the future, if it was not the Celestial Court, it could be other Gu immortals or organizations. Humans would always be the rulers, the status of variant humans would not change. Fang Yuan's plan had always been to gain benefits from Langya blessed land. Land Spirit of Langya turning into his second personality had both advantages and disadvantages for Fang Yuan. But at least this time, there were more benefits for Fang Yuan. The original Land Spirit of Langya was quite conservative. He would not create Langya sect and recruit Fang Yuan as an external supreme elder. He would not agree to help Fang Yuan when he was in danger. The battle of Langya sect ended, the 100 Days battle in Luo Pa Valley began. Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he recuperated while refining Dream Path. Mortal Gu. At the same time, he stockpiled Gu refinement immortal materials, preparing to refine Immortal Gu. A month later, he picked all the spring dream fruits and refined a large number of dream path mortal goo. The quantity was much higher than in his previous life. Eastern Sea, Yulu Blessed Land. With like in his previous life, Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing were led by a scenic blue immortal zombie, Xianxia, as they passed through Yulu Blessed Land's entrance and entered. Brother Tai Bai, we meet again. Ha ha ha. Shark Demon saw Tai Baiyunxing and showed a warm expression. He took the initiative to welcome him and patted Tai Baiyunxing's shoulder. Tai Baiyunxing had not been in Eastern Sea for long, but with man as before and landscape as before, he had made quite a name for himself. Earlier, Tai Baiyunxing helped Shark Demon's group attack Yulu Blessed Land. His man as before immortal goo was of great help to them. Shark Demon greeted him and turned his gaze to Fang Yuan. This must be Brother Tai Bai's good friend, Wisdom Star Chen Dao? Since you are Brother Tai Bai's good friend, then you are my good friend as well. I am just a lone cultivator, I do not dare to call myself that. Fang Yuan nodded, smiling humbly. He had a tall and straight posture, with a feather fan and silk handkerchief. He had the appearance of a handsome young man. His skin was white and clean, he had a tall nose bridge and thick eyebrows, his eyes were like deep pools. Right now, Fang Yuan had a smile on his face, he looked like a handsome young man, he was very pleasing to the eyes. In his previous life, Fang Yuan was Xianxia, but in this life, he was Wisdom Star. Familiar Face's power was much stronger than vaguely familiar face in his previous life. Shark Demon and the rest could not see through Fang Yuan's true appearance in the previous life, it was even more impossible in this life. Shark Demon's wife, Su Baiman, looked at Fang Yuan and said, I heard that you cultivate Wisdom Path as your main and Star Path as your secondary, you were recommended by Sir Tai Bai. I wonder if you can display your skills here. In the previous life, Fang Yuan pretended to be Xianxia. To the outside world, he called himself Star Path as his main and Wisdom Path as his secondary. But in this life, Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path attainment had already reached Grandmaster level. Even without Wisdom Path Immortal Goo, he was very confident. Therefore, he might as well separate the major and minor sections. They swapped places. Fang Yuan nodded and said to Shark Demon and the others, it's reasonable for everyone to test my cultivation. Then I will show you my skills and give you my comments. In his previous life, Fang Yuan was very humble, but in this life, he spoke very politely, but his expression was full of arrogance. Shark Demon and Su Baiman looked at each other and couldn't help but look forward to it. Tai Baiyunxing's heart was filled with worry, but he did not show it. Among the immortals, Budan's face was gloomy. The arrival of Fang Yuan. His position in the team was in jeopardy, and his interests were seriously violated. At once, everyone's gazes gathered on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled, one hand was behind his back while the other held a feather fan, he waved it leisurely in front of his chest. He looked around, taking in the sights around him. Right now, it was still the battlefield killer move freezing rain-frozen earth. Thus, when he looked around, it was a vast expanse of white ice and snow. Every once in a while, here, a huge icy rain would fall and form countless snow monsters, causing huge trouble for everyone. Fang Yuan only looked for a while before saying, I've deduced it. Shark Demon and the rest were shocked. They had thought that Fang Yuan was preparing some immortal killer move, to think that he had finished it so quickly. Su Baiman complimented him even more politely, Your Excellency's cultivation is indeed impressive, to be able to remain so calm and collected. You actually deduced the flaw of this battlefield killer move without making a sound, you are truly admirable. Not at all. Not at all. Fang Yuan waved his hand and smiled, Madam, you are exaggerating. To deduce the flaw of this battlefield killer move, I need to spend some effort. But that was not what I deduced earlier. Immediately, an immortal zombie asked, Then what did Sir deduce? Fang Yuan answered calmly, I deduced some information about battlefield killer moves. For example, this battlefield killer move that we are in is called Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Hearing this answer, all the immortals were stunned. Immediately, Shark Demon frowned, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He had a vicious nature, he was about to act up when Su Baiman secretly stopped him. Gu Immortal Budan scoffed, Chen Dao, are you playing with us? Who doesn't know the name of this battlefield killer move? It is called freezing rain frozen earth. To think that you have such guts despite your low abilities, you actually dare to trick Shark Demon and Subaiman. Subaiman laughed, easing the atmosphere. Budan, shut up. I think Brother Chen is only joking, he is about to use his true method. Fang Yuan shook his head. Madam, this is what I deduced. Subaiman's expression froze, his gaze slowly turned dark. What? Shark Demon snorted coldly, he could no longer hold back, he stared with wide eyes as he walked forward fiercely. At this time, Tai Baiyunxing stepped forward, blocking Fang Yuan and Shark Demon. He cupped his fists towards Shark Demon, smiling bitterly. Lord Shark Demon, it was my fault. I did not say it clearly, but this Brother Chen has such a personality, he always leaves half of his words unsaid. I have been troubled by this for a long time. Oh? Shark Demon's expression eased, he looked at Fang Yuan. My Brother Chen, just tell me everything that you have calculated. Tai Baiyunxing pretended to be distressed and said. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Everyone, I have indeed deduced the origin of the battlefield killer move. But it is not only freezing rain frozen earth. Below this freezing rain frozen earth are Fighting Soul Battlefield, 8 Doors Labyrinth, and Unmoving Troops. Fighting Soul Battlefield, 8 Doors Labyrinth, and Unmoving Troops, is this true? Shark Demon was immediately attracted by Fang Yuan's words, his eyes shined as he stared at Fang Yuan with anticipation. Fang Yuan waved his feather fan leisurely. I deduced it personally, how can it be false? Shark Demon and Subaiman immediately transmitted their voices. Shark Demon was overjoyed. Madam, if this wisdom star's deductions are accurate, then his wisdom path attainment is truly amazing. Subaiman agreed, that's right. Earlier, we invited several wisdom path Gu immortals, but it was very difficult to deduce the battlefield killer move. I didn't expect this person to give me an answer so quickly and silently. Shark Demon pondered, we need to wait and see. Maybe he is just speaking without thinking, pretending to be mysterious? If the deduction is wrong, what use is it? Subaiman thought about it before rejecting, I think the possibility is not high. Firstly, Tai Baiyunxing has a steady nature, he praises this person highly. If this person really has wisdom path grandmaster attainment, it is understandable that he deduced the battlefield killer move. Secondly, we can verify this. As we progress step by step, we will be able to prove his answer. If he wants to deceive us, he would not be so unwise as to give information that can be easily determined. Madam is right. Just as Shark Demon and Subaiman were conversing secretly, Budan could not wait any longer, he sneered at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you are really astute, your deduction is very good. As long as the freezing rain frozen earth does not break, how can we know that your deduction is correct? Fang Yuan sighed inwardly, he had trampled on this Budan in his previous life. He had framed him before, it seemed that he could not avoid it in this life. Fang Yuan did not want to complicate matters, but he could not do anything about Budan taking the initiative to appear in front of him. At this time, Shark Demon smiled, Sir Chen, Budan is being unreasonable, please do not blame him. Although he is being unreasonable, he is speaking the truth. The thing that I deduced will indeed take some time before I can verify it. Fang Yuan nodded, admitting it frankly. Subaiman chuckled softly, for some reason, although this is the first time I have met you, I feel that I have met you before. I feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity and trust. So even if I cannot verify it, I still believe you. Ha ha ha, many people have said that. Fang Yuan boasted shamelessly. Not at all modest. But there was indeed no need to be modest. This was the effect of familiar face. Shark Demon continued, Sir Chen. We are trapped in the freezing rain frozen earth, please help us, sir. Break this move one day earlier, and you will be able to see the next level one day earlier. I'll also be able to see the next level a day earlier and help Mr. verify the contents of your deductions and clear your name. Fang Yuan laughed, Lord Shark Demon, you are wrong. I'm very confident in my deduction. I don't need any verification at all. It is just that you do not trust me and need verification. After pausing for a while, Fang Yuan continued, since you want me to help, we should talk about the remuneration first, right? Shark Demon frowned, Fang Yuan's attitude made him unhappy. After all, Fang Yuan was only rank 6 while he was rank 7, it was already an offense for a rank 6 to have such an attitude towards a rank 7. In his previous life, Fang Yuan sucked up to Shark Demon and wanted to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, thus he was very polite to him. But in this life, Fang Yuan had already obtained the Earth Trench inheritance. Why would he need to join Zombie Alliance? Shark Demon wanted to attack Yulu Blessed Land because he needed Fang Yuan's help. Fang Yuan naturally had to use his identity to obtain more benefits. After some discussion, Shark Demon offered a high price. Fang Yuan gladly accepted and started to move. Although he did not have Star Thought Immortal Goo, he was different from his previous life, he was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster now. Even if he used Mortal Goo, he could use them in countless ways. Most importantly, he had already unraveled this battlefield killer move in his previous life. Therefore, when he made a move, the effect was immediate, and it even caused the crowd to exclaim in surprise and praise from time to time. In his previous life, Fang Yuan only focused on unraveling this battlefield killer move, Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. But in this life, Fang Yuan dealt with it with ease, he placed most of his attention on learning. Be it his previous life or this life, Fang Yuan did not have a single battlefield killer move. He was deeply interested in any battlefield killer move. As time passed, Fang Yuan's understanding of this battlefield killer move, Freezing Rain Frozen Earth, became deeper and deeper. What were the core immortal goo of Freezing Rain Frozen Earth, how many were there, and how many supplementary mortal goo were there? Fang Yuan gradually understood them. Only how these goo worms worked together and how many methods they could be used, Fang Yuan could not find them all in a short period of time. Every once in a while, freezing rain and snow monsters would attack, but Shark Demon and the rest would take the initiative to protect the environment for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not make the same mistake as in his previous life, he did not increase the power of Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Instead, because he repeatedly unraveled it correctly, the battlefield killer move's power weakened. As for Budan, he was already cowering dejectedly, he did not dare to compete with Fang Yuan. The wisdom path attainment that Fang Yuan displayed was many times deeper than in his previous life. In the previous life, Budan was indignant, but now, he saw the huge gap between him and Fang Yuan, he lost his fighting spirit and became dejected. Eventually, when Fang Yuan almost used up all of his Star Thought Mortal Goo, he stopped. Freezing Rain Frozen Earth had already been unraveled by 60%, only 40% was left. Brother Chen, why did you stop? Shark Demon asked anxiously. Fang Yuan smiled, haste makes waste. I am a little tired, let's stop here for today. Shark Demon was furious, but he needed Fang Yuan's help, he could not do anything about it, he could only force a smile on his face. Sir is right, I need to rest well. How about this, Sir is a guest, why don't you come to my shark sea? My shark fishing feast is one of a kind in the East Sea. The other Goo immortals gasped, they looked at Fang Yuan with envy and jealousy. At the shark fishing banquet, the fragrance of wine permeated the air, delicacies filled the table. After seeing Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment, Shark Demon and Su Baiman were very polite and enthusiastic towards Fang Yuan. As they toasted, Shark Demon called over many female Goo masters, gentlemen, how can there not be music in this banquet? These are the servants that my hall nurtured, they all have Goo master cultivation level and are proficient in transformation path. Their performance of the Sea Demon dance has been praised by many Goo immortals. Today, I will invite you to appreciate it. These female Goo masters were all beautiful like flowers, they had graceful figures. At this moment, the music started, the female dancers danced, their sleeves fluttered in the wind, they were beautiful and alluring. Suddenly, the music changed from gentle to hurried, the female Goo masters changed their forms, they grew fish tails and turned into mermaids, swimming in the air. The music changed again, it became lively and lively. The female Goo masters changed their forms according to the music, they grew 2 shells on their backs and danced like clam girls. When the music started to have metallic sounds, the female Goo masters' hands turned into the pincers of prawns and crabs, as they danced, the wind blew and they looked very heroic. The music changed 18 times, the female Goo masters also changed 18 times, they danced in different styles, it was an eye-opener for Fang Yuan. Eastern Sea has a myriad of styles, it is truly different from Northern Plains' bold and unrestrained beauty. Tai Baiyunxing praised generously. Shark Demon saw that Fang Yuan did not speak. He asked, I wonder what Mr. Chen's opinion is. It is truly beautiful. Fang Yuan said, but he found it funny inwardly. In his previous life, his wisdom path attainment was not high. Even when he suppressed Budan, he relied on schemes and traps. But in this life, Fang Yuan displayed great strength. Shark Demon and Su Baiman treated him warmly. In his previous life, although Fang Yuan participated in the shark fishing banquet, he did not have this song and dance to liven things up. In this life, he had this performance. It showed how much Shark Demon cared about Fang Yuan. After the dance, the female Gu masters retreated. Su Baiman said with a smile, I wonder if Mr. Chen and Mr. Tai Bai have any questions. Which maid did he fancy? As long as the two of you say it, I will make the decision and give it to you. I'm old. Thank you, madam, for your concern. Tai Bai Yunxing politely refused. Fang Yuan said, I've heard of the shark fishing banquet. Instead, I'm more interested in the sharks outside the hall. Su Baiman was slightly disappointed in his heart, but he still smiled and said, he, it seems that the two sirs are not lucky enough to choose maids. But this was a shark in the sea. But I can't make the decision. They are all my husband's pets. Ha, since the two of you are interested, how can I not give them to you? Whenever there was a shark fishing banquet, he would give some sharks as a gift. However, there's another rule here. I wonder if the two of you know about it. Shark Demon asked. Of course I know about it. Fang Yuan nodded. He waved his feather fan in front of his chest, but I still need to confirm it with Master. No matter what we catch, or how much we catch, they all belong to us. Of course, as long as the two of you do it yourself. Shark Demon nodded and replied. There was no hesitation. Fang Yuan smiled, then let me deduce which shark is the most precious in this shark sea. But if I can really get it, I hope the two of you will be willing to part with it. He. Mr. Chen, do whatever you want. Shark Demon laughed. He wanted to probe Fang Yuan's true abilities. Fang Yuan pretended. He pinched his fingers and deduced. At once, starlight shone on his body. It was dazzling. After a while, starlight shone everywhere, filling the hall. In an instant, there was the sound of bells. It was too wonderful for words. The starlight was dazzling. The aura of immortal Gu spread out, causing Shark Demon and Su Baiman to be moved. They secretly transmitted their voices to discuss. This wisdom star Chen Dao is truly amazing. I wonder if husband has noticed. He has already used 3 different immortal Gu. I wonder what kind of wisdom path immortal Gu they are. What they did not know was that Fang Yuan was only putting on an act. It was just a facade. The starlight slowly dissipated. Sweat appeared on Fang Yuan's forehead. He closed his eyes and rested for a while before slowly opening them. His eyes were shooting out starlight that was over 3 meters long. The light was so bright that people could not look at him directly. To think that Shark Demon and Su Baiman have such powerful methods. They actually used the power of enslavement path to restrain a rank 8 one-finger flow shark. It is truly amazing. Although I deduced it, my methods are too shallow and I am unable to capture this beast. There is nothing I can do. Earlier, I was still speaking arrogantly. Now that my abilities are lacking, I hope the 2 lords will not laugh at me. Shark Demon and Su Baiman's bodies shook. Resourceful Star Chen Dao even figured out this secret? This. At once, this rank 7 Gu immortal couple stared with wide-opened eyes, fixedly staring at Fang Yuan, disbelief frozen on their faces. After a few breaths of time, Shark Demon and Su Baiman reacted, their emotions slightly calming down. Su Baiman sighed, today, I finally know Sir Chen's power. The one-finger flow shark is our husband and wife's greatest secret. Mr. Chen might not know this, but in order to prevent this matter from being calculated by others, we husband and wife went to great lengths to ask Song Jiadan to help us conceal this matter. Shark Demon continued, twin polar plate armor pill, Nangong Head Huan, and Dragon Head Tortoise returned from Adversity Sea. In the current Eastern Sea Gu immortal world, Song Jiadan is publicly recognized as one of the 3 most outstanding wisdom path Gu immortals. Brother Chen's method can actually break Song Jiadan's defense. Doesn't this mean that Brother Chen's wisdom path attainment is already comparable to Song Jiadan's? Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He seemed to have accidentally faked it. He quickly waved his hand, trying to salvage the situation. I am ashamed. I cannot compare to Song Jiadan. I had also performed exceptionally earlier. If I were to face Song Jiadan himself, there would be no chance of victory. Shark Demon's upper body leaned forward. He stared at Feng Yuan. I have finally seen Sir's method. But, earlier in Yulu Blessed Land, why did I not see Sir activate the immortal goo? Feng Yuan chuckled. Wouldn't activating the immortal goo expend immortal essence? The cost would increase. I am not a wealthy person like Lord Shark Demon. Moreover, using mortal goo can also unravel the battlefield killer move. It is just that the time needed is slightly longer. Why not? Shark Demon was greatly moved. Feng Yuan did not care about time, but he did. He had accepted a mission from Zombie Alliance to attack Yulu Blessed Land. As time passed, Zombie Alliance's higher-ups would urge him. If he did not make much progress, he might be replaced by someone else. Thus, Shark Demon and Subaiman were under a lot of pressure. Sir, you do not know that I am an impatient person. In order to avoid problems, the faster we attack Yulu Blessed Land, the better. Shark Demon laughed heartily, continuing, it seems that the price I offered earlier did not satisfy Sir. Sir Chen, state your price, I will try my best to satisfy it. Feng Yuan shook his head and smiled, it is best to slow down when attacking Yulu Blessed Land. Lord Shark Demon, don't you know the value of battlefield killer moves? Of course I do. I also know the true value of Yulu Blessed Land is not just these battlefield killer moves. It is the method to use the Dao marks in the Blessed Land to set up battlefield killer moves. But these methods can be learned from the land spirit after attacking the Blessed Land. Shark Demon answered. What if there is no land spirit? Feng Yuan asked. The possibility is very small. Shark Demon hesitated. Even if it is small, it is still possible. Lord Shark Demon has been attacking Yulu Blessed Land for so long, have you seen the land spirit? I don't think so. Thus, the safest method is to slowly attack and understand all these battlefield killer moves. Feng Yuan heaved a long sigh. Shark Demon was getting angry, he continued to persuade Feng Yuan, but Feng Yuan was insistent. Shark Demon could not turn hostile, he needed Feng Yuan's help, he could only endure it. Feng Yuan was fearless, he raised the price, and only agreed when Shark Demon reached his limit. After resting for a few days, Feng Yuan followed Shark Demon into Yulu Blessed Land again. This time, he used Star Thought Immortal Goo and spent many days to help Shark Demon unravel the Freezing Rain Frozen Earth killer move. As for this Star Thought Immortal Goo, it was quite strange. After Feng Yuan was reborn, he tried to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo for the first time, and he actually succeeded, but the truth was, Immortal Goo refinement was not so simple. The reason why Star Thought Immortal Goo was refined was because of Feng Yuan's extensive practice in his previous life. Maybe after connecting He Lulan, Feng Yuan's luck became better, this was one of the reasons why the Goo refinement succeeded. Feng Yuan had already started to stockpile immortal materials, he was preparing to refine rank 6 all-out effort Goo when the time was right. Time flew by, and several months had passed. With Feng Yuan's help, Shark Demon's invasion of Yulu Blessed Land was much smoother than in his previous life. Freezing Rain Frozen Earth, Fighting Soul Battlefield, and 8 Doors Labyrinth, they were all unraveled by Feng Yuan. After using Star Thought Immortal Goo, Feng Yuan no longer lacked star thoughts, he had already grasped Freezing Rain Frozen Earth, Fighting Soul Battlefield, and 8 Doors Labyrinth. Even though Feng Yuan did not have the corresponding Immortal Goo, he could not create any battlefield killer move. But this was already a huge gain. Feng Yuan had a deep understanding of battlefield killer moves. As long as he used the light of wisdom, given time, Feng Yuan was confident that he could use these Immortal Goo to create his own battlefield killer move. Finally, Feng Yuan faced the battlefield killer move Unmoving Troops again. He finally encountered a problem. Unmoving Troops was the final round of Yulu Blessed Land, it involved Wisdom Path and was very difficult. Adding on that Feng Yuan did not have any experience in unraveling it in his previous life, his progress was very slow. Feng Yuan gave up, he did not join Zombie Alliance, Shark Demon could not order him. Of course, the main reason was that Central Continent was in chaos, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven shattered, countless fragment worlds fell on Central Continent. In his previous life, Fang Yuan obtained Wisdom Path and Star Path Grandmaster attainment levels in the Dream Realm of the Fragment Worlds. But the Dream Realm was not fully explored by him. In this life, Fang Yuan was looking forward to it. If he fully explored the Dream Realm, how much would his gains be? Would his Wisdom Path and Star Path attainment levels rise again, or the attainment levels of other paths? Several days later, Fang Yuan appeared in a nameless valley in Central Continent. A certain fragment world of starry sky grotto heaven had fallen here. It was still stable for now. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had sent Gu immortals to guard this valley. Seeing that Feng Yang had brought Fang Yuan here, their expressions turned ugly. This time, it was all thanks to Fang Yuan's rank 6 bottom-tier cultivation level, otherwise, they would not have been able to obtain such a huge benefit. The fragment world here was just enough for a bottom-tier rank 6 Gu immortal to barely enter. But among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, where could there be a Gu immortal with such low cultivation level like Fang Yuan? Thus, Fang Yuan was the only one who was in high demand. Crane Gate made full use of the competition rules of the 10 great ancient sects to bring them into the Grotto Heaven fragment world. Like in his previous life, Fairy Bai Qing took care of Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Hong. Fang Yuan nodded in agreement, but he was thinking in his heart, should he kill Feng Kim Hong, because Spirit Affinity House did not announce the death of Feng Jioga. According to Fang Yuan's information, he knew that Feng Jioga had gone missing in Northern Plains. But thinking about it, Fang Yuan gave up on this idea. Even if Feng Jioga died in my previous life, the 100 days battle in this life has not ended yet, anything is possible. Moreover, Feng Jioga's death in my previous life has not been confirmed yet. Most importantly, the reason why I wanted to kill Feng Kim Hong was because I wanted to snatch her Dream Wings immortal Gu. Unfortunately, even if she is immortal, she can make the immortal Gu self-destruct with just a thought. Even if I am a Gu immortal, without special methods, I cannot snatch it. If I deal with her now, Feng Jioga is still at her peak, she will definitely be attacked by Spirit Affinity House and other super forces. This is courting death. Go in. The others have already entered, and since your cultivation is the highest, you've been arranged to be the last, Feng Yang said in a low voice. There was no helping it, if Fang Yuan entered in advance, the other 9 sects were all mortal Gu masters and could not compete with Fang Yuan. Of course. From this, one could see the weakness of the Crane Gate. If Crane Gate was as strong as Spirit Affinity House, it would not be difficult for Fang Yuan to be first. The fragment world of the starry sky grotto heaven was right in front of Fang Yuan. It was a scene of a blue lake. It was like a torn half of a painting, suddenly inserted into the small valley overgrown with bushes. This was not a complete blessed grotto heaven. Fang Yuan stepped into it. The next moment, he was in the fragment world of the starry sky grotto heaven. Looking back, the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were still in the valley. He was no longer in the same world as Fang Yuan. These Gu immortals' gazes were either gloomy or envious. There was no helping it, their cultivation levels were too high, they had countless down marks, if they forcefully entered, they would directly break this fragile fragment world. This lake is huge, I remember that in my previous life, the desolate beast dragonfish was hiding near the island in the middle of the lake, it was influenced by immortal Gu. It became very violent and berserk. I have lost self-strength immortal Gu now, I cannot use strength path giant hand. It is not as convenient to capture it now as in my previous life. Fang Yuan recalled as he flew out. Similar to his previous life, some elite Gu masters of Heaven's Envy Manor were still trapped on the island in the lake. Around the island, the lake water was dangerous and violent, the desolate beast dragonfish was causing huge waves. Fang Yuan descended from the sky, using an immortal method. After some effort, he successfully captured the dragonfish. Other than the desolate beast dragonfish, there were also over 600,000 ordinary dragonfish. After leaving behind the stunned Gu masters of Heaven's Envy Manor, Fang Yuan flew towards the Dream Realm. He arrived at the Dreamland. Feng Kim Hong had already led the 4 Gu masters of Spirit Affinity House to occupy this Dream Realm. Fang Yuan, I've been waiting here for a long time. Feng Kim Hong smiled. Her facial features were like a painting, her skin was as white as snow, and she was calm and confident. Fang Yuan also smiled, before this trip, I have already told you. Your mother asked me to take care of you. I won't make things difficult for you. I'll try my best to make things convenient for you, but there's a price for taking care of you. What can you give me? Feng Qinghong was prepared and was about to speak. Fang Yuan interrupted her. If you want to use an immortal zombie's method to regain a human body as a bargaining chip, then forget it. I've already found a suitable method. Of course, it's not the 10 extreme physique ascension method that you told me before. Feng Qinghong was taken aback. She did not expect Fang Yuan to find a suitable immortal zombie reincarnation method so quickly. How about this? I know that Spirit Affinity House's research on dream realms is ahead of the other 9 great ancient sections. I only need the recipe of a dream path mortal goo. I'll let you guard this dream realm and explore it for some time. How about that? You have dream wings immortal goo. Don't tell me you don't know the recipes of some dream path mortal goo. Fang Yuan suggested. According to the rules set by the 10 great sects, if Spirit Affinity House's representative, Feng Qinghong, wanted to occupy this place, she would have to face the challenge of any sect. Only after winning 2 out of 3 rounds could she get rid of the opponent's right to occupy this place. Feng Qinghong had the immortal goo that Fairy Bai Qing gave her, as well as her will and immortal essence, but she was immortal after all. She could not defeat an immortal zombie like Fang Yuan. Feng Qinghong had a bitter expression. Fang Yuan, your request is too much. Everyone knows that I have Dream Wings immortal goo. But you have severely underestimated the value of Dream Path mortal goo recipes. I have indeed used some Dream Path mortal goo before, but those were all secret experiments. I plan to use them with my Dream Wings to create an immortal killer move. Unfortunately, they all failed. And these dream goo were given to me by the sect. I do not know any Dream Path mortal goo recipes. Change your request. For example, Strength Path mortal goo recipes. At this time, Dream Realms had not appeared on a large scale yet. Dream Path was still being explored and had not taken shape. Even though Dream Path goo worms had appeared, they were limited. To truly form a mature path like Dream Path, just Dream Wings immortal goo and Dream Travel were not enough. Only a path that everyone could cultivate could be called a path. Dream Path had just started to develop. It was showing signs of progress. In the 5 regions, only super forces had spare time to research it. Thus, the goo recipes of Dream Path mortal goo were extremely valuable. Fang Yuan did not persist. He knew, even if Feng Qinghong knew the goo recipes of Dream Path mortal goo, he would not give them to him. The reason why he made this request was for his true motive. Fang Yuan said, then how about this? I need information on Sword Immortal Bo Qing. You might not know, but this person is a legendary figure in your Spirit Affinity House. Give me his information, don't try to fool me with the information on the market. Feng Qinghong thought, this Fang Yuan is underestimating me. Even though I am a mortal goo master, I have been in contact with the world of goo immortals since young. How can I not know Bo Qing's name? However, why does Fang Yuan want Bo Qing's information? He thought again, Bo Qing is already dead, so what if I agree to his request? It is easy for my mother to get this information. Even if it involves Spirit Affinity House's secrets, I have a sense of propriety. I will not foolishly hand over all the information to Fang Yuan. After thinking about it, Feng Qinghong nodded in agreement. But Fang Yuan continued, this dream realm is something that Crane Gate must obtain. How long you can explore it will depend on the amount of information you give me. You can send a letter now and ask your mother to prepare. I want to see the goods in 2 hours in Central Continent time. Then, I will give you more time according to the quality of the information. Feng Qinghong's heart sank. She knew that Fang Yuan was not so easy to fool. She was the treasure of her parents. She naturally had a mortal goo and a large number of information path mortal goo to let Fairy Bai Qing know about Feng Qinghong's condition. After a while, the two finally came to an agreement. Fang Yuan left the dream realm directly. In this blessed land, even though he had subdued the desolate beast dragon fish, he still had a desolate beast hidden essence turtle and a desolate plant nether grass to collect. 2 hours later in Central Continent time, several days had passed in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's fragment world. Fang Yuan subdued the hidden essence turtle and nether grass. Like in his previous life, he released some rockmen to search for valuable goo worms or goo materials in his place. He returned to the dream realm, where Feng Qinghong could not conceal her dispirited and irritated mood as she handed him the first batch of information. Fang Yuan looked through it and nodded repeatedly. This information was very detailed, worthy of being the internal information of Spirit Affinity House. In my previous life, when Central Continent's falling heavenly river changed, many Gu immortals gained benefits, but I could not interfere. In this life, I have my previous life's experience and insights. I do not need to make many deductions. I can save a lot of time and energy. Maybe I can explore falling heavenly river. Fang Yuan thought in his heart while commenting, although this information is detailed, it doesn't touch on many secrets. According to our previous agreement, I will give you 3 days. Of course, this time refers to the time in the fragment world. Feng Qimhong nodded, sighing inwardly. She had overestimated herself and underestimated the difficulty of this dream realm. Until now, even though she had Dream Wings Immortal Gu, she could not get through the first layer of the dream realm. She had thought that she could explore this dream realm in 6 to 7 days and obtain a huge improvement. But the cruel reality gave her a resounding slap in the face. If I had known this would happen, I would have insisted on the price. But now, this information can only be exchanged for 3 days. This time is not even enough for me to fully recover from my injuries. Sigh. Feng Qimhong sighed deeply again. Fang Yuan was well aware of her condition, but he pretended not to know and left again. But secretly, he returned to the other side of the dream realm and entered it. With his previous life's experience, he was very familiar with it, and with his ample preparations this time, he had a large number of Dream Path Mortal Gu. He could use Unravel Dream many times. The first layer of the Beast-Man Wind Not Grass Dream Realm and the second layer of the Astrolabe Chessboard Dream Realm were all broken by Fang Yuan. He finally arrived at the third layer of the Dream Realm. This was a dream realm that he had never been to in his previous life. On the willow shore, the lake surface was like a mirror. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, a female immortal was gently playing the zither. You are finally here. She looked at Fang Yuan, her eyes shining brightly as a mysterious smile appeared on her face. Fang Yuan's body shook. This was the third layer of the dream realm. The night sky was gentle, stars were sparse in the sky. The lake was calm. The moment Fang Yuan entered the dream realm, he was already in the pavilion at the center of the lake. His gaze was fixed on the female immortal in the pavilion. He was very surprised. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Since ancient times, among the 10 venerables, only Red Lotus Demon Venerable was mysterious and unfathomable. His appearance could not be verified. The others, however, had names and appearances. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the second venerable in history. She was Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's disciple, and also the second-generation Immortal King of Celestial Court. Her great achievements, her voice, and appearance were naturally widely known. Thus Fang Yuan recognized her at first glance. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was tall. She wore a long blue dress that dragged on the ground. She had long black hair that extended all the way to her waist. Her eyelashes were thick and long, her eyes were like the moon in a well. They were tranquil but had a hint of spirituality and mysteriousness. Her skin was as white as snow. She was looking at Fang Yuan with an eerie expression. Her hands were gently stroking the zither in front of her. You are finally here. She spoke slowly, her voice was gentle like the beautiful night sky. Interesting. Who am I acting as in this dream realm? Fang Yuan looked at his own attire and found that he was in his original appearance. This made Fang Yuan quite surprised. Logically speaking, this should not be the case. Earlier, in the first layer of the dream realm, Fang Yuan was a child who had encountered misfortune. In the second layer of the dream realm, he was a mortal youngster seeking immortality. Why did he return to his original appearance in the third layer of the dream realm? Before I entered the dream realm, I had been activating the immortal killer move Familiar Face. But now, even this killer move has failed. Could it be that this dream realm is so deep that my soul has unknowingly become addicted? As Fang Yuan thought of this, he became even more vigilant. He had just explored the first 2 layers of the dream realm. He knew clearly that this was a dream, it was not real. But if his soul was completely addicted, he would lose this knowledge and feel that everything was real. Just like back then. Hei Lulan fell into a dream during her tribulation. The dream continued to cycle, but she was unable to extricate herself. In this dream, I discovered my original appearance. This is a sign that my soul is in a trance. It seems that the third layer of the dreamland is not a trivial matter. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless and was on full alert. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable seemed to have seen through Fang Yuan's thoughts. You don't have to be afraid. Listen to my song. As soon as she finished speaking, her fingers, which were as tender as spring onions, moved. Under her control, the strings produced a melodious and beautiful sound. It was as slow as a spring, and it was pleasant to listen to. Then, she opened her mouth and began to sing in an ancient rhythm. Fang Yuan heard her sing, "The song is lonely, the hero is down and out, the road of life is full of troubles. Broken sword sinks into sand. The rise and fall of the ancient times, the unceasing heavenly river surges. Worry, the night is long and dreamy, where can I rest in peace? How many spring and autumn does it take to change a person's heart? Only Providence is boundless." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sang in the night. Her voice was like a clear spring that flowed into the deepest part of Fang Yuan's heart. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. Hearing this, he felt that this song was like a prophecy. It had deep meaning, but he could not understand it in the short term. After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finished her song, her figure dissipated. A mysterious smile hung on her lips the entire time. Fang Yuan's concentration was completely focused. But in the next moment, the dream suddenly dissipated. What's going on? Why did this dream realm vanish? Outside the dream realm, Feng Kim Hong, who was recuperating, suddenly opened his eyes, shocked and suspicious. Fang Yuan concealed himself in time. He did not expose himself. He quietly left this place, feeling very surprised. How can this be? Before I explored the third layer of the dream realm, it vanished on its own. What kind of dream is this? Why is it so strange? Even with my 500 years of experience, I have never heard of such a dream realm. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. He vaguely felt that this dream realm was very special. It seemed to have a very important meaning to him. In the dream, what did Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sing? What did she want to tell me? Fang Yuan tried to recall but could not remember anything. It was like a normal person waking up from a dream. Even though they knew it was a dream, they could not recall the details of the dream. Fang Yuan thought hard. He even used wisdom path methods, but he could not recall the content of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's song, only that slow zither music was reverberating in his mind. Almost at the same time, in southern border Shadow Sect's headquarters, Life and Death Blessed Land. Life and Death Blessed Land had the door of life and death, and in front of this door, there was a dream realm. Old Man Inkstone held 9 rank 8 immortal goo as he entered the dream realm calmly. The moment he entered, Old Man Inkstone felt an intense killing intent that was as cold as winter. Kill, kill, kill. A man in a black robe with bloodshot eyes and disheveled hair pounced at him. At once, Old Man Inkstone could not move at all. If anyone was here and saw this man in a black robe, they would cry out in shock, "Spectral Soul Demon Venerable." At the next moment, Old Man Inkstone was forced out. His soul was injured. After returning to his body, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's dream realm was much more difficult than Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm that Fang Yuan explored. Old Man Inkstone had only entered the first layer of the dream realm, but he was already forced to play the role of a character in the dream. And this character was the enemy that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable killed. Old Man Inkstone tried countless times, but he was killed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable the moment he entered the dream. He could not react in time. But I have already left the immortal goo in the dream. Now, it is time to activate the killer move. Old Man Inkstone ignored his injuries. His right hand that was as dry as wood opened up, revealing another immortal goo in his palm. This immortal goo was refined by Central Continent Yumu Chun. It was Rule Path and was called Reality. Reality Immortal Goo was activated by Old Man Inkstone using his immortal essence. It turned into a silver light that flew into the sky at an incredible speed. In the air, it kept flying around the dream, dragging out a long silver tail that stopped in midair. It did not dissipate. Rise. Old Man Inkstone thought in his mind. Countless goo worms flew out of his immortal aperture, surrounding Spectral Soul's dream realm. They formed a formation in the air. Hundreds and thousands of mortal goo, all of them rank 5. They used Reality Immortal Goo. There were also 9 immortal goo left in the dream realm as the cores, forming a mysterious immortal killer move. An hour later, Old Man Inkstone's face turned purple gold. Most of the immortal essence that he had accumulated in his life had been expended, all of his goo worms were destroyed. Only a silver cocoon of light was left. The cocoon was huge, it completely covered spectral soul demon Venerable's dream realm. Old Man Inkstone let out a breath of turbid air. His body shook, he almost fell to the ground. He was extremely tired, but also had a gratified expression. He looked at the silver cocoon in front of him, muttering, "Next, I just have to wait for the nurturing to succeed." Several days later, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan laughed loudly, walking out of the underground cave. He succeeded. After spending a month in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he finally created an immortal battlefield killer move. This move was called Star Soul Battlefield. It used Cleansed Soul, Star Mark, Star Shoot, Starlight, and Star Thought as the cores. Even though the explosive power was not strong, it was endless, it could expend a lot of the enemy's battle strength. The light of wisdom is truly amazing. If I had to deduce it myself, I might not even be able to deduce it in 3 years. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. This Star Soul Battlefield might only have over 600 goo, including immortal goo. But the truth was, the coordination and usage of goo worms were extremely complex. Thus, Fang Yuan needed at least 5 minutes to set up this Star Soul Battlefield. This time was not long. Compared to other battlefield killer moves, it was still below average. Normally speaking, battlefield killer moves needed a lot of time to set up. In his previous life, Fairy Lishan fought against Hay Tribe's 4 old-timers' Green City Rampage. She used the immortal battlefield killer move Pear Garden in Mountain. She had already started preparing it when she was lying in ambush earlier. In terms of trapping enemies, my Star Soul Battlefield cannot compare to Pear Garden in Mountain. But the battlefield has countless ways to wear them down, it is far superior to Pear Garden in Mountain in this aspect. After all, this Star Soul Battlefield mainly uses Battle Soul Battlefield as a reference. With Star Soul Battlefield, Fang Yuan wanted to find a suitable opponent to test it on. He quickly thought of that One Finger Flow Shark. One Finger Flow Shark has rank 8 battle strength and has 3-time path immortal goo. My Star Soul Battlefield cannot trap it. Moreover, to deal with the One Finger Flow Shark, I have to deal with Shark Demon and Su Baiman at the same time. Fang Yuan immediately dispelled this unrealistic idea. He could of course cooperate with Blazing Heaven Demoness. According to this time, Fairy Lishan and Blazing Heaven Demoness had already exchanged letters many times, reaching an initial understanding and some common understandings. Fang Yuan could rely on his status as He Lolan's ally to cooperate with Blazing Heaven Demoness to deal with the One Finger Flow Shark. It was highly possible. However, Fang Yuan did not choose this method. Even if he succeeded in dealing with the One Finger Flow Shark, Fang Yuan would not be able to compete with Blazing Heaven Demoness in terms of battle spoils, he would only get a small portion of the benefits. And it was also impossible to cooperate with Blazing Heaven Demoness to kill Shark Demon and Su Baiman. Although Fang Yuan was not a member of Zombie Alliance, Blazing Heaven Demoness was. Due to the Zombie Alliance's agreement, Blazing Heaven Demoness could at most suppress Shark Demon and Su Baiman, she could not take their lives. However, I still need to find Blazing Heaven Demoness. If I don't find her, He Lulan and Fairy Lishan might still conceal Blazing Heaven Demoness' existence and use her as a surprise weapon to deal with me. If I take the initiative to find her, I will cut off this layer of hope of He Lulan and the others, and also act as a deterrent to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan then returned to Eastern Sea. Eastern Sea's Shark Demon couple had been anxiously waiting for Fang Yuan for a long time. In this life, because of Fang Yuan, their progress in attacking Yulu Blessed Land was greatly advanced. But the final obstacle, biting your troops, was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Shark Demon and the others had no idea where to start, they could only look at the immortal goo fluttering in front of them and sigh. Shark Demon's desire towards Fang Yuan could be imagined. But Fang Yuan did not want to pay any attention to him. Rather than cooperating with Shark Demon, it would be better to help Blazing Heaven Demoness take over Yulu Blessed Land. The sky was blue, there were only a few clouds. Fang Yuan floated in the sky, looking afar. He saw a vast sea and sky, the sea was blue, there were no waves, it was a grand sight. This was the unique side of Eastern Sea. It was completely different from the mountainous southern border. When Eastern Sea was calm, it was quite similar to the bold and unrestrained northern plains. When huge waves appeared on the surface of the sea, it would be dangerous and violent, and the resemblance to northern plains would vanish. Eastern Sea had a lot of water, it had many changes. It was precisely because of this change that this magnificent scenery was created, and it also brewed the unique cultural styles. Fang Yuan waited patiently. The sea area below him was small, it was the territory of Zombie Alliance, Budan's private sea area. But Budan had already been chased out. The one occupying this place was the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, the rank 8 Fire Path Immortal Zombie Blazing Heaven Demoness. A while ago, Fang Yuan's letter to Blazing Heaven Demoness had already been sent to the bottom of the sea. But there were no movements in the sea. Who are you? Such guts, you dare to disturb me at the most crucial moment of the Gu refinement. Suddenly, a voice resounded in Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan was shocked. He had already activated his investigative methods, but Blazing Heaven Demoness movements were untraceable. Fang Yuan could not sense her. She actually got close to him, and even before she spoke, Fang Yuan did not sense anything. On the surface, Fang Yuan was calm and collected. He turned around and bowed. I am Fang Yuan, greetings to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan? Blazing Heaven Demoness' eyes shined with bright light. These last days, she had been in a good mood. Because she and Fairy Li Shan had resumed their correspondence, in the letter, Fairy Li Shan expressed her understanding for He Lulan. Earlier, she was not really refining Gu. She only received an information path mortal Gu. The Gu's message was friend of He Lulan. This made Blazing Heaven Demoness curious and wary. She concealed herself and got close to Fang Yuan to probe him. Fang Yuan did not sense anything, he only had rank 6 cultivation level. This made Blazing Heaven Demoness wariness lower. Blazing Heaven Demoness had a strong personality. She immediately accused Fang Yuan of disturbing her Gu refinement. She wanted to take the initiative to force him. But she did not say anything. Blazing Heaven Demoness words made Blazing Heaven Demoness admire Fang Yuan a little more. Fang Yuan nodded, that is me. Saying so, he deactivated Familiar Face, turning from Resourceful Star's image back to his immortal zombie body appearance. Blazing Demoness pupils dilated slightly. Blazing Heaven Demoness sighed, this rank 8 attitude Gu really is. Gu Demoness Gu, Dao is. Gu. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, Wisdom Star Chen Dao is me, but I am not just the Wisdom Star. Gu, and she, and was, she. Gu. Gu Demoness and Demoness. She had long coveted Yulu blessed land. Hence, he had been secretly paying attention to and collecting information on Shark Demon. The Blazing Heaven Demoness had long since learned about Fang Yuan's disguise as the resourceful Star Chen Dao. If I did not have wisdom path attainment, how could I create Imperial Court blessed land alone? The Blazing Heaven Demoness. I wonder if you are interested in Yulu blessed land. Fang Yuan revealed his intentions. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled, what do you think? Fang Yuan smiled and said calmly, if you are not interested, I would not have come here. Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed, is this also what your master, Zishan Makoto, wants? Fang Yuan did not deny it, with my ability, as long as I have some time, I will be able to break the final battlefield killer move in Yulu blessed land. However, it's up to you to push Shark Demon and Subaiman out. If he did not have Star Thought Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan might not have the confidence. But with Wisdom Path Immortal Gu and the unmoving battlefield killer move, Fang Yuan would not have a hard time taking it down. Blazing Heaven Demoness' expression turned grim. Fang Yuan controlled the tempo of the conversation, she finally felt impatient. Words are no proof. She said coldly. Just because you say you have the ability, does that mean you have the ability? How can I trust you? The anger of a rank 8 Gu immortal was not a small matter, the atmosphere became heavy. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He had expected Blazing Heaven Demoness to have such a reaction. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not know Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan had his previous life's experience and knew about Blazing Heaven Demoness. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Precisely so, Fang Yuan took the initiative in the conversation. It is easy to make Lord believe in my ability. I will show my incompetence first. Saying so, Fang Yuan used his fingers to make deductions. At once, starlight appeared on his body, immortal goo auras fluctuated. More than 10 breaths of time later, Fang Yuan stopped pretending. He sighed to Blazing Heaven Demoness, a rank 8 grade expert is truly not easy to deduce. This is your excuse for failure? Blazing Heaven Demoness raised her eyebrows. Of course not. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. I have already deduced that Lord has already contacted people in Zombie Alliance's headquarters and is preparing to expel Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. I'm afraid Budan has already been captured by you, right? First subdue him, then release him and let him use immortal goo materials to bribe Su Bai Man. By then, you can find an excuse to steal the goo materials, and you can openly find trouble with them. Blazing Heaven Demoness heard this and her expression changed. She was extremely shocked. She did not expect Fang Yuan to deduce her plan in such a short time. She was a rank 8 goo immortal. Even though she cultivated Fire Path, she had methods to defend against Wisdom Path goo immortals' deductions. Why was this method so useless in front of Fang Yuan? No wonder this person could make my sister wary and make little Lan suffer. No, that might not be the case. Maybe this was deduced by Zishan Makoto. He is just putting on a show in front of me. Blazing Heaven Demoness calmed down. She was not an ordinary immortal zombie. Those who could cultivate to rank 8 were not easy to fool. Good, since you have such ability, I have a problem to solve. Now. Before she finished speaking, Blazing Heaven Demoness grabbed with her hand, flames rose and enveloped Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He once again experienced Blazing Heaven Demoness' domineering nature, but he was not worried that she would harm him. Because Halolan's attitude immortal goo was in his hands. If Blazing Heaven Demoness wanted to kill Fang Yuan, was she not afraid that Fang Yuan would fight to the death and destroy attitude immortal goo? Fang Yuan did not resist, he was grabbed by Blazing Heaven Demoness. Next, Blazing Heaven Demoness shouted. She turned into a blazing rainbow that tore through the sky. Fang Yuan's eyes were filled with a fiery red color, unable to move. He did not know how long had passed, but suddenly, the flames in front of him disappeared. Fang Yuan found that he was in the middle of a wilderness. The plains stretched as far as the eye could see. Green grass covered the whole field, they were cute and fresh. There were few trees in the field, they had a wide field of vision. The most eye-catching thing was a palace not far away. This palace had azure gold carvings, on the surface were images of seas, the sky, mountains, and so on. This was the rough style of the remote antiquity era. The overflowing aura of immortal goo showed how extraordinary this palace was. This was an immortal goo house. At this moment, many goo immortals were standing in groups on the field, surrounding this immortal goo house from all directions. There were also some goo immortals. They were floating in the air, far away from the immortal goo house. But no matter which goo immortal it was, their gazes were focused on Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fang Yuan. Earlier, a blazing rainbow descended from the sky. It had a grand momentum, it was hard not to notice. Blazing Heaven Demoness rank 8 goo immortal aura was even harder to ignore. With such a high-profile appearance, Fang Yuan, who came with her, was also targeted by countless gazes. I am Xianxia Yuan. Greetings to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness. Kai Xiong greets you. To be able to see Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness personally, it is my honor as Rualai. Soon, 3 goo immortals acted as representatives, speaking. Even though they did not have as much cultivation as Blazing Heaven Demoness. But they represented Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Rualai Clan. These 3 clans of Eastern Sea were super forces. They were also the main force that fought for ascending Heaven Plane in his previous life. Even Blazing Heaven Demoness could not be too arrogant. She nodded lightly at the 3, saying loudly, I have heard of old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance, I came here to try it. Go ahead. The 3 clans were silent. Blazing Heaven Demoness spoke casually, but the 3 clans did not dare to be careless. Not mentioning Blazing Heaven Demoness rank 8 cultivation level. Behind her was the colossal force known as Zombie Alliance. If Zombie Alliance also wanted to interfere in ascending Heaven Plane, then ascending Heaven Plane's situation would be in huge turmoil. Lady Blazing Heaven comes from Northern Plains, you are a guest. How can my Song family be lacking in etiquette? This one is untalented, so let me accompany you. Song Qiyuan took the initiative to slowly fly over. Brother Qiyuan is right. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness has just arrived. Kai Xiong is willing to explain to you. Kai Xiong had just finished speaking when Ruale Guei also flew to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness looked at the three immortals. She did not chase them away, letting them stand beside her. Ascending Heaven Plane's location determined that Zombie Alliance could not reach it. There were many super forces in Eastern Sea, but only 3 were truly fighting for the hegemony here. These 3 clans fought openly and secretly, but when Blazing Heaven Demoness, a powerful external force, suddenly appeared, they allied together to resist Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not need to guess to know that these 3 clans had already sent an urgent message. Soon, there would be rank 8 experts appearing to control the situation here. But Blazing Heaven Demoness also knew that even though Ascending Heaven Plane was good, she could not touch it. Even though she was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, if she tried to take over Ascending Heaven Plane, not only would Zombie Alliance not support her, she would also offend the 3 super forces. Blazing Heaven Demoness had a domineering nature, but she was not stupid. She was very intelligent and knew how to compromise. Otherwise, in Fang Yuan's previous life, she would not have made that new alliance agreement with Fang Yuan. Wisdom Star, this is Ascending Heaven Plane, one of the secluded domains of heaven and earth, has records of it. This place is filled with space path Dao marks. Not only are they irregular, they are also complex and ever-changing. Since you are confident in your wisdom path methods, show me Tian Nan's inheritance. Blazing Heaven Demoness said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. He already knew Blazing Heaven Demoness' intention. His wisdom path methods had just been exposed not long ago. Even He Lulan and the rest did not know. Since Blazing Heaven Demoness wanted to take down Yulu Blessed Land, she had to personally probe Fang Yuan's wisdom path abilities. If Fang Yuan had good strength, she would trust Fang Yuan and place the responsibility of taking down Yulu Blessed Land on his shoulders. If Fang Yuan was just an idiot, Blazing Heaven Demoness would find someone else to help him. As for Fang Yuan, he was useless, he could only stay at the side. Wisdom Star, why does this name sound familiar? Since this person is favored by Blazing Heaven Demoness, he must have some ability. Ascending Heaven Plane space path Dao marks are not only complex, they are constantly changing. Our 3 clans are restricted by them, our progress is slow. With his own strength, how is that possible? Song Qiyuan, Kai Xiong, and Ruale Guei conversed secretly. They watched as Fang Yuan landed on the ground and walked towards the immortal Gu house left behind by old eccentric Tian Nan. Not just the 3 of them, the other Gu immortals' gazes were also focused on Fang Yuan. In Song Clan's camp, there was a young girl dressed in white. Her immortal light was like snow. She was the pearl of Song Clan, one of the beauties of Eastern Sea, Song Yishur. Wisdom Star Chen Dao. At this moment, Song Yishur stared at Fang Yuan without blinking. She had a curious expression. I know this person. Recently, Shark Demon tried to take down Yulu Blessed Land. He tried always to ask for this person's help. Previously, Chen Dao helped Shark Demon unravel several battlefield killer moves. His progress was extremely fast. But for some reason, Chen Dao suddenly ignored Shark Demon. Strange. Shika-chan, why do you know so much about Chen Dao? But speaking of which, this kid was indeed elegant and graceful. You are extraordinarily handsome. People will have a good impression of you at first glance. A female Gu immortal elder of Song Clan teased Song Yishur. A blush flashed across Song Yishur's face as she explained, Chen Dao once revealed one of Shark Demon's secrets, and in order to protect the secret, Shark Demon once asked Uncle Song Jiadan for help. That's why I value him. This was different from his previous life. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had disguised himself as Xianxia. It was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. But in this life, since he had rank 8 attitude Gu and familiar face, Fang Yuan naturally wanted to make full use of this killer move. Changing into a good-looking face could make people lower their guard, making it easier for Fang Yuan to act. Song Clan's Gu immortals heard this and their expressions changed. Song Jiadan was the pride of Song tribe. He was publicly recognized as one of the 3 wisdom path Gu immortals in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan could actually break Song Jiadan's method, just this alone. Just this alone was enough to show how amazing he was. At once, Song Clan's Gu immortals looked at Fang Yuan with different gazes. Fang Yuan walked in front of everyone. After taking 5 or 6 steps, he slowly came to a halt. He had a calm expression on his face, but he was secretly concentrating on something. Ascending heaven plane was not simple. These secluded domains of heaven and earth often had their own mystical properties. For example, Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were filled with soul path Dao marks, while ascending heaven plane had countless space path Dao marks. Because of these space path Dao marks, ascending heaven plane could connect to the immemorial 9 heavens. Even mortals could enter the immemorial 9 heavens through ascending heaven plane. However, after Renzu's children wreaked havoc in the 9 heavens, they destroyed many immemorial heavens. Even ascending heaven plane was affected. Ascending heaven plane was no longer as safe as the immemorial era. The space path Dao marks here were complex like countless spider webs. And they were still changing. Even though ascending heaven plane looked peaceful on the surface, it was actually filled with danger and killing intent. Even if a Gu immortal was here, they would suffer terrifying damage from the space path Dao marks if they were not careful. Blazing Heaven Demoness brought me here to test my wisdom path ability, and also to suppress me. She is probably still suspecting that I am relying on Zishan Makoto, that I have no wisdom path method and am only a messenger. After all, the things I deduced are all dead or already established facts. Only the environment here, which is constantly changing, can truly test my wisdom path abilities. It was no wonder that Blazing Heaven Demoness was suspicious. After all, Fang Yuan's wisdom path method was too sudden. Moreover, he was an immortal zombie. It was not that there were no wisdom path immortal zombies, but it was very rare for them to have such powerful wisdom path methods after becoming immortal zombies. In Fang Yuan's mind, star thoughts collided and fused with each other. With star thought immortal Gu, he no longer lacked star thoughts. This gave Fang Yuan endless confidence. After calculating for a while, he continued to move forward, towards the immortal Gu house left behind by old eccentric Tian Nan. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, after 11 steps, Fang Yuan stopped again. At this moment, he was still 300 steps away from the immortal Gu house left behind by old eccentric Tian Nan, but he had already caught up to the Gu immortal at the end. This Gu immortal came from Ruao Lai clan. Seeing that Fang Yuan was on par with him, he laughed, not minding it. Fang Yuan continued his deductions. The space path Dao marks here were formless and traceless, he had to make deductions. The distance that he had deduced earlier had already been completed. Fang Yuan had to move and stop from time to make deductions. It was not worth it to deduce a longer distance in one go. Because the space path Dao marks were constantly changing, sometimes they changed rapidly, sometimes they changed slowly. If the distance was too long, halfway through, the later half of the journey would change. The results that he deduced after so much effort would be in vain. I need to display my value and participate in Yulu blessed land. I will need to display my wisdom path abilities. It seems that my name, Wisdom Star, is going to become famous in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with starlight. He had already gained some understanding during his deductions. 15 minutes later, he surpassed most of the Gu immortals on the ground, getting to the front. Wisdom Star Chen Dao. Kai Xiong stared at Fang Yuan's back as he muttered. How old is he? At this attainment level, he is at least a wisdom path grandmaster. Ruao Lai Guai gritted his teeth. Song Chi Yuan sighed to himself. It is a pity that my Song clan's Song Jiadan could not come personally. Otherwise, this inheritance would have been obtained by my Song clan long ago. Blazing Heaven Demoness was very satisfied. Such an achievement was enough to take down Yulu blessed land even in the huge Eastern Sea. At the same time, Blazing Heaven Demoness could not help but feel shocked. How many years has it been since Fang Yuan became an immortal? He not only cultivates strength path, but also has such deep wisdom path attainment. And from my sister's letter, he seems to have displayed impressive enslavement path attainment in the imperial court contest. With such a disciple, his master, Zishan Makoto, must be extraordinary. It is about time. I am about 108 steps away from the immortal Gu house. Even though I can continue moving forward, I am already at the front. If I shorten the distance, I might attract trouble. Fang Yuan assessed the situation. With Blazing Heaven Demoness, he could easily take down Shark Demon and Subai Man. But against Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Ruo Lai Clan, Blazing Heaven Demoness alone was too weak. The space path down marks here increased in number as they got closer to the inheritance, and they were changing rapidly. Thus, the difficulty of deductions rose rapidly. With just Fang Yuan's ability, he could not reach the immortal Gu house. Especially after 80 steps, he needed Wisdom Path killer moves. The Wisdom Path killer moves here were not defensive methods like Star Fog Concealment, nor were they offensive moves like Hataru, they were used for deductions. Fang Yuan did not have such a foundation. But he had Wisdom Gu. Even though he did not subdue Wisdom Gu, he could use the Light of Wisdom. With just this Light of Wisdom, he could leave countless Wisdom Path killer moves that were used for deductions far behind. If he had the Light of Wisdom, Fang Yuan would have broken through long ago. He would be at least 50 steps away, not 100 steps away. The Light of Wisdom could not be exposed. Even if Fang Yuan obtained the inheritance, he would not be able to leave today. The three super forces were eyeing this place. How could they let Fang Yuan leave after taking advantage of them? Thus, Fang Yuan stopped and looked at Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness snickered to herself. This Fang Yuan knew his place. Not to mention that Fang Yuan was only a rank 6 immortal zombie. Even if she had rank 8 cultivation level, she would not dare to covet the things here. She had wanted to retreat long ago. But retreating without fighting was troublesome. Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Ruo Lai Clan, these three super forces viewed Ascending Heaven Plain as their exclusive territory. Blazing Heaven Demoness barged in. If the three clans did not take a firm stance, even more people would covet her. And for Blazing Heaven Demoness, if she left early, the three super forces would pursue her. She might as well stay and deal with this matter first. She had to fight rank 8 Gu Immortals. Sure enough, not long later, the three clans rank 8 Gu Immortals appeared. They formed an alliance and negotiated with Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness was alone, but her aura was not weak. She took the initiative to fight. The four immortals flew to White Heaven. Nobody knew of their sparring. After the sparring, Blazing Heaven Demoness landed and laughed heartily, leaving Ascending Heaven Plain with Fang Yuan. In contrast, the three rank 8s of Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Ruo Lai Clan had wariness and seriousness in their eyes. They conversed secretly. I have heard that Northern Plains Gu Immortals have extraordinary battle strength, far surpassing Gu Immortals of the 4 regions. Today's battle with Blazing Heaven was as expected. Even though she is an immortal zombie, she has incredible battle strength. We need at least 2 people to resist her. Great Grandmaster Fire Path Attainment Level. This woman cannot be underestimated. Back then in Northern Plains, she destroyed a fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens, thus she is called Blazing Heaven Demoness. She has a shameless nature. Even though she retreated, in my opinion, we need to be more vigilant. That makes sense. East Sea, Bipolar Strait. The sound of the waves penetrated through the thick fog and faintly reached the strait. Song Jedon sat cross-legged on the cliff with his eyes closed. His lower body was made of grey stone. His upper body was that of an old man, covered in wrinkles and extremely old. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched. He sensed the token of Song Clan's first Supreme Elder, rank 8 Gu Immortal Song Chi Yuan. With a thought from Song Jedon, the fog surged and revealed an empty tunnel. A moment later, 2 figures walked out from the tunnel. A man and a woman, both Gu Immortals. The female immortal was dressed in white, like a lotus fairy, pure and moving. Her spirited eyes looked around with a hint of liveliness. The male immortal was a middle-aged man. He was mature and steady. He walked behind the woman. Clan Uncle Jiadan. Song Yishir shouted from afar. Song Jedon wanted to reveal a trace of a smile, but in the end, he could not. He could no longer move, and the muscles on his face were completely stiff. His wisdom path cultivation was very unique. He could use providence to deduce matters and objects. It was usually very accurate. However, there were advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage was that Song Jedon would lose his freedom from then on. His lower body would be petrified, and he had already become one with the bipolar strait. When his lifespan was exhausted, his entire body would turn into a piece of stone, without any signs of life. In the end, Song Jedon could only say slowly and expressionlessly, "Little Sure, cousin Xianxia, long time no see. The ones who came to the twin polar straits to visit Song Jiadan were the Song clans Song Yisher and Song Xiaqi. Uncle Jiadan, this is the token grandfather gave me. Please take a look. Song Yisher first handed the token in her hand to Song Jiadan. After Song Jiadan confirmed that there was no mistake, he nodded and asked, "What do you want to calculate this time?" Song Xiaqi opened his mouth and said, "This time. We're here for the Tian-nan inheritance in the ascending heaven plane." Song Jiadan pondered, there are many chaotic space path Dao marks in ascending heaven plane and they are constantly changing. If I can't be there in person, I can't adapt to local conditions. He calculated the path in time. But Ruo Lai and Kai clan did not have any powerful wisdom path Gu immortals. I believe that with my wisdom path immortal Gu, you won't be able to escape. We should be able to come out on top. Song Yisher smiled lightly and said, Uncle Jiadan, there has been a new change in the ascending heaven plane. Oh. Song Yisher then explained how the sky-scorching Demoness and Feng Yuan had barged into the ascending heaven plane. Song Jiadan immediately understood the purpose of Song Yisher and Song Xiaqi's visit and said in realization, so you want to hire this resourceful star to help the Song clan obtain Tian-nan's inheritance. Not bad. Wisdom Star was not a member of Zombie Alliance, he was a good friend of Tai Baiyunqing, he was a Northern Plains Gu immortal. Because the Earth Tide had come to the East Sea. Since he can work for Zombie Alliance, naturally our Song family can also hire him. His wisdom path attainment is quite good, if our Song clan is a step slower and the other two clans get it first, we will be in a passive situation. Song Xiaqi said. That's why you came here this time to ask me to divine the matter of this resourceful star, continued Song Jiadan. Song Yisher nodded repeatedly, I really can't hide anything from you, uncle. That's right, since we're going to hire resourceful star, we need to know him well. After all, he was not one of their clansmen. Most importantly, the other party is also a wisdom path Gu immortal, if he tries to scheme, not only will our Song clan suffer a loss, we will also suffer a huge loss. We will also lose face. So this time, I hope uncle can use your methods to see if you can suppress this Northern Plains wisdom path Gu immortal. Song Jiadan lowered his eyes. A trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes, but this resourceful star Chen Dao was able to break the method I used on Shark Demon, and was also able to shine in ascending heaven plane. This means that he not only has wisdom path attainment level, he also does not lack wisdom path immortal Gu. If I rashly make deductions on such a wisdom path expert, it might go against the rules of us wisdom path Gu immortals. If I am not careful, I might attract the other party's enmity and create a strong wisdom path enemy for our clan. In the previous life, Feng Yuan disguised as Xianxia because he peeked at Song Yisher bathing. Thus, Song Jiadan had a reason to appear. In this life, Feng Yuan disguised as Wisdom Star. He did not leave behind any evidence, and most importantly, he displayed superior wisdom path methods, causing Song Jiadan to feel wariness towards him. Song Yisher and Song Xiaqi looked at each other, the former did not speak, while the latter spoke, everything has its pros and cons, it is just a matter of choice. Before we came, we had already discussed with First Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder, we would like to ask Cousin Jiadan to make a move. Song Jiadan nodded, even though he was a wisdom path Gu immortal, he was not the decision maker of the clan. Since that was the case, he did not hesitate anymore. After preparing for a while, he made his move. A long while later, Song Jiadan slowly opened his eyes, showing a trace of fatigue, I cannot deduce it. What uncle, you are one of the 3 strongest wisdom path Gu immortals in Eastern Sea, how can you not deduce it? Don't tell me this Chen Dao is really so strong in wisdom path, he is already on par with cousin. Song Yisher and Song Xiaqi were very shocked. Song Jiadan shook his head, the human heart is limited, providence is hard to predict. Maybe this Chen Dao is really amazing, he blocked all of my deductions. Or maybe he is not in Eastern Sea. If not in Eastern Sea, where else? The Earth Tide has already subsided, there is still a long time before the next Earth Tide. Song Yisher was very confused. Every immortal aperture is a small world, it is isolated from the outside world. My cultivation level is only rank 7, it is not strange that I could not deduce it. Is that so? Song Yisher muttered, feeling a little dejected and disappointed. Song Jedon's tone changed, saying, I am more concerned about ascending heaven plane itself. This place can connect to White Heaven and Black Heaven. It is a strategic location that people covet. This time, even though Blazing Heaven Demoness retreated, she did not lose her prestige. In this way, it would fuel the flames of greed in some people with ulterior motives. Eastern Sea's lone immortals and demonic cultivators need to be careful. As for the other righteous path superforces, even though they cannot directly interfere, they can still disrupt ascending heaven plane's situation. This is the greatest danger that is currently lurking. Cousin is truly insightful, your words make sense. Song Xiaqi's expression changed as he nodded. Song Yishur also showed some worry on her face. If you want me to deduce why Star Chen Dao, I might as well deduce this matter. Don't worry, as long as we follow my arrangements, we will be able to attack the invading lone immortals and demonic cultivators. We can even use their strength to weaken Ruo Lai clan and Kai clan. Song Jedon said confidently. Central Continent. Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Starfog Concealment. Fang Yuan willed as he activated an immortal killer move. Immediately, a hazy starlight fog appeared. It slowly flowed out of his second immortal aperture. Soon, the starlight fog covered Fang Yuan's whole body, so that his features were blurred. Outsiders could only see Fang Yuan's figure through the starlight fog. The modified star fog concealment seems to have succeeded. Fang Yuan inspected it and was overjoyed. This star fog concealment could defend against other people's deductions against him. Fang Yuan left ascending heaven plane. After negotiating with Blazing Heaven Demoness, he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land and used the light of wisdom. He modified the original star fog concealment. The original star fog concealment had 2 core immortal goo, one of them was star thought immortal goo. The modified star fog concealment also had 2 core immortal goo. Star thought immortal goo was still among them, the other was replaced by Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo by Fang Yuan. Right now, Fang Yuan had Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level. Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo, which he could not use earlier, could now be put to good use. After my trip to Ascending Heaven Plane, the name of Wisdom Star Chen Dao will soon spread throughout Eastern Sea's Goo Immortal world. At that time, they will deduce me. There will definitely be many Goo Immortals looking for information about Wisdom Star. Familiar Face is a transformation path killer move. It can disguise oneself, but it cannot deal with deductions. With Star Fog Concealment now, I will be much safer in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan thought. Of course, Star Fog Concealment had its limits. Firstly, its defense was only against other people's deductions. It could not defend against earth, water, wind, fire, or physical attacks. Secondly, its cores were only 2 rank 6 immortal goo. Even a rank 7 wisdom path goo immortal's deductions could only block them for a while. Then, it would collapse. Finally, Star Fog Concealment did not need to be activated continuously. The star fog produced by this move was a layer of defense. As long as the star fog did not dissipate, it could defend against deductions. It was a layer of defense, as long as the star fog did not dissipate. This layer of star fog is filled with star path and wisdom path Dao marks. It is these disorderly Dao marks that can block deductions from the outside world. Even if Song Jiadan tries to deduce me, the star fog can block them for a while. I will be alerted and have enough time to use fixed immortal travel to hide in my immortal aperture. Once he entered the immortal aperture, he would be in a different world. Even a rank 8 wisdom path grade expert could not do anything if they wanted to deduce it. First was the battlefield killer move Star Soul, then Star Fog Concealment. Fang Yuan's 2 shortcomings were fixed. Next, he would refine the rank 6 all-out effort immortal goo. At the same time, he would wait patiently for Blazing Heaven Demoness to make her move. In my previous life, Blazing Heaven Demoness had already pushed aside Shark Demon and Subai Man, but the timing was wrong. She could only go to Northern Plains. In this life, with my influence, the progress of Yulu Blessed Land was greatly advanced. She made her move earlier. There should be enough time. I hope that Yulu Blessed Land's gains this time will not be as disappointing as the Dream Realm in the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven Fragment. Earlier, even though Fang Yuan broke through the second layer of the Dream Realm and reached the third layer, he had reached the same progress as in his previous life. Be it Wisdom Path or Star Path attainment levels, they had risen slightly, but they were still at Grandmaster level. Most importantly, the third layer of the dream realm was very strange. Fang Yuan could not understand it. The third layer of the dream realm dissipated naturally, it did not give Fang Yuan any gains in attainment level. In the dream realm, star constellation Immortal Venerable recited a poem. Fang Yuan could not remember it no matter how hard he tried. Days passed. Blazing Heaven Demoness finally established a good relationship with Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. It was similar to in his previous life. She used Budan to take the initiative to push aside Shark Demon and Subai Man. Fang Yuan did not participate in this process. He only took action when Blazing Heaven Demoness attacked Yulu Blessed Land. Just like he expected, even though the battlefield killer move Unmoving Troops was mystical, without anyone controlling it, it was like an empty formation. Fang Yuan expended a lot of energy and immortal essence to break through the final round, completely taking over Yulu Blessed Land. There is only one strength path Immortal Gu, don't think about it, this is my gift to Little Lon. According to our agreement, you can take 2 rank 6 Immortal Gu. But this star path Immortal Gu, even though it is rank 6, it is on the list of the top 10 mystical Gu, it has high value. If you choose it, you will not be able to choose any other Immortal Gu. Blazing Heaven Demoness said to Fang Yuan. P.S. There was a typo in the previous chapter, Song Chi Yuan has been changed to Song Kuan. Thank you for the reminder. Central Continent, Starform Blessed Land. Fang Yuan was focused, he was refining all-out effort Gu meticulously. Large numbers of immortal materials had already melted into a lump of liquid. The yellow-brown liquid floated in the air. Fang Yuan willed as his second vital Gu, the rank 5 all-out effort Gu, was thrown into the liquid. Rise. Soon after, Fang Yuan shouted and stretched out his palm, his 5 fingers spread open as he grabbed at the ground. Crack crack. With a loud sound, the soil and rocks on the ground flew, enveloping the liquid and forming a ball of soil. This was a refinement path killer move, it was an earth path killer move. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had exchanged for it from Land Spirit of Xianxia. This was a small benefit of joining Xianxia sect. Of course, it was not free. Fang Yuan had also deduced an Immortal Gu recipe for Land Spirit of Xianxia, it was about 30% complete. This refinement path killer move was not at Gu Immortal level, but it was very useful. After Fang Yuan modified the all-out effort Immortal Gu recipe, he used this refinement path killer move many times during the Gu refinement process. Blood refinement killer move, blood refinement snake, Fang Yuan's body shook, blood flowed out of his eyes, nose, ears, and other orifices. The blood did not stop, it turned into 7 snakes that slithered around, hissing and hissing. The 7 blood snakes climbed onto the soil ball. The soil ball coiled into a snake ball. Fang Yuan threw Mortal Gu one after another, the blood snakes opened their mouths and swallowed. Every time it swallowed a Gu worm, its snake body would sink a little deeper into the soil ball. Over 2 hours later, the blood snakes completely fused into the soil ball. The surface of the earthen ball was covered with densely packed crimson snake scales. The entire earthen ball seemed to have a life of its own. The crimson snake scales constantly flickered with a faint light. It was as if the soil ball was breathing. Fang Yuan used fire to roast it again. These were 3 different colored flames, roasting the snake scale soil ball. In the blue flame, the flickering light on the soil ball became longer, a layer of white frost appeared on the red snake scales. Fang Yuan used the green flame again. After the barbecue, the glimmer on the earthen ball became livelier, and a thin layer of moss grew out of the frost. Finally, Fang Yuan used some kind of yellow flame. In the flames, the moss on the surface of the earthen ball hardened. The blood cocoon had turned brown. The blood cocoon was decorated with specks of golden light. It was as if Xianxia had joined in. The yellow flame roasted the earthen ball for the longest time. After roasting it for an entire day and night, the entire brown ball of earth finally turned into a pure gold color. After reaching this step, it finally came to an end. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. He had obtained a precious breather, and then rested for 2 days and 2 nights. After recovering, he took out the golden earthen orb. Originally, the brown earthen ball was as big as a wash basin, but after being roasted to a golden color, the earthen ball was only slightly bigger than a baby's head. The next step was crucial. Fang Yuan took a deep breath and activated a specific goo worm to attack the golden ball. With a bang, the golden earthen ball exploded. Countless golden powder immediately spread out, covering a radius of 3 miles. I failed. Fang Yuan's expression sank. His gaze that was filled with anticipation dimmed. The sky was filled with golden powder, but there was nothing left. If he had succeeded, he would have formed a semi-finished immortal goo, but unfortunately, he did not succeed this time. The immortal materials, immortal yuan stone, and countless mortal goo that he had invested earlier had all gone to waste. The only gain was that Fang Yuan gained some experience in goo refinement. The next time he tried it, he would be able to refine it. The next time he tried, he might be slightly more proficient. Sighing, Fang Yuan quickly returned to his normal state of mind. He calmed down. Refining immortal goo was not easy, the success rate was too low. It was normal to have such a failure. Next, he had to accumulate more immortal materials and try again. Fang Yuan refined spring-autumn cicada in his previous life, and after experiencing star-thought immortal goo in this life, his mental fortitude in this aspect rose sharply. After resting, he used fixed immortal travel to leave the blessed land, arriving in southern border. The night was deep. Fang Yuan flew all the way to the clouds. Above the clouds, the stars were even clearer and more dazzling. Star eyes, Fang Yuan had obtained this immortal goo recently. It was his harvest from Yulu blessed land. Fang Yuan activated this immortal goo. Immediately, his pupils turned into whirlpools that rotated continuously. A formless attraction force pulled the starlight in the night sky towards Fang Yuan's eyes. Rank 6 Immortal Goo Star Eyes, ranked 10th in the list of 10 mystical goo. This was an investigative immortal goo. Fang Yuan did not lack investigative methods, but after thinking about it, he still chose this immortal goo. Because this goo's investigative ability had already surpassed most investigative immortal killer moves, using star eyes, Fang Yuan could turn the stars in the night sky into his own eyes for observation. The starlight in black heaven shone on the 5 regions. As long as the starlight shone on a place, Fang Yuan would be able to investigate it. Fang Yuan could stay in central continent and use the starlight in the night sky to observe southern border, northern plains, and other places. Thus, this goo was ranked 10th. What a pity, if there were no drawbacks, this ranking could rise by 2 or 3 places. Star Eye's immortal goo's drawback was that it could not be used immediately. Before using it, there was a process of communicating with the stars. This was what Fang Yuan was doing right now. The whirlpools in his eyes became slower as the starlight was filtered and eliminated. Eventually, the starlight turned into countless threads that tangled together, forming a thumb-sized starlight thread. One in his left eye and one in his right eye, a total of 2 starlight threads. These 2 starlight threads were connected to Fang Yuan's pupil, while the other was connected to a star in black heaven. Beads of green grape immortal essence were expended one after another. Star Eye's immortal goo continued to be activated, a mysterious force passed through the starlight thread and spread all the way to the end. Fang Yuan's eyes were wide open, but his vision was filled with darkness. But as Star Eye's immortal goo continued to be activated, he could barely see a faint blue dot in the darkness. Time passed and soon, a night had passed. Fang Yuan's vision was still filled with darkness. But at the center, the blue dot had already expanded by a lot. As time passes, this blue dot will become bigger and bigger. It will gradually restore the full appearance of the star. I hope the star I chose is slightly smaller, otherwise, I will need a lot of time and effort to completely transform it into my own. If the star was slightly smaller, the time needed for Fang Yuan to completely transform it into his own would be much earlier. Even though the small star's starlight was dim, the large star's starlight had more penetrative power. But Fang Yuan would rather it be like this. He wanted to quickly realize the wondrous use of Star Eye's immortal goo. The sky gradually turned white. Fang Yuan finally stopped. He counted, in just one night, he had used up 8 beads of immortal essence to activate Star Eyes. Star Eyes is 10th, the drawback is that it consumes too much. To refine one star, it is no less than 10 rank 6 immortal goo refinements. Fortunately, I can handle this. Let's not talk about my star path attainment level. I am already a grandmaster, and have the light of wisdom. Star Eyes can be used with other immortal killer moves. It has a wide range of usage. Most importantly, if star eyes and fixed immortal travel are used together. Fang Yuan's thoughts spread out, he could not help but smile as he thought of the wondrous use. Blazing Heaven Demoness must have known this, that was why she used Star Eyes Immortal Goo. Undeniably, fixed immortal travel and Star Eyes Immortal Goo were very compatible. In the following days, Fang Yuan tried to refine all-out effort Immortal Goo while thinking about the battlefield killer move that Fairy Yu Lu left behind. The most important content was how to construct the battlefield killer move in the immortal aperture without damaging it. At the same time, Fang Yuan used his free time to use Star Eyes Immortal Goo to refine the stars in Black Heaven. Furthermore, he had been paying close attention to the outside world's information. Time passed as Fang Yuan cultivated. Northern Plains, Central Continent, and other places were not much different from his previous life. But in Eastern Sea, Ascending Heaven Plains situation had changed. In Fang Yuan's previous life, large numbers of lone cultivators and demonic immortals barged into Ascending Heaven Plain, messing up the situation that Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Rua Lai Clan had painstakingly maintained. During this process, Seven Seas Snake Lady even mocked and ridiculed Song Yisher, causing her to exterminate the small village by the sea and kill Li Xiaoyao's ancestors. But in this life, these lone immortals and demonic cultivators were jointly attacked by Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Rua Lai Clan. Before they could change the situation, they fell apart. The reason was that Blazing Heaven Demoness had brought Fang Yuan to roam around. The three Gu immortals were alerted. When the three clans fought among themselves, they restrained themselves even more. Once an external force tried to interfere, the three clans would immediately join hands. Fang Yuan was most concerned about Luopa Valley. He knew that a 100 days battle was happening in Luopa Valley. The Central Continent Gu immortals led by Feng Jioga were fighting against the Shadow Sect Gu immortals led by Qin Baisheng. Fang Yuan wanted to find out what the situation was like, but he did not have the ability to do so. He could only set up some investigative Gu worms within 100 li of Luopa Valley. This distance was already very dangerous. If he got any closer, he would be discovered by the Gu immortals of both sides. Be it Central Continent or the Shadow Sect, they were not to be trifled with. They were fighting for their lives in the valley. They would definitely be worried about a third party taking advantage of them. They would definitely make many investigative and counter-investigations, setting up battlefield killer moves, setting up Gu formations and other preparations. This life is different from my previous life. I purposely left Shuesongzi alive to increase the strength of Shadow Sect's side. There will definitely be some changes in the situation of the 100 Days battle. In his previous life, Shadow Sect failed, but some people managed to break through. And even though Central Continent won, they lost Feng Jioga. It could only be considered a Pyrrhic victory. Fang Yuan was also very curious about the result of the 100 Days battle in this life. But before the outcome was decided, he did not want to get involved. Without self-strength and without refining all-out effort Gu, he did not have much confidence in his battle strength. Unknowingly, time passed. 3 days had passed since the end of the 100 Days battle in his previous life. Fang Yuan pinched his fingers and deduced, he was already squatting in Northern Plains, patiently waiting. 2 figures broke out of Luopa Valley, one at the front and one at the back. They were the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie and Hei Ching. Fang Yuan had a thought, his gaze followed the two but he did not chase after them. After a while, the Central Continent Gu immortals did not come out of Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan guessed, it seems that even though I purposely kept Shuesongzi, I only delayed the result by 3 days. Shadow Sect still lost. So far, only the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie and Hei Ching managed to escape. Actually, this result was not strange. The key to the outcome of this battle was still Feng Jioge and Qin Baisheng. Fang Yuan kept Shuesongzi, but a mere Shuesongzi did not have much effect on these two. I wonder what will happen in the 100 Days battle in Luopa Valley in this life. Fang Yuan thought as he chased after them. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie escaped rapidly. His speed was extremely fast, his body turned into a black line in the air as he flew forward. Who is it? Suddenly, the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie stopped, his eyes spewing fire. Tai Bai Yunxing appeared with a sneer on his face. You finally came, today you will die without a doubt. A mere rank 6, humph. The blazing glory lightning brilliance's killing intent erupted as he charged at lightning speed. Boom, he hit Tai Baiyunqing fiercely, the latter turned into a lump of bubbles and dissipated on the spot. It's fake. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie's heart shook. He is just a rank 6, he actually dared to stop me, a rank 7. The most important thing is, how did he know my location? Is he a pawn recruited by Central Continent and Northern Plains? He did not participate in the 100 Days battle earlier because his battle strength was too low, he could not be of use? Or did he just arrive? Or do the Central Continent Gu immortals not trust him? This blazing glory lightning brilliance was an immortal zombie. But his wisdom path attainment was high. Almost instantly, countless thoughts flashed in his mind. He realized the reason behind Tai Baiyunqing's arrival. He is only rank 6, I have rank 7 cultivation level, I still have 40% of my battle strength. He is not my match and has the aura of a Northern Plains Gu immortal. Therefore, it was the most likely possibility. It's to stop me and slow down my escape. Take your time. There's no hurry. Tai Baiyunqing's illusion appeared again. This illusion was extremely lifelike. Previously, the blazing glory lightning brilliance had been careless and had mistakenly thought that it was the real body. But now, the blazing glory lightning brilliance activated his divination technique and with a single glance, he found some clues. Humph. He sneered and fled. Tai Baiyunqing's battle prowess wasn't strong, and he didn't have any powerful means of escape, so he could only cause chaos. However, the blazing glory lightning brilliance didn't care. He had seen through Tai Baiyunqing's intentions and was focused on escaping. Where do you think you're going? You shall stay here today. Fang Yuan finally caught up to him. He had fixed immortal travel and arranged for Tai Baiyunqing to create havoc. Both sides used information path methods to monitor the blazing glory lightning brilliance. They could definitely catch up. If not for the fact that Fang Yuan did not want to expose fixed immortal travel and his identity in front of the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie, he would have arrived long ago. Seeing Fang Yuan arrive, Tai Baiyunqing's heart jumped. Next, it was the crucial moment. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie's heart jumped when he saw Fang Yuan. He was so scared that his whole body shivered. Feng Jiuge! He cried out in shock. As it turned out, Fang Yuan had already used familiar face to disguise himself as Feng Jiuge. His battle strength was only at the peak of rank 6. And because he enslaved the Featherman Gu immortal, his battle strength fell greatly. If they fought, he would not be able to use his full strength. However, Fang Yuan had a trump card. This trump card was the Star Soul battlefield. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was only at rank 7. After going through the 100 Days battle and breaking out of the encirclement, it would be good if he could use half of his remaining battle strength. In this situation, as long as he forced the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie into Star Soul battlefield and used the battlefield to whittle down the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie, Fang Yuan would likely win. Ignore He Qing, he is like a stray dog. I'm afraid that like in my previous life, the immortal Gu house is already lost in Luopa Valley. Otherwise, why did the Central Continent Gu immortals not chase after him? He is injured and only has one dark arrow immortal Gu, he is not a threat. And this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie is a crucial person. Qin Baixing and Jiang Yu are trying to protect his life. During the Battle of Yitian Mountain, he was a member of the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Battle Formation. He was one of the formation corps. He has a heavy responsibility, he will not die easily. In my previous life, old ancestor Shui who captured him alive, he was waiting for Zombie Alliance's reinforcements. Thus, there is a high chance that I can capture him. As long as I capture him, I can soul search him. The secrets of Shadow Sect will be exposed in front of me. Of course, if his soul is tampered with, he will be like Shui Songzi in my previous life. Then, even if I kill him, it will cause a huge disruption to Shadow Sect's plans. Fang Yuan had ulterior motives. Shadow Sect was a huge force. If he wanted to take graceful chaotic dual stage, he would have to face this mysterious and powerful Gu immortal force. With Fang Yuan's shrewdness and ruthlessness, as well as his aggressive nature, how could he not take the initiative to find trouble with Shadow Sect? Fang Yuan was not going to wait passively. This time, he seemed to be targeting the weak spot of a venomous snake. He made his move. Is it really Feng Zhouge? The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie saw that Feng Yuan was getting closer. He suddenly had a thought. He was a core member of Shadow Sect. Qin Baixing's plan was not hidden from him. Before the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie broke out of the encirclement, he had seen Qin Baixing use the terrain to drag Feng Zhouge, Ao Shui, and Ling Mei into the space of thieving heaven's true inheritance. After that, Qin Baixing would destroy himself and use the winds of assimilation to get rid of Feng Zhouge and the rest. Why was Feng Zhouge here now? The possibility was very small, because Shadow Sect had already found out, Zhao Lianyun had been secretly sent back to Central Continent. As for Spirit Affinity House, they had a thieving heaven true inheritance. They were naturally anxious to bring Zhao Lianyun back. Unless one of Feng Zhouge, Ao Shui, or Ling Mei is also an otherworldly demon. But we have already investigated this before. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie thought quickly, thinking about Tai Baiyunqing's illusion. He became even more suspicious of this Feng Zhouge. Thus, he escaped while activating an investigative immortal killer move. After probing, he broke out in cold sweat. This is the real Feng Zhouge. At once, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie wished he could grow 70 or 80 wings to help him fly. My familiar face can deceive even rank 8 Gu immortals. How can you see through it? Furthermore, I have star fog concealment to protect me. That is to say, even if you use wisdom path methods to deduce my true appearance, you will need some time. With star fog concealment, familiar face's flaws were reduced by more than half. Furthermore, if the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie deduced Feng Yuan, and Feng Yuan sensed that the star fog was decreasing, he was not a fool. He would continue to use the immortal killer move star fog concealment to resist the deduction and continue to conceal the truth. Unless the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie had very strong wisdom path methods that could make star fog concealment useless. But the possibility was too low. At least, from the information that Feng Yuan obtained from his previous life's He Lulan, this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie did not display any wisdom path abilities during the 100 Days battle. Familiar Face's power was displayed to its fullest at this moment. Even though it did not have offensive strength, the grand blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie with one of the 10 extreme physiques and rank 7 battle strength was scared half to death by Feng Yuan. It escaped in panic. It had strong movement abilities. It had at least 2 immortal killer moves that were used for movement. Feng Yuan's flying speed could not keep up with the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. But Feng Yuan had fixed immortal travel. Feng Yuan had already used wisdom path methods to memorize his surroundings. As long as he saw the direction that the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was escaping in, Feng Yuan would teleport there and block its path. This way, Feng Yuan chased and blocked its path at times. Under the encirclement, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was gradually forced to a specific location. Over there, Feng Yuan had already set up many Gu worms. Half of the Star Soul battlefield had been set up. As long as he got there and activated his immortal Gu, he would only need a few breaths of time to completely open the Star Soul battlefield. Once the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was trapped in the Star Soul battlefield, he would be trapped. But right when the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was forced into Feng Yuan's trap, he suddenly turned around and used an immortal killer move to attack Feng Yuan. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, intense crimson flames surged towards Feng Yuan. The temperature in the air rose rapidly. Before the flames even reached him, Feng Yuan could already feel the intense heat. His eyebrows and hair turned yellow instantly. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with sharp light. He had to retreat. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie laughed loudly. Scoundrel, you actually dared to deceive me. Feng Yuan sighed to himself. There were no loopholes without a plan. And his biggest loophole was that his flying speed was not fast enough. During the 100 Days battle, Feng Zhouge displayed lightning speed, but Feng Yuan could not do the same. This loophole made the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie even more suspicious. As his suspicions grew, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie started to guess Feng Yuan's motives. Not only did he have strong battle strength, he also had a meticulous mind. Even as an immortal zombie, he was not burdened by his body. He was extremely shrewd. Feng Yuan's scheme almost succeeded, but at the last moment, he failed. Now, the situation was reversed. It was Fang Yuan's turn to be in deep danger. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie's flying speed was much faster than Fang Yuan's. Fang Yuan had enslaved a Featherman Gu immortal. The situation was not looking good. After dodging the flames with difficulty, Fang Yuan was in a sorry state. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie hated Fang Yuan's deception. He was extremely furious. He charged towards Feng Jiuge. Fang Yuan became spirited. He laughed loudly. Blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie, you fell for it. Everyone, my mission is complete. I will leave the rest to you. Seeing that the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie flew away, Fang Yuan relaxed. He immediately flew in the opposite direction. Even though he had fixed immortal travel, it was best not to expose this goo. After all, fixed immortal travel was too obvious. Once it was exposed, even if one was not a wisdom path goo immortal, they would be able to deduce Fang Yuan's true identity. I have fixed immortal travel, many Gu immortals know about it. Sigh, if they did not know about this, it would be much more convenient for me to act. Fang Yuan flew towards the location where the battlefield killer move was set up. After a while, he arrived at his destination. There, Tai Baiyunxing had been waiting for a long time. The tactic of luring the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie failed. Fang Yuan said solemnly. Tai Baiyunxing let out a sigh of relief. In my opinion, this is a good thing. After all, with just the two of us, it is very dangerous to deal with a rank 7 Gu immortal. Actually, Fang Yuan, you don't need to be so anxious. Central Continent has not discovered us yet, right? Even if he discovers us, Master won't just stand by and watch. Don't forget, we still have fixed immortal travel. In this huge world, where can't we go? We can develop in peace and accumulate our strength. Why must we be the first in everything and put ourselves in danger? Fang Yuan sighed. He shook his head and did not speak. Fang Yuan did not tell Tai Baiyunxing about the immortal Gu house. It was not that he did not want to develop in peace, but the situation did not allow it. Tai Baiyunxing was not like the reborn Fang Yuan. Only the reborn Fang Yuan knew how deep the waters of the Gu immortal world were. Once the truth about 88-point Xianxia Tower was exposed, the suppression from the Celestial Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects was far more severe than Tai Baiyunxing could imagine. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to develop in peace, he could not do so. His trade would definitely be destroyed. As long as the Celestial Court releases false information, he would tell the world that Fang Yuan had obtained extraordinary benefits from 88-point Xianxia Tower, that he had countless immortal Gu, as well as giant sun immortals' luck path true inheritance. Then no matter where Fang Yuan went, he would be suppressed and hunted down. After all, this was not a great era where dreams were rampant. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Fang Yuan, who possessed giant sun's true inheritance, would be able to defeat him. He would become the focus of the Gu immortal world. But Fang Yuan was at the bottom of rank 6 cultivation level. He would become the target of countless people. At that time, Fang Yuan, who lacked combat strength, could only wander around like a stray dog. Even if they wanted to develop, they wouldn't be able to. Don't forget, there were still heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. He would come looking for trouble with Fang Yuan. But if he had the immortal Gu house graceful chaotic duel stage, the situation would be different. Rank 8 battle strength was the peak of the Gu immortal world. Fang Yuan, who was at the bottom of rank 6 cultivation level, could be hunted down by the whole world. Then Fang Yuan, who had rank 8 battle strength, could only be targeted by rank 8 Gu immortals or super forces with immortal Gu houses. Even if they had strength, they would need time, energy, and most importantly, confidence in plotting against Fang Yuan. Thus, there were two situations. The difference was like heaven and earth. Tai Baiyunxing saw that Fang Yuan was silent and consoled. Fang Yuan, aren't you forcing yourself too much? There is no need to be like this. Actually, you can change your way of life. We are already immortals, can't we enjoy life once in a while? I am enjoying life. Fang Yuan glanced at Tai Baiyunxing before raising his head to look afar. After waiting for a while, that blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie still hasn't caught up. This person is very calm. With his intellect, he should quickly realize that I had deceived him and that I was just pretending. But this person did not lose his rationality because of anger. instead he focused on escaping. Oh you. Tai Baiyunxing shook his head, sighing, but this goo formation you set up is really good, it is very interesting. It covers an area of tens of thousands of li, it is the largest goo formation I have ever seen. Moreover, while I am inside, I can control goo worms from all over the place and create illusions. What is even more precious is that the goo worms that make up this goo formation are all mortal goo. Where did you get them? Did you get them from Yulu Blessed Land too? Fang Yuan nodded but did not admit it. He had not only obtained Star Eye's immortal goo from Yulu Blessed Land, he had also obtained Fairy Yulu's cultivation insights. Using the light of wisdom and the inspiration he gained from this, Fang Yuan designed this extremely large goo formation at the last moment. Fang Yuan said, so what if it covers an area of tens of thousands of li? Think about the 88-point Jinyang Tower, it covers the whole of northern plains. And this goo formation is actually very fragile. The reason why the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie did not break it was because he was busy escaping and did not have time to care about it. Alright, pack up, we are going to chase after Heiqing. Fang Yuan's scheme against the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie did not succeed, the other party was too astute and calm. But Fang Yuan would not let Heiqing go. Fang Yuan had already arranged for the Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong to follow Heiqing. He instructed him to follow him and avoid fighting. The process of chasing after Heiqing was very smooth. Even though Heiqing had high cultivation level, he was injured and only had Dark Arrow Immortal Goo, he had also gone through 100 days of battle. Fang Yuan used the same trick, setting up a trap. This time, he did not disguise as Feng Jioga, he disguised as Kanyang Lao Jun. Heiqing was exhausted from escaping, he fell into the trap. Fang Yuan had been waiting for a long time, he activated his Immortal Goo and activated Star Soul Battlefield. The pitiful Heiqing was constantly being worn down by Star Soul Battlefield, he had no choice but to surrender. Fang Yuan had a thought, he did not take his life, he chose to capture him alive. Just like this, Heiqing became the first dazzling achievement in the creation of Star Soul Battlefield. Heiqing had great value, at least if he sold him to He Lulan, she would be willing to be slaughtered by Fang Yuan. But before that, Fang Yuan had to conduct a detailed soul search on Heiqing. In his previous life, he had obtained a lot of information from He Lulan, but how could it compare to Fang Yuan doing it himself, bringing the captive Heiqing? Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He rested while observing Northern Plains situation. My next target is Luopa Valley. Once I have this valley, together with Danghun Mountain, my soul foundation will advance rapidly. The after effects of using slavery Immortal Goo will disappear quickly, my battle strength will also recover rapidly. Fang Yuan had a deep desire for Luopa Valley. Back then, he chose to exchange for slavery Immortal Goo because of Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan wanted to take Luopa Valley, but he needed to wait for some time. After soul-searching Heiqing, Fang Yuan knew that Xuesong Zi had already died during the early stage of the 100 Days War. The situation in the middle stage was similar to his previous life, but towards the end, it was almost the same. I don't know what kind of means Qin Baixing used to bind Feng Zhouge's limbs. Right now, Luopa Valley is already occupied by Central Continent's Gu Immortals, it is not the best time for me to go. Fang Yuan waited patiently. He never lacked patience. Soon, Northern Plains' situation changed, Fang Yuan's attention was drawn over. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie escaped and sneaked into Earth Trench, but found that old ancestor Xue who was stealing the immortal zombie's body. An intense battle erupted, the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie was captured, old ancestor Xue whose matter was exposed, Zombie Alliance was furious. Even though the 100 Days War ended a few days later than in his previous life. But old ancestor Xue whose matter still happened. This made Fang Yuan feel some regret. He did not want Blazing Heaven Demonis to return to Northern Plains so early. If Blazing Heaven Demonis, He Lulan, and Fairy Li Shan worked together, Fang Yuan's side would face huge pressure. Next, he wanted to sell Heiqing for a good price. But if Blazing Heaven Demonis helped He Lulan, Fang Yuan would be in a much more passive position. What happened next was no different from his previous life. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance ordered Blazing Heaven Demonis to go to Northern Plains and defend Dark Flow Giant City. Blazing Heaven Demoness was the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. She was responsible for this. Even though she knew that Feng Yuan had fixed immortal travel, to keep it a secret, she chose to go through the regional wall with the 2 rank 8 immortal zombies and the others. Feng Yuan took the initiative to propose a plan to Blazing Heaven Demoness, telling her that this was a plan that he had deduced using wisdom path methods. After Blazing Heaven Demoness heard it, she praised, "This is a great plan, I like it. Old Ancestor Shui who is hard to deal with, but he has a huge weakness, he lacks immortal materials to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo. Tell me, with your personality, what do you want from me by proposing this plan?" Blazing Heaven Demoness did not know that this plan was something that she had thought of after returning to Dark Flow City in her previous life. Feng Yuan told her about his desire for a strength path immortal zombie body. Blazing Heaven Demoness hesitated for a moment, but considering Feng Yuan's deep background, she reluctantly agreed to Feng Yuan's request. Feng Yuan did this to be safe. If he failed in obtaining the immortal goo house and the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie body, he still had a way out. Time passed quickly, in the blink of an eye. Feng Yuan investigated carefully in Central Continent. He found out that the Central Continent goo immortals in Northern Plains had returned. It is time to obtain Luopa Valley. Feng Yuan mobilized Tai Baiyunxing and Zhou Zhong, using fixed immortal travel, they went to the depths of Luopa Valley. He had been here in his previous life, and in this life, after soul-searching He Qing, he knew about the situation inside Luopa Valley. Thus, it was very convenient for him to come here. At this time, Hui Fengzi, who had surrendered to Central Continent, was still waiting outside, monitoring and preventing outsiders from discovering Luopa Valley. But little did he know that Feng Yuan had already entered the valley. Immortal Goo Pulling Mountain. Feng Yuan had just activated this immortal goo and was about to store Luopa Valley in his immortal aperture when a change occurred. There was a song lingering in his ears. This was the song that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had sung in the dream realm. The song was lonely, the hero was in dire straits, life was full of difficulties. Bent swords sink into the sand, rise and fall since ancient times, endless heavenly river surge. Sorrow, spectral night is long and dreamy, where can one rest in peace? Things change and hearts shift, only providence is boundless. This time, Feng Yuan heard it clearly. At the same time, a wave of information flowed into his mind. Feng Yuan's shock was indescribable. This Luopa Valley actually has a thieving heaven true inheritance? Even the person in question, Feng Yuan, did not know why. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's voice resounded in his ears again, he inexplicably gained some information in his mind. This information told him that thieving heaven's true inheritance was hidden somewhere in this Luopa Valley. Feng Yuan's heart thumped with excitement. At the same time, he was suspicious. Could this be a trap left behind by Central Continent's goo immortals? There is no thieving heaven true inheritance, but a wisdom path method used to influence the minds of enemies who infiltrate the valley? Feng Yuan quickly calmed down, he started to inspect his body and his surroundings. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's voice appeared suddenly and disappeared quickly. Feng Yuan inspected himself, he did not find anything wrong. He then inspected his surroundings. There were many goo formations set up in Luopa Valley. There were also many remnants of goo formations. However, Feng Yuan did not find any wisdom path goo formations. He lowered his head and pondered. He felt that even though there was something fishy about this matter, it was still very believable. Why? Firstly, it was because of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's voice. Secondly, the information told Feng Yuan that he needed to use open door goo to enter thieving heaven's true inheritance. I am already a wisdom path grandmaster, ordinary wisdom path methods cannot affect me. Not to mention that among Central Continent's goo immortals, the only wisdom path goo immortal, Old Oracle, is already dead. Actually, the way to prove it is true is very simple, I need to check it out myself. Feng Yuan made up his mind, he carefully approached his destination. On the way, he bypassed 4 goo formations, and even unraveled 3. Central Continent's goo immortals set up a large number of goo formations around Luopa Valley. This was because they had been attacking Shadow Sect from the outside for a long time. When they attacked the valley, the goo formation set up by Shadow Sect's goo immortals. They were all destroyed by the Central Continent goo immortals. After the battle, Central Continent's Gu immortals officially occupied this valley. By then, the intense battle had already ended, there was no need to set up any Gu formations. Adding on Feng Yuan's rising wisdom path attainment, these Gu formations could not obstruct him. A moment later, he arrived at the location indicated by star constellation Immortal Venerable's voice. Feng Yuan observed for a long time, he was not in a hurry to activate Open Door Gu. In the end, he didn't find any clues, it was very safe here. At the very least, Feng Yuan had put in a lot of effort and means. None of them managed to detect anything. After confirming again and again, his eyes shone, finally making up his mind and activating Open Door Gu. In his previous life, Feng Yuan had also used Open Door Gu in Luopa Valley, but it had no effect. Feng Yuan had always thought that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's arrangements were already destroyed by the Shadow Sect. But this time, not long after Feng Yuan activated it, something strange happened. A door of light suddenly appeared in midair. Then, a beam of light shone on Feng Yuan, who was ready for battle. Feng Yuan was shocked. After thinking for a moment, he allowed the light pillar to suck him in. At the next moment, Feng Yuan entered the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance space. This space was empty. It was very vast. Behind him was the door of light. It did not disappear because he had entered, and it was still there. However, the size of the light door was getting smaller and smaller. If it shrunk to its limit, it might vanish. The sound of wind could be heard from not far away. Feng Yuan shifted his gaze to take a look. His body shook slightly. Winds of assimilation. He exclaimed, his gaze was filled with wariness. He was very clear of the power of the winds of assimilation, this wind could assimilate everything and grow him. Back then, Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed by the winds of assimilation. At this moment, dozens of winds of assimilation formed a tornado pillar, moving slowly in the true inheritance space. Feng Yuan quickly retreated, pulling apart the distance between him and the winds of assimilation. After a few hundred steps, Feng Yuan calmed down and started to observe this true inheritance space. To think that there is a space here. Is that strange information real? Feng Yuan was vigilant, he was still suspicious of star constellation Immortal Venerable's voice. He was not in a hurry to search for some true inheritance in this true inheritance space, instead, he concentrated on Closed Door Gu. If Open Door Gu can enter, then Closed Door Gu can Close Door Gu? Feng Yuan activated Closed Door Gu. Sure enough, at the next moment, the shrinking light door in his vision vanished. Feng Yuan's eyes shined, he activated Open Door Gu again. Under the effect of this rank 5 mortal Gu, a brand new light door formed in front of him. Feng Yuan stepped through this light door, leaving Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space and returning to Luopa Valley. This means that the information should be real. No, more accurately speaking, the parts regarding Open Door Gu and Closed Door Gu should be real. Feng Yuan could not help but feel anticipation. He entered the true inheritance space again. According to the information, although these winds of assimilation are real, they are harmless to me. And I have to get rid of these winds of assimilation to trigger the inheritance of the true inheritance. Feng Yuan carefully got close to one of the winds of assimilation, revealing his true form and extending his 8 thick arms. He slowly extended one of his arms into the tornado pillar. Suddenly, the deep roaring winds of assimilation dissipated. Completely. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He muttered, unbelievable. These winds of assimilation can assimilate everything, but in this true inheritance space, they are restricted to this extent. Even if the Gu immortal who set this up is not Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, just based on this method, he is definitely an unparalleled great expert. Although one of the winds of assimilation disappeared, Feng Yuan was not careless, every time he touched the wind pillar, he was extremely cautious. If anything went wrong, he would retreat at lightning speed. Every time he moved a certain distance, he would use Open Door Gu and Closed Door Gu to keep the light door closest to him. This way, even if something happened and he could not use fixed immortal travel in time, Feng Yuan could travel through the light door at an even faster speed and return to the outside world. Under Feng Yuan's hard work, the winds of assimilation disappeared one after another. They disappeared one after another. After a while, all that was left was the tornado pillar in the center. Fang Yuan looked at it and found, this tornado pillar was not only the largest, it was also the fastest. The sound of the wind whistled in Fang Yuan's ears, he could vaguely hear something. There seemed to be something hidden at the center of the wind pillar. Don't tell me thieving heaven demon venerable's true inheritance is inside the wind pillar? Fang Yuan could not help but guess. He stretched out his finger and touched this dark green wind pillar. The winds of assimilation suddenly vanished, a person appeared. This person was sitting cross-legged in the air, wearing a red and white robe. He let out a weak trace of rankade aura. Feng Zhouge! Fang Yuan shouted. He subconsciously retreated. But Feng Zhouge reacted faster than him. He abruptly opened his eyes, which shot out an inch of light. After the dazzling light swept past Feng Yuan's body, Feng Zhouge turned into a rainbow light and moved at lightning speed, passing through Feng Yuan's body and entering the light door. The entire process happened in less than a blink of an eye. Feng Yuan reacted. His first action was to activate closed-door goo. As the light door closed, Feng Yuan's heart that was in his throat finally calmed down. Why is Feng Zhouge here? Could it be that the place he was trapped in was this true inheritance space? Since he is here, where are the others? Qin Baixing, where are Ao Shui and Ling Mei? Feng Yuan quickly checked, but the true inheritance space was empty. There was only an information path mortal goo floating in front of Feng Yuan. This information path goo worm was left behind by Feng Zhouge. After Feng Yuan picked it up. After finding nothing wrong, he injected his divine sense into it. Feng Yuan, so you are an otherworldly demon, I will keep this secret for you. You want to ask me why I know you? Because I am Feng Kim Huang's father. You saved my life today, I will return it to you in the future. After I leave, you will be the only one left in the true inheritance space, you will inherit thieving heaven's true inheritance. Until we meet again. Feng Zhouge. Feng Yuan touched this letter goo. He had a complex expression. He sighed, placing this letter goo into his immortal aperture. At this time, the entire true inheritance space started to dim. The originally bright light turned into darkness in the blink of an eye. In this darkness, there was only a faint light left, it was where Feng Yuan was standing. A man's voice filled with magnetism could be heard from the darkness. Wanderer from afar. You are the same as me, a pitiful person who has no home to return to. My name is Ben Jia Sun, people call me Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Actually, I am just a wanderer who wants to return home. This world is like a cage of despair. If you also want to go home, then accept this gift from me. I believe it will definitely help you. But if you want to return home, you will need to rely on your own hard work. Also, this gift is called ghostly concealment. At the next moment, Feng Yuan appeared in Luopa Valley. His whole body was covered in a layer of gray light. Feng Yuan ignored this gray light, he activated his investigative and defensive methods, staying alert of his surroundings. Feng Zhouge did not appear. It seems that his injuries are extremely severe, he does not even have 5% of his battle strength left. If not for this, he might have attacked me in the true inheritance space. But, this person is indeed clear about gratitude and grudges. He will repay kindness and take revenge for hatred. His biography after his death also proved this point. He said he wanted to repay me for saving his life, I am afraid, it is true. Feng Yuan pondered. Thinking of this, Feng Zhouge did not attack Feng Yuan directly, it might not be because he did not have enough battle strength, but because Feng Yuan had saved his life. No matter what, Feng Yuan had profited greatly this time. Showing kindness to Feng Zhouge, this huge favor might be of great use in the future. Obtaining ghostly concealment, even though Feng Yuan did not know what use it had, but it was still the thieving heaven inheritance. Other than these two, there was also this Luopa Valley. Feng Zhouge might have already left Luopa Valley, now is the best time to take this valley. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan decided to act. End of chapter 998. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.